One sunny day, birds flew high above the ground in a cloudless sky. In the Empire of Ares, life was bustling as usual for the residents. In the central square of the city stood a statue of a warrior on horseback, raising his sword to the sky. People passed by the statue on their way to various destinations, and carefree children ran around. Two local guards were walking along the wall near the square, one of whom noticed the excessive calmness of the situation. Looking around, the younger soldier replied that the calm was temporary, because no one could know when the revolutionaries would start acting again. This angered the older man, who called the revolutionaries ordinary village men. Looking at his colleague, the older soldier noted that it had been quite quiet lately, and added that perhaps the rebels had realized that their actions were pointless. The older soldier agreed with this opinion, and added that perhaps the imperial military had dealt with them. Looking at the statue in the center of the city, he noted that he hoped this situation would continue in the city. However, no one could have suspected that there was an underground space beneath this very central statue. Deep underground, the room was lit by a single torch on the wall. One of the men in knight's armor began to speak and drew the attention of those present. He mentioned to Knight, and everyone standing around the map on the table with markings looked at him. The chief knight clenched his fist and said that tonight they would destroy the emperor and the empire, because only then would it be possible to restore the kingdom. The tense soldiers around him looked intently at their leader and listened silently to his instructions. Everyone around remained calm, but there was palpable tension in the underground room. The rebel leader turned to one of the knights and said that he would have the most important task. Everyone's attention turned to Logan McLean, who stood frozen in place, showing no emotion. Turning his attention away from the map on the table and those present, the operation leader focused on Logan. The operation manager added that Logan was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at all costs. Logan remained silent, listening to the manager's speech under the watchful eyes of everyone present. After a moment, he proudly raised his head and confidently stated that he was aware of his duty. After discussing the most important issues, all the knights began to leave the dungeon and disperse in different directions. Logan was also heading in his direction when suddenly one of the people from the dungeon started running after him. It was a young man who, approaching Logan, addressed him and noted that he was a true patriot. Looking back at him, Logan asked where he got that idea about him, and the young man replied that he was referring to the circumstances surrounding the secret manuscript. After all, it was a legendary secret manuscript, for the protection of which many people had given their lives. Logan continued walking, and the young man continued walking alongside him, and added that the warrior would have to take risks to fulfill his duty. At this statement, Logan looked back at the teenager and pointed out that he was talking about him as if he had voluntarily agreed to it. The boy replied that he understood why Logan had been chosen for this task, but added that Logan had not objected, which showed his patriotism. However, a moment later, he was taken aback by Logan's shout to stop talking about him that way, because it belittled the importance of their comrades. Without looking back at the boy, Logan began to explain that it was not about patriotism at all. He briefly added that it was simply a matter of revenge, and anger began to appear in his eyes. Beginning to recall his past, he noted that he had previously been a bad person. He recalled an episode of a sword fight in the royal court with a young boy under the supervision of knights and castle servants. At that time, Logan lost the duel to his younger brother Ronian and was knocked to the ground, shocking those present. While everyone around began to call Ronian a genius, given his young age and lack of experience, Ronian turned to his fallen brother in fear. Around him, people continued to talk about Logan and his attempts to become a knight, which were less successful than his younger brother's development. Suddenly, the question of whether this fool was the same eldest son made Logan come to his senses and open his eyes wide. In a moment, he began to clench the sword in his hand after the phrase about the uncertain future of the McLean family. After a while, Logan's father abruptly rose from his seat and began shouting questions about the paralyzing poison. Turning to his son and mentioning the poisoning of his own brother, his father asked if Logan had finally lost his mind. Logan remained calm and listened to his angry father's shouts. Unable to contain his anger, his father rose from his seat and mentioned the possibility of his younger son's recovery. His father's statement that he should leave the castle if his younger brother did not recover stunned Logan. Turning away from his son, his father said that from now on, Logan was no longer his son. He began to recall how after his sin he left home and became a hired fighter. Over the years, as he faced various obstacles, he began to understand what a terrible person he had been before. However, remembering the moment when he watched his former home burn, he realized that it was too late. The citizens whispered among themselves about the sensational news that filled the city. The main news was that a public execution was to take place in the central square. A man in a hooded cloak who was passing by heard the locals talking and tried to find out who was to be publicly executed today. Suddenly, someone shouted the name McLean, which stopped the man in the cloak in the middle of the square. The name Ronian McLean was heard, after which the man began to turn sharply to change his direction. People continued to discuss Ronian's execution and the reasons for it, but the man in the cloak was no longer listening and rushed off in the other direction. The young member of the royal family was led away by guards as he struggled and shouted. Hurrying to the square in the pouring rain, Logan took off his hood and silently begged Ronian to survive because he had something to tell him. However, as he approached the square, he heard the sound of the execution and saw blood on the blade of the structure. Realizing that he was too late, Logan froze in place and stared in shock at the execution site, and in a moment, tears began to stream from his eyes. One of the knights began to laugh and shout for everyone to look at the place of execution. He raised the head of the executed man and said that this would happen to anyone who dared to stand up against the Empire. The people in the square began to shout joyful phrases and raise their hands to the knight with the executed head in his hands. Tears began to flow more and more thickly down Logan's face as he clenched his teeth and stood motionless, staring at his younger brother's head. Gazing at the sky, he had only one thought: revenge on the Empire for destroying his family and destroying his chance for forgiveness. Now events took a different turn, and as things unfolded in the castle, people began to cry out about persecution. One of the knights began to shout that this was the very person they had been looking for all this time. He added that the secret manuscript was in the possession of the red-haired warrior, and all the subjects rushed after the person pointed out by the leader of the detachment. Without turning around, Logan rushed to the exit in the opposite direction from his pursuers on the way. He did not turn around and, holding his breath, quickly moved towards the exit, but in a moment he was stopped somewhat abruptly. In front of him was the closed door through which he planned to escape from his pursuers. Looking back, he noticed one of the soldiers who had run outside and shouted to his comrades that he had found Logan. Preparing for battle, Logan gripped his combat sword tightly in his hand. The soldier who first encountered Logan immediately rushed at him with cries of death. Logan managed to react and raise his sword to meet the attacking fighter. Holding back the blow, Logan exhaled heavily as the sword approached his face. However, gathering his strength, he managed to push the Royal Army soldier away, which angered him. From the force of Logan's push, the fighter who attacked him cried out in exhaustion as he fell backward. The soldier who was approaching his comrade witnessed his destruction by Logan's sword and began to curse at him. After destroying one of his pursuers, Logan immediately rushed to attack another who was approaching. Skillfully striking with his sword, Logan attacked the attacker's neck while looking at him. A moment later, another fighter swung his sword at Logan from behind to strike a fatal blow to the traitor of the kingdom. But thanks to his lightning-fast reaction, Logan interrupted the guard's attack and instantly began to attack him in return with his sword. Delivering a devastating blow to the kingdom's guard, Logan angrily contemplated his desire to destroy more enemies. Suddenly, the sounds surrounding Logan distracted him from the fallen enemy in front of him. Other soldiers began to approach him, rapidly preparing to destroy the traitor. In a moment, Logan was completely surrounded by soldiers with swords, and the leader of the detachment asked how he dared to steal the Empire's treasure. Looking around, Logan assessed his situation and wondered if this was the place where he was destined to die. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts and suddenly began to smile contentedly as he looked around. Remaining in his place, he said that he had no choice left and then released his sword from his hand. Suddenly, a bright, shining blue sphere appeared in his hand, which Logan clutched. In an instant, he clenched it tightly in his hand and it began to glow bright red. Looking at the warriors surrounding him, he smiled and said that they would all die together. The sphere he was clutching continued to emit a bright light in his hand. The shocked warriors of the kingdom did not understand what was happening, as they were filled with the bright glow emanating from Logan. Spreading around, the bright glow began to go beyond the castle and streamed out of the windows. In an instant, the light began to spread from the castle to the surrounding area, and the power of it shattered the windows in the surrounding buildings. Finding himself in a dark space after Logan's death, he reflected on his life and achievements. However, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he hadn't managed to ask for forgiveness, which gave him no peace. Reaching up, he hoped to meet his family in the afterlife to apologize to everyone. After a while, the bright sun filled the earth with its rays on a cloudless day. Logan jumped up from his seat with a bandage on his head, screaming in shock. Unexpected by such a turn of events, he clutched the blanket that was on top of him and exhaled heavily. Holding his head, he suffered from an unbearable headache and exhaled heavily. In a moment, he was struck by the thought of how this was possible given his death, which caused shock to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, someone addressed him as a young master and asked how he was feeling. Stunned, Logan couldn't answer, so he froze in place, looking at the man who had addressed him. When asked if the man in front of him was Rick, he replied that it was true and that he was Logan's chief servant. Logan began to remember that Rick had died 30 years ago, so he asked in surprise why he was alive. This question took the servant by surprise, and he jumped up from his seat in shock. After that, Logan began to look around to examine the room he was in. Shocked, Rick began to return to the exit and shouted that the young man's head was badly damaged. Rick turned to another servant and began shouting for a doctor to be called urgently, while Logan pondered the turn of events. He looked out the window and saw knights in the courtyard training with swords and shields. However, Logan's attention was drawn to the shields in the hands of the fighters, which bore marks familiar to him. Looking at the wall, Logan noticed the same mark and recognized it as the emblem of his family home. Not understanding how this was possible, Logan began to wonder if he was dreaming or not. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and a young boy entered and began to address his brother. When the boy asked if he was okay, Logan froze in place, recognizing the voice. His younger brother, Ronyan, was approaching him, unsure and slowly approaching his wounded older brother. He was afraid to focus his gaze on Logan, so he kept looking away as he approached his brother. The little boy clenched his fist, trying to control his shaking hands. Looking at his brother, Logan was shocked and remembered this moment of their meeting after their first duel. Logan began to recall how after their first duel, in which his older brother Ronyan had lost, he had come to see him but had been struck. Enraged by his defeat, Logan began to shout insults at his younger brother about his origins. Little Ronyan could not respond or resist his older brother, whom he followed everywhere. Now, after this meeting, Logan began to cry uncontrollably, shocking his younger brother. A moment later, Rick appeared behind Ronyan and asked the young boy to give Logan time to recover and return to his room. However, Logan said that everything was fine, which attracted the attention of Rick and Ronyan. Logan smiled happily and asked his younger brother to come to him. Looking at his brother, Ronyan began to gradually approach his older brother on the bed. Rick didn't know what to do, so he turned around and looked around, trying not to disturb his brothers. Ronyan immediately began to apologize, noting that he should have been more careful, but Logan smiled and said that everything was fine. Approaching Ronyan, Logan said that his younger brother had done nothing wrong. In turn, Logan said that he himself had something to say, after which he began to apologize, but his speech was filled with emotion. Suddenly, he began to cry uncontrollably, shocking his younger brother, who asked what was wrong and said that he should rest. Looking at the young Ronyan, Logan was mentally enraged that such a boy could have simply been taken away. Wiping away his tears, he noted to himself that he had died while defending the kingdom on its orders. After these thoughts, Logan began to tentatively try to stand up by the bed. Trying to straighten up, he grabbed his younger brother's shoulders with his hands. Once up, Logan apologized to Ronyan, trying to hold back his emotions. However, tears welled up in his eyes, and Logan said that he felt very guilty towards his younger brother. Having said this, Logan rushed into Ronyan's arms, taking him by surprise. Not understanding what was happening, the younger brother rushed into his older brother's arms and began to ask why he was crying. But when he didn't get an answer, tears of emotion also began to well up in his eyes. They stood frozen in the middle of the room, remaining silent in each other's arms. Opening the door to leave, the younger brother turned to Logan one last time. Ronyan smiled and said that he would try to visit Logan again soon. Waving goodbye, Logan agreed and told his younger brother to go and get some rest. Looking at his younger brother, safe and sound, Logan couldn't help but feel happy. However, a moment after leaving his brother's room, he began to look out the window and focused sharply on the area around him, realizing that this was not a dream. His attention was most drawn to the signs of his former home that fluttered on flags and other places around. Logan thought about his duty to change everything for the better, given his real return to the past. Suddenly, people began to address him as a young master, which distracted Logan from the flags with symbols. A girl stood in front of him, bowing her head to Logan and apologizing, which puzzled him. Logan did not understand the apologies and asked why the servant had to apologize to him. Instead, Rick, who instantly came out from the side, replied that Maria was apologizing for disturbing the master's rest. Clutching his head, Logan began to remember that in the past he had treated his subjects badly, which was why they were so afraid of him now. Beginning to turn away, Logan noted that nothing terrible had happened and asked Rick to bring him paper and ink, which puzzled the servants. The shocked servants began to ask what Logan planned to do with Maria with the help of a pen and paper, to which he replied to simply bring him what he wanted. After a while, there was a stack of paper on the table in front of Logan with a pen next to it, and Rick reported where he had left what Logan wanted. Logan thanked him and asked that no one come in, but his gratitude deeply shocked the servant. When Rick asked if his master had a headache and if he was really all right, Logan just sighed wearily. His master replied that everything was fine and asked Rick to leave the room. The servant, satisfied and impressed, agreed to carry out the order. Finally, Rick told Logan to rest, and Logan sighed heavily after being left alone in the room. Logan grabbed his head and sighed heavily when he heard the statement behind the door that everything was fine with him, despite his shouting at the servant. Clenching his fists, he realized that he should calm down, considering that this was the result of his own actions in the past. Looking at the paper and pen, he realized that the most important thing for him now would be to record the events of the future that he needed to recreate. Remembering the flames, he understood that the most important event would be the war against the Empire in 10 years, which would affect everyone. Taking the pen in his hand, he thought about his goal, which was to prevent this from happening. In a moment, he began to reach for the paper to begin his story, but he understood that he should start with the most immediate events. The first event would be the War of the Vassals against the Empire, which was to begin in a year. This war had destroyed Logan's family, which would then go through dark times. Staring at the paper in front of him, Logan thought about how he could prevent this from happening. The first thing that came to young Logan's mind was to go to a special room in the palace. Approaching the door, he knocked and slowly began to open it. Standing by the window was the king, Logan's father, whom he addressed upon entering the room. Logan got his dad's attention by saying hi, telling him his title and saying he wanted to meet with the king. Turning to his son, his father asked in surprise if it was really Logan who had come to see him. Logan walked through the corridors of the castle, looking around and remembering the past. Noticing the master's approach, 2 cleaning servants jumped up in fright. 2 other servants changed direction without looking at the master who was passing by in the corridor. The cleaning maids also began to sneak past the wall so as not to attract Logan's attention. One of the maids was walking down the same corridor at that moment, carrying a pile of plates in her hands, when she suddenly noticed Logan. In her horror, she lost her balance and fell to the floor along with the pile of things she was carrying in her hands. The maid began to tremble with fear and realized that her end had come, without understanding why she had failed to keep her balance in front of her master. However, Logan did not get angry, but only offered his hand to the girl who had fallen to the floor and asked if she was hurt. Taking his hand, the shocked girl began to thank her master for his kindness. But when she looked at Logan's face, she was overcome with the same horror she had felt after falling. The young master smiled horribly and told the girl not to worry too much. This smile frightened the girl, who began to scream uncontrollably as she looked at the young host. In a moment, the girl fell to her knees and began to apologize and beg for mercy, which puzzled Logan, who could not understand the sudden change in her mood. Clutching his head, he realized that his sudden change in character would seem strange to his servants, so he needed to give them time. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Logan realized that now he would have to prove his change. He wondered if the girl could have reacted so sharply when she saw the young man's smile. At the entrance to the king's room, the servant stopped in front of Logan and informed the ruler that the first young master had come to see him. Looking ahead, Logan began to fill with memories of his father from his past. During their last meeting in the past, his father had disowned his son and refused to recognize him as such, as he had announced at that meeting. Recalling his father's silhouette, Logan remembered his resentment toward the king for banishing his own son. Clenching his fist in tension, Logan thought about how foolish he had been to dwell on and resent events from the past. After informing the queen of the visitor, the servant opened the door to the room for Logan. Standing before his father, Logan smiled in the sunlight and addressed him. Despite his son's greeting and appeal, the king remained in his place and looked out the window. After a moment, he began to turn slowly to look at his son who had come to visit him. Turning to his visitor, the king spoke the name of his eldest son, Logan. It was difficult for Logan to contain his emotions as he looked at his father, with whom he had previously fallen out because of his foolishness. The young man trembled with emotion and thought about how sorry he was. Patrick McLean turned to his son and noted that he looked better than he had expected and asked why he had come to see him. Trying to contain his emotions, Logan thought about his father's reaction and began to explain the purpose of his visit uncertainly. His son's request for permission to train individually puzzled the king, who asked Logan to clarify his wishes. Logan had already thought about the necessary components for victory in the Civil War, one of which he considered to be the improvement of knights and guards. Looking closely at his father, Logan understood that he would need funds to implement his plan. However, he understood that the McLean family was known for always being short of funds. But then a girl came to mind, thanks to whom Logan hoped to get enough money in an instant. Looking at his son, the king asked sharply if he wanted to run away because he lost a duel to his younger brother. Logan replied that this was not true and that his only desire was to improve his skills after learning his lesson. However, Patrick did not share his son's enthusiasm, noting that a lack of perseverance was not the only reason and that his son had not come to his senses. Logan anticipated this turn in the conversation and prepared a response in advance, saying that his inappropriate behavior was the problem. With a heavy sigh, the king replied that Logan always talked a lot without taking real action or facing the consequences. After this phrase, the king began to return to his seat and told his son to leave. However, his attention was drawn to Logan's speech, who began to argue that all this time, instead of acknowledging his problems, he had been taking his anger out on others. Unable to contain his emotions, the boy added that he had also been stupid and immature. Raising his voice, Logan added that this training would help him gain control of himself. At his son's last request to give him permission for his plan, the king thought for a moment and did not answer. After a few moments, Logan focused on listening to his father, who noted that this time his son's words did not sound like a made-up excuse. Sunlight filled the king's room as he asked how long his son planned to train, to which Logan replied about 3 months. When his father asked if Logan considered this period sufficient to defeat Ranyan, the eldest son replied that this was not his goal. His son's statement that he had set a short period of time to achieve maximum results during that time satisfied the king, who smiled sincerely. His father's permission lifted Logan's spirits, and he began to smile contentedly and thanked him. Just as Logan was about to grab the door handle, his father unexpectedly addressed him one last time. Without turning to his son, Patrick noted that even though it was already spring, the ground was still too cold to sleep on. Logan froze, listening attentively to his father, who concluded by telling him to try not to freeze. After listening to his father's last words before leaving, Logan smiled contentedly and replied that he would try. A few days later, the main character was already deep in the forest on a sunny day. Logan took his backpack off his shoulders and put it on the floor along with his sword, noting that he had reached his destination. Looking up at the sky, Logan noted that there was enough space in this place for individual training. Reaching for his backpack, he added that for now, he couldn't let others see his training methods. Taking the necessary book out of his backpack, Logan noted that he had found what he was looking for. Gazing enchantedly at the book in his hands, Logan uttered the title of The Secrets of the Divine Sword. It was a book he had memorized in his past life and burned so that it would not fall into the hands of the Empire. The book contained secrets passed down by heroes of ancient times from their struggles. After all, he was a legendary figure who had destroyed the evil dragon that ruled the world. Holding the book to his chest, Logan remembered the code he had created so that no one could read it. Logan understood that if he managed to learn everything written in this book, most of the obstacles in his path would not be scary. Clenching his fist with the glow in his hand, Logan understood that now he would have a chance to change the course of events. Spreading his energy, Logan understood that he would need to concentrate his power in his heart and create a core. Despite the incredible complexity of this task, Logan understood that after returning to the past, he would have completely different opportunities. Suddenly, a shocking image that appeared before him pushed him out of his train of thought. Before him was the very core that Logan did not expect to see so soon. The shocked young man gazed at the shining core that had formed near his heart. Paying attention to his heartbeat, Logan noticed that all this time during the formation of the core, elastic energy had been boiling. Clenching his fist with satisfaction, Logan realized that he had managed to accomplish his goal very quickly. Taking the sword in his hand, Logan began to recall the contents of the secret manuscript and hoped that it was true. Beginning his training, Logan directed his energy into his leg and began to push off the ground powerfully. As he began his actions, Logan focused his gaze and attention solely on the movements he was performing. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword, covering the space around him on all sides. Smiling contentedly, Logan felt that he now had much greater strength and skill in wielding a sword in combat. Looking ahead, he couldn't understand why the core of strength had formed so quickly. However, his joy knew no bounds because he understood that at this rate, in 3 months, he would become much stronger. He concentrated his strength and directed it toward continuing his training after his first success. The sun's rays pierced through the branches of the trees around him, under which Logan shouted in parallel with his sword movements. The season changed, as did the weather and the tree branches. But Logan did not stop training diligently to improve his fighting skills. Despite the onset of darkness and cold, McLean continued to improve his sword fighting skills. With the dawn of another day, the sun broke through the clouds and birds sang all around. The ground beneath Logan's feet was scorched from his constant movements and advances during sword training, which had continued unabated all this time. Looking at the trunk of a huge tree in front of him, Logan said that today was his last day of training. Swinging his sword above his head, Logan began to remember the only strike from the secret manuscript that could overcome space and time. Suddenly, his body was surrounded by fire, and the young man took up a fighting stance to strike using a special skill. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and the flames from Logan's body spread to the sword as well. Focusing on executing his plan, Logan concentrated his gaze and movements on a single point. In an instant, he lunged forward and struck with his sword, shouting the name of the skill, Cutting Wave. The blow was so powerful that it affected the area around him, even beyond the reach of the sword. Logan shouted the name of the wave split skill and struck the trunk of a mighty tree in front of him. After that, the young man, dripping with sweat, tried to catch his breath after expending a significant amount of energy. Lacking sufficient strength, Logan fell wearily to the ground and sat down, holding onto the ground behind him. A moment later, he began to laugh and looked up joyfully at the results of his work. The mighty trunk of the tree in front of him was split in two, scattering everything around it. Mesmerized, Logan remained spellbound, sitting in his place and contemplating his success after long training. Unable to contain his emotions, the young man began to laugh sincerely with satisfaction at his success and achievement. Calm down. Logan began to realize that his strength exceeded all his expectations, and understood that no beginner could master such a technique. Looking at his shaking hand, Logan realized that he had used up all his strength with the first blow, but he considered it useful to have such an ace up his sleeve. Waving his hand, the young man realized that he had achieved the desired result from his training, and was preparing to proudly report this to his father. However, smelling his clothes and himself, the boy thought that he should wash up first. As he approached the castle, Logan saw the flags of the Empire and immediately went to meet them. But in front of his father's room, Logan was stopped by a knight who informed him that the Lord could not meet with him and that the young man should leave. Logan did not understand the reason for this attitude and asked if his father was ill if he could not meet him. The insolent knight pointed out that no one could meet with the king without prior notice and asked if he was sure he had not misunderstood. Rick whispered in Logan's ear that he was right and that these laws had been in place for a couple of hundred years. However, Logan disagreed and pointed out that 3 months ago he was able to meet with his father without any obstacles. The smiling guard pointed out that this meeting meant that another guard had not performed his duties properly. Suddenly, Logan heard people talking nearby, saying that the night guard was lashing out at the young master. Logan felt his hearing improve and realized that the other guards from the castle were laughing at him. The knights of the castle discussed among themselves Logan's weakness and fear, and the night guard's superiority over him. The young master understood that his reputation had fallen very low during his absence, and the guard noted that he should warn him next time. Logan exhaled calmly but mentally understood that an unpleasant situation had happened to him. He understood that he wanted to demonstrate his changes, but reaching into his pocket, he ordered the knight to give his name. Not understanding what the young master was doing, the puzzled knight said his name was Dominion. Closing his eyes, Logan calmly repeated the name of the guard who had prevented him from meeting his father. In a moment, the astonished guards from the castle listened to Logan's accusations against the knight who was guarding the king. While Logan continued to accuse the guard, Rick tried to stop him by addressing him. The guard himself could not understand why Logan was starting to use his authority. Suddenly, after saying something about unfair contempt, Logan threw down the gauntlet to Dominion. In a moment, the young master confidently shouted that he was challenging Dominion to a duel. The shocked guards from the castle who were watching this turn of events asked in amazement what he meant. While everyone around him froze in shock, Logan asked Dominion with satisfaction why he was silent and whether he was afraid. Confused, Rick began to look around, not understanding what the young master wanted to achieve. However, Logan confidently asked if he was really afraid. Like the coward, the knights called the young master among themselves. Dominion remained standing in place with gloves on his face while Logan concluded that the guard's best years were now behind him. But in a moment, straightening up and removing the gloves from his face, Dominion briefly agreed to the confrontation. Clutching his gloves angrily, Dominion could no longer contain his emotions and began to speak. Gritting his teeth in rage, Dominion shouted that he would accept the challenge from the young master. Satisfied, Logan smiled calmly, looking forward to the opportunity to use his newly acquired skills. After this exchange and agreement, the heroes moved to the armory to prepare for the confrontation. Taking up their weapons, Logan and Dominion stood facing each other before the duel began. The other guards who watched this scene were sure that the young master would definitely lose against the Knight of the Kingdom. Logan stood proudly with a confident posture, listening to talk of his weakness and cowardice. Hearing the confident bets on his defeat, Logan really couldn't believe that no one believed in his victory. A moment later, Dominion approached him and noted that the young master looked relaxed for someone about to face a confrontation. Puzzled, Dominion advised the master to spare himself and not engage in the confrontation. Smiling, Logan thought that the knight had enough audacity to agree to a confrontation with him, but not enough to speak insults in front of others. The young master's servants were also present at the confrontation, watching him with horror, expecting him to lose. At that moment, Rick stopped breathing, anticipating disaster for their team of servants. A moment later, a man stepped between the two duelists and rose to deliver a speech. It was another knight who announced the official start of the duel between Logan McLean and Sir Dominion. He added that the confrontation would be conducted with wooden swords for additional safety measures. After that, he glanced at Logan for a moment. Surprising the young master, Logan looked back at the knight intently, not understanding what he wanted to add. The guard did not know if he should continue, but he understood that the young master was too stubborn. With numerous doubts about the advisability and safety of this confrontation, the guard raised his hand above his head. He then began to lower his hand, shouting for the duelists to begin their confrontation and urging Dominion to be careful. Immediately after the shout announcing the start of the duel, Dominion jumped up from his seat and stepped back. Logan confidently remained in his place and began to look around, preparing for the fight. Jumping back, Dominion took up a fighting stance to prepare for Logan's attack. The knight radiated energy and strength that he could use during the fight. The castle guards who were watching the confrontation began to discuss Dominion's possible use of excessive force. Rick and the other servants were frightened for Logan, and the guard judge asked Dominion to be careful. Looking around, Logan indifferently realized that this could scare someone who didn't know any better. However, looking at Dominion, Logan noticed that he was clumsy in his use of power, and that its release was due to the owner's lack of control. After that, Logan turned to his opponent and pointed out that he was tense. The young master's question about whether something had upset him angered Dominion for a moment. Recalling Logan's phrase about the end of his best years, Dominion angrily clenched his sword in his hands, preparing to attack. At one time, Dominion was one of the weakest knights in the order and was planning to retire. He did not worry about his duties and expected to retire normally when he reached the appropriate age. However, Logan's phrase about the end of his best years stuck in his mind. This phrase angered him, and Dominion could not understand why someone like Logan could allow himself to say such a thing about him. With these thoughts in mind, Dominion gathered his strength and launched a fierce attack on his opponent. After this move, Rick jumped up from his seat and began to ask the judge to stop the confrontation, but the judge replied that Logan himself had agreed to it. Jumping out of his seat with an attack, Dominion realized that he had already agreed to retire in any case. Swinging his sword, Dominion wanted to finish Logan off with his secret fighting technique. Despite the guard's swift attack, Logan calmly remained standing in his place and watched his opponent. He was neither impressed nor frightened by such a sudden attack, but watched Dominion closely as he advanced. As the enemy approached, Logan made a quick and confident move to avoid a direct blow. Using his acquired strength, he calmly blocked Dominion's attack with his sword. After clashing his sword with the young master's sword, Dominion cried out in exhaustion, having expended excessive energy. In an instant, Dominion's sword was knocked to the ground after he was unable to maintain such tension against his master. Logan stood calmly in his place, feeling no significant strain in holding Dominion's attack. However, Dominion himself did not even have the strength to stand in his place, causing him to fall to the ground. Holding the sword in his hand, Logan's energy and the flames around him began to spread to the weapon itself. Lowering his sword to the body of his fallen enemy, the young master noted that Dominion called himself a knight. After that, he briefly asked if that was the maximum power Dominion could demonstrate. The shocked knights who watched the events unfold on the battlefield could not believe the young master's easy victory. Logan's servants and the guard judge were also shocked by the young master's strength. While everyone around him was frozen in shock, Logan calmly lowered his sword onto the body of his fallen enemy. The guards from the castle began to note that it was incredible and added that not everyone had noticed Logan's victory. No one could believe that the young master knew how to use his strength, and at that moment, Logan himself calmly addressed the judge. The shocked guard judge began to approach Logan and respond to his appeal. Logan said he wanted to give Dominion another chance and asked the judge's opinion on this. The judge gladly agreed and leaned toward Dominion to address him about this proposal. When asked if he was okay, Dominion couldn't understand what had happened and why he was reacting this way. Looking at Logan, he couldn't believe that he was weaker than this kid he had underestimated. Picking up his sword and clenching it angrily, he told himself that he was not weaker and began to get up. He shouted that this couldn't be happening and began to swing his sword to confront the young master again. Looking at the guard, Logan understood that he was angry because he had put too much pressure on himself. After that, he struck his opponent and shouted that it could happen, and it did happen. This blow caused significant damage to Dominion, who began to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. An angry Logan calmly watched the defeat of his enemy who had underestimated him. Watching him, he thought about how he had even given the guard a second chance, which the guard had not used wisely. After falling to the ground, Dominion grabbed his face with his hand where the last blow had landed and began to shake. His nose was bleeding from the blow, and Dominion tried to stop the blood from flowing. Looking up at Logan, the guard began to address him as his young master. He began to say that he admitted defeat when suddenly Logan's sword began to approach his head. The young master delivered a powerful blow to the head of the fallen Dominion, shocking him. Logan himself thought that he had shown enough mercy to a vassal who had rebelled against his master, but now it was time to get what he deserved. He looked angrily at his fallen enemy and once again noted in his mind that this was for his crimes against him. A moment later, he began to swing his sword again at the fallen enemy. Dominion was struck with a series of blows, after which he began to cry out in pain and scream for his master to stop. The shocked servants could not believe such cruelty, and Rick asked the judge if it was possible to stop the duelist. The shocked knights who were watching the confrontation began to ask if it was really their master given the changes. The observers paid particular attention to Logan's swordplay, as he wielded it as if he had been using it in battle for decades. After delivering a series of blows, Logan stood before the fallen guard with his sword in his hand. The shocked guard judge began to approach and announce the winner of the duel. All eyes were on Logan McLean, who was declared the winner in his confrontation with the Knight Dominion. After that, Logan finally arrived at his father's room, who noted his impressive victory in the duel. Without turning to his son, Patrick noted that he had awakened and asked what had happened to him during training. Logan realized that his father had been watching their duel and his son's use of force. When his father asked him about it, Logan replied briefly that he had gotten rid of his greed and was ready to let go of the past. After explaining that he had unexpectedly felt a surge of strength after working with his mind, Logan remembered that this was exactly what had happened to him in his past life. Logan lowered his head and waited for his father's reaction as he began to ask his son questions. The king began to return to his son and noted that he had indeed changed, but there was one thing. He pointed out sharply that his son's first action after gaining strength was to attack a knight of the royal court. Logan began to justify himself, noting that the knight deserved it, and asked if his father had heard the whole story from the guards. Patrick replied that this was indeed the case, but asked if it was necessary to use such excessive force. His son confidently replied that it was necessary to use force. His father clearly disagreed and asked if that was really what his son thought. Logan recalled the moment when the knight tried to deceive the master's son and make him a laughingstock. Logan's main argument was the concept of hierarchy and its structure. If it was shaken, the entire balance of the system would be disrupted. Recalling his past, Logan was convinced that his actions were correct, and noted that this example would be instructive for all guards. For a moment, the young master listened attentively to his father, who pointed out that Dominion had clearly made a big mistake and tried to deceive Logan. However, he added that his son had gone too far and told him to keep himself in check with the power he had received. Logan couldn't believe that the king had forgiven him so easily, so he asked if his son wanted punishment, to which he replied, no. Patrick noted that he did not consider his son's actions to be right, and added that he should not make such mistakes again, and not allow himself to do such things without permission. Logan briefly replied to his father's statement that he would remember everything he had said. After this conversation, Logan was about to leave when his father suddenly said that there was something else his son needed to know. The young master paused and waited expectantly for his father's speech. The king's statement that Logan's fiancée, Rena, would soon be visiting them took him by surprise and shocked him. He raised his head and silently rejoiced that she would finally arrive, which would be beneficial for him. Recalling the image of his bride in his mind, Logan had the same thoughts. Smiling maniacally, Logan realized that his cash cow was finally coming to him. After a while, a girl in a dress and heels began to emerge from the carriage that had arrived in the kingdom. Getting out of the carriage, Rena looked up at the sunny, cloudless sky above her with satisfaction after her long journey. She began to walk toward the castle entrance as cries of "Lady Rena Wolves has arrived" began to echo around her. Upon arrival, Rena headed to the castle, walking down the red carpet through the corridors. The servants who met Rena in the corridors gazed at her in awe, holding their breath. The guards who noticed Rena were impressed by her and discussed how lucky the young master was to have such a girl as his wife. However, Rena paid no attention to the excessive reaction of those around her to her arrival, and with her eyes closed, headed for the meeting. Approaching the people who were waiting for her, she smiled and greeted Lord McLean. She radiated happiness and joy and then asked if they had been living well. Noticing the girl, Patrick McLean smiled and remarked that Rena had become a true lady. Rick, who was standing aside, also gazed enchantedly at the beautiful girl he remembered from his childhood. However, among the McLean family, most of the attention was focused on Logan, who was to become the bride's fiancé. The only mystery was why Logan was not beaming with joy at meeting Lady Wolves. Reaching out to her servant, Rena asked permission to read the letter entrusted to her by the Count. The McLean family stood on the second floor of the castle looking down at the girl. Rena began to read the letter's author's address to Patrick McLean as a friend. Half an hour passed since Rena began reading the letter, and the guards around her, despite being enchanted by the girl, could not wait for the end. Finally, Rena finished reading the letter and noted the urgent conditions and obstacle. In the end, there was a statement from Kieran Wolves requesting that the marriage be annulled. That was all that was written in the letter, after which Rena handed it to the servant standing next to her. All this time, Patrick remained in his place above and listened attentively to the letter from Kieran. Silence fell over the palace after the letter was read, which completely changed the course of events. Logan remained calm and understood that the author of the letter had been pondering the only possible solution all this time. The young man could imagine the conditions under which Chiron had proclaimed Patrick McLean's low powers. He considered Logan himself to be even weaker in power, so he had no idea why they should unite with them. In Logan's mind, it seemed synchronous and logical given the wolves' indifference. He understood that this was exactly what the wolves would have wanted to say instead of a formal letter. Patrick broke the silence and, after a moment's thought, announced the annulment of the marriage. Anger filled McLean Sr., and he rudely asked if the Wolves family was trying to humiliate their family. Patrick could not contain his emotions, so when he squeezed the stone railing, it began to crack. The concerned guards around them understood the complexity of the situation involving the king and the family. However, Rena immediately denied this claim and pointed out that she had personally requested that this message be sent to avoid misunderstandings. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and the girl noted that the memories of spending a year at the McLean's house would remain in her memory forever. After all, the moments spent with Logan at an early age were cherished in her memory, and she had no desire to forget them. But she added that she could not disobey her family, so she was obliged to carry out these instructions. The servants around her were enchanted by this lady and noted that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Despite showing his affection, Logan was angry and understood the complexity of the situation. The queen intervened in the conversation and asked what the real reason for this action was. She added that she would like to hear about the obstacles that had prevented the marriage from taking place. Rena could not answer this question immediately, so she looked up, holding back her tears. Logan looked closely at the angry Queen Marian Kiros, who was his stepmother and Ronian's biological mother. It was strange to him that she was interfering in these matters, as he believed that she saw him as an enemy due to his succession to the throne. Mariana Rena was unable to answer the specific question and apologized, saying that she could not say anything because she did not know herself. When asked again, Rena replied that she had been ordered to marry and become part of another family. Shocked and angry, Marian asked again if Rena had come to announce the annulment of the wedding, without giving a reason. Rena did not answer again and said that the wolves planned to pay the McLeans instead of the wedding. The McLean family froze in their seats, not responding to this proposal. Rena continued and mentioned the sum of 3 million gold coins as compensation. One of the men from the Wolves family circle repeated the amount of 3 million in shock. It was Dwayne Filsner who managed the Wolf family's finances and couldn't believe such a sum would be spent. The McLeans did not respond to this statement, but Logan was already considering the need to obtain the specified amount. An angry Patrick began to shout and ask how they dared to make such an offer. This outburst took the guards around him by surprise, and they began to lose their balance from the king's power. At the moment of the shout, a guard jumped in front of Rena and asked the hostess to stand behind him. Rockfern greeted him and asked the lord to calm down so that the discussion could continue. Patrick noted the knight's high rank and remarked that it was impressive given his young age. Looking at the young man, Patrick reflected on the equality of the wounds of the stars of the House of Wolves and the humiliation of the dignity of the House of McLeans. However, the young man himself tried to focus and calm the situation around him. While the knight began to report on the commendable words of the head of the House of Wolves about the McLeans, Patrick himself almost crushed the railing he was holding onto again. Rena intervened in the dialogue again and pointed out that they were not trying to buy honor with money, but wanted to preserve the friendship between their houses. Trying to restrain his anger, Patrick realized that he would become a dishonorable man if he continued to press the guests. An angry Patrick suspected that this was exactly what Wolves Sr. was trying to achieve by sending his children here. When Patrick said that the McLean house would not pressure the guests, Rena breathed a sigh of relief, but Rockefeller remained cautious. As the sun's rays stretched across the castle, Patrick noted that they would not accept the terms of the annulment, but would ask for only one thing. He said he only wanted a simple apology from Rena to his son and would accept no other compensation. The satisfied guards around him began to enthusiastically discuss their master's heroism and how true aristocrats should be just like him. Suddenly, Logan interrupted the conversation and raised his hand to interrupt his father's speech. He noted that as a person who was concerned about the annulment of the marriage, he would like to ask for something. The young man looked nervously at his father and begged him to listen. His stepmother was shocked and couldn't understand what Logan wanted to ask, so she looked at him with interest. However, Logan understood that they had to get those $3 million at any cost. Logan briefly noted that he would like to accept the Wolves' offer, which took Patrick by surprise. His father angrily asked the young man if he was suggesting that he go back on his word. A shout filled the space around them, and Logan froze in place listening to his father. He exhaled heavily, restraining his father's anger, but was preparing to continue his thought. Restraining his power, Logan understood that if he failed to fix things now, there would be no opportunity to move forward. Patrick told Logan that their home was not so poor that they had to refuse the honor of receiving money. However, Logan did not want to back down from his statement and exhaled heavily, preparing for a confrontation with his father. He sharply stated that their house was indeed so poor that it shocked those present. A moment later, Logan began shouting that they had to return 3 million gold coins to the bank. After this statement, he asked about the annual interest rate charged by the bank, which was a huge amount. Logan began pointing at his father and stated that without Chiron's support, their family would go bankrupt. He concluded by adding that, in addition, they would become a large house of poor people. At his son's cries that they would be ruined if they refused the offer, Patrick froze and did not respond to his son. Logan imagined how he would say all this and put Patrick and his stepmother in an awkward position. However, he understood that he would have to restrain himself given the formal meeting. As the sun's rays filled the castle, Logan concluded that the reason for accepting the 3 million was a matter of honor. Patrick asked if that was why Logan wanted his father to go back on his word. The son apologized and noted that the wolves' house was superior to theirs, and that the count also ruled the east. The shocked servants whispered about Logan's speech against his father's will and words. In response to Logan's statement that a simple apology could lead to rumors of the wolves' submission to the McLeans, Rhina pointed out that they were a sensible family. She added that the entire family greatly respected the honor of the McLean house. During the entire meeting, Logan addressed Rhina for the first time and noted her arrival to break off the engagement. The young man noted with dissatisfaction that she continued to assert her intelligence, thereby making herself a laughingstock. Such rudeness took Rhina by surprise and outraged her, but she did not respond. Logan began to recall moments from his past life related to his relationship with Rhina. During their last meeting, she announced the end of their relationship, but expressed a desire to create one last shared memory. The breakup had a very negative effect on Logan, who did not want this turn of events. Upset, Logan suggested they run away that evening, when she suddenly pulled a dagger from under her dress. This shocked the young man, who turned to his beloved girlfriend in confusion. In a moment, the same knife was already heading towards Logan, who froze in place. Shocked, Logan watched the knife approaching him and couldn't believe it. However, thanks to his lightning-fast reaction, he managed to draw his sword in time and block Rhina's blow. The satisfied girl turned to Logan and asked him if he thought a guy like him could control her. Confused, Logan couldn't believe his beloved girlfriend's statement about his clumsiness and weakness. Suddenly, Rhina began to take off her dress and scream loudly for no reason. A moment later, Rhina's guard burst into the room and she explained that Logan had become aggressive. Tears streamed from her eyes and she did not finish her sentence about what Logan had done to her. At that moment, Logan, caught off guard, realized that the girl had managed to catch him. Looking at the girl, he remembered that moment and silently cursed himself for his actions and the consequences for Logan. Focusing on the girl, Logan thought that she was probably planning something similar again. But now, looking at her from above, he realized that this time she would definitely fail. Logan began to remember his primary goal, which was to change his family's attitude towards him. He hoped that one day his loved ones would return to him and change their minds. Now, looking at those around him, he realized that those were his former thoughts. The young man remembered his confrontation with Dominion, which made him clearly understand the attitude of the castle guards towards him. After all, they had mocked him, and that mockery had only grown during his absence from training. Looking around, Logan wondered if winning the respect of people of similar rank would give him a chance to earn the respect of his family. He thought about it and began to recall the events leading up to the regional war, concluding that his reputation was now meaningless. Grabbing the railing, Logan began to squeeze it tensely, immersed in thoughts of his duty to save his family. A moment later, Logan turned to Lady Rhina and agreed to the compensation offer. Finally, he added that he was doing this despite the wishes of his family and other opinions. This took Rhina by surprise, as she had not expected such a turn of events regarding the compensation. After this outburst, Logan's father addressed him and asked how he could dare to contradict his will. When his son said that a simple apology wasn't enough, an angry Patrick asked him what he meant. However, Logan did not back down from his opinion and pointed out that if their honor was worth only a few words, then its value was negligible. Realizing the complexity of her situation, Lady Rhina, who remained in her place, also became tense. A moment later, she announced that the wolves would obey the wishes of Lord McLean, the master of the house. With this speech, all attention was drawn to the guest who had intervened in the quarrel between son and father. She addressed Lord Patrick McLean directly and asked him for his final decision on the matter. Having said this, the girl looked intently at Patrick, waiting for his reaction. Logan understood that the girl was saying this to save her father's reputation, but she herself was still determined to avoid paying the 3 million in compensation. Patrick stated that as a representative of the McLean family, an apology from the violators of the agreement would suffice. Everyone around held their breath, waiting for Patrick's final decision, and he began to explain his final decision on the matter. The father looked sharply at Logan and said that he was leaving the final decision to him. Marion immediately intervened in the argument, shouting an appeal to her husband. While Rhina tried to remain calm, everyone around began whispering among themselves about the Lord's decision. Despite her indignation at McLean's senior's statement, Rhina did not protest or express excessive emotion. Without turning away from his father, Logan listened to his last piece of advice to remain cautious about the decision. Logan turned to his father, who concluded that this decision could greatly affect his son's future. He explained that if his son agreed, he would gladly agree to sell his honor for money in the future. After this advice, Patrick focused on his son, awaiting his final decision. After mentally apologizing to his father, Logan began his speech on behalf of the person who had suffered from the dissolution of the marriage. The young man stated that he would accept the funds offered by the Wolves family as compensation for breach of contract. Looking back at Logan, his stepmother exhaled with interest, anticipating an interesting turn of events. Now, Rena's tension and indignation at the McLean family's decision were evident. After this speech, the father turned to Logan and said that he had expected his son to change for the better. However, Logan ignored his father's disagreement and held on to his confidence and conviction that he was on the right path. Turning away from his son, Patrick finally noted that he had changed for the worse. Listening to his father's reproaches, Logan lowered his head, understanding his loved one's dissatisfaction but did not resist his slander. But in his mind, Logan began to justify himself, noting that he was doing this solely for the good of their family. Flags bearing the McLean's family crest flew atop the castle on a sunny day. Before Logan stood mountains of gold coins glistening in the sun. Looking at them, Logan could not help but rejoice at acquiring such riches. Despite his joy, he tried to restrain his emotions and understood that first, they needed to be deposited in the bank. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door to Logan's office, which puzzled the young man, who told the visitor to come in. After taking his first steps into the room, the guest began to apologize to the young host. Logan immediately recognized his guest and began to ask if his memory had failed him, wondering if it was Dwayne who had come to visit him. Dwayne smiled contentedly and said that the young man had not mistaken him. Looking at his guest, Logan understood that, judging by his smile, he had not come to him just like that after receiving a significant amount of compensation money. Remembering Dwayne's status as chief financial officer, Logan looked at him sharply and wondered what he might need. Standing before McLean Jr., Dwayne began to recall his achievements as chief financier. After all, it was to him that all his subjects turned with requests to improve the life of the court, for which funds were needed. Remaining in a difficult position, Dwayne had to ask his father-in-law for help in restoring the deficit. Listening to all the problems and needs of the kingdom, Dwayne wanted to leave his position and resign if it weren't for the fact that it was his hometown. However, now he had a real opportunity to even out the situation for at least a couple of years. Dwayne saw Logan as a fool who could be manipulated for personal gain. He apologized mentally and noted that the young man would have to share the funds with him. But playing the part of an ordinary visitor, Dwayne said he had just come in to say hello, and added that the young owner had surprised him. Logan was indifferent to Dwayne's friendliness and interest in him, which he clearly demonstrated with his reaction. However, Dwayne immediately began to praise Logan for standing his ground in the face of pressure. Playing on his best emotions, the visitor began to raise his hand while continuing his speech. He showed a sign of respect and noted that he was impressed by the heir growing up in the McLeans. But Logan ignored Dwayne's eloquence and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Not expecting this turn of events, Dwayne began to cough and noted that in their day, 3 million gold pieces were like rain during a drought. Dwayne explained that Logan's quick thinking would help his family breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the funds received. However, Logan's claim that it was exclusively his money took Dwayne by surprise and shocked him. Dwayne imagined Logan greedily examining all the money he had received. This shocked Dwayne, who couldn't understand what the young man planned to do with all the money he had received. He tried to control his emotions and remain calm, but his hand was shaking with rage. Memories began to surface in Dwayne's mind of times when he had humiliated himself in front of others in order to get money. The financier had to beg for help from influential people in order to keep the McLeans afloat. Watching Dwayne's reaction, Logan couldn't understand why he started crying in front of him. Logan's question about whether things were really that bad suddenly changed Dwayne's mood from sadness to hope. Waving his arms, Dwayne began to talk about the debt that had accumulated interest from the bank, from the McLean family, in the amount of 3 million gold pieces. Logan's statement about the amount of annual interest on the debt took Dwayne by surprise. He looked at the calm young man and asked if he knew the size and interest rate of their debt to the bank. Logan indifferently replied that it was harvest season, thanks to which they could pay the interest, which once again shocked Dwayne. Without losing hope, Dwayne noted that they had always been strapped for cash. When Dwayne said that Logan's help could be beneficial, the young man immediately apologized and said that would not happen. This shocked Dwayne, who explained that he thought Logan's position against his father was for the sake of supporting the barony. In response to the financier's suspicions, Logan replied briefly that this was indeed the case. Dwayne was once again shocked by the young man's statement that everything was exactly as he had suspected. However, Logan explained that he would spend the money for the benefit of the family and not to cover current expenses. He explained that he needed to think about the future in this whirlwind of events. An angry Dwayne couldn't understand the young man's desire and wanted him to just give him the money. Logan asked, looking at the money, how paying off his debts to the bank could change the situation in general. Dwayne began to explain that this would provide additional opportunities and relaxation for the coming years. The young owner's question about what would happen after those few years took the financier by surprise. After asking his question, Logan noted that they would sink back into debt because it was a vicious circle in which the castle was trapped. The young man stated that he wanted to break the long-standing vicious circle in which the McLeans found themselves. Realizing the difficulty of his situation, Dwayne listened silently to Logan's plan for how he intended to use the funds. He couldn't believe that this was the same hooligan Logan McLean he knew. Looking at Logan, he remembered his opinion of him as a child who was indifferent to family problems. Picking up one of the coins, Logan noted with satisfaction that in return for his help in one matter, he would help cover part of the debt. Dwayne had no choice but to ask what kind of service the young master was requesting. Logan just smiled contentedly at his guest and explained that he needed to gather a small number of mercenaries. A short time later, Logan's travel bag was standing in front of him, and the servant asked anxiously if the young master was really leaving home. When Logan replied that everything was fine, Rick began to ask what was going on with his master, given his recent return from solitary training. The young master explained that he needed to earn money, to which a shocked Rick asked if he didn't have enough already. However, picking up the bag, Logan explained that he needed to have much more. Rick said that the Lord would be against this decision, given the tense atmosphere in the castle. Logan agreed with this statement and explained that this was precisely why he would leave in secret. Shocked, Rick was speechless and asked his master to repeat his last words. But Logan did not care and covered his ears, ordering his servant to be quiet. Logan thought about the need to change his reputation for successful actions in the future. Gazing at the sunbeam streaming into the room, he understood the need to organize an army outside the castle. He understood that fortunately he knew what was happening there because in his past life, it was during this period that he was expelled from his home. Logan continued to immerse himself in his thoughts and think through the necessary actions to be taken outside the castle. But suddenly Rick began to restrain him by force, pointing out the boy's youth as a reason to escape. Rick lay down on the floor to restrain his master and began to shout that he would have to go through him to escape. In a moment, Logan stepped on the servant's face, who immediately began to scream for him to stop. Standing over the servant, Logan told him not to worry because he had left a letter for his father on the table, so Rick would not be accused. Getting up from the floor, Rick asked with interest what Logan had written to his father in his farewell letter. However, Logan did not answer, but only smiled silently at the servant. Puzzled, Rick couldn't understand what that look and emotion meant. Standing before Lord McLean, Rick paled and waited in fear for his reaction. Reading the letter, Patrick clutched it tightly, radiating power mixed with irritation. Rick remained silently in his place, trying to contain his fear of his angry master. Staring at the message from his son, Patrick's face was expressionless with rage. The message was very short, about a short absence, and after reading it, Patrick began to clench the paper in his hands angrily. After that, Patrick loudly shouted the name of his eldest son, who had acted without permission. Remembering Logan's look before saying goodbye, Rick began to cry out of fear of Patrick and mentally urged the young master to return immediately. Previously, the McLean family was a powerful clan that spread its influence over significant territories around. However, due to the weak management of 3 generations leading up to the current lord, Patrick McLean, the clan began to lose its power and influence. The McLeans watched helplessly as their property was divided up and their influence in the kingdoms waned. As he made his way through the city, Logan understood the difficulty of the situation, given the lack of significant resources that made victory impossible. He understood that he needed to earn much more than $3 million so that the clan would no longer be dependent on donations. Looking around the city of Kyle, where the young man had arrived, he realized that there was someone here who could help him carry out his plan. It was a trading city where merchants and sellers of precious and ordinary goods called out to him at every turn. Looking around, Logan noted how far away the McLeans were compared to other cities. Looking at the photo card in his hand, Logan began to remember that this was where the person he was trying to find should be. The Golden Beetle Philip Cloud was the main person the young Master McLean was trying to find. The Ares Empire was one of the most powerful nations on the continent, thanks to its system of government and its implementation. A distinctive feature was that people's characteristics were irrelevant, except for their talent. Philip Cloud was one of those talented and powerful merchants who spread his influence throughout the empire. In practice, he used his influence and wealth to transform his homeland into a sovereign state. Passing through the streets of Logan, he stopped, realizing that he had achieved his first goal in the city. Before him, a lonely, exhausted young man with glasses sat on his knees, bent over with grief and exhaustion. Looking at the young man, Logan could not believe that this was the same Philip Clown who would become a powerful merchant in the future. Sitting on his knees, the sad young man couldn't believe how he could have been so deceived and didn't understand what he would live for now. Watching him, Logan remembered hearing a story that Philip's business had gone bankrupt because of the owner's deception. The tired boy grabbed his head, breathing heavily, realizing his failure. Not knowing what to do next, Philip wondered aloud whether he should just die after such a failure. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a young man who was approaching and apologizing for the disturbance. Greeting the boy, Logan asked if he was Philip Cloud with a sincere smile on his face. Confused, Philip began to get up and confirmed that it was him and asked who the young man who had approached him was. Philip focused on the expression and appearance of the young man who had approached him, while Logan said he was glad to find Philip. Asking if the young man had time for a chat, Logan began to approach him. Thinking about running away, Philip did not understand who this was and what he might want from him. Looking at Logan, Philip noticed the greed in the eyes of the young man who had approached him. Looking closely and assessing the young man's appearance and clothing, Philip thought that Logan was a mercenary. In a moment, Logan began to bend down to introduce himself to the boy as a merchant. However, the frightened Philip began to shout that they should come back in 3 days to collect the debt. Smiling, Logan immediately replied that he had not come to collect the debt from Philip. Inside Philip, a dog woke up and began to cry again that he had not yet received the proceeds to pay the debt. After this explanation, the frightened boy shouted at the young man who had approached him to go away. He couldn't calm down even though Logan stood calmly and quietly in his place, not approaching Philip. Trying to catch his breath, Philip mentally asked the young man to leave again. However, Logan, still smiling, asked the boy to calm down and pointed out that he had not come for money but wanted to invest the funds himself. Shocked, Philip asked if he had understood the phrase about investing correctly. As the sun lit up the houses and streets around them, Philip asked again if the young man wanted to invest, which Logan confirmed. At that moment, Philip began to understand that the young man who had found him had not come to collect a debt. Looking at the smiling young man who had been looking for him, Philip thought he was completely crazy. Clenching his fist, he couldn't believe that anyone would want to invest in him after his failure, although he hoped that this was the case. To overcome his doubts, he asked Logan briefly, looking at him intently, how much he wanted to invest. Calm, Logan asked briefly how much money Philip needed. After the young man said that Philip needed enough money to pay off his debts in order to get back on track, the boy couldn't believe his luck. He was touched and began to look at Logan as his savior in such a difficult period. However, he began to look closely at the young man who had found him and noticed Logan's sturdy armor. Focusing on the symbols on Logan's armor, he wondered if this young man had come from far away. Although he was happy, Philip remained cautious and bit his lip nervously. Smiling, Logan asked the boy how much money he needed and said he would try to help. However, Philip's remark that the young man was a petty thief stunned Logan, even though he continued to smile. Pointing at Logan, Philip said sharply that he should have been better prepared if he wanted to deceive the young merchant. After saying that Logan was not an investor, Philip pointed to the mark on the young man's armor and asked if it was the mark of the McLeans. Moving closer to Logan, Philip began to boldly point out that their family was poor, so they certainly did not have the resources to invest. Turning away from Logan, he concluded that he had picked the wrong person to deceive. A moment later, he returned to Logan and began shaking him, shouting that he was completely bankrupt, with tears in his eyes. Holding back his emotions, Logan noted to himself the resilience of young Philip despite his difficult situation. Looking at the boy who began to cry and shout that he didn't even have money for food, Logan wondered how to calm him down. A moment later, an idea came to him, and he began to approach Philip again. Logan spoke to Philip again, but the upset young man began to defiantly refuse to talk. A fire burned on Logan's hand, which was under the young man's control as he demonstrated to Philip. Shocked, Philip immediately realized that this was a power and asked if he was imagining things. Looking at the young man who had been searching for him, Philip couldn't believe that he had managed to find strength at such a young age and thought that he was unlikely to be deceiving him. In a moment, the boy's mood changed and he began to apologize for his sharp reaction to Logan's address and asked him to repeat the matter. Logan calmed down and closed his eyes with satisfaction, relieved that he had managed to convince the boy to take his side. After that, Logan quickly said that he wanted to hire Philip permanently with the bonus of paying off his debt. The boy asked about this offer just as Logan dropped his backpack at his feet. Philip responded about his debt, to which Logan replied that he would pay everything off and add $50,000 for Philip, and began to reach for the backpack. When the backpack was opened, a bright light shone on Philip, taking him by surprise. Before him lay 300,000 gold coins, which the young man who had been looking for him offered to pay him. Showing the money, Logan pointed out that the total amount for Philip was $50,000 and added that he was ready to pay the entire amount immediately. Confused, Philip looked at the money and could not believe his luck, and his emotions began to overwhelm him. With all the money, Logan began to be considered an angel who had descended from heaven to save the boy. A few moments later, blood dripped from Philip's finger, which he had cut himself. The boy directed these drops of blood onto the paper with the text in the lower right corner. Leaving the drops of blood on the contract with the young man who had approached him, Philip gazed spellbound at his savior. A witness stood aside who certified the signing of the employment contract, which provided for the subjugation of the employee to the employer. Now Philip understood his position and that he had become a subjugated person before another. Philip gradually paled as he listened to the conditions under which the curse of servitude could be lifted from him. After signing the contract, Logan and Philip began to walk away from the witch's magical bench, from which she kindly invited them to come again. Walking alongside Logan, Philip wondered if he had signed his own death warrant. Looking at the smiling owner beside him, he wondered if Logan had created the contract to turn Philip into a slave. Logan was the first to break the silence, noting that they could not trust each other, given that this was their first meeting. A sad Philip listened intently to Logan's condition that he needed a guarantee in their contract. Logan looked kindly at the boy and said that he would terminate the contract after they got to know each other better. After this explanation, he extended his hand to the confused boy and urged them to work together. Walking calmly alongside him, Philip did not understand the essence of the contract, given that his employer had not mentioned any terms or conditions. However, at the same time, he understood that he had no choice but to trust this stranger. Shaking hands, Philip asked Logan what he would need to do under the terms of the agreement. Logan smiled and enthusiastically pointed out that Philip should start by buying the monster's meat. Not understanding why he needed the monster's meat, Philip said that Logan was indeed a psychopath, but Logan himself understood the logic of the boy's confusion, given that the monster's blood and meat contained poison. However, remembering his past, Logan knew that the situation would soon change with regard to this special meat. Soon, people would learn about the possibility of removing the poison, after which they would begin to eat this meat regularly. After that, there would be progress in the treatment of people with disabilities. People themselves could not believe in such miracles associated with patients who had no chance of recovery. Even those who had previously become infertile will be able to notice the effect of improvement. Magicians from across the continent attested to the magic of the powers and effects that could be obtained. Logan recalled that this spread occurred solely due to the improvement in male potency. Now, with Philip behind him, Logan eagerly anticipated the transformation of 3 million into a sum dozens of times greater. Philip himself, having calmed down, calmly followed his master, preparing to carry out his tasks. Stopping in his tracks, he began to wonder if he should run away at that moment. After a while, a shocked Philip shouted, asking for the sum of 1 million gold coins to be repeated. While Philip argued about using such a sum for monster meat, those around him began to pay attention to the loud visitors. Philip said he was against it, but asked if the owner was sure about his decision. When Philip asked about the cost of the meat, Logan replied that it was worthless because it was simply burned. Raising his glass, Logan stated that if they simply hired someone to dispose of the bodies, they could do so for 200 gold pieces. The owner's remark about taking transportation costs into account surprised Philip, who did not expect such precision. Logan did not like this remark and asked if it was a mistake to calculate everything. After making calculations based on a budget of 1 million gold coins, Philip asked if Logan wanted to hire a guild for the hunt. Logan calmly confirmed the boy's suspicions and asked what could be wrong with that, sipping his drink from a glass. Slapping his hand on the table, Philip pointed out that this was completely the wrong move. Focusing on the host, Philip explained that since everyone just throws away the meat, it would be enough to simply buy it. McLean listened attentively to Philip's explanation that mercenaries could simply buy the meat that was planned to be thrown away instead of hunting. The young man confidently stated that, upon request, the mercenaries would bring all the meat of the kingdom's kalaks to Logan's feet, already processed. At that moment, Logan realized that this boy had already fully paid for himself and considered him amazing. Logan turned away from Philip with satisfaction, just as Philip asked to continue dealing with financial matters. A moment later, he remembered another aspect and turned to Philip again, returning to the boy. Handing him a letter with information, Logan asked Philip to find and buy everything he needed, reading that the boy had asked if he wanted to make toys. Smiling, Logan replied that it was something better and understood that he could not yet talk about creating weapons for war. While Philip carefully studied the list of necessary purchases, Logan began to recall the characteristics of the weapons needed for combat. Putting his glass down on the table, he realized that these weapons would be needed in large quantities for the mercenaries. Looking around, Logan also remembered the need to find a master and instructor to teach the mercenaries how to use the weapons. 2 days later, Logan moved on and arrived in the mercenary town of Harun. After addressing him, Kai Salon indifferently asked if they wanted to hire him as an instructor. He apologized and said he had never done anything like that, to which Logan explained that it would not be difficult, as the mercenaries needed to be trained. However, Kaisalon did not change his mind and advised him to hire professional teachers instead. Remembering his collaboration with Kaisalon in his past life, Logan realized that he would not be able to find anyone better, given his skills. During that period, his value only increased when he began teaching his skills to lower-ranking mercenaries. Logan smiled and realized that Kaisalon was not in the right mood at the moment, so he decided to offer him money. In a moment, he offered 4,000 gold coins to the higher-ranking mercenary for training beginners. The young man immediately held out his hand, hoping that the mercenary would agree to the offer. This puzzled Kaisalon, who did not expect such a turn of events in this conversation. He understood that a mercenary of his rank earned half as much per month, which made it a very lucrative offer. However, he did not allow himself to be so easily swayed and refused again, after which the young man offered 6,000 gold coins. Kaisalon noted that he preferred tasks where it was necessary to fight enemies directly. Folding his arms, Logan said with dissatisfaction that he had no choice. He looked sharply at the mercenary and said the amount of 7,000 gold coins for payment. This amount could not fail to attract the attention of Kaisalon, who tried not to be tempted. In anger, he slammed his fist against the wall behind him and began shouting that money couldn't buy everything. But Logan had an answer in the form of 8,000 gold coins, which appeased Kaisalon, who declared that now their views coincided. Logan was pleased with the very fact of hiring the skilled Kaisalon to his team. In addition, Kaisalon bowed to the young man and began to thank his employer in advance. Walking through the streets of the mercenary city, Kaisalon asked Logan about his origins. When Logan asked if Kaisalon was curious about why he hired him, he replied that it didn't matter considering the pay. Logan noted that this was a good answer and added that Kaisalon had a clear mind. Off to the side, people suddenly began shouting insults and abuse, which caught the attention of Kaisalon and Logan. The master was yelling at his subjects and waving his whip to make them walk faster. The frightened, shackled people bent over and moved forward under the cries and lashes of their master's whip. Iron balls were attached to their feet to prevent them from escaping. Kaisalon noted that their city was called the City of Mercenaries and Slaves, so they would encounter similar scenes more often in the future. Pointing ahead, he explained that further down the streets lay a market for unfree people. Sellers stood near square cages in which frightened slaves were locked up. Logan lowered his head and said that he knew about this market in front of them. He added that he planned to visit the market to buy one of the slaves for himself. One of the sellers standing near the cages and chained slaves noticed the men passing by. Thinking that Logan was a country bumpkin, the vendor smiled and called out to him to come closer. The vendor began shouting that he could offer buyers slaves at the cheapest price, but Logan and Kaisalon did not stop for a moment. With these shouts, Kaisalon focused his sharp gaze on the annoying vendor. This frightened the salesman, who cursed silently. not understanding what the famous Kaisolon was doing there. Kaisolon, on the other hand, calmly followed his employer, ignoring those around him. As they made their way through the market, Logan thought that he felt safer under Kaisolon's protection and did not regret hiring him. A moment later, the men stopped abruptly in front of something they encountered on the road along the market. Logan immediately noticed an excessive number of guards in front of one of the stalls. Looking around, Logan realized that this was probably the place he was looking for. An old man immediately approached Logan and said that he expected the young man to understand where he had come, to which Logan replied that he wanted to buy a gnome. Pointing the young man to the entrance, the old man bent down and said that he had come to the right place. Before entering, Logan looked around to assess the surroundings. Near the entrance, two sad young girls of a special race with distinctive features sat in one of the cages. Noticing the young man's interest, the old salesman noted that it was very difficult to catch elves and asked if the guest had seen them before. The old man was happy to offer additional information. However, Logan interrupted him and, pointing ahead, asked him to bring him the person he was pointing at. An elf with gray hair gathered in a bun was sitting on the floor in the back of the tent. It was an old man who paid no attention to them until the buyer remembered that the young man had come for the gnome from the very beginning. After he stood up, the chains connecting his legs became visible. There was also a wooden structure on his hands that prevented him from using them. The gnome himself looked at his buyer with burning eyes, who was exclusively interested in him. The smiling salesman began to explain the special features of this gnome and his high skill level. Logan was shocked to learn that the gnome he wanted to buy had a rare expert rank. Looking at the gnome, Logan realized that this option exceeded all the qualities he was looking for. Realizing that with this gnome he would not have to worry about anything, Logan asked the seller how much it cost. The seller immediately replied and said the price was at least 200,000 gold coins, given the expert rank of the desired gnome. Shocked, Logan couldn't understand if he was that much of a simpleton, considering the price offered. This reaction puzzled the seller, who did not understand the buyer's price expectations. Lowering his head, the seller said sadly that he would lower the price and offer 50,000. Satisfied, Logan couldn't help but rejoice at how much the seller had lowered the price as he left the tent with Kaisolon and the gnome. Moving on, Logan walked with a smile on his face, lost in thought. The gnome he had bought broke the silence, looking at the young man and noting that he was without pity. After the owner replied that it was a simple matter, the gnome asked Logan which direction he was leading him in. Looking at the gnome, Logan said that they were going to the McLean's house, where the gnome would need to make items for him. Lowering his gaze, the gnome noted that he had expected this turn of events. Focusing on the gnome, Logan began to recall that they needed passion in order to create true works of art. Logan also noticed that the gnome's eyes showed no desire to work or make an effort. So he turned to the gloomy gnome and set a term of 20 years. He smiled and explained that if the gnome worked hard for him for 20 years, he would be released to his native mountains. Without losing his enthusiasm, Logan asked if the 20-year term was nonsense for the gnomes. The dwarf's eyes lit up with desire and hope at the condition under which he could be free in the mountains. While Logan was talking to the dwarf, suddenly cries began to ring out from the side, calling for someone to be caught. One of the slave owners shouted angrily and demanded that someone catch his prey. He was shouting about one of the slaves who had seized the moment to escape, heading in the direction of Logan and his team. The fugitive slave quickly moved his feet to get far enough away from his owner. The speed and eagerness of the fleeing slave caught the attention of Logan, who was watching him. It was a very young child carrying another slave younger than himself on his back. Logan froze in place, impressed by the sight of the escape. The creature running away with a smaller version of itself on its back had eyes of different colors and was exhausted. People in the market began to look around amid the cries of the slave trader, who was trying to catch the fugitives. Despite the people around him and their cries, the older fugitive slave carrying the baby on his shoulders did not stop and continued to run down the street. People around him were alarmed by this turn of events, but they couldn't react quickly enough due to the fugitive's speed. Rushing past people, the fugitive slave left a long trail behind him and knocked ordinary passers-by off balance. An uncontrollable desire for freedom prevented the fugitive from stopping. Despite his exhaustion and fatigue, the child behind him hugged the older fugitive tightly around the neck, holding on during the fast run. Suddenly, someone pointed out the fugitive's exact location, which caught his attention and stopped him for a moment. However, during this moment of pause, one of the market slave owners kicked him in the head, knocking the slave to the ground. Looking at the owner of the fugitives, the seller who had stopped them said that now he was caught. The force of the blow knocked the young slave off balance, and his body began to shake after the fall. Stopping the bleeding on his bitten hand and looking at the fugitive, the seller asked how he dared. Scolding the slave, the seller swung his leg to kick him and asked how he could have dared to bite him. Leaning over the little boy with the same eyes, tears began to fall from the older man's eyes, and the little boy told his brother that he was fine. Kaisolon noticed Logan's interest and pointed out that they were ordinary slaves who were not worth stopping for. Logan replied that he understood this, but something was stopping him. His attention was drawn to the slaves' appearance, namely their blue hair and different colored eyes, which he had seen before. Suddenly, Logan remembered a special memory and shouted Victor's name. This puzzled Kaisolon, but Logan said it wasn't important and asked for a moment. Logan thought for a moment and couldn't believe that he had met an assassin aristocrat here whom he remembered from his past life. Memories of a slave who had escaped from his masters after their destruction came to Logan's mind. He was wanted for the destruction of numerous soldiers and knights, including an aristocrat. He was a young slave who, for the sake of freedom, destroyed everyone in his path without remorse. 10 years later, he reappeared, but now he was much more powerful and skilled. He destroyed the entire family that had previously owned him without hesitation. After that, he killed all the aristocrats he encountered in Grandia, earning him the nickname the Aura User who killed aristocrats. Analyzing the course of events in his life, Logan realized that the person he needed had not yet been acquired. He understood that if he saved the boy, the future famous Aura User would be on his side. Suddenly, more blood was spilled in the market and screams began to rise, distracting Logan from his thoughts. The slave trader began to shout for someone to take that scoundrel away from him. At that moment, Victor sank his teeth into the slave owner's leg and began to gnaw on it. He bit down viciously and deeply pierced the skin of the man who was hunting him. Watching him, Logan thought that he could simply be locked up to avoid the destruction of his allies. The slave owner continued to yell for him to stop and curse at the slave who would not let go of his leg. In a moment, he began to swing his leg to strike the slave when he was suddenly stopped. This shocked the slave trader, who began to curse about who could have dared to interfere with him. Logan calmly stood in front of the slave owner and focused his sharp gaze on him. His sword prevented the slave owner from striking the helpless but special slave boy. Looking at the man who had stopped him, the slave owner could not understand when he had managed to approach and who he was. However, his gaze immediately focused on the symbol on the armor of the man who had stopped him. In a moment, he began to withdraw his foot, saying that he understood that a customer had come to him. The man's expression changed instantly, and he explained kindly that sometimes the merchandise needed to be trained and asked if he could help with the selection. The young man in special armor replied briefly that he wanted to buy several slaves. Pointing to children with different eye colors, the slave owner noted that they were expensive and asked if the customer was sure of his choice. When the price was announced at a minimum of 10,000 gold coins each, Logan looked sharply at the seller. Logan understood that this was a greatly inflated price, but at the same time, he knew how useful they would be in the future. In particular, he had no desire to give this slave owner the opportunity to make a fortune off him. Pointing to the children, Logan noted that the price was excessive given their condition. The younger of the children could not hold back his tears as he looked at his wounded brother. Despite the seller's insistence, Logan offered 5,000 gold pieces for each of them, even though this was a higher price than for a healthy slave. However, the seller did not want to back down and began to explain that this would not even cover the initial price of these slaves. Losing his respect, Logan began to ask rudely if he looked like he didn't know the real prices for slaves. His hand tightened its grip on the weapon that gave him the upper hand. At the same time, the slave owner himself could barely contain his anger due to the pain and the argument with the customer. Blood continued to flow from his leg, and the seller understood that this slave would only bring him trouble that was unlikely to end. Realizing his losing position, he lowered his head and closed his eyes before making his decision. A few moments later, the deal was struck, and the battered Victor became Logan's property. After that, Kai Salon took Victor on his shoulders to carry him along the road, which puzzled him when he woke up. Looking at the boy, Logan smiled and noted that he had quickly come to his senses. Logan mentally relaxed after releasing his power so that no one present would notice. To him, it felt better than the magic of most low-level priests. However, something caught Logan's attention in the skills of the purchased children he looked back at. He realized that the younger sister had the ability to see his power, which stood out. This was unique because even the experienced Kai Solon did not notice it, unlike the little girl. But Logan thought for a moment that it was just a coincidence because possessing this ability was extremely rare. Exhausted, Victor barely held on to Kai Solon's shoulders after waking up, who had been carrying him all this time. Suddenly, he made a sharp movement and jumped off Kai Salon's back, taking him by surprise and shocking him. In a moment, Victor was already flying with his fist raised at the enemy, shouting challenges and calls for death. He directed his blow at Logan, who remained calmly in his place and ignored the boy's approach. With a slight movement of his head, Logan dodged Victor's fist and watched his strike. Then he calmly grabbed the boy's thin arm and held him in the air. Holding the boy by the arm, he began to move his hand to grab the attacker. With a sharp movement of his other hand, Logan grabbed Victor by the neck, catching him off guard, after which he exhaled heavily. Grabbing the teenager, Logan focused on him and noted that he didn't understand whether he was possessed or stupid. Hearing his sister's cries behind him, Victor began to shout for her to run while she still had the chance. An angry Logan asked Victor if he understood the situation he was in. Continuing to hold him in the air, McLean asked if he was like a slave trader. The difficulty of the situation brought tears to Victor's eyes, while Logan praised him for his fighting spirit, but noted the wisdom in choosing his opponents. In conclusion, Logan promised to ensure the safety of Victor and his sister if they obeyed. Squeezing his neck, Logan added that otherwise he would get rid of them both. After this speech, he released Victor's neck, and Victor began to breathe heavily and greedily. The exhausted boy fell to the ground, unable to maintain his balance. As the boy fell, Logan bent down and knelt beside him. Looking at the tired young boy, Logan realized that this would definitely be enough. A moment later, Logan told Victor that he planned to make him a knight, which took him by surprise. Impressed, Victor began to ask if his master was talking about him, which Logan confirmed, noting the important status of knights. Logan smiled and said that Victor would be able to bypass this condition, given his status as a slave. He also mentioned Victor's sister, who could also bypass this system thanks to her brother's achievements. This was very important to Victor, who had always tried to save his sister, whom he now gazed at enchantedly. Preparing to answer, Victor began to lean on his hand to help himself stand up. Once he was steady, the boy quickly shouted that he agreed to the master's proposal. Logan smiled and realized that his suspicions about the boy's decision were correct. A moment later, Victor's sister, who had always been a source of influence for him, sat down next to him. Getting up, Logan announced that they would begin training after returning home and turned to the gnome Hamar. The host's request to step aside for a moment surprised the gnome, who did not understand why he needed to discuss anything with him. However, after leaving the children, Logan announced that he would draw up a contract. This puzzled Hamar, who asked about the contract the master had mentioned. During this conversation, Kaisolon spent time with the children, who were able to keep her calm. Taking out a special piece of paper that emitted a bright blue glow, Logan announced that it would be a magical contract. It was a contract stipulating that the gnome would be set free after 20 years of loyal service, which shocked Hamar. Pleased, Logan noticed Hamar's joy and confusion and asked if that was really what he wanted, to which Hamar responded with cries of agreement. Hammer couldn't believe his luck and began shouting that he would do anything for his master. Unable to contain his emotions, tears of joy and hope for freedom streamed from Hamar's eyes. Looking at Hamar, Logan was pleased that he had brought him joy and gained himself a loyal servant. The gnome bowed before him and thanked his master for such favorable terms of employment. Observing the dwarf's emotional outburst, Logan realized that he had succeeded in motivating him as much as possible. Now Logan knew he could get everything his heart desired and even more, considering he had recruited aristocrats into his ranks. Focusing on the sunny sky, Logan mentally noted the good preparation for the war between the regions. However, Logan could not have suspected what rumors were spreading about him during his absence from the lands of McLean. His reputation had been greatly diminished, although there were those who sided with the young lord. One of them was Rick, who had many problems in his attempts to change the attitude towards his master. When Logan returned to his native castle, Rick was one of the first to meet him. Noticing his joy at the master's arrival, Logan smiled and asked the servant how he had been doing all this time. Unable to contain his joy, Rick approached his master and addressed him. Unable to believe his joy, he asked if his master was really interested in this, to which Logan replied that he was glad to see his servant smile. In a moment, Rick's mood changed, and he rudely asked what Logan had been doing all this time, and if he knew about the rumors circulating about him. This was because Logan had spent 150,000 gold coins on monster meat a few days earlier, which was what Philip had been doing. He tried to convey the opinion of the crowd of people who had gathered to listen to the young man. However, the proposal to purchase monster meat had a noticeably negative impact on those present. Despite the insults and humiliation, Philip stated that the young Master McLean wanted to buy him out. Upon hearing the name McLean, those present immediately began to recall the broken engagement and negative news associated with the young master. Listening to all these insults about the master, Philip realized that he did not know enough information and news about his employer. However, Philip could not miss the opportunity to complete the task, so he confidently offered 1 gold coin for 1 kilogram of meat. This price shocked the sellers, who had planned to simply throw this junk away for free. Philip understood that any hired hand would want to earn money regardless of the buyers, so he asked the men. After that, he stepped up and shouted for everyone to bring him the prepared meat. The news of young McLean's involvement in this business spread to their territory, which, to Rick's surprise, pleased Logan. Logan pointed out to his servant the people he had returned home with, and urged him to look at their faces and think about how much gossip they had heard. Despite Logan's reassurances, Rick was not so calm, and argued that his master should not be so calm either. He mentioned the head of the house and noted that he was furious about the recent events. When Logan visited his father, he immediately asked if his son had enjoyed running away from home. Logan calmly replied that it had been a really useful trip for him. The angry father looked up at his son and said that he had heard about his son's wise deeds and was glad that he had benefited from them. Noting that the rumors were just rumors, Logan added that he did not regret his actions and deeds in any way. Standing next to Logan's father was his stepmother, who looked at him with satisfaction, expecting the young man to be punished. A moment later, she turned to her husband and pointed out that the young master had no idea where his place was, which negatively affected their honor. Logan responded to these accusations by saying that this was too much, and pointed out that he had spent almost nothing of the money he had received. However, the angry stepmother refused to back down and menacingly ordered Logan to repeat himself. She turned to her husband and asked if he would let it go unpunished again, to which he slammed his hand on the table and ordered her to stop. The woman continued to insist that Logan was guilty, at which point the elder lord shouted that there had been enough arguing. He rose from his seat and leaned on the table while his shocked wife backed away after his outburst. When the lord said he wanted to talk to Logan alone, a shocked Marion asked how he could treat her that way. The man looked sharply at his wife and said briefly that he would give his son one last warning. Stunned, Logan froze in place, waiting for the quarrel between his stepmother and father to continue. After leaving his stepmother's room, Marion's father turned to Logan and asked what was wrong with him. He asked Logan to be honest about what was really going on and why everything was happening the way it was. Logan understood that this time his father would not back down from his words, and explained that even if he told him, Patrick would not understand. Patrick looked sharply at his son and asked if he understood what he was doing, and asked about other people's opinions of Logan. Patrick began to recall how many people had pointed out his son's bad character, and, more recently, had even begun to call him crazy. Holding back his emotions, Logan clenched his fist while his father asked how long he would have to cover up his son's reputation. However, his father's remark about the need to apologize to Patrick's deceased mother took him by surprise. The young man couldn't believe that his father had actually reminded him of his deceased mother, because this had never happened even in the worst situations of his past life. Looking at his sad and exhausted father, Logan thought that perhaps he had not yet lost hope for a better future for his son. With no excuses to offer, Logan briefly asked for one more year. His father stood silently in place, waiting for further explanation from his son. Summoning his willpower, Logan explained that in a year his father would understand why his son had to do this. Placing his hand on their family crest, Logan asked his father to grant him this favor. This speech took Patrick by surprise, and he did not know what else to say to his son. After that, the conversation was over and the door to Patrick's room was closed to visitors. Deep in thought, he sat down at his desk and simply froze. Flipping through the pendant in his hand, he recalled his son's request, which seemed too strange to him. Clutching the medallion with the family crest, Patrick nervously fiddled with it, realizing that in a year's time he would have to make a decision about his son. He bitterly understood that he was first and foremost the head of the house and only then Logan's father. Looking at the portrait in the medallion of Logan's mother, Patrick began to apologize and explain that he did not understand what his son had in mind. Looking sadly at the photo, he mentioned his promise to protect his son at any cost and raise him to be a good person. However, now, due to the course of events, he noted that he should have been more cautious in this process. In another room, a shocked and joyful Logan met his younger brother, who impressed him. Behind the satisfied young master stood two guards who were watching over him on the grounds of the house. Logan was shocked by the power that emanated from his younger brother's hands in the form of flames. Proudly holding his brother by the shoulders, Logan noted his young age and recalled a past life in which this had happened to his brother much later. But Ronan himself explained that this was possible thanks to Logan, whom he tried to reach after his return, surprising him. Hearing that the guards were preventing his younger brother from meeting Logan, he became interested and looked at the subjects behind him. Logan couldn't believe that his brother had awakened his power in an attempt to see him, while the guards tried to avoid their master's gaze. Looking at his satisfied younger brother, Logan couldn't believe that he had managed to break through the two guards. The happy older brother began to praise Ronyan, thinking about the need to teach him to control his newfound power. He understood that Ronyan now had a chance to become much stronger than he had been in his past life. After taking care of some business and meetings, Logan headed to the house in the south of the McLean's barony. He went straight to the McLean's financier and told Dwayne about his return. This caught the attention of the man, who immediately greeted the young master who had come to see him. They went to a special place where, on Logan's orders, 350 lower-ranking mercenaries had been prepared. Dwayne noted that these were all the people the young master had asked to be hired as he looked them over. The mercenaries, noticing the newcomer, began to discuss whether he was the same person who had hired them and provided them with terrible living conditions. Logan heard some negative comments about him and realized that he needed to put the insolent men in their place. To do this, the young man addressed one of the mercenaries, which puzzled him. When Logan asked if he looked ridiculous in armor and with a sword, the mercenary was taken aback because he didn't understand how Logan could have hurt him. The smiling host pointed out that he certainly did not think so, because otherwise he would have to answer for his words. The shocked mercenary was humiliated by the host, who pointed out his low rank and abilities. This amused Logan, who asked if it was offensive to the mercenary and ordered him to step forward from the crowd. A moment later, a sensational statement was made. The mercenary was offered to strike the master, and if he succeeded, he would be rewarded and set free. Stepping forward, the mercenary agreed and asked if the master would stand by his words. After that, the mercenary stood directly in front of the master, whom he had the opportunity and necessity to strike. He was much taller and more muscular and stood before Logan as a weak and powerless victim with a smile on his face. The other mercenaries began to note the considerable size of their employer's opponent and suspected him of being of higher rank. Exhaling calmly, Logan understood why the mercenary was so confident in himself and his abilities. With an intrigued look at the boss, the burly mercenary indicated that the young man could begin. Logan smiled and asked if he really wanted him to start, because the mercenary would regret it, which made the fighter laugh. With a smile on his face, the giant asked if he should give the master another advantage, when suddenly a fist was aimed at him with a blow. The force instantly spread around his head and face, which was hit by the master's powerful blow. Taking up a fighting stance, Logan, without unnecessary tension, delivered a clear and measured blow to the giant. The rest of the mercenaries around them gaped in shock at the speed and power of the young man's blow against the giant mercenary. Kai Solan and Dwayne, who had been standing aside from the scene all this time, were also impressed by their master's power. The mercenary's face, which had been struck by Logan's fist, was flattened, and some of his teeth instantly began to fly out. Looking at the fallen enemy, Logan calmly began to lower his arm, which was burning from the spread of power. Knocked down with a single blow, the mercenary stuck out his tongue and lost consciousness immediately. The mercenaries around him were shocked and began to shout and open their mouths after seeing the young master knock down the burly warrior. Instead, Logan remained calm and began to adjust his armor after delivering the blow without any unnecessary emotion. He closed his eyes and exhaled with relief after the upstart's reconciliation. Smiling, Logan looked up and, showing his fist, asked if anyone else wanted to discuss the master's character. Looking at the young master, the mercenaries could not believe that he was able to use such power at his age. Kaisalan was also impressed, unable to understand where his young employer got such power. He had always considered Logan to be unusual, but he could not have imagined how talented and powerful he was. Looking around, Logan smiled and noted that it seemed no one now wanted to discuss his identity. After that, all the mercenaries listened quietly to the official greeting from the host and his speech about possible questions from the mercenaries. Logan watched the reactions of the mercenaries to each other. A moment later, he enthusiastically announced that he planned to turn the mercenaries into crossbowmen and cavalrymen. Hearing this, Kaisalon and Dwayne froze in shock at the master's announced plans. The confused mercenaries began to discuss this goal because reloading crossbows took a lot of time. Without hesitation, Kaisalon approached Logan from behind and pointed out that a crossbow was not the best weapon for cavalrymen. Logan understood the confusion of those around him because crossbows were not convenient to use while moving, and reloading took a long time. In response to Kaisalon's confusion, Logan calmly pointed out that he still considered him a soldier who did not spend money wisely. Turning to Kaisalon, the young man asked him to teach them well, and that he would understand everything himself as events unfolded. Not understanding his master's train of thought, Kaisalon silently looked at him with doubts about such steps. However, he had no choice but to close his eyes in tension and report that the order had been carried out. For several days, Logan studied the information in the letter he held in his hand. He reviewed the results of the qualification test taken by the mercenaries, which most of them had passed quite successfully. Suddenly, Logan's attention was diverted from the information letter by an address to him as the master. In front of him stood a dwarf who was puzzled and asked what kind of information letter he had been given. Focusing on the guest, Logan smiled and asked if the dwarf had already familiarized himself with it, and explained that it was a diagram of what was needed to make a crossbow. At the master's silence, the young man enthusiastically noted that the diagram looked rough to a professional eye. Watching the dwarf, Logan hoped that he would be able to cope with the crossbow diagram that the young man had used in his past life. The shocked dwarf asked about the elements of the crossbow diagram and whether it was supposed to shoot 3 times in a row without reloading. To the gnome's angry exclamations about who could have come up with such nonsense, Logan calmly replied that it was his own diagram. This was unexpected for the gnome, who turned pale after the master's explanation. In a split second, his mood changed, and he enthusiastically noted that it was a fairly new idea, which pleased Logan. Pointing out some inconvenient details about the mechanism, the gnome asked what to do about them. Logan knew he had no idea, so he briefly noted that the decision was up to the master himself. However, this answer did not satisfy the gnome, who had no idea how to implement this plan in practice. But Logan himself broke the silence and pointed out that it was just a joke and there was no need to get upset about it. He began to point out in detail the necessary changes and improvements he wanted to add to the plan. This stunned the gnome, who could not have expected such a detailed explanation from his master. After listening to the young man, he noted that it was incredible because this would make the crossbow a weapon of the modern age. Logan was secretly delighted because he understood that this was exactly what would be invented in the future. Taking the diagram in his hands again, the gnome noted that so few steps were needed for progress. In a moment, the dwarf enthusiastically noted that this was a motivational task that he would try to accomplish. Finally, Logan asked the gnome how long it would take to implement. The puzzled gnome asked if his master wanted him to create something he had never heard of within a certain time frame. When Logan said that this weapon had already been invented by humans, the shocked gnome began to ask who had done it and where. The relaxed master noted that the servant should give up if he was not confident in his ability to create such a thing. However, the gnome had no such intention and, setting a deadline of 1 month, stated that he would create something much better. When the dwarf said that Logan had not yet encountered his ego, Logan only looked at him with interest, expecting success. After a while, the training field was filled with steam from the tension and active movements around. One of the warriors ran rapidly around without stopping, despite fatigue and exhaustion. Young Victor was breathing heavily during the long and fast exhausting endurance run. Watching from the sidelines, Logan began to shout for him to speed up because he could do much better. The young boy was dripping with sweat after long periods of sprinting during training. Logan's younger sister stood next to him, sadly watching her tired brother. Logan was lost in his thoughts, remembering that he had given them both only food and sleep after their arrival. He was amazed by the boy's transformation and understood that food could change a person beyond recognition. After a long sprint, the young boy's legs began to shake from exhaustion. Logan noticed this, but continued to watch Victor's reaction in silence. Then he shouted for the boy to rest, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. A moment after he stopped, Victor's younger sister ran up to him and addressed him. Logan smiled, mentally understanding the talent of the young boy who had run 14 kilometers without rest. Looking at Victor, he realized that he had worried for nothing, because the boy had both endurance and perseverance. Sadly recalling the development of Victor's fate from his past life, Logan understood that he had not been an assassin since childhood. However, his life changed dramatically at a certain point because of his younger sister, whom Logan focused his attention on. Lost in thought, Logan froze silently for a moment, watching his brother and sister. A moment later, he shouted that the break was over and it was time to move on to the next training session. After that, Logan immediately threw a wooden sword to Victor and informed him that he would have to learn the sword technique of the Kingdom of Grandia. Logan informed Victor that every knight's apprentice had mastered this technique, then rolled up his sleeves and told Victor to watch and learn. Focusing on his actions, Logan gripped the handle of the wooden sword tightly in his hands. In a moment, gripping it tightly, he raised the sword above his head, swinging it downwards to strike. The young master swung his sword, which scattered the air around him with its speed and power. Victor watched the master's actions closely, preparing to perform the actions he had been shown. He secretly hoped to lose consciousness and fall asleep because he felt very tired. However, biting his lip and thinking about the price of good food and sleep, the boy began to prepare to repeat the actions he had seen. Gazing intently at the space in front of him and biting his lip, Victor was predatory in his determination to succeed. In a moment, he raised the sword above his head, gripping it tightly and repeating the actions of the master before him. After taking aim, he swung powerfully in front of him, focusing on the sword. Logan watched the boy closely and was impressed by his instant success in performing the actions shown. Assessing Victor's actions, Logan realized that he had managed to repeat everything down to the smallest detail, including the same breathing pattern. He understood that this was an unambiguous success, which made him smile with satisfaction. With a smile, Logan told Victor that he could call himself a knight if he improved his endurance and technique. The touched young man looked at his master with hope and asked again about the possibility of obtaining the status of a knight. Logan smiled and asked if Victor could meet the necessary conditions for this. Ready for the fight, Victor confidently replied that he would do everything necessary to obtain the status of a knight. Logan also noted that the boy could turn to Rick for everything he needed for training, but he replied that he didn't need anything. This puzzled the host, who asked if young Victor was sure about this. With confidence in his eyes and voice, Victor asked that they continue to take care of his sister, and that was enough for everything. His young eyes showed adult confidence and conviction in his actions and words. Smiling as he watched Victor, Logan said nothing, but thought to himself that it was perfect. After that, the training continued, and the master pointed out the position the student should take. Supporting the young boy, Logan showed him the fighting positions for wielding a sword. However, he could not stop thinking about the development of further events for which he needed to come up with various solutions. After finishing training with Victor, Logan went to his father's chambers. Patrick asked if he understood correctly that his son wanted to join the Knight's training. Logan confidently replied that this was precisely why he had come to his father for permission. A short time later, Logan found himself in the forest among the trees at the Knight's training camp. The captain of the McLean Knightly Order named Heinkel addressed everyone present with a shout. He drew the attention of those around him to the young Master Logan and announced his joining the training of their order. The knights among themselves could not believe such a turn of events in the joining of the first young master to them. However, Heinkel calmly observed their reaction and did not pay much attention to it. He remembered an episode with the senior master Patrick when he himself could not believe that Logan was sent to train with them. Heinkel explained the possible resistance of the knights, to which Patrick replied that he did not ask for special attention for his son. He swore fiercely that Logan should be treated like a regular recruit. However, Heinkel now had doubts and understood that it would be easier for him to treat the master's son well. At that moment, a smiling Logan approached him and told him not to worry. The young man said he would pretend that nothing had happened and leave the captain alone if he did not catch up with the rest within a week. This stumped Heinkel, who did not know how to respond to the young master's statement, so he looked at Logan and replied briefly that he agreed to these conditions. He decided to triple the difficulty of the training for the week that the young master would be with them. After a while, the training gained momentum and the warriors began to run around the territory. They were breathing heavily and sweat was pouring off them from the grueling training. The task was to carry their comrades on their backs up a mountain, which made them ask rudely what kind of training this was. The angry captain began to yell at his subjects and ask if they were preparing to die and how they could not know how horses felt. While the captain insisted that the fighters should feel how the horses felt, the exhausted warriors could not understand what kind of nonsense this was. The exhausted knight pointed out that they had to undergo this grueling training because of the troublemaker. However, among themselves, they expected that the young master would last a maximum of 3 days. At that moment, Logan appeared next to the knights, breathing heavily as he overtook the guards in front. He moved with incredible speed between the tree trunks with one of the knights in armor on his back. Watching this, the captain of the order could not believe in the leadership of the young knight, who had arrived compared to his subjects. In addition, he noticed a satisfied smile on Logan's face as he carried out the task. Looking at the exhausted knights who had fallen to the ground, Heinkel realized that at this rate, some of the knights would fall behind the program, but not Logan. After some observation, the captain of the order froze and thought about his next actions. A moment later, a cry rang out for everyone to freeze, which abruptly stopped Logan from moving forward. After being ordered to rest for 10 minutes, the knights began to fall to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief after their exertions. However, Heinkel's gaze remained focused on Logan, who calmly waited for the knight to climb off his back. Approaching the young master, the captain asked with a smile if he was able to carry out the training plan. By asking if Logan was tired, Heinkel hoped that this was indeed the case, and that he would have a reason to end this crazy training session. But the young master's brief reply that the training was tolerable in terms of workload left Heinkel at a loss. The captain asked the young man what he meant, and he explained that it was good training, which the knights underwent every day, which is why they were strong. Listening to the conversation between the captain and the master, who said he was looking forward to the next training session, the knights cursed and did not believe him. Stumped, Heinkel realized that this was not at all what he was trying to achieve. Watching the captain's reaction, Logan couldn't understand what he was thinking. After long training sessions, night fell with a bright moon illuminating the ground. Looking around, Logan wondered if all the knights had left the training ground with the onset of darkness. He was glad that no one was around because it was an opportunity to immerse himself in his thoughts alone. Looking at his hands, Logan thought about the need for comprehensive development for future battles. There was a flame on his hands from the release of power that Logan had to develop through meditation. Bringing his hand with the flames to his chest, on whose armor was the sign of the family, the fire began to spread even more strongly around him. Satisfied with the result, Logan smiled sincerely, understanding that this was exactly what he had expected. Clutching the sword in his hand, the young man realized that due to the growth of his core strength, he did not feel tired. Therefore, he focused on the area around him and began to reach for his sword to continue training. Closing his eyes, Logan immersed himself in his thoughts, which were focused on controlling his power. After this concentration, he struck with his sword around himself in space. His sword continued to glow in his hand as Logan's power spread to it. Watching the spread of fire, Logan could not believe that this was really the power of a 1-star core. Raising his sword, the young man thought about the possibility of achieving a 2nd star, which would give him power comparable to that of a high-ranking knight. Faced with such possibilities, Logan could not help but be filled with expectations of achieving the highest results. After a while, he left the knight's camp and stayed in his chambers in the house. Looking at one of the crossbows that had been made, he exclaimed that it was a failure. Logan also called another version, which differed in appearance, a failure. When shown another model, he asked if the creator had come up with anything else. Dissatisfied, Logan mentioned the elements he had requested in the weapon, without which the crossbow could only fire 1 shot. Looking at the crossbow that had just been made, the dwarf listened silently to his dissatisfied master. He was boiling with rage at the young man's remarks and began to protest. Clutching his head, Logan anxiously noted that he should not have spoken that way. Pushing the crossbow forward, the dwarf pointed out that this was indeed the case, despite the fact that Logan was his master. In a moment, he was stunned by his master's phrase that there was nothing he could do if that was all he was capable of. Clutching his head, the young man said that it was his fault for having such high expectations of his servant. The gloomy gnome listened angrily to the statements about his low abilities and wasted money. Suddenly, Logan fell silent, and after a month, he looked at the dwarf with interest. The angry dwarf said he would return in a month with a new version of the crossbow. He held his current creation in his hands and clenched it tightly out of the anger that burned within him. In an instant, the crossbow in his hands was broken in half with a sharp movement. Watching his subject, Logan was struck by his anger and intrigued that the dwarf would start all over again. He eagerly realized that if the dwarf was enraged, he would create something even more incredible than could be expected of him. A month later, Logan arrived at the place where the dwarf had summoned him after creating a new weapon. Now the crossbow had a sight, and instead of 1 arrow, there were 2. With 1 shot, 2 arrows flew out of the crossbow at the same time. The arrows flew forward at extraordinary speed, which Logan watched from nearby. The 2 arrows were aimed at a target that had been set up to demonstrate the new weapon to its owner. Both arrows flew close to the center of the target and stuck deep into it due to their speed. Logan froze in shock as he stared at the crossbow arrows stuck in the target. Asking the owner's opinion, the gnome happily explained the significant advantages that had now been added to this version of the crossbow. At a loss for words, Logan was still shocked that he had loaded the crossbow in less than 5 seconds. This weapon was the best option for cavalrymen, despite some minor parameters being inferior to those from the future. The satisfied gnome noted that he had been working on it for a whole month and asked the owner to keep that in mind. Logan couldn't believe that they had managed to develop so quickly to such a level. Noticing that the young man was not paying attention to him, the dwarf asked if his master had listened to his explanation. In a moment, Logan grabbed the gnome by the arms and began to lift him up, which puzzled the master. Lifting Hamar, Logan began to praise him and point out that it was an unsurpassed work. However, Hamar was worried that they might be noticed in this state and began to shout that he was not a child. But Logan, who was touched and pleased, did not care and sincerely addressed Hamar. Hamar was also touched by his master's reaction and asked what he wanted to say to him. A moment later, the master asked the gnome if he could make 400 more of the same in a month. Shots rang out from the newest crossbow at the training grounds, with arrows sticking into the nearby targets. Logan gave Kaisalon access to the weapon for testing, and Kaisalon was amazed to see 2 arrows in the target after a single shot. The military personnel who observed the testing of the newly created weapon noted its range and the ability to fire several shots without reloading. Impressed, Kaisalon looked at the crossbow in his hands and could not believe how it could have such capabilities in use. He understood that the consequences would be terrifying if such weapons were given to the cavalry army. A moment later, he turned to the host and said that he now understood what was meant by an army of cavalry crossbowmen. Logan smiled and said that this was indeed the plan, although he understood how difficult it was for Hamar to carry out this plan. Despite the help of the other 2 masters, Logan could not have predicted that the gnome would complete the task 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Enchanted by the result, Logan simply noted that he would also need additional crossbows. However, understanding his financial problems and the leak of information about the technology, Logan realized that he should not rush into anything. After some thought, he turned to Kaisalon and ordered the mercenaries to start clearing the surrounding area with crossbows from that day on. When Kaisalon expressed his doubts, Logan asked if he meant to say that it was impossible. Taken aback, Kaisalon did not know how to respond to his master's correct suspicion, but looking at the crossbow bolts in the tree trunk, he replied that it might work. Stepping away from his seat, Logan noted that the answer should be that it could not work. Leaving Kaisalan, Logan summed up that he should make sure that everything worked out, otherwise all the work done would be in vain. Watching the master, Kaisalan thought that he would not create such a weapon to destroy monsters. He couldn't understand if the young man was preparing for a real war while he was giving orders to the mercenary. Returning to the woods for training with the knights, the first spring flowers bloomed before their eyes. Looking around indifferently, one of the knights expressed his admiration. The fighter watched the actions of the young master and noted his incredible endurance. Discussing Logan, the knights could not believe in his strength to carry 2 fighters and suspected that he had inherited his strength from his father. However, among themselves, the fighters also recalled Logan's defeat by his younger brother, even before the latter's powers awakened. But still, it was impossible not to note the endurance of the young master during a month of training. After all, the training that was introduced to drive Logan out became established in the order because of his ability to endure it. In addition, such grueling training became an incentive for weaker knights, who quickly progressed with their help. Moreover, the knights began to take better care of their horses after realizing how difficult it was for them in combat conditions. Such training also contributed to an increase in team spirit among the knights themselves, who supported each other. They saw each other as brothers, so they did not worry about the difficulty of the training, which was touching. It was a pleasure to watch the improvement in relations and support between the knights. Observing the progress of the fighters, Heinkel noted a positive result that surprised him. He was touched by the influence that the young master Logan had on the army. Heinkel saw Logan as his lucky charm who had come to him on his own. Suddenly, Logan stopped in the middle of training, not knowing if he was feeling tired. However, with the onset of night and the moon rising after the general retreat, Logan did not rest. Left alone in his chambers, the young man sat down on his bed, preparing for meditation. Closing his eyes, Logan understood that after exhausting his body with training, he could move on to developing his inner strength through meditation. Focusing on his thoughts, Logan understood that this progress could soon lead him to the desired result. In his memories, a miracle man surrounded by flames of power and knightly armor appeared. A special place in history was also held by the supreme wizard, who could control power with his hand movements. Remembering them, Logan hoped that with the improvement of his skills, they would cease to be a threat to him, as they had been in his past life. Lost in thought, Logan stood still, breathing calmly and focusing on the desired result. Suddenly, a bright shining ball appeared next to him, absorbing the young man's power. Logan's body began to burn with the fire of power, and a burning core of power concentrated near his heart. The young man's breathing stopped, and chaos reigned in his mind, making it difficult for him to concentrate on anything. Suddenly, he clenched his hand tightly, from which the power continued to spread with flames around it. In an instant, an unstoppable force began to flow from the young man, spreading rapidly throughout the room. After that, steam began to pour out of Logan's skin after the flames. A huge amount of power concentrated into a ball that glowed with a bright yellow light. Satisfied, Logan realized that this was exactly what he had been trying to achieve, and now he possessed a 2-star core. Thinking about the consequences of this development, the young man realized that he now had the basis for learning the next secret sword technique. It was a devastating iron cut that would give him a significant advantage in combat. Gazing at the night sky through the window, Logan hoped to master this technique before the war began. Focusing on the moonlight, he realized that this would allow him not to worry even about knights with high ranks of power. With the onset of day, the group of mercenaries moved into open territory beyond the control of the McLeans. 2 monsters walking in an open area of greenery were puzzled by the approach of unfamiliar objects. These were the hooves of horses approaching the monsters on their territory, where this had never happened before. Shocked and frightened by the unexpected, the monsters cried out and began to turn away to flee. However, a detachment of armed soldiers on horseback was already hot on the monsters' heels, giving them no time to escape. The number of monsters increased as the soldiers advanced into their territory. Kaisalan was present during the operation to clear the territory and watched the developments intently in order to react immediately. In a moment, he raised his clenched fist above his head to draw the detachment's attention to his orders. Spreading out over a larger area, the horsemen began to take out their crossbows while continuing to move. The monsters, caught by surprise on their own territory, continued to flee from their pursuers. Assessing the situation, Kaisalan gave the order to load their weapons, which was carried out instantly and in unison. In an instant, he shouted the order for the mercenaries to start shooting at their pursued victims. Thanks to the lightning speed of the shots, the monsters were instantly hit in the back. The wounded monsters tried to continue moving, but the arrows continued to hit their backs. The monsters began to scream in agony from the shots. The crossbows accurately aimed arrows at the backs of the monsters, who continued to scream in pain one after another. The mercenaries themselves remained calmly in their places after firing accurate and precise shots at their victim. Without losing his vigilance, Kaisalan watched closely the results of his subjects' accurate actions. Looking at the results of their shots, the impressed mercenaries smiled and exhaled with relief. Lifting his crossbow, one of the young mercenaries noted that there was almost no recoil from the shots. While the mercenaries, satisfied with their success, happily discussed their results, Logan began to approach on horseback. Watching the results of the squad, the young man noted with admiration the destruction of a group of monsters in less than 10 seconds. He smiled, realizing that they had not traveled such a long distance for the hunt in vain. When Kaisalan asked if the master was satisfied, Logan replied that it seemed so, because now everything was better than before. Given the impressive pace of the squad's development, Kaisalon couldn't understand why the master couldn't fully rejoice in their achievements. Unable to restrain himself, he apologized for his curiosity and asked Logan why he needed it. Noting the destruction of monsters by mercenaries, Kaisalon pointed out that there were no such strong detachments anywhere else on the continent. Focusing on Kaisalon, Logan wanted to begin explaining, but suddenly someone started shouting at him from the side. Logan and Kaisalon turned to the man who was shouting to get the young master's attention. When Kaisalon asked what was wrong, the young man on horseback began to shout that he had been sent by a man named Rick. Shocked, Logan couldn't immediately understand what his servant Rick could be doing here. Exhausted from the journey, the young man began to explain what had happened yesterday, barely catching his breath. He briefly exclaimed that Viscount Tesran had declared war on their lands. This was unexpected and shocking news that stunned Logan. The day before this announcement, an enraged Viscount Tesran had brought charges against the McLeans. Conveying the message via a means of communication, he claimed that McLean had unlawfully taken the life of Tesran's ancestor. Hearing these accusations, Patrick was taken by surprise as he could not have foreseen such a turn of events. The barons discussed among themselves the antiquity of these events for which the Viscount now wanted revenge, and asked if a war would now begin. Frightened, Marion looked at her husband while the captain of the Order of Knights asked the Lord what they would do. Heinkel noted the significant advantage in the number of troops in all directions in Vicon, and wanted to add that the chances of success were low. However, Patrick suddenly surprised everyone by pointing out the need to request support and send knights to guard the city. Angry, Patrick closed his eyes, thinking through various possible developments for a truce. He was enraged by the versions of necessary actions put forward by the barons around him, so he slammed his fist on the table. In a moment, he shouted loudly to silence the room, where the emotions of those present were running high. Patrick began to calmly explain that despite his family's weak power, these people were constantly declaring war for no reason. Noting that this had been planned in advance, he angrily asked if those present had thought about this before they started talking about peace. The barons who were sitting at the table and discussing this before stood up and fell silent. In a moment, Patrick ordered them to prepare for war and draw up a plan to win it, and he would not accept any objections. The young barons in the room fell silent and listened to the chief host, looking around at the reactions of those present. Marion was frightened, and the embarrassed baron behind her began to raise his hand to address Patrick. When the baron asked if the young lord would take part in the war, a shocked Marion turned sharply to him. After that, she turned expectantly to her husband, who had to make this decision. Without turning to those present, Patrick confirmed that his sons would go to war alongside the other soldiers. While the king explained Ronian's strength and Logan's maturity, Marion turned away in shock, trying to contain her emotions. After that, some of those present began to discuss Logan's training with the knights, while Patrick noted the useful contribution of his sons. Shocked, Rick, who was present in the room, remembered that the young master was currently away, which was bad news. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the room and ran through the corridors, thinking about the need to inform Logan urgently. Now his informant was reporting this development in the McLean's lands to Logan. Despite his initial shock, he restrained his emotions and began to think about his next steps. However, he was bitterly tormented by the thought that the war was supposed to start in 2 months, and he did not understand what could have influenced the events. Noticing his master's hesitation, the messenger pointed out the need to hurry, as the attackers would rush straight to the kingdom. Logan lowered his hand sharply, realizing that he had no time to think. Suddenly, satisfied mercenaries began to approach Logan from behind, and one of them noted that they were always ready to get down to business. This confused Logan, whose mind was in chaos due to the shock of the developments. When Logan said that Kaisalon was not impressed by this news, he smiled and said that they were now ready to start a war. Impressed by the mercenaries' attitude, Logan briefly remarked that it was terrible. However, Kaisalon drew attention to their new weapons and explained that they really wanted to use them in practice. Taking up their weapons, the mercenaries gathered around their leader, eager for battle. But Logan did not share their enthusiasm and considered these guys too confident in their abilities. In a moment, his mood also began to rise, and he smiled, realizing that this confidence was not without reason. After all, just recently, their squad had left no chance for a group of monsters which were easily destroyed. Clenching his fist tightly before making a decision, Logan realized that nothing made sense if they needed to win the war. Smiling enthusiastically and looking at the mercenaries, the young man realized that they now had enough strength to do so. After shouting the order to advance, Logan's squad rushed out of the forest toward the lands, confident in their victory. The next day, Tesran's army was already rapidly approaching the lands of Mikey, which was observed by the knights on the towers. As events unfolded, messengers came to Patrick's room to report on developments. The shocked knight reported on the huge number of troops rapidly advancing on them and shouted that it was a full-scale war. Even Patrick lost his composure at this news and stated with shock that Tesran had gone mad. Patrick's body shook with tension as he mentally assessed this war as a confrontation between nations, given the number of troops. He clenched his jaw in anger, unable to understand why they had to go so far. While the king leaned on his table in tense thought, the knight began a speech that he wanted to add to. In a moment, Marion Kuros was even more shocked and frightened by the news that the Kuros family had refused to send help. She began to scream that this could not be true and that he must have made a mistake, until Patrick calmly moved from his seat. Despite the knight's assertion that Dwayne had appealed several times, Marion could not believe it and said that she had to check it out herself. However, an angry Patrick ignored his wife and began shouting for the army to be prepared to repel the attack with all their might. The reporting knight briefly confirmed Patrick's order. Despite the refusal of the trusted Kiros clan to help, Patrick gathered as many people as possible to fight Tesseron. Saddling their horses, the army began to prepare for confrontation with the superior army. Among the McLean army were 53 professional knights led by Heinkel. Patrick himself was preparing for the confrontation in their ranks, having considerable strength thanks to his skills. 552 soldiers in the regular army were preparing for battle. After arming ordinary citizens, a union of 4,418 conscripted fighters was formed. 5,023 people joined the McLean army, but as they approached the battlefield, the knights became afraid. Before them stood a professional, well-equipped, and well-trained army of many thousands advancing toward them. Looking at them, Patrick realized that they did not even have half the number of troops that Turson had. He was terrified, but he had to hide his fear from those present before the battle. McLean's soldiers asked each other where the First Lord was, but reported that he had left long ago and had not yet returned. These conversations about his fear of confrontation were overheard by Ronyan, who stood at the head of the detachment. Without hesitation, he turned sharply to his subjects and asked them rudely what they were talking about. The young man said that he would never do such a thing to his family. Recalling episodes from his training with his brother, Ronyan began to understand something about his behavior at the time. At that time, Logan wanted to teach him a secret technique, and Ronyan realized that Logan knew that war would soon begin. It was then that he said they should save their family together, which now meant to him that Logan could not escape. But despite his statement, everyone around continued to ask if the young master had escaped, which angered Ronyan. The knights continued to ask each other whether the rumors about Patrick's son were true. While Ronyan was paying attention to his subjects, Patrick turned to his son and said that he would have to replace his older brother. His father ordered Ronyan to remain resolute no matter what happened, after which his son bowed his head, confirming that he would obey the order. Clutching his weapon in his hand, Patrick couldn't help thinking that he couldn't believe his son had run away. But now something else was more important. Raising his weapon above his head, Patrick ordered the army to prepare to carry out the order. Without delay, the chief baron called for the destruction of these scoundrels who had come to their lands. In a moment, McLean's horses and troops began to move forward to carry out their master's order. The infantry kept pace with the horsemen and, brandishing their weapons, rushed forward with cries of battle. The Viscount himself was in Tesseron's army and said with satisfaction that he was glad to return to the battlefield with Patrick's sword. The Viscount shouted that his knights were his swords and called on Patrick to face them, after which Tesseron's first troops rushed into the attack. Holding his huge sword in front of him, Patrick confidently rushed ahead of his army. He confidently went into battle against the vastly superior forces arrayed against him. Suddenly, red flames began to appear around his horse, which confused the animal on which Patrick McLean was attacking. Patrick's hand and weapon were also surrounded by flames that appeared from the spread of his power. Despite the enemy's transformation, Tesseron's army continued to attack Patrick. With a sharp movement, Patrick began to raise his sword to destroy the first enemies as they approached. He realized with fury that he first needed to break through the vanguard. Suddenly, someone from the side jumped from his place to resist Patrick's attack. One of the knights of Tesseron's army raised his shield against Patrick's powerful sword strike. This shocked Patrick because he couldn't believe that the man had managed to block his blow. After this parry, the flames around Patrick disappeared, and the chief baron froze, not expecting such a turn of events in the battle. Realizing his advantage, the knight who had withstood Patrick's blow began to smile smugly. Exhausted after a long battle, Rick held his sword in his hands and breathed heavily. He looked around fearfully, expecting attacks from the enemy troops. At his side were his wounded comrades, who were attacking Tesseron's troops one after another. With horror in his eyes, Rick began to look around to assess the situation. On the other side, one of his acquaintances was pinned down and attacked with a spear to the head while he screamed and begged for help. Influenced by the screams and destroyed bodies of his comrades, Rick began to shake with fear, clutching his spear. He understood that they were losing and that their army was so weak that even servants like himself had to be sent into battle. Rick understood that it would be the end for them if their opponents managed to surround them, when suddenly a spear handle appeared near his head. With a sharp movement from the side, Rick was knocked to the ground in pain, causing him to cry out and lose access to his weapon. One of Teslar's knights stepped on him from behind and began shouting a call for Rick's death, aiming his spear at him. Taken by surprise, Rick looked around in fear and screamed after being knocked to the ground. However, reacting quickly, he managed to push himself away and avoid a direct hit with the sword. The enraged knight who attacked him wanted to start swearing at him, but suddenly a spear appeared in his stomach from behind. A soldier from McLean's army pierced the attacker's body and urged Rick to pick up his weapon and get up. Thanking his savior, the frightened Rick began to reach for his hand to get up from the ground after the attack. But suddenly, blood from his rescuer's body spilled onto Rick's tearful face. An arrow flew into the soldier's neck from behind, immediately knocking the fighter who was helping Rick to the ground. After the soldier next to him was knocked down, Rick immediately began to get up sharply from the ground and run away with cries. Moving forward, Rick realized that he needed to move to the rear to get away from the enemy. But he was stopped by the fact that arrows began to fly from behind at the allied soldiers on the battlefield, knocking them to the ground as they moved. Dozens of bodies were destroyed simultaneously in a matter of seconds during the confrontation. Rick froze and began to look around at the destroyed bodies around the battlefield. Sweat dripped from him from tension and exhaustion, but he remained alert, looking around the battlefield. Suddenly, a line of horsemen began to advance toward him, rapidly moving to attack. Shocked, Rick realized that the next wave of enemy troops had arrived and understood with fear that they could all die quickly here. Meanwhile, Patrick McLean continued his confrontation with a knight from the Tesseron army who had turned against him. Despite expending considerable energy against his enemy, Patrick was unable to defeat and destroy him. The warrior who opposed Patrick managed to withstand his powerful attacks despite his strength. With a smile on his face, the enemy began to address Patrick and noted that he had lived up to his name given their considerable training. Exhausted after prolonged confrontations, Patrick angrily awaited the enemy's continuation of his speech. He gripped his sword tightly but understood that his opponent was able to withstand his powerful blows. Looking at his opponent, Patrick noted to himself that he had never before known of a knight of such strength in Tesseron. His attention was also drawn to the knights supporting the leader, who were at least of average strength. However, he could not understand whether this was the reason for their confidence. Breaking the silence, Patrick addressed the knights attacking him and asked if they were the ones who had been preparing to deal with him. The high-ranking knight smiled and asked how he liked their preparation. Taking up their weapons, the knights gradually prepared for a new attack on Patrick. Preparing for the confrontation, Patrick understood that if he failed to break through, his order of knights would also fail. Patrick began to understand the consequences this could have and immediately threw his sword to the ground. Instead, he began to reach for the blade that was on his belt. Shouting that he could not allow this to happen, Patrick rushed into the attack using another sword from his arsenal. Advancing quickly, he struck the chief knight with his sword without hesitation, but the knight managed to block the blow. After repelling the first attack, the chief knight exhaled and took up a fighting stance for further confrontation. Suddenly, his gaze was filled with shock at the actions of his opponent during the fight. Patrick quickly changed position and without hesitation, continued his attack using his strength. Due to the Baron's instant attack, the knight did not have time to react and counter Patrick's sword. However, Patrick's attention was suddenly drawn to a movement from the side that made him unsure of his next moves. Turning sharply, Patrick noticed one of the middle-ranking knights attacking him from behind. Fortunately, he failed to hit Patrick's head, but it was very close. Taken by surprise, Patrick tried to counter the attack from the front and avoid the spear from behind. The enraged Baron began to scold the attacking fighters and asked if they knew anything about knightly honor. However, as they prepared for new attacks, the knights began to mockingly claim that these were his last words before his death. But the higher-ranking knight reminded them that they were facing a knight of the highest rank and strength. Suddenly, Patrick jumped off his horse so as not to be surrounded. Without hesitation, he began to swing his sword with force to destroy his enemies on the ground. The shocked enemy knight did not expect such sharp movements from Baron McLean while surrounded. Thanks to his lightning speed, he managed to counter Patrick's attack with his sword and restrain his striking power. Despite his opponent's resistance, Patrick continued to press on him when he suddenly felt a sharp wave of pain. He was suddenly attacked from behind by one of the knights, who smiled smugly after landing a successful blow. Patrick's body was pierced through with a sword, and blood began to drip from the wound. After delivering the blow, the satisfied knight watched the wounded Patrick's reaction and smiled. Gripping the spear handle tightly, he began to move sharply backward to remove the weapon from the wound. The tip of the spear was sharply thrust out of Patrick's body after the previous blow. Struck by pain, Patrick cried out in exhaustion after such sharp movements in his body. Blood began to flow from him and his body shook with pain while Baron McLean cursed. Without losing his fighting position, Patrick understood his opponent's actions and realized that this was a trap that he had no way of avoiding. Looking around, Patrick noticed fighters who had been brought in from the rear to counterattack. However, he had no intention of giving up, so he took up a fighting stance to withstand the next attacks from his opponents. Exhausted, Patrick closed his eyes and thought of Logan, concluding that he had indeed escaped. Hoping that Logan would at least be able to continue their family legacy, Patrick prepared for the next attacks from the enemies around him. Lord Viscount Tesler watched the developments and attacks on Patrick McLean closely from his horse. He smiled with satisfaction, realizing that he had done the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. His goal now was the final destruction of Patrick McLean and the capture of his family's home. Suddenly, the Viscount heard the sound of horses galloping rapidly toward them. This puzzled the Lord, who could not believe that it was the sound of cavalry horses. Turning sharply around, the Viscount looked back to understand what the noise around him was. One of the soldiers appeared before him, rapidly approaching and loudly addressing the Lord. The soldier quickly informed the Lord that a cavalry unit had been spotted in the rear and noted that there were about 300 of them. This shocked the Viscount, who asked if it was definitely cavalry and if the McLeans had an elite squad of fighters. The young soldier pointed out that this unit was unusual in that it did not have spears as cavalry usually did. He noted that the main weapons of these fighters were small crossbows. Relieved, the Viscount spat and, confused, changed his mood to laughter at what he had heard. With a sneer, the Viscount asked again about the crossbows and ordered soldiers from the rear and archers to deal with this squad and get rid of them. Suddenly, behind the commander, his troops began to suffer from targeted shots. However, not noticing this, the Lord confidently stated with a smile that they were not an elite detachment, but worthless soldiers. The soldier confirmed that he had carried out the order when suddenly an arrow flew into his head, piercing his armor. This sudden movement puzzled and shocked the Viscount, who watched his subordinate fall. He stared in horror at the fallen soldier, not understanding what could have gone wrong. To understand what was happening, the Viscount abruptly turned toward the direction from which the arrow had struck his subordinate. Before him stood a row of soldiers with crossbows raised and aimed at him. In the center of the squad stood Logan McLean, who had extended the influence of his power to the crossbow with which he was aiming at the enemy in front of him. Focusing on Vicante, he took his weapon off the target and watched him. Looking away, Logan surveyed the battlefield, which was littered with the dead and wounded subjects of his family. All around, their soldiers, who were significantly outnumbered by Tesseron's army, were suffering from pain and attacks. The young man's gaze began to change and fill with rage as he continued to survey the blood-soaked territory around him. One of the soldiers from the McLean army looked at Logan with pain and tears in his eyes and begged for help. Tears began to flow from the eyes of the enraged Logan from the horror and pity of what he saw around him. He clenched his jaw tightly, preparing to mercilessly destroy the enemies who had caused suffering to his subjects and relatives. In a moment, with fury in his voice and gaze, he shouted the order to open fire on the enemies. The shocked Viscount froze in place, terrified of the advance and attack of Logan and his squad. After the order was given, the sky was filled with a stream of arrows that filled the air around them in the attack. The stream of arrows was so dense that it was almost impossible for the enemy soldiers to avoid being hit. The shocked soldiers on Tesseron's side raised their heads, looking up at the cloud of arrows heading towards them. The frightened infantrymen asked if there really was such a unit in the McLean's army. Hoping to avoid injury, the soldiers began to flee one by one. However, the arrows were faster than them, and in a matter of seconds, dozens of soldiers were pierced by the attacking weapons. Some managed to raise their shields to protect their bodies from the attacking arrows from above. One of the soldiers hid behind one of the shields in time and looked around in fear at his destroyed comrades. He looked around in horror and realized that his life had been saved by the timely protection of the shield. From the side, cries for a counterattack began, after which the archers began to prepare their arrows to respond with force. Reacting instantly, the archers quickly loaded their weapons and began to aim at the enemies, awaiting orders. However, after one of the shots, the soldiers of the Tesseron army realized that their arrows did not have enough range for a counterattack. The frightened archer looked at his broken arrow and waited fearfully for the enemy's next move. He focused his gaze on the enemy's weapons and could not understand how their arrows could reach them. In a moment, more arrows were sent, again covering the sky with a cloud. One of the arrows was aimed directly at the archer, who wanted to oppose McLean's detachment. In a few moments, the entire army that had stood against Logan's squad was knocked down and destroyed, with only crossbow arrows. The only survivors on the battlefield were the Viscount and two knights who stood nearby for his personal protection. The frightened lord could not understand why the entire rearguard had been destroyed in a matter of seconds with ordinary crossbows. Realizing the gravity of his situation, the Viscount turned to one of the soldiers nearby and ordered him to move the cavalry to this part of the battlefield. In a few moments, the Tesseron family flag began to rise and sway to signal the cavalry. The soldiers around immediately noticed the distinctive flag, which became a signal for them. The cavalrymen immediately began to look at each other for a sign of this movement of the flag. Without delay, the soldiers began to kick their horses to get them to move from their places. The cavalry army quickly regrouped and headed to the aid of the destroyed rear guard. The Viscount was at the head of this detachment and directed them toward the enemies that needed to be destroyed. Being in front, he pointed his finger at those who needed to be attacked and shouted calls to destroy the enemies. Logan's detachment, with him at the head, stood calmly in their places and watched the Tesseron army conduct the battle. Logan himself, noticing the actions of the enemies, smiled and noted that they were walking straight into their hands to be destroyed. Meanwhile, in other parts of the battle, direct confrontations continued with close combat with swords. Ronian, who was fighting off the enemy's attack with his sword, was breathing heavily but remained alert and focused. Suddenly, familiar sounds caught his attention, stopping him for a moment and distracting him from the confrontation. The knight who was fighting him took advantage of this and delivered a circular blow to the young fighter. But Ronian managed to react in time and duck to change position and avoid injury. This surprised the knight, who did not expect such a quick reaction from his young opponent. One of his comrades turned to the fighter who was opposing Ronian and pointed out that the course of the battle had changed in a strange way, so there was no time for the young man. Ronian did not miss the opportunity to attack and began to approach, which the knight noticed and asked what he was doing. Now, after a real combat confrontation, Ronian understood that he was just an ordinary boy who had recently awakened. He gripped his sword tightly in his hands, thinking that he had no chance of losing and that this could not be allowed to happen. The young man remembered his father's words in which he said that he would have to replace his older brother on the battlefield. Remembering this, Ronian repeated to himself once again that he could not die. Suddenly, his concentration was shaken by what appeared before him and shocked the young man. He noticed the strange actions of the enemy knights, who turned their backs to him and swung their swords chaotically in different directions. Without hesitation, Ronian realized that this was his chance, so he instantly moved forward with an attack. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young man began to direct his sword at his opponents, as his brother had taught him. With a powerful and precise blow to his opponent's neck, Ronian inflicted a cut from which blood began to flow. Ronian was amazed at how easily he had managed to wound the enemy who had been attacking him just a few moments ago. The enemy he had wounded began to fall beside him, but the young man's attention was drawn to what had attracted the knight's attention. A moment later, 2 arrows landed at Ronyan's feet, puzzling him. The knight he had wounded began to stagger after receiving significant injuries. After he fell, Ronyan noticed the arrows that had pierced the enemy's body. The shocked young man began to look around to understand where the arrows that had destroyed his enemy had come from. He noticed a group of horsemen armed with crossbows, and one of the fighters stepped forward from the group. It was Logan, whose arrival was an unexpected turn of events. Delighted, Ronyan began to call out and attract the attention of his older brother with a smile. However, no one stopped near him, and in a moment, horsemen rushed past him, heading to attack the arriving squad. One of the leaders of the attacking forces, Tezron, conveyed his master's order to attack those who had crossbows in their hands. The horses, led by the cavalry, rapidly advanced on the enemies who were waiting for them. Logan, at the head of the detachment, remained calmly in his place, watching the enemy forces approach. Looking back at Tezron's army, he asked with a smile if this was the famous snake shield formation. Following Logan's order to aim diagonally at the ground, the mercenaries from Logan's squad began to lower their crossbows and shout the order. One of the fighters looked back at the squad leader to see his reaction to this order. Smiling with a thirst for revenge, Logan announced that their goal was to destroy the horses. After seeing their leader's gaze, the mercenaries, also eager for battle, began to prepare to shoot. A moment after the order to shoot, a wave of arrows flew through the sky, filling the air around Tezron's fighters. After the first attacking arrows, some of the horses began to lose their balance, having been wounded. Chaos ensued among the horsemen of Tezron's army, as most of them began to fall to the ground after their horses were wounded. Looking at the destroyed enemies, Logan smiled and briefly noted that they were fools. Remembering his younger brother, Logan was glad that he had managed to come to his aid in time. However, without losing his focus, Logan understood that he still needed to save his father in this confrontation. Giving the order to Kaisalon to continue commanding, Logan moved from his place to rescue Patrick. Confused, Kaisalon was surprised by this order, as the master had planned to attack beyond the range of the bows. Kaisalon understood that victory was almost within their grasp, but he did not understand why his master was not trying to achieve it himself. Watching his master walk away from them, he realized that he might be in trouble in his confrontation with a middle-ranking knight. Turning to his subjects, enraged by the turn of events, Kaisalon ordered them to cover the rear of Lord Logan. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, an attacker was charging at Patrick with his sword. However, Patrick managed to avoid injury and counter the attacks of the enemy knight with his sword. Exhausted by his wounds and the struggle, Patrick once again cursed his enemy, clenching his jaws from which blood was flowing. Continuing to press forward with his sword, the high-ranking knight from the Tezron army looked on with satisfaction at the exhausted McLean. Suddenly, another knight of medium rank flew at Patrick from the side, swinging his sword to destroy him. This knight delivered a powerful blow with his sword near Patrick's body, after his comrade quickly retreated. However, Patrick still received some injuries and cried out in pain after more blood spilled from the cut. Clutching the wound on his stomach, Patrick tried to straighten up and thought that something was strange. He focused his gaze on the enemies who had retreated after another unsuccessful attempt to kill him. But in a moment, a knight with a sword was rushing at him, shouting and swinging his weapon. Another enemy attacked from below and swung his spear to strike. Behind him, a high-ranking knight was advancing, whose enthusiasm surprised Patrick, given their slight advantage. Despite the barrage of attacks from all sides, Patrick managed to hold back this wave of attacks. However, his situation remained extremely difficult as he continued to be attacked from all possible sides. Realizing the complexity of his situation, Patrick looked for a way to save himself and cursed. First, he raised his sword in front of 2 middle-ranking knights who were in front of him. Suddenly, Logan, burning with power, began to rapidly approach Patrick from behind. The mid-ranking knights attacking Patrick noticed this and froze in place for a moment. With an angry look and a thirst for battle, Logan swung his sword to destroy his father's enemies. After a powerful blow from young McLean's sword, the enemy knights began to cover their faces from the heat. Patrick also froze in place, finding it difficult to move after his injuries. Still holding back the flow of blood from his wounds, Patrick looked around, unable to understand what had happened before him. Focusing on the burning man in front of him, suspecting who it might be, Patrick began to turn around uncertainly. Logan smiled, realizing that he had arrived in time to save his wounded and exhausted father. Knocking down the knights attacking his father, Logan noted that he had barely made it in time. Surveying the battlefield, Logan smiled contentedly as he continued to spread his power. Exhausted and shocked, Patrick called out the name of his eldest son who had saved him. Suffering from pain after his injuries, Patrick, barely keeping his balance, began to approach Logan from behind. He couldn't believe that his son had managed to get here from the location of his mercenary squad. Looking back, Patrick tried to understand how Logan had managed to make his way through the enemies to him. Suddenly, his gaze was pierced with shock and confusion at what stood before him on the battlefield. The battlefield was littered with the destroyed bodies of rearguard and cavalry soldiers from Tezron's army. Seeing this sight, Patrick froze, unable to find the words or thoughts to understand what had happened. In a moment, he began to approach his son and ask when they had become so strong, but he interrupted himself and said that it didn't matter. Not fully understanding the balance of power on the battlefield, he asked his son if they had the advantage given Logan's presence. Looking around, Logan smiled contentedly and briefly explained that this was indeed the case. His father replied that he understood now and grabbed Logan's shoulder with his hand. Approaching his son, Patrick noted that he had done an excellent job in the fight and in his role. One of the surviving knights of Tezzerons' squad looked at Logan and couldn't believe how easily he had destroyed the mid-ranking knights. After all, he considered him to be an ordinary 12-year-old country boy with no special abilities. Gripping his sword tightly, the knight recalled with irritation his childhood, when he had worked so hard to become a knight. Clamping his jaws together in anger, he wanted only to destroy the enemy, trying to forget his memories. He immediately took up a fighting stance, determined to destroy this young man right then and there. Without delay, he ordered the wounded knights to quickly take the healing potion. Preparing for the confrontation, Patrick looked at his son again and understood his true abilities. Despite his recent acquisition of power, he had enough skills to destroy mid-level knights. Raising his hand to fight, Patrick hoped to successfully destroy a high-ranking knight. However, Logan suddenly stopped him and said that he would fight the high-ranking knight. The father began to argue and point out that his son was not yet strong enough to confront a high-ranking knight. Suddenly, Logan delivered a sharp and accurate blow to the cut on Patrick's wound. Taken aback by the sudden pain, Patrick cried out in exhaustion and opened his eyes wide. This knocked Patrick to the ground, and Logan pointed out that even his son could defeat him in his condition, and asked him to trust him and let him fight. Logan was serious about fighting a powerful opponent and waited for his exhausted father's permission. Patrick did not want to make such a difficult decision, but he could not bear the pain in various parts of his body. In a moment, he got up from the ground and agreed to Logan's initiative, but told him to be careful. After that, Logan and his father stood back to back to form a circular defense. With his father's permission, Logan smiled contentedly as he prepared to face the enemies. After telling them to finish off the enemies quickly, Patrick rushed forward from his place, striking the enemies around him. Logan also moved, enthusiastically rushing towards his main enemy to destroy him. This puzzled the high-ranking knight, as he had not expected Logan to attack instead of the wounded Patrick. He clenched his jaw and gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to withstand the young McLean's attack. Flames began to spread around his hands and weapons emanating from the knight's power. He took up a fighting stance and angrily cursed and shouted at Logan, asking how he dared to attack him. However, surrounded by flames of power, Logan ignored the knight's shouts and threats. The young master confidently moved forward, preparing for a difficult confrontation with the enemy. As he approached, he began to swing his sword, surrounded by flames behind his back. After that, Logan began to push off from the ground to fly up from above and strike the knight. The young man rushed down from above, preparing to deliver a powerful blow with his sword. The high-ranking knight who was fighting the young man froze in place, waiting for the enemy to approach and strike. He managed to block young McLean's weapon as he attacked from above. However, he exhaled heavily, his jaws clenched with tension as he held back the force of Logan's sword strike. Logan himself remained calm and continued to press his sword against the knight who was on the defensive. In a moment, the enemy knight jumped back to take up another position to continue the fight. Logan did not expect such a sharp movement, but he delivered the blow he had planned from the very beginning. The high-ranking knight was stunned and could not understand how the young man had managed to do this, as he did not sense any excessive strength or skill in him. At that moment, Logan watched intently the reaction and subsequent actions of the enemy, who had retreated to regroup. Eagerly preparing for the next confrontation, the enemy knight now decided to give it his all. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to take the initiative in the confrontation. He rapidly approached Logan, who calmly took up a fighting position and did not react. As he approached the young man, the knight began to swing his sword and shout calls for death, but Logan paid no attention to the shouts or the enemy's rapid approach, calmly waiting for the right moment. Thanks to his lightning speed, the knight left only traces of his movement behind him. When he got close to the young man, he swung his sword to destroy his enemy. Logan calmly stepped back to avoid the sword strike of the high-ranking knight from Tezzerons' army. However, the knight did not stop and began to push off with his foot again to deliver another blow. This time, Logan delivered a circular blow and countered the enemy's attacking sword with his own weapon. But suddenly, due to his sudden movements, the knight inflicted significant pain on himself by tearing open a previously inflicted wound. The pain made him cry out in exhaustion, and he thought that everything would have been different if not for this injury. Logan noticed this moment and concentrated on delivering the next accurate blows to the exhausted enemy. Without hesitation, Logan delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's body, which paused for a moment. Receiving another wound, the exhausted knight cried out in pain as blood continued to flow from him. After his success, Logan quickly jumped away from his position to change his stance and prepare for the next developments. Retreating, Logan continued to observe the actions and reactions of the enemy, who was suffering from pain. Exhausted, the knight looked at the young man and realized that he had never given him a chance, and was preparing to pick the right moment to attack. But suddenly, a thought struck him, both surprising and catching him off guard. In a moment, he began to smile contentedly as he looked at his young opponent. Logan continued to take up a fighting stance in preparation for the enemy knight's sudden actions until he realized that he had another option. Suddenly, Logan was puzzled by a strange feeling, after which he began to look at his sword in his hands. His sword continued to glow and look the same as before, but the strange feeling did not leave Logan. In a moment, he understood what was happening and looked at his enemy angrily. Taking up a fighting stance, Logan prepared for the enemy knight's next move, considering the effect on his sword. The knight was also actively preparing for combat, realizing the superiority of his sword over the young man's weapon. He smiled smugly and noted that the young man had fallen perfectly into his trap. Without hesitation, he began to push off the ground with his feet for quick movement. In particular, he gripped his sword tighter and tighter after exhausting himself from his latest wounds. However, despite the pain and injuries, he was the first to rush into the attack and began to swing his sword. Logan began to lose his balance due to the enemy's sword affecting his weapon, which could now control its power. Because of this, he began to attack the enemy in front of him sharply, thrusting his sword forward. The high-ranking knight, who had control over these movements, had no problem swinging his sword to confidently repel the young McClane's attack. Watching Logan's actions with enthusiasm, he noticed that the center of gravity of his sword had changed. Restraining his control over this, he instantly began to swing his sword from above in order to strike the young man at the moment he lost his balance. Approaching rapidly, he realized that now was the perfect moment to attack. His sword was aimed at Logan, and he was rapidly approaching the young man who had lost his control. Despite his confidence, the moment the weapon approached its victim, the knight was shocked by the young man's actions. Turning around, he couldn't believe that he had only managed to grab a small bundle of clothing. As Logan rapidly changed position, the knight couldn't believe his extraordinary speed. After moving, Logan stood still, watching his enemy's surprise. The high-ranking knight did not notice Logan's position and continued to turn around in search of him. Suddenly, he realized that it wasn't Logan's speed that was the issue, but that he himself was extremely slow. In a moment, Logan broke the silence between them and began to explain the secret of the divine sword. Without hesitation, he raised his sword, which glowed brightly with Logan's power. The frightened knight began to retreat and shouted in amazement that it was time for him to flee as quickly as possible. However, Logan calmly continued his explanation of the secret of the divine sword and began to activate the first form. In an instant, he delivered a powerful circular strike that was embedded in the first form of the slashing wave. The shocked high-ranking knight couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. But Logan no longer paid attention to the enemy and confidently delivered his powerful and skillful sword strike. This blow left a sword mark in the ground, and the earth began to glow and steam from the young man's spreading power. Logan's powerful blow attracted the attention of everyone around the field of confrontation between him and the high-ranking knight. Even those who were at a considerable distance felt the impact of this blow on themselves and the surrounding area. In an instant, a burning ball appeared around Logan, surrounding him after he used his power. After that, Logan calmly spat out his saliva with relief as if he had no exhaustion at all. He stood in his place, holding his sword in his hand, calmly surveying the aftermath of his blow. Before him lay the destroyed ground, which continued to steam from the impact of Logan's blow. However, Logan did not lose his vigilance and concentrated on examining the field of battle in front of him. He looked at the destroyed enemy and asked if the high-ranking knight had used cheap traps. Young McClane gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, now completely in control without outside influence. In a moment, Logan raised his sword and, shouting his name, declared that he had destroyed the enemy general. This cry from the young lord attracted the attention of everyone present, including allies and surviving enemies. The infantrymen of Tezron's army began to ask about the destruction of the high-ranking knight, and could not believe it. The question arose about the safety of their lord, the Viscount, whose banner had not been seen on the battlefield for a long time. After that, some knights from Tezron's army began to throw down their swords. The leaders of the troops turned to their subjects and asked them what they were doing, but the soldiers said they were surrendering to save their lives. The Viscount's subjects gathered together and looked around, unable to believe that this could have happened to their army. In a moment, Tezron's soldiers began to throw down their weapons and shout that they were surrendering. Suddenly, Rick emerged from among the surviving McClanes and began shouting praise for Logan. He was tired and moved and continued to shout greetings to the young Master McClane. The soldiers around him began to smile and support the servant's cries of praise for the young master. After that, more and more fighters began to raise their hands in victory and shout praise for their master Logan. However, the fight was not over, and with the onset of night, the movement continued under the moonlight. One of the horses moved swiftly in the direction indicated by the rider. The Viscount, fleeing the battlefield, could not understand what could have gone wrong, given his many years of preparation for this battle. He had gathered an army and asked for support, but McClane's cavalry and his army ruined everything for him. The Viscount considered Logan McClane to be the main culprit of his defeat. Gritting his teeth in anger, the Viscount couldn't understand how Logan McClane had managed to get in his way. Gripping the reins of his horse, he realized that he first needed to return to his estate. At that very moment, he was approaching his castle, thinking that this would allow him to stay alive. Approaching the gate, he began to dismount from his horse, attracting the attention of the guards at the entrance to Tezron's estate. The Viscount immediately gave the order to open the gates for the returning lord, which shocked the guard. At that moment, another guard began to look closely at other objects approaching behind the Viscount's horse. He reported this to the master and the other guard to whom he had previously addressed. He asked fearfully if it was the cavalry, watching the army heading in their direction. At the head of the detachment was Logan, who was focused on his destination at the gates of Viscount Tezron's estate. Shocked and frightened, the Viscount looked back at the approaching forces and cursed angrily to himself. Logan quickly dismounted his horse and began to curse that the Viscount was quite good at running away. He stepped forward in front of his troops and gazed at the tower of Tezron's estate. A moment later, he turned to those around him and shouted the news of Tesseron's defeat in the confrontation. After that, he turned to the guards and ordered them to open the gates and let the victors in. The shocked guards began to discuss in amazement whether they had really lost and suspected that this was why the Viscount had returned so quickly. One of the leaders overheard the discussion among his subjects and angrily remarked that they were cowards if they believed the enemy's nonsense. While Logan remained standing in his place with his head bowed, the military commander shouted that their enemies numbered barely more than 300. He turned to his comrades while Tesseron's troops were confident that they would not be able to break through their defenses. Watching the young McLean's actions, the guards at the gate could not understand what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Logan began to push off the ground with his foot with great force. The soldiers at the gate continued to keep their attention and aim their bows at the fighters below. In an instant, Logan disappeared from his spot, leaving no trace to identify his direction of movement. This shocked the gate guards, who could not understand where the enemy had disappeared so quickly. However, at that moment, Logan was already quickly climbing the gate toward the fighters standing above. The shocked guard on the ground raised his head, noticed Logan, and began shouting that he was there. In a matter of seconds, Logan pressed his sword against one of the fighters and repeated the order to open the entrance gate. Standing calmly over his victim, Logan pointed out that this was a condition if he did not want to die. The frightened military commander was afraid to move, fearing the sword of his young enemy. A few moments later, Logan was making his way through the grounds of Tesseron Castle when he noticed one of the doors open. In that room, there was only Tesseron's assistant, who was standing alone at his desk. The owner of the estate himself was in a secret room, kneeling on the floor. He was frantically gathering gold and jewels, thinking that he would need at least a small amount of his wealth. However, he was suddenly stopped by a sharp voice announcing that Tesseron had been caught. The owner began to fall back in fear and ask how his pursuer had gotten there. Logan remembered how Tesseron's maid had shown him the way before he began to threaten her. Young McLean added that this situation shed a lot of light on Tesseron's reputation among his subjects. The bewildered Viscount had nothing to say, so he silently clenched his jaw and waited for Logan's next move. Behind Logan stood Tesseron's assistant, who had made no attempt to support his master from the outset. Therefore, without hesitation, he moved from his place and began to head for the exit. The enraged Viscount watched his fleeing assistant and clenched his jaw in anger, thinking how his subjects dared to betray him. A moment later, Logan began to approach the fallen enemy, after which Tesseron began to shout that he was surrendering. Frightened, Tesseron began to beg for mercy for himself and his family, promising to pay all reparations and share the property, according to the convention of feudal wars. Smiling, Logan continued to approach and asked about the aforementioned convention of feudal wars. An angry Logan remembered how Tesseron had treacherously attacked them and was now trying to hide behind the convention. Now the young McLean stood close to the frightened Tesseron, who looked at the young man with horror. Logan briefly asked if the Viscount had any conscience at all, given his actions against the McLeans. The Viscount again began to refer to the convention of feudal warfare, according to which Logan was supposed to spare the life of a captured enemy. Recalling the honor of the aristocrats, Logan declared that he would spare Tesseron's life and give him time and opportunity to take the gold and leave. The shocked Viscount began to thank him, but Logan interrupted him and said that his father would have said the same thing. Taking his sword in his hands, Logan noted that his father was a man of honor with all his heart and soul. Despite the Viscount's cries, Logan turned his attention to an object standing to the side. Among the pile of gold and jewels was a sword made of sparkling stones and diamonds of various grades. Moving away from the Viscount, Logan began to pick up the blade and noted that it was beautiful. Hoping for mercy, the Viscount began to shout for McLean to take it away, noting that it was made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Taking the sword out of its protective case, Logan looked at it closely and refused to accept it. A moment later, he began to hand it to the Viscount and said that he had better take it with him, which shocked the Baron. After that, Logan raised his head and began to look at the enemy with a smile. The young McLean leaned close to the frightened Baron, who had turned pale with fear. Logan took his hands, which were folded in a prayerful position, and began to squeeze them. After that, blood began to flow and the terrified Viscount began to scream uncontrollably at the actions of young McLean. The Viscount remembered Logan's words about mercy, but Logan reminded him that this was what his father would have done, as he had also pointed out. Continuing to squeeze the Viscount's hands with the blade, Logan concluded that he and his father were not alike in this respect. In response to Tesseron's last cries about aristocratic honor, Logan smiled and asked if he had the right to mention aristocratic honor. Leaning over the fallen Baron, Logan asked if he understood how many people had died because of him. Looking at his enemy one last time, Logan noted that this would be the end of the Viscount's life. Tears began to flow from Tesseron's frightened eyes at the hopelessness of his situation, and he was once again surrounded by blood. In considerable pain, he began to breathe heavily and cry out as tears flowed from his eyes again. Having finally destroyed his enemy, Logan stood still and looked at his body. The Viscount's body began to glow after he stopped breathing. Gazing at the Baron's bloodied body, Logan ordered him to thank God for his quick death. After that, he raised his bloodied hand and began to examine it over the Baron's body. Enraged, Logan began to clench his fist, which was stained with the blood of the destroyed Baron. Exhaling with relief, Logan began to smile, saying that they had finally managed to survive the disaster. In a moment, he began to get up from his seat, noting that it was time to end it all. Rising, he took his hands to his face and began to fill his lungs with air. After preparing himself, he gathered his strength to shout something to the entire area around him. He let out a cry announcing that Viscount Tesseron had passed away. The news spread throughout the castle and its surroundings in the moonlight. After shouting, Logan thought that would be enough when suddenly Kaisalon appeared in the doorway and began to address him. When asked by his master what had happened, Kaisalon said that he thought it necessary to look into Logan's underground dungeon. After asking about the dungeon, Logan agreed and began to approach the mercenary's servant. A few days later in the evening at sunset, Logan had long since returned to his homeland. On the roof of the castle, Logan met with his father, who asked how what his son had told him could have happened. Patrick asked about the death of the Viscount, which puzzled him. Logan replied that the Viscount was clearly desperate, given his defeat in the confrontation and the counterattack on his land. However, this did not inspire confidence in his father, who asked if it was Logan who had destroyed him. He moved closer to his son's face, who did not respond to Patrick. After considering his position, Logan replied that he had destroyed him and that it had been planned. The young man noted that they had to take control of Tesseron back, as Logan had no desire to leave his family alive. Patrick didn't know how to respond to his son and silently contemplated the situation as he looked at him. Suddenly, Patrick began to smile and, remembering that Logan was already an adult, added that he had his reasons for doing so. This reaction was unexpected for Logan, and looking at his father, he noted to himself that he had changed. After that, Patrick began to climb the wall of the castle roof and, turning around, addressed Logan. He noted that no matter what anyone said, Logan had played a crucial role in this confrontation. After explaining this, the father briefly thanked his son for his contribution to their victory. Logan listened silently to his father and did not want to interrupt him. This speech moved Patrick, who thought about his next words. A moment later, he turned back to Logan and continued the point he was making. Patrick confidently declared that Logan would become the official heir to the McLeans. This shocked Logan, who immediately began to address his father after this statement. Patrick was puzzled by his son's reaction and listened silently to what he had to say. Logan smiled modestly and lowered his gaze, preparing to respond to his father's statement. A moment later, Logan began to apologize and said that he needed to renounce this status. Shocked, Patrick asked if Logan was really refusing to become his rightful heir. Asking why Logan had made such a decision, his father noted that his reputation had grown significantly, but the young man explained that this was not the reason. Logan calmly pointed out that the McLeans were a family of knights, which made the younger Ronyan better suited for the role. Impressed, Patrick listened calmly to his older son's explanation of Ronyan's superior abilities. After all, he had managed to start using his powers at the age of 14, which was 5 years older than Logan. Logan added that it was impossible to predict what feats Ronyan would accomplish by the time he reached Logan's age. Patrick listened attentively to his son, having nothing to add or ask about his decision. After considering his son's words, he noted that the head of the house was not chosen based on combat achievements. Smiling at his father's words, Logan still did not plan to change his mind, because he had memories of this from his past life. After all, Ronyan was supposed to receive the title of the youngest user of power, thanks to which there should be no problems in the McLean house. At the same time, Logan understood that he would not gain any advantage from receiving the status of heir to power, as he did not have time to study the barony. Understanding all this, Logan stated that as the older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. Confused, Patrick continued to silently gaze at Logan, who said he hoped his father would wait for Ronyan to reach the right age. Lowering his head, his father noted that he did not expect such attention from Logan towards his younger brother. Logan smiled and thanked his father for his statement that he would postpone the selection of a successor for 5 years, until Ronyan came of age. However, Patrick noted that Logan would receive another reward after the funds received after the victory were counted. With excitement in his eyes about the reward, Logan asked if he could choose it himself. After a while, the guards loudly gave the order to open the gates to the arrival. The McLean's estate was celebrating the return of the knights of their house, who were now riding through the central streets. Enchanted teenagers gazed at the knights with excitement and asked about their return in such a short time. When one of the young men asked if their knights had always been so powerful, an older companion replied that this was not the case. However, everything had improved significantly thanks to the influence of the young master Logan McLean on the army. This caused confusion as Logan was known as a bully, but the young man continued to explain that it was thanks to him that the tide of battle had turned. Everyone around paid attention to the story of the young lord's unparalleled achievements in the confrontation. People gathered around to ask about the greatness of the young master, whom they thought only brought trouble. The question arose as to whether the young master had brought a huge amount of meat for no reason. The impressed residents looked with admiration at the young master, whom they began to consider a genius. These conversations were audible to Logan himself, who was advancing in a group of knights. He was puzzled because he had never heard such conversations about his personality and achievements before. Ronyan heard this and turned to Logan and asked him how he felt about these praises. However, Logan replied that the so-called praise only put him in an uncomfortable position and made him feel awkward. Ronyan replied that everything that was said about Logan was true, and urged him to smile at the residents who were happy to see him. The suggestion to smile at the audience puzzled Logan and took him by surprise. He looked again at the residents who were watching the young master with excitement, not taking their eyes off him. This reaction once again confused the young man, who did not know what to do with all this attention. So he decided to try to follow his younger brother's advice and turned back to the residents who were watching him. Looking at the people around him, Logan smiled contentedly at them. He tried to appear happy to see them and showed a sign of respect, but he looked uncertain and frightened. The young man smiled awkwardly and pointed his finger in respect to the residents around him as he rode on. However, the shocked residents were frightened by the young master's reaction to them. Suspicions began to fly around about threats because of this smile, which shocked Logan, who did not understand what he had done wrong. Patrick returned to his son, whose attention Logan did not want to attract unnecessarily. Noticing his son's predicament, Patrick considered intervening in the situation. He addressed the residents and called on them to welcome the victors who had returned from the war. After difficult days, the McLeans finally returned to the familiar walls of the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, Logan walked around and surveyed the post-war situation. Asking if the welcoming ceremony would last until morning, Logan smiled and noted that the exhausted soldiers had good endurance. Suddenly, people began to address him rudely from behind and ask what he was up to. Turning around, Logan noticed his angry stepmother, who was being restrained by Ronian, and asked her to calm down. She said she had heard about Logan's refusal to accept his inheritance and rudely asked what his plan was. Confused, Ronian argued with his mother and began to apologize to Logan, explaining her nerves after problems with the family. However, Logan was not bothered by such rudeness and told Ronian that everything was fine. Logan stood in front of his stepmother, waiting for her next reproaches or accusations. Looking at Marion, Logan realized that she now had no power, so he had nothing to fear from her. He understood that if he apologized to her now, there would be a chance that she would accept his apology. So the young man began to think about what to say to his stepmother, who was angry and confused because of him. Logan noted that he understood that his actions had not inspired trust, and that he regretted being driven by jealousy of his younger brother. After these words, Marion immediately began to turn to Ronian and claim that Logan himself had confessed, whereupon Ronian began to calm her down again. Ronian turned to Logan and began to apologize, but his older brother interrupted him and pointed out that he should apologize to his brother. This confused Ronian, who did not understand what his older brother was trying to convey to him. Logan reminded his brother how he had apologized to him after his return, but never explained what exactly he was apologizing for. Focusing his gaze on the sky, Logan continued, and pointed out that his cowardly nature was difficult to overcome after many years. Turning his gaze back to his brother, Logan noted that Ronian himself knew what the apology was for and apologized for hating him all these years. This phrase was unexpected for Ronian, who stood in place with a shocked look on his face. He found it difficult to breathe and could not move under the influence of the shock he experienced from his older brother's words. Logan's speech about his inappropriate attitude towards his younger brother impressed Marion, who did not interrupt the young man. Noting all this, Logan concluded that he now regretted his past behavior. Impressed, Ronian did not move until Logan apologized to him officially. Approaching his brother, Logan said that he was truly sorry for his previous attitude toward Ronian. Confused, Ronian stood silently, pondering Logan's words. Lowering his gaze, Logan realized that good deeds could not cover up bad ones. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself that he had been naive. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of surprise when Ronian said that everything was fine. At first, Logan couldn't believe that the situation with Ronian had been resolved, as Ronian had forgiven him immediately. A moment later, Ronian began to smile, preparing to speak to his brother after his apology. The sincerely smiling boy noted that he believed that the brother he knew would return if he showed a good attitude. After saying this, Ronian closed his eyes with positive emotions after this conversation. After these words, Logan thought that he had been wrong to hesitate to take this step earlier, and began to address his younger brother. But first, Logan decided to turn to his stepmother, who was standing aside and listening to the brothers. Logan noted that he was sincerely concerned about Ronian, recalling their memories together. Logan also expressed his hope that Ronian would become the successor to the McLeans. Noting his stepmother's possible distrust of him, Logan asked her to observe their relationship and his subsequent actions. Shocked, Marion sat down on her knees and bowed her head after Logan's speech. She turned her head away from her son and his brother and silently pondered the turn of events. Watching her after his speech, Logan smiled silently with satisfaction. Night fell, ending the day with an episode between Marion, Logan, and his brother. With the onset of day, the heroes set off for the forest where the sun's rays pierced through the thick trees. Logan headed deep into the forest with Hamar, who followed his master. When asked by the gnome where his master was going immediately after returning from the war, Logan replied that it was time to get to work after Hamar's rest. The dissatisfied gnome said that he was simply worried about his master, but he himself understood that he would be exhausted in the near future. Turning to the gnome with a smile, Logan told him not to worry because he would definitely enjoy this task. Skeptical about the work, Hamar thought that his master couldn't possibly know what he liked. A moment later, Logan stopped in the middle of the clearing and began to look around the forest. Lifting his head, the young man drew the gnome's attention to what was in front of them in the depths of the forest. Before them stood a huge, tall mountain with no signs of human influence. Focusing his attention on it, Logan declared that they would develop this mine. Earlier, Logan had surprised his father with his desire to receive the right to develop the mine as a reward for winning the confrontation. Patrick asked if his son meant the mountain near the borders of Tazran, which Logan confirmed. Pointing in the direction of the mountain, Patrick noted that there was actually nothing there and asked Logan why he had chosen it. Under the sun's rays, Logan just smiled silently as he listened to his father. Gazing at the mountain, Logan noted that no one could know for sure, but suddenly there could be gold buried there. Recalling memories from his past life, Logan now knew the real reason why Tessron had started a war against his clan. After all, after his victory, Tesron mined gold from the mountain he had captured from the McLeans. This is what gave him all his treasures and riches, which gave him influence and power in the surrounding territories. However, Logan later learned from his memories that it was his younger brother who destroyed Tesron in revenge for the destruction of their clan. When night fell, Logan followed Kaisalon, who led him through the underground rooms of the house. Returning to his master, Kaisalon noted that there was an underground prison in the castle of Tesron, where unusual people were held. Noticing the people behind bars, Logan began to examine them closely after Kaisalon left. Several people were sitting behind the bars, among them an old man with a mustache. The old man behind the bars began to shout fearfully that they had done nothing wrong. While the men behind him sat quietly, the old man continued to shout that they had simply mined gold from the mine, which was what they had been hired to do. Covering his face with his hand, Logan began to laugh eagerly and pointed out how Tesron had been destroyed. Continuing to laugh, Logan said he couldn't believe he had put 5 mining experts behind bars, which puzzled the old man. Looking maniacally at the people behind bars, Logan said that it was an incredible catch. The frightened old man watched the young man and could not understand what was going on. Logan compared the victory in the war with Tesron to his house being a ship sailing in a storm. He understood that this victory was equivalent to crossing a small wave in the middle of a stormy ocean. After all, in the dangerous ocean, much worse and more terrible threats to their survival awaited their ship. Their ship would be attacked by a much more terrifying force that would make its existence impossible. The very event that Logan had been expecting for a year could mark the beginning of the nation's demise. First, the death of the current king of Grandia was to take place. After this sudden death, a struggle for power would begin between the princes who wanted to obtain the crown by any means necessary. They would begin the process of weakening the kingdom, after which a civil war would break out, during which the empire would attack them. Now, looking at the sunbeams shining through the trees of the Logan forest, Logan remembered that this was the first reason for the destruction of the kingdom. The young man continued to think about this and remembered that his family's house did not belong to any factions, which could give them the opportunity to remain observers. But now Logan had a different position and did not want to miss such a powerful opportunity for development. Logan planned to take advantage of the chaos around him to reclaim the lands that had once belonged to them. Faced with such a powerful force, the inhabitants would have to submit to the McLeans, after which they would once again become the rulers of the Southwest. Thinking about this, Logan decided that if he succeeded, he would leave the Civil War behind and move on. Suddenly, Logan was addressed as master and brought out of his thoughts about the future. He was disturbed by Hamar, who asked what the master was thinking about in the middle of the day, even ignoring the address. Standing next to Hamar were men who had previously been released from imprisonment in Tesron's house. Looking at his subjects, Logan realized that he needed to focus and plan to increase his military power. He understood that he should rely solely on his own money. However, despite his worries and thoughts, Logan looked ahead with a smile. The young man focused on the mountain in front of him and thought that this mountain would become his cow to finance his endeavors. Declaring that there was gold in the mountain and expressing his desire to develop a mine, Logan asked how much it would cost him. This question took the workers, who had been released from prison, by surprise and shocked them. At the head of the workers was Hamar, who already understood the exhaustion that awaited him in the near future. The dwarf was shocked and began to pale, realizing the complexity of his master's task. Remembering the large salary promised by Tesron, the old man hesitantly raised his hand. He asked his master if he was sure there was gold in the mountain, which Logan confidently confirmed. Raising his finger, Logan said that he had seen it himself, so he was completely confident and convinced of its presence there. The shocked old man could not understand how he could have seen it, but said nothing. After that, Logan said that it was a secret task that they would work on with this small team of 6 people. Once again shocked, the old man began to ask how the 6 of them could work in the mine, since it was extremely difficult work. Looking at Hamar, he began to explain that even with the gnome, it was not realistic, which caught Hamar's attention. Looking at Hamar with an angry gaze, the man hoped for his support in defending his opinion. Puzzled, Hamar looked back at him, unable to understand why he was focusing on him so intently. Averting his gaze, he said that those present should prepare for death in advance, and noted that they should sleep less in order to renounce human life. The shocked old man did not expect such a response from the dwarf and thought that it was the end for him. Watching his subjects, Logan mentally praised Hamar for thinking like a loyal worker. Looking at the mountain again, Logan asked if the workers were ready to begin and reminded them about the payment. The old man announced the initial work plan and noted that 5 million gold coins would be enough for the first payment. Hamar added that it would take a long time to work safely and noted that it would take 6 months to prepare. Logan thought about the time and resources needed, but he understood that it was this gold that made Tesron the richest duke. Recalling the reserves of animal meat, Logan realized that if he managed to sell it, he would have significant resources to invest in the mine. But he knew that the effect of this meat would only become known to everyone in 6 months. Suddenly, it occurred to Logan that he could remove the toxin from the meat and use it as medicine without waiting 6 months. Continuing this thought, Logan remembered how he had used a neutralizing agent in the past and planned to do the same now. Clenching his fist after thinking it over, Logan prepared to work and sell the magical meat to raise funds. A week later, Logan went to the McLean's house, which was located in the south of the estate. Rick was there with the owner and reported that the muddy medicine made from various herbs was ready. Logan insisted that Rick not call it muddy, as it was a neutralizing agent. Logan then asked where the monster meat was, to which Rick replied that it was in the storage room, as the master had requested earlier. Shocked, Rick did not expect to be ordered to go to the storage room with the master to test the remedy he had created. The young master confidently said that of course he wanted Rick's help, to which Rick began to shout that he did not want this. When Rick said that Logan had never been there and knew nothing, the young man could not understand why he suddenly started arguing. However, as they approached the shelter, Logan began to feel the reason for his servant's unwillingness to go there. Standing in front of the entrance, Logan was shocked and couldn't understand what the stench was. Logan already knew it was an unpleasant smell, but he didn't expect such a stench that made him feel nauseous. In a moment, the young man began to use his power to cover his nose with protection from the unpleasant smell. After that, he exhaled with relief and began to breathe normally again without any obstacles or stench. Without delay, he confidently began to walk toward the entrance and call out to Rick, who was asking why he felt sick and the owner did not. Approaching the meat, Logan handed Rick the powder in his hand and asked him to sprinkle it on the meat. Trying to resist the stench, Rick obeyed his master's order to use the powder on the meat. After sprinkling the powder, Rick had to chop the minced meat with knives. After that, he rolled them into balls, which made the servant feel sick, but he tried his best. Taking one of the balls in his hand, Logan asked if it looked like medicine, to which Rick replied that it probably was. Logan said that they would sell it and Rick would produce it, so he had to remember how to do it. Rick began to argue, but the price he would be paid instantly appeased and calmed him, although Logan himself was dissatisfied because he had hoped not to spend money on this aspect. The young man noted that now it was necessary to test its effectiveness, to which Rick asked why it was needed. In response to the owner's answer about men's health, Rick asked how he should interpret it. After Logan exclaimed that he would explain only once a comparison with rabbits was made. The white hare, noticing the gray hare's sad mood, drew his attention to himself. In his hand was the same pill made of animal meat that Logan and Rick had created, and it was glowing. At the white rabbit's suggestion, the gray rabbit began to throw the pill into his mouth. The effect was immediate, and he continued to grind something in the mortar much more vigorously. In an instant, his speed and power increased, and he struck the mortar with his wooden stick much harder. In a few moments, he was already a huge, muscular hare with extraordinary strength and power in using the mortar. With this explanation, Rick began to shout loudly, attracting the attention of the surrounding lands. After the explanation, Logan asked if Rick understood, to which he replied with a smile that everything was clear. Rick said he knew someone on whom the medicine could be tested, and Logan enthusiastically asked who it was. Raising his finger, Rick smiled and mentioned Mr. Dwayne as a possible tester. At that moment, Mr. Dwayne, who was on his way to do some paperwork, noticed that his ears were burning as if someone had mentioned him. A short time later, Mr. Dwayne came to the room of the young Master Logan and knocked on his door. In response to the invitation to come in, Dwayne apologized and said that he had been told that the young master wanted to see him. Walking through Logan's room, Dwayne addressed him and did not understand where he had gone in the room that he did not notice him. Suddenly, Logan appeared behind him and maniacally said that he had been waiting for Dwayne to arrive. This sudden and unexpected approach by the master frightened Dwayne, who jumped back and said that it was not right to jump out from behind him like that. However, Logan put his arm around Dwayne's shoulder and said that it must have been very difficult for him after the war, to which he replied that he was fine. Dwayne explained that the young master had simply taken him by surprise, but Logan insisted that he knew how difficult it was for a financier. Logan began to list the problems they were facing and concluded that the administration was going through difficult and challenging times. This concern and understanding of the difficult times being experienced by the young master touched Mr. Dwayne, who began to tear up. He explained that he did not expect such concern from the young master, to which Logan asked if this was why Dwayne was having problems in bed. For a moment, the moved Dwayne froze in shock at the personal question asked by his boss. The man immediately began to apologize and headed for the exit, at which point Logan asked him to stop and listen to him. He instantly handed Dwayne a pill and explained that he wanted to give it to him, to which the financier asked what it was. The host noted that it was a patented product from a merchant in Kalia, the results of which were guaranteed after the first trial. Despite the fact that Logan himself had never tried it, he confidently asserted the guarantee of the pill's effectiveness. Puzzled, Dwayne did not know how to answer the master's question about what he thought of it after Logan said that he was the first to give it to him. A short time later, Dwayne ran at full speed to the chambers of the young Master Logan. He attracted the attention of Logan and Rick, who were walking down the corridors with his shouts and appeals to the young master. Dwayne ignored Rick's questions about his speed running through the corridors and immediately turned to Logan and asked how much. Crossing his arms, he shouted the question of how much the pills that the master had given him earlier cost. Logan was pleased to see that this reaction and the user's return were a success in the test. Confused, Rick asked if he had been heard and taken into account, but Logan turned to Dwayne and told him to hold out his hand. Out of breath after a long run, Dwayne froze and smiled after the young owner addressed him. Without hesitation, Dwayne instantly began to kneel before his master. He held his breath in anticipation of receiving his life-saving pills from his master. Kneeling, he froze, looking at his young master with hope and respect. Logan also focused his gaze and attention exclusively on Dwayne, who stood before him. Only Rick remained puzzled, not understanding such nobility in the matter of pills. In a moment, Logan reached for the wooden box he had with him. Without hesitation, Logan began to hand this magical box of pills to Dwayne, who bowed his head before him. Continuing to test the pills, Logan turned to the other men, the next of whom was Heinkel. When Heinkel asked who was spreading rumors about his problems with his wife, Logan shut him up and told him to try one thing. Heinkel took the pill and began to taste it while still in the young master's office. In a moment, he felt an effect comparable to fire in his body trying to break out. Heinkel's leg began to turn toward the exit, and he began to say goodbye to his young master. After directing the captain of the nightly order to the exit, Logan told him to go to his wife. With a smile on his face, Logan said that he would discuss military matters with his father himself. Heading for the exit, Heinkel began to smile and finally thanked his young master. Finally, he asked permission to bow to Logan in farewell as a sign of respect. The third man to test the pills was Logan's father, Patrick, whom his eldest son visited. After using the pills, a joyful Patrick told Logan that it was unbeatable. After visiting his father, Logan went to his room with a sense of accomplishment. Walking down the hallway after meeting with his father, Logan began to mentally apologize to Ranyan. He thought happily that they would have another younger brother. Suddenly, in the middle of the hallway, the young master encountered Rick and asked him to stop. The angry servant asked why he wasn't being offered a pill, considering that he had worked the hardest to create them. Confused, Logan looked at Rick without answering his sharp question. However, it did not evoke any particular emotions or thoughts in Logan, and he began to look down at Rick. A moment later, Logan turned around and continued down the corridor, making Rick think that it was a look directed at him. But suddenly, moving away from the servant, Logan stopped, once again attracting Rick's attention. Without turning back to Rick, Logan explained that the servant had no one to test the effect of the pills on. Rick's cries about whether the young master had said everything and his numerous appeals to him began to echo through the corridor. A few moments later, Logan returned to his room and communicated from a distance using a magic sphere. After explaining that the pills had been successfully tested, Logan said he wanted to set the price at 100 gold pieces each. Puzzled, Philip asked if the master thought that the aristocrats in the capital were simpletons. However, Logan explained that this was not the case at all and that the reason was that he was confident in his product. At that moment, Philip added to the sorceress's pay in order to continue the conversation with the owner. When Logan said that someone famous should talk about the effect of the pills, Philip asked what aristocrat would want to talk about such a thing. Logan explained that there are always rumors about aristocrats, even if it was a secret, after which buyers would gather like bees to honey. These arguments and statements made him think about the possible developments with Philip's sale. Philip's offer to take Logan to a banquet in the capital took him by surprise and puzzled him. Logan began to recall when he had ever attended banquets, since his family had never had the money for them. Philip explained that it would be easier to establish connections there to promote his business, even without direct sales. However, the idea of selling goods directly at the banquet made Logan think twice about such a possibility. Rejecting this idea, Philip explained that respect for the McLeans would disappear, but Logan pointed out that he wasn't the one who had to sell, and that was all. After these thoughts, Logan ordered Philip to go to their informant so that he could find out everything necessary that was bothering the financier. The young master noted that he would soon arrive at the Grand and explain all the details there during the meeting. A worried Philip thought to himself that he had a bad feeling about how things were going. A week later, Logan arrived in the capital and dismounted his horse, announcing his arrival. Once in the capital, Logan began to look around while Philip examined him, saying that he had indeed arrived. The young financier asked how Logan had managed to obtain permission, without adding that he was thinking about permission to sell his goods. Logan explained that he had definitely not mentioned bringing in and intending to sell the goods. At the same time, pointing to the carriage filled with 3,000 boxes, Logan noted that it was not easy for him to bring them without a servant. Looking around enthusiastically, Logan thought with satisfaction about his father's quick permission for the trip. Philip noted that Logan had also been without servants last time and asked if it was normal for the son of a noble house to travel in this manner. The young Master McLean explained that it was more difficult for him to choose a route with servants, and besides, they had their own business to attend to locally. At that moment, Logan remembered that he had placed a large amount of work and responsibilities on Rick. Despite this, Rick remained positive and friendly towards his master Logan. Logan understood that Rick had done everything necessary for him, both in the past and in the present. Rick recalled that people had stopped approaching him because of the smell he gave off after work. Remembering his faithful servant, Logan expressed his gratitude to him for his work. After some thought, Logan said that he had already made the necessary decisions. Looking at his master, Philip remembered that he had seen this expression on his master's face before. A moment later, Logan clenched his fist with satisfaction and enthusiastically noted that he would gratefully name the pills Emporic in honor of Rick. Observing the master's joy and reaction, Philip silently did not respond to him. Standing in place, Philip thought to himself that the man was indeed crazy. Upon arriving in the capital, Logan was offered to rest and recharge his batteries at a bar after a long journey. Logan asked Philip if he thought it was a good idea to talk to aristocrats about their problems in a place where there were lots of ears. Philip remembered that he had to inform his master about the informant's visit, as per his orders. When the financier asked if the master had indeed planned to pay him 900 gold coins for each argument, Logan looked at him indifferently. With a smile on his face, Logan explained that the informant was expensive but did quality work. When the master said that if Philip had relayed everything accurately, they would receive the necessary information, Logan replied that he had relayed everything accurately. Raising his finger, Logan said that they needed to find aristocrats who had been married for more than 10 years but had no children. Secondly, he was interested in the names of aristocrats who had remarried or had mistresses. Philip also mentioned a third aspect, the names of aristocrats who ate food that increased endurance, to which Logan replied that everything was correct. When the master praised Philip for doing a good job with all the tasks, he smiled and replied that it was not difficult. After Philip's statement about his concerns during the declared war, Logan positively noted that he was worried about his employer. However, a moment later, Philip explained that he was worried about the meat of the monsters, which would be left unused in huge quantities. An angry Logan threw the papers at the financier and told him to shut up and read the information. Philip held the spot where he had been hit and looked at the list from which his boss had asked him to choose his first client. Still feeling uncomfortable from having papers thrown in his face, Philip carefully reviewed the list. Waiting for the financier's opinion, Logan focused his gaze on the young man. Marking one of the aristocrats' names, Philip asked for an opinion on this man. Logan then leaned over to read the name of the aristocrat who had caught Philip's attention. In a moment, his expression changed, and he was shocked by the financier's choice because he knew who it was. After a while, Logan arrived at a luxurious palace with sparkling decorations in the rooms. The banquet was attended by distinguished people in beautiful clothes in the huge, spacious hall of the palace. 4 women in lavish dresses gathered around one of the large aristocratic men. It was Count Davies, whom Logan knew and to whom he immediately went upon his arrival at the banquet. Recognizing the young aristocrat who was addressing Count Davis, he paled and stopped. Logan greeted him respectfully and gave his name and the territory from which he had come to the capital. Barely suppressing his laughter, the Count said that they had a new guest and welcomed the young man to their event. Despite the ridicule around him, Logan remained calm and confident, although he mentally cursed Philip for his choice of clothing. However, Logan knew that he was not interested in this banquet except for one man who was present at it. Logan knew that despite his status, Count Davis was not successful in matters of family and men's health. Looking at him, Logan remembered that he was surprised by Philip's choice and his presence on the list, given his memories from the past. What was peculiar about these memories was that it was the Count who had taken his own life because of problems with his wife. An incident had occurred between them in which the enraged wife yelled at her husband, asking if he had been talking to the women around him. The wife shamelessly humiliated her husband's reputation by pointing him out at a crowded event. Count Davies was unable to survive the shame after the incident, and subsequently took his own life. Logan understood that other people's opinions and his reputation were extremely important to the Count. Realizing that the Count met all the criteria of a potential buyer, Logan explained that he had come for business and wanted to personally greet the Count. The smiling Count replied that it was difficult to talk about business because Grand already had everything. While discussions about Logan's image continued, Davis suggested that the capital's goods had surprised the newcomer. Logan replied that this was indeed the case, but that he had a special product that was unlike anything else. Approaching the Count, the young man noted that it was a medicine created specifically for men. Leaning close to Davis' ear, Logan said that it increased men's sexual desire. This statement shocked and took the Count by surprise, who froze in place. Suddenly, he began to bite his lip in anger at the young man's proposal. In a moment, he began to shout angrily and ask if the aristocrat's son really sold such things. People around began to talk about what the Count had said and claimed that it was shameful in the middle of a banquet. The Count could not understand how such a provincial could perform here and hoped that he would be embarrassed at such an event. However, Logan reacted indifferently, as he had expected such a reaction from the Count from the very beginning. The young man approached Davis again and, when asked if he had anything else to add, said that he had brought a gift for the Count as a sign of respect. Handing over a wooden box, Logan explained that it contained his merchandise, which would be sold for 100 gold pieces apiece. The perplexed Count stood frozen in place while the young provincial aristocrat explained his respect for him. Swearing on his aristocratic honor, Logan noted that it was a wonderful remedy with no side effects, and he gave the Count 3 copies. Recalling his complex problems with this issue, the Count began to shed tears at the prospect of their possible solution. A few days later, the doorbell at Logan McLean's residence in the capital rang incessantly. An official representative of the owner, Davis, arrived with the intention of purchasing a drug called Empiric. Satisfied, Logan smiled and asked if it was sent by Count Davis, realizing his success. After the sale, Philip escorted the Count's representative to the exit, bowed to him, thanked him, and invited him to come again. Returning to his master, he reported the sale of 10 boxes worth 10,000 gold coins, which was good for a first sale. However, Logan pointed out that they needed to earn even more, considering that the rent for this house was 10,000 gold coins. An angry Philip began to shout that of course the house was expensive given its location in the center. Philip began to explain that the house was necessary for direct contact with customers, with which Logan agreed and announced that he was going to a banquet. This puzzled Philip, who pointed out that the owner went there every day and sometimes twice a day. Returning to say goodbye to the young financier, Logan explained that it was not enough for him to have just one client. He enthusiastically explained that it was necessary to advertise their product to as many people as possible. A week later, the representative of Count Davis was again heading towards Logan's house in the city center. He was thinking about the Count's repeated request to buy the same medicine. As he approached the building, he was puzzled by a group of people standing at the entrance. There was a huge line of men lined up outside the house of the provincial McLean. Looking at the group of people, the Count's representative could not understand why they were all there, but upon examining them, he recognized some of the men. Most of the people in the line were servants sent by their masters and Counts to buy the medicine. Hiding his face, Davis's servant thought that rumors might spread about his master, so he needed to buy the medicine and leave as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Mr. McLean's young financier came out of the house and announced that they were sorry. The shocked servants were puzzled by the news that the merchants had sold out of the medicine they had prepared for today. One of the servants asked how this was possible, to which Philip explained that the demand for their medicine was so high that they had set a sales limit. The frightened servants began to beg to sell at least something, otherwise their masters would punish them. A gentleman with a servant was passing by the crowd and ordered him to find out what was happening at this place. Satisfied, Logan noticed the interest of random passers-by and realized that everything was going according to his plan to limit sales. At that moment, Philip repeated his explanation that the goods were sold out for the day and asked them to come back the next day. The next day, the happy young man looked around and repeated that the entire batch of goods had been sold out for that day. As the days passed, the goods ran out until the interests of all buyers who wanted to purchase were satisfied. On the next day, the frightened servants who came every day to buy the medicine angrily asked how many days in a row this had been happening. However, after closing the door when the goods ran out, Logan and Philip's work did not stop. Philip enthusiastically recounted the unprecedented sales success that brought them 4.5 million gold coins every month. Sitting at the table and listening to Philip, Logan remarked mockingly that there were so many weak men in Grand. Looking at the gold in front of him, Logan noted that the price had tripled, which did not reduce the influx of buyers. Suddenly, the enchanted Philip approached the host and stopped in front of him. Logan just smiled contentedly once again, realizing his unquestionable success. A moment later, such loud laughter began to echo that it attracted the attention of random passers-by on the street. Overjoyed, Logan took Philip by the arm and began to praise him, to which Philip replied that it was all thanks to the owner's efforts. After that, the owner announced that starting next month, Philip would receive a percentage of the profits. Philip's mood instantly changed and he opened his eyes wide in anticipation of the prospect of increased earnings. In a moment, cries of gratitude began to echo from the house as Philip promised to do his best in the future. A man in a hood watched the events around the house in the center that McLean had rented. The next day, shouts about the amount of gold came from Logan's door, attracting the attention of random passers-by. Recognizing his own voice, Logan instantly covered his mouth so as not to attract any more unwanted attention. He was in contact with Hamar and asked if he was serious about 10 tons of gold per year. Hamar confirmed that this was indeed the case and added that, according to the miners, the gold nuggets were found in deeper deposits. Calculating the potential profits from these volumes of gold, Logan clenched his fist enthusiastically, unable to contain his joy. However, the dwarf added that there would be significant costs involved in obtaining these treasures, which Logan confirmed when he asked his employer. Logan asked the dwarf to wait a little while so that his master could obtain the necessary amount for Hamar and his workers in an instant. Looking at the young master, Hamar said nothing, but thought that he should be kinder to them. As night fell, Logan walked through the moonlit streets of the capital. Walking alone, Logan calculated the necessary funds for investment and possible earnings from the sale of the import. Satisfied with his calculations, the young man realized that he would only need to sell the drug for 2 months. Suddenly, his thoughts about earning money were interrupted by the situation around his place of residence. Approaching his house in the city center, Logan had a strong feeling that someone was inside the building. Focusing on the entrance to Logan, he came up with the only explanation for why he might have had this feeling. He rushed out of his seat with the thought of a possible intrusion by criminals into his rented house. Quickly entering the building, the young man began to look around, surveying the situation from the inside. However, Logan found himself in his usual empty room with no signs of strangers. Reaching for his sword, Logan realized that the criminals must be inside, given that there was only one exit from the building. Suddenly behind Logan, an object began to move toward the door through which the young man had entered the room. This immediately caught Logan's attention, who froze in anticipation of the moment. Without hesitation, Logan swung his sword around him, shouting questions about who was there. But in a moment, there was no sign of anyone in Logan's room. Chasing the object that was fleeing from the door with his sword, Logan was unable to stop or injure anyone. Logan couldn't understand how there could be no one there, given his strong sense of the stranger's presence. Suddenly, Logan was taken aback by the feeling of a foreign force that was very close to him. The young man abruptly began to look back, feeling a strange influence on himself from behind. Looking up at the roof, Logan noticed the same person who was spreading a powerful aura and force around him. Without hesitation, the young man instantly moved from his place and, pushing off from the ground, moved onto the roof of the building. Logan rapidly moved up the wall with his sword in his hand to attack the stranger on his house. However, the hooded man did not move from his place but calmly remained standing on the roof, ignoring the approach of the young man with the sword. Quickly approaching the stranger, Logan began to prepare his sword to strike. But despite the young man's aim, the blade of the sword passed close to the hooded man's face without injuring him. Logan's attack did not harm the man except for a cut in the hood on his head. After the attempted attack, Logan retreated to the other end of the roof and waited for the stranger's next move. Confused, the young man watched his enemy and asked who he was. However, the hooded man did not react and did not answer the young man's question. Suddenly, in a split second, the unknown stranger disappeared from the roof without leaving a trace. Logan was shocked by the lightning speed with which the stranger disappeared from the height. Stepping forward, Logan realized that his enemy had just been in front of him, but with his disappearance, he left no trace. Something caught the young man's attention as he stepped forward and looked around. It was a piece of fabric from the cloak worn by the stranger who had abruptly disappeared from the roof. Bringing the fabric close to his eyes, Logan couldn't understand what kind of nonsense was going on. The next day, Logan returned to his daily routine and talked to Philip. The shocked young man was amazed by the news that an aura user was staying in their house. Logan noted that this was only his assumption, but the stranger was definitely an advanced user of the Force. The host explained that he had not just sensed his influence, which meant that the man was significantly different from Logan. However, Philip could not understand how an aura user could stoop to the low level of a robber, given his power and status. Impressed, the young financier began to ask what their robber had stolen, which the host confirmed. Showing them a box of their drug, Logan noted that the thief had stolen only 2 pills of Empirica. Given the amount stolen, Philip assumed that the thief had stolen them not for money, but for his own use. The financier's question about whether there were any incapacitated representatives among the aura users stumped Logan. Logan immediately turned to Philip and asked if there was an aura user on their list who had not been confirmed by the financier. However, one man came to mind who could have attracted their attention for this reason. It was a childless aura user who lived in the capital and whom Philip knew. This man walking through the streets watched children happily running to their fathers and mothers. He wanted to have children, so he watched the children and their parents with emotion. However, at that moment, his wife caught him by surprise and asked what he was looking at. The man quickly replied that he was admiring the views of the capital's streets. But his words were not confident, and his expression quickly changed to sadness. The woman understood that her husband was watching the children, as he always did during their walks. Insisting on his opinion, the man claimed that this was not the case, and that he was interested in the views of the capital, which upset his wife. After this situation, the man suggested that his upset wife return home. Hugging her husband, the wife said that she was very happy to have met him, and asked if he knew that. Touched, the husband did not move in his wife's embrace and did not answer, but just looked at her. A moment later, he began to hug her tightly and said that he was also very happy. This man was the best swordsman in the kingdom, who had suffered a serious injury to his groin in his youth. At the time, the injury had not had a significant impact on the young Felix, but now it never left his mind. After all, he saw no point in his status and title if he could not pass on his glory to his successor. Back in his chambers, he and his wife sat on the sofa in the study. His wife reached out her hand to her husband, who was sitting motionless next to her. Turning to her husband, she noted that it must have been a real torment for him, which puzzled him. She asked her husband's permission to stay with him no matter what. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes, but she kept smiling as she looked at her beloved. Felix was touched and couldn't believe that he couldn't repay his wife for her eternal love for him. Walking through the palace, the assistant turned to Felix and asked if they should hurry to the family gathering, but the knight did not care. The assistant, looking at the noble knight from the past, did not know how to respond to these statements. Without giving up, the assistant mentioned an effective remedy for men's health that had recently appeared in the capital. Suddenly, the assistant stopped next to Felix and watched his reaction. Without turning to him, Felix asked if such a thing really existed in their lands. The assistant added that sometimes it even healed physical wounds on men's bodies. Felix began to laugh, but the assistant continued to describe the remedy, noting that it had received many positive reviews. Lowering his head, Felix realized that he had already tried this drug after his abduction. Realizing that he couldn't talk about it because it was embarrassing for him and a bad example for his students, Felix paused and thought about how to respond. Felix was particularly bothered by the fact that it had no effect on him, so he clenched his fist in anger. A moment later, he continued on his way to the palace and noted that rumors should be treated with skepticism. As he walked on, Felix realized that no medicine could help with what the aura couldn't handle. With thoughts of surrender, Felix approached the palace gates for the family meeting. Logan arrived at another gate to the palace entrance, where the guard told him that he could not meet with the owner without a prior appointment. Logan pointed out that this was precisely why he had asked to simply give the master his name. The young man explained that the host would want to meet him once he heard his name. Earlier, a concerned Philip asked the master if he really wanted to visit the Duke in person. Young McLean confidently replied that this was indeed the case, to which Philip asked him to confirm that Logan did not plan to ask the Duke about the theft. He also added fearfully that he did not plan to ask about his affairs with his wife, and concluded that this was what the host wanted to do. Indifferently watching the worried financier, Logan asked if he was trying to mock him. Philip confirmed that the master was asking for trouble and asked him to pretend that nothing had happened. Left alone in the hallway of the Duke's palace, Logan realized that if things didn't go according to plan, it would be their defeat and humiliation. A moment later, the door to Felix's office began to open, and a servant came out to meet Logan. Meeting the young man in the corridor, the servant pointed to the passageway and invited the guest in. Without hesitation, Logan began to walk toward the table where the master of the house was waiting for him. As he approached, young McLean realized that he now had a chance to establish a connection with one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Taking his seat, Logan bowed and greeted him, giving his name and family name. He then looked at the Duke, waiting for his reaction or a greeting in response to the guest. Remembering the Duke's age, Logan noticed that he looked much younger when he turned back to his guest. Asking about the McLean's family and home, The Duke inquired why he had traveled such a long way to the capital. Reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket, Logan explained that he had recently started a business in the capital and wanted to bring goods as a gift. Placing a wooden box on the table, Logan noted that it contained a wonderful medicine for men's health, the effectiveness of which was beyond doubt. Felix looked at the goods with interest and asked if this was really the case. Seeing no reaction from the Duke, Logan began to doubt whether he was really the thief who had sneaked into his house at night. Noticing the box on the table, Logan pointed out that such an ordinary remedy would not be suitable for a man as powerful as the Duke. Impressed, Felix opened his mouth when he heard that the guest had brought him a special item to try. Noticing the Duke's reaction, Logan was pleased with his interest, given his previous indifference to the emporic. Ordinary medicines neutralized the poison that was suitable for use by ordinary people. However, Logan knew that it was not suitable for use on superhumans, so he created a concentrate. And it was this concentrate that he put into the limited edition of Emporic, which now stood before Duke Felix. Gazing hopefully at the limited edition version of the drug, Felix exhaled heavily. Logan had personally tested this version of the drug to ensure its effectiveness. Bowing before the Duke, Logan noted that he should contact him again if he liked the effect of the pill. Taking the box that the guest had brought to him, the Duke still looked at it with distrust. The next ordinary day, the sun's rays shone through the castle windows. Welcoming his guest again, the joyful Duke asked what Logan wanted in exchange for the pills, for which he was willing to do everything in his power. Trying to remain calm, Logan couldn't contain his joy at his success, but he briefly explained that he didn't understand what the Duke was talking about. Looking into Felix's happy eyes, Logan was sure that the medicine had worked and given the expected result. Hoping for a full recovery, Felix clenched his fist with joy at the possibilities ahead. But at the same time, he remained calm as he quietly watched the young McLean in his room. Given Logan's calmness, Felix couldn't believe that he hadn't mentioned his theft. At the same time, remembering the young man's use of the sword, Felix noticed his potential and believed that the cure was exclusively from him. After thinking about it, he began to laugh and noted that he had rushed to conclusions and appeals. He explained that thanks to Logan's medicine, the Duke had a chance to be cured, for which he was willing to pay. After listening to this, Logan, considering his desire, began his request for help. Without hesitation, the young man smiled and asked if he could ask the Duke for a useful book on the art of sword fighting. After that, the Duke and his guest immediately went to the palace armory, where the books were stored in cabinets. The swordmaster did not think long before making his choice and began to take out one of the books. He handed it to Logan, who began to examine the book with interest, and noted that it was exactly what the young man needed. Felix added that it contained training exercises that would make his body ache, but noted that it was worth it, after which Logan began to thank him enthusiastically. Logan asked Felix for a letter stating that he had given him the book, to which the Duke agreed. Smiling at the Duke, Logan was pleased that he had received what he wanted and needed. Suddenly, as he was heading for the exit, Logan was stopped by the Duke's remark that it did not seem right to him. The confused young man looked back at the Duke to ask what he meant, but Felix began to explain. In a moment, Logan was shocked by the swordmaster's statement that he would personally teach Logan a special technique. While Logan couldn't believe his luck, Felix explained that he felt sorry to pay with just a book. Recalling his past life and his present one, Logan noted to himself that this was the first time he had been called modest. With pleasure, Logan thanked the Duke, realizing that he had been given a special opportunity that could not be missed. Once on the training field, Felix noted that assessing the talents of young warriors was one of his joys. Holding his sword forward, he told the young man to concentrate because he would not give in. Without hesitation, Logan began to reach for the sword at his belt, focusing on the Duke. After the young man took his first steps toward him, Felix told him to draw his sword. However, this became a significant problem for Logan, who was shocked by this turn of events in the confrontation. He felt a powerful force affecting him and hindering his movements. Because of this, Logan's hands began to shake, but he still could not even grab his sword. Now Logan knew how powerful the aura user was in the example of Duke Felix. Despite the young man's problems, Felix continued to hold his combat position, waiting for the guest to make his move. Looking at the Duke, Logan couldn't understand if all aura users had the ability to restrain their opponent's movements. Logan thought that in that case, all battles on the continent would end with aura users finishing off the rest. Thinking that it was not a matter of ordinary strength, but a special ability, Logan began to activate his power. Felix remained in his place, closely watching the young man's actions and reactions. A glow began to appear around Logan as he began to use his power. The second core was activated, giving him strength against the influence of the aura. Logan created a plan of action for himself, during which he had to analyze the influence on his body that was restraining him. Logan noticed that with each attempt to move, the Duke's power stimulated the activation of the young man's own power. Moving his elbow, Logan began to understand that the Duke was dissipating the power that the young man was putting into motion. Catching his breath, the young McLean did not know how this was possible, but he had ideas on how to counter it. Grabbing his sword, Logan prepared to act the moment the Duke tried to suppress the young man's strength. Drawing his sword sharply, Logan realized that he needed to act and react much faster. The young man's actions caught the attention of Felix, who had been watching him closely all this time. He was impressed and began to say that everything had happened according to the scenario he had suspected. Looking at the young guest in a fighting stance, Felix said that Logan was talented. Catching his breath, Logan put his hand to his mouth and continued to observe the Duke opposite him. Emphasizing that the young man should now watch carefully, Felix began to move his sword near the floor. A powerful force gathered around his sword, concentrating at the tip of the weapon. Watching the Duke's actions, Logan noted to himself the concentration of power and control over it at the tip of the sword. Not fully understanding the events and the Duke's skills, Logan tried to figure out if it was the aura of the blade itself. Suddenly raising his head, he realized that his thoughts were not true. In a calm voice and with confidence in his eyes, Felix said that Logan would be struck. Shocked, Logan raised his head and, clutching his sword tightly in his hand, looked up in fear. A force stretched upward from Felix's sword, which Logan recognized as the familiar power of the blade. Suddenly, the power that emanated from the blade began to move toward Logan. Exhausted, Logan tried to maintain his balance, realizing that he could not even move. Logan noticed an increase in the power of the Duke's red blade, which interfered with the young man's senses. Exhausted, Logan did not understand what he could do, even though he understood the principle of its effect on him. Suddenly, Logan was struck by a strange feeling that took him by surprise and caught his attention. Feeling the core of power in his body, Logan began to understand that his power had neutralized the Duke's power. Carefully tracking the Duke's movements in the direction of his power, Logan realized that he would not be able to escape its influence. He thought intently about his possible actions for further confrontation with the Duke. In a moment, flames began to appear around him from his power, which burst out and began to spread around. This move impressed Felix, who asked if the young man had created a barrier with his power. Without wasting any time, the Duke began to grip his sword tightly again in order to continue his planned actions in the fight. Quickly changing the position of his hands, the Duke took a fighting stance aimed at attacking the young man. Suddenly, he began to concentrate his strength in his legs in order to leap forward into the air. Thanks to his lightning speed, the Duke instantly began to approach Logan's barrier of strength. Logan remained in his fighting stance, waiting for the Duke to approach. However, despite his fighting stance, he was unsure of his next move in the confrontation. As he approached the young man, the Duke delivered a powerful blow with his sword, which had a wide range of damage. But Logan was no longer in his place at that moment, as he had managed to jump out of the strike zone. The force of the Duke's blow still hit the young man, who was knocked off his feet and flew into the wall due to the spread of the blow. After delivering the blow, the Duke stood calmly in place and watched the young man fly into the wall. After defeating his opponent, the flames around Felix's sword began to disappear as the force dissipated. Logan's sword was shattered, and his body shook after the significant strain. In response to the young man's remark about the blade's aura, the Duke asked if he thought he would teach him, because he would not be able to master it. Upon hearing that he had seen the full version, Logan began to smile contentedly. The Duke noted that in the end he had unconsciously taken the confrontation more seriously than he wanted to. Meanwhile, Logan fell to the floor, unable to maintain his balance. However, Felix continued his speech and stated that some were destined to reach great heights in this world. Looking at the fallen young man, he noted that it would be interesting to watch him in the future. After regaining consciousness, Logan headed for the exit, which the Duke's servant questioned. He explained that the Duke had said to let the young man rest until he recovered, but Logan thanked him for the medicine and said that he was fine. After listening to the guest's explanation, the servant offered to help him to the exit. A few moments later, the gates to the Duke's palace were opened before the guest. Finally, the servant wished the young man a safe journey, and Logan thanked him, looking back at him with a smile. Without delay, Logan quickly began to walk away from the palace gates toward the city. The servant was puzzled by the speed of their guest's departure, but said nothing about it. After passing through the gate, Logan stopped and leaned against the wall to rest. It was difficult for him to walk because he was filled with excruciating pain in his body that gave him no rest. At the same time, Logan understood that he had managed to preserve the very valuable and rare potion that the Duke had given him for his recovery. With thoughts of restoring his health with the help of the potion, Logan began to use it, but he understood that it would be difficult. But looking at the healing potion with the note on it, he realized that he had gained much more than he had lost. Unfolding the note, Logan began to read the permission to contact the Duke and his contact details in case of need. Pleased, Logan could not believe that the Duke thought so highly of him, treating him as a student. Suddenly, Philip appeared from around the corner and addressed Logan sharply and loudly, taking him by surprise. Frightened, Logan began to ask Philip why he was there, to which Philip explained that he was waiting for his master and asked about his pale appearance. A moment later, Philip approached and began to shout and ask if Logan had been rude to the Duke, which Logan denied. After saying that Logan was only learning sword skills from him, he began to spit blood, which terrified the young financier. The next day, a week later, there was a notice on Logan's door announcing that the Emporic was sold out for the day. Logan said that the total earnings from the sale of Emporic amounted to about 4,100,000 gold coins. Philip stated that if sales continued at the same pace, they would be able to reach 4.5 million gold coins per month. The partners looked at each other enthusiastically, eager to achieve their desired earnings from the sale of the product. A moment later, loud cries of joy rang out from the house, which could be heard throughout the surrounding area. Looking at Philip, Logan asked if he was so happy about the possibility of receiving a bonus this month. Recalling his business affairs, the financier reported that he had established a process for purchasing monster meat in Kalia, for which Logan praised him. Philip also asked if the owner was planning to buy a house in the capital, given the significant cost of renting accommodation. However, Logan refused, explaining that he would stay in the capital for a maximum of a year and a half, after which he would have to move. Puzzled, Philip, not understanding what was going on, asked what that meant. Logan replied that it was not something the financier should worry about. Finally, Philip asked the owner to take care of his health, to which Logan replied that he had spent the last week in his room behind locked doors. Recalling his visits to the host, Philip asked if he was really focused on recovery, given how much time he spent at the table. After receiving a reply that the financier should not worry about it, Logan smiled, glad that Philip was not trying to find out more, although he was not happy about it. In addition, Philip asked if Logan was now going home, which he confirmed, and instructed the financier to reassure clients until his arrival. Suddenly, Logan remembered another aspect he had to discuss with the young financier. A moment later, a shocked Philip asked the owner about his order to send $100,000 worth of products to Tesron and McLean. When asked indignantly if Logan wanted to feed all the inhabitants of the region, the host interrupted him and told Philip to find a supplier. Impressed, Philip asked if the owner was serious and noted that he did not know about his care for his people. Without answering Philip, Logan headed for the door and thought that it was a matter of necessity rather than care. Grabbing the door handle and remembering his past life, Logan realized that only in a year would the chronic food shortage in McLean's end. Logan understood that due to unfavorable conditions, the labor of the people played an important role for him, so he could not allow them to go hungry. Heading for the door, Logan noted that he was leaving because he had one thing to do, which Philip once again did not ask about. Once on the streets, Logan headed for the gathering place of the homeless who were sitting in the moonlight. Some of the men were wounded but still had strength, while others were falling to the ground. Logan entered the room and a man in a cloak asked if he wanted them to find the people from the paper. The puzzled man pointed out that with only names and some physical descriptions to go on, they would have to search the entire continent. However, Logan insisted and asked clearly if the mercenaries could handle it, noting that he would pay generously for the job. Staring at the information on the paper, the tense man pondered the task. After a moment, he agreed, and Logan moved from his seat deeper into the building. Walking past the exhausted people around him, Logan realized that finding the people on his list would be difficult because some of the names might not be real. But he knew he had no other choice and that he needed to gather all the independent superhumans. Logan remembered them from his past life, but he was interested in those who had not joined any organizations. Each of them could provide Logan with tremendous support in the war against the Empire. Suddenly stopping in the middle of the street, Logan began to look around and think about his actions. Analyzing his thoughts, he noted that he was too anxious despite the good progress in the capital. With thoughts of the need to find peace, Logan looked up at the cloudless sky with hope for a bright future. Meanwhile, other people were angry about the state of affairs, which manifested itself in malice. One of the assistants asked the angry elder to calm down and come to his senses. Without turning to his subject, the elder pointed out that he was constantly chasing his followers and asked if he had any other employees. Begging him to calm down, the head of the tower explained that these were simple words that he had been asked to convey. The elder's question as to why the same person had summoned his followers this time left the subject at a loss. A moment later, he enthusiastically began to explain that they would be sent to the countryside in the southwest. He added that it was the well-known territory of the McLean clan in the southwest. Noting that it was a 6-month assignment, he himself began to understand the complexity of the situation. Angrily clenching his fist, the elder cursed the head of the magic tower and said that he could not simply allow this to happen. Grabbing the informant by the shoulder, he stated that now was the time to settle this issue once and for all. The elder seriously considered his possible actions to stop the head of the magic tower's tyranny. Meanwhile, on a normal sunny day, the magic tower itself was deserted. A man was sleeping in the room and the visitor approached him quietly. Approaching the table, the visitor began to knock on it to wake up the man sleeping behind it. Opening one eye to look at the person disturbing him, the man cried out in surprise. The employee immediately greeted him with a smile and noted that this was a distant type of earth magic spell for the fourth circle. Focusing on his visitor, the employee could not understand what business he might have. While the employee was assessing the visitor, Logan said that he needed a couple of magic ingots. Not considering such a visitor to be important, the young salesman did not pay much attention to him. However, a moment later, he began to ask puzzled questions about what Logan was saying, after Logan stated that he needed 150 magical ingots of destruction. Without hesitation, Logan placed the user certificate issued to him by Cooper's Bank on the table in front of the salesman. The young salesman took the certificate with interest and began to calculate the necessary components. Suddenly, he began to shout and stare at the indicated price of 4 million gold coins. Calmly watching the employee, Logan said nothing until the man began to shake with excitement. He waited impassively until the employee finally said he would take him upstairs. The magic of destruction was a well-known long-range earth magic spell for the fourth circle, which had the power to destroy a rock. However, this magic had many side effects, which is why no one dared to use it in combat. But Logan knew that it was ideal for construction and would help him speed up the development of the mine. After meeting with the chief wizard, he asked again if the young buyer really wanted to purchase 150 bars of destruction magic. To confirm that this was indeed the case, the head of the magic tower smiled, noting that they had not had such a generous buyer in a long time. Recalling the arrival of the head of the tower, Logan did not suspect that he would rush in so quickly upon hearing the number of ingots required. Thinking about the positive effect of his business partner's weakness, Logan began to explain who he was and where he came from. When the head said he would make a note to the intern, Logan smiled and said there was no need. Listening to the conversation about his personality, the young intern realized that he was in trouble. Looking closely at the young buyer, Radiosgate realized that he had almost lost such a client because of the intern. The head of the tower could not understand what kind of aristocrat would spend his fortune on buying ingots in peacetime. Radios was angry that his precious ingots were being used for everyday purposes. However, at the same time, he understood that this was his chance to make a lot of money, after which he kindly pointed out that there was one problem. Logan asked, puzzled, what the problem was, to which he explained that a wizard with a fifth circle was needed to use these ingots. After that, the head of the tower explained that they did not have enough such specialists to create the ingots. Despite this problem, Logan asked what would happen in this case. The young buyer's reaction took Radios by surprise, but he understood that it was worth checking the base again. A moment later, the old man began to talk again about the absence of ingots, after which Logan began to get up from his seat at the table with dissatisfaction. Heading for the exit, Logan indifferently remarked that he simply wanted to buy 150 ingots per month, but now he would turn to other towers. The shocked tower head fell to the floor in front of Logan, shouting at him to stop and asking him to repeat the phrase about buying every month. Logan confirmed that this was indeed the case and added that he would need 900 bars in 6 months. Unable to believe his ears, the tower head became emotional and began to look at Logan with puppy dog eyes. Suddenly, his hopes began to crumble after Logan's statement that he would have to go elsewhere. As Logan started walking toward the exit, the tower head grabbed his leg and started shouting that they could handle it. When asked by the young master if this was possible, the tower head confirmed that they would definitely manage. Looking at Logan's shoes, Radios noted that the fourth circle ingots cost 10,000 gold pieces each. With satisfaction and a thirst for wealth, he immediately calculated that 150 ingots would cost 1.5 million gold coins. In an instant, his gaze was filled with nothing but greed for money, after exclaiming that in 6 months, the amount would be 9 million gold coins. Radius firmly grabbed the young master's leg in hopes of detaining him and concluding a deal. Looking at Logan, he noted with enthusiasm that this was a very attractive price. The head of the tower suggested finding a wizard instead of gold bars, which puzzled Logan. Thinking about this proposal, Logan noticed how Radios had polished his shoes to a shine. Realizing the advantage of a 4th-level wizard, Logan asked if Radios had one available to help him move to the countryside. However, Radios began to explain that he could not order a wizard of such high rank to do anything, which Logan understood. Instead, Radios offered to provide several lower-level wizards who had been working on various construction sites for a long time. Thinking about how things might turn out, Logan realized that this was a good offer, considering how long the construction would take. But he couldn't stop thinking about which of the wizards would be knowledgeable about construction. After a while, young wizards, students of the Tower of Magic, began to line up in front of Logan. The first to greet him was Grek, a 3rd circle wizard who declared that they would be at the master's disposal. Logan was puzzled by these young, frightened boys, but Radios remained positive and noted that they could leave after their greeting. Without delay, the young wizards began to head for the exit, watched by a puzzled Logan. A moment after the young men left, Logan returned to Radius and began shouting that they were about to lose consciousness, which Radius began to deny. However, at the same time, Logan understood that after testing them with his powers, he had noticed their talent and reliability. But Logan did not understand why the head of the tower agreed to send his students to the countryside, and thought about his test. After thinking it over, Logan declared that the proposal to send these wizards away was unfair compared to the desired ingots, which surprised Radios. Preparing to turn the situation to his advantage, Logan began to smile before his speech. He announced a new payment for the ingots and wizards, which was significantly less than the previous agreement. This statement stunned Radios, who was still smiling, but his thoughts were different. Observing the reaction of the tower's head, Logan realized that he was offering an extremely low price for which normal wizards would not be sent anywhere. In a moment, he was shocked by the tower head's agreement to these terms, which the young master had not expected. Without delay, Radios began to push a piece of paper called a contract toward Logan's face and asked him to sign it immediately. Impressed, Logan could not believe the agreement and such haste in signing the contract, which he did not understand when Radios had time to prepare. While the stunned Logan was pondering the turn of events, the Elder began to approach, shouting that they should talk to the head of the tower. Radio's young assistants tried to restrain Elder Clayton, but he pushed them away. Logan was puzzled and impressed by the unexpected appearance of the Elder, whose magical powers attracted the young man's attention. The Elder, with the power of 5th circle magic, asked Radios if he wanted to send his followers away again. Radius began to explain the benefits of this and the talent of Clayton's followers, to which he rudely asked why only his students were doing the difficult work. The tearful magicians, hoping for their freedom, listened to Radius's assertion that their work was easy and that it was necessary for the tower and for themselves. However, Clayton did not back down and pointed out that his followers had been oppressed after he received the 5th circle and became an elder. Watching the argument, Logan reacted indifferently, but now he understood what was going on. He focused his attention on the elder who had received this position and the 5th circle of magic at an early age. In turn, the head of the tower was frightened by this and conflicted with the elder, using his followers in his work. Smiling, Logan began to understand that this internal conflict would work in his favor in concluding a profitable deal. At that moment, Radios began to insist that the elder and his followers leave if they did not want to obey the orders of the head of the tower. Enraged, Clayton looked at the tower's leader after his ill-considered statement, clenching his jaws to hold back his anger. a force began to emanate from his hands, flowing from him in anger during the altercation. In an instant, the elder activated his power, which began to surround him and fill the space around him. To counter this, the head of the tower activated his power and began to shout for Clayton to leave if he wanted to. The room was filled with a clash of forces that created tension throughout the entire space. Suddenly, the walls of the tower began to shake and some parts began to fall off. The frightened young wizards began to understand the gravity of the situation and rushed to their leaders, shouting that they had to be stopped. At that moment, the angry elder began to shout at the head of the tower to prepare himself. Holding back the flow of power, the head of the tower looked at Clayton with anger. Suddenly, in the confrontation between the head of the tower and the elder, the sound of the seal used by their guest rang out. This attracted the attention of those present who had previously been focused exclusively on each other. Puzzled, Radios and Clayton looked at the young master who was signing the contract sheet. The impressed young wizards froze in place, waiting for their visitor to explain. A moment later, Logan raised the paper with a sly smile and stated that the contract had now been signed by both parties. The young master stood up with a smile, contract in hand, and repeated that an agreement was now in effect between them. Turning to the young wizards, he said that they were coming with him, then looked at the elder and the head of the tower. The shocked leaders did not know how to respond to Logan's statement about the conclusion of the contract and their own decision between themselves. Left alone, Radios noted that they had shown themselves in a bad light and mentioned sending the ingots, after which he was interrupted. In response to Elder Clayton's objection, Radios irritably asked if he wanted to terminate the contract with the Tower of Earth Magic. After the head of the tower told him to know his place, Clayton clenched his fist in irritation and began his speech. He confidently stated that he would leave with his followers given the behavior and attitude of the head of the tower towards them. Radios was shocked and Logan, clutching his contract, looked at the elder in confusion after his statement. A moment later, Radios began shouting that the elder could not waste time in the countryside, and Logan stated that he had never hired a fifth circle wizard. Clayton said he didn't need to pay for the work because he was going to support his students, after which Logan began to bow and thank him. Still in shock, Radios began to shout for them to stop because they hadn't finished talking. After their mentor's statement, the young wizards were moved and began to cry at the elder's gesture toward them. The next day, the carriages with the wizards left the grounds of the wizard tower. Watching the carriages and waiting for his own, Logan reflected on his good fortune in hiring such a high-level wizard. Smiling, he looked forward to returning home as soon as possible, where a large number of tasks awaited him. Suddenly, people began to address him as a young master, which caught Logan's attention. In one of the carriages sat Rena, who, covering her face with a fan, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. When Rena asked if they were close enough to address each other by name, Logan replied by addressing her as Mrs. Wolves. Hoping that the McLean family was finished, Rena asked about the humiliating business rumored to be happening in the capital with the McLeans. Noting his ambitions in the financial sphere, Logan assured Rena that she should not worry about them. However, Rena continued her humiliation and stated that it was difficult for the McLeans to realize the amount she had given them in barren lands. Thinking about the need to leave quickly, Logan agreed with her and started to walk away, when she suddenly remembered his contribution to the feudal war. After that, she caught Logan's attention by saying she had an offer for McLean. Recalling Logan's special weapon, she asked with a smile if he would be willing to sell it to her. Logan quickly denied the uniqueness of the weapon and said he would have to refuse her. Without hesitation, the young McLean quickly ran away from Mrs. Wolf's carriage, who was watching him. The girl was dissatisfied with McLean's refusal to conclude a contract with her. Walking down the street, Logan thought about the lack of interest in feudal wars after his rise to fame thanks to the sale of the Emporic. However, it was Rena, with whom they had no connection, who noticed this. Although a moment later, Logan realized that it was most likely her family that was interested, and it was quite quick. While pondering this, Logan once again became convinced of the effectiveness and efficiency of crossbows in combat when suddenly someone approached him. It was Clayton with his young followers, who asked the host why he was going in the opposite direction from their planned meeting place. Smiling at his acquaintances, Logan explained that he had to change his route to avoid a certain person. In a few moments, the carriages were filled with passengers and set off on the long journey through the forest away from the capital. Logan sat in the carriage with Clayton and one of the elder's oldest followers. Counting the number of carriages and experienced coachmen, Clayton realized that their master had spent a lot on them. He then remarked that the master should not have spent so much on their transportation, which puzzled his student. Logan just looked silently at the elder, who said nothing more to him. Looking at Clayton, Logan realized that he was working with a very stubborn wizard. A moment later, he smiled and said that he had met some wonderful magicians for whom such expenses were normal. However, Clayton did not respond to the host and only gazed thoughtfully out the window. As night fell, the carriages with the magicians stopped to rest under the bright moonlight. Taking his place, Logan built a fire for light and some illumination around them. He sat alone under a tree by the fire, concentrating on meditation and his thoughts. Suddenly, a man in a cloak and hood appeared from the side with a blade ready to attack. Thanks to his keen hearing, Logan sensed the stranger approaching from the thick forest bushes. In an instant, a blow was struck with the blade, which Logan skillfully dodged. Despite another blow from the blade, Logan remained in his position and calmly asked who was there. The attacker said he couldn't believe how skillfully Logan had dodged the blow, which was impressive for a young man. After that, the two men began to approach Logan, noting that they had heard about his success in selling medicine in the capital. Getting up from his seat and picking up his sword, Logan looked around, trying to figure out if they were robbers. Logan casually remarked that he wanted to try out what he had recently learned after meditating in a peaceful environment. However, taking the sword out of its protective case, Logan explained that now things would be different, given that they were interrupting him. Enthusiastic about the fight, Logan stood up and declared that he would practice his new technique on the attackers. One of the thieves mockingly asked what the young man they had surrounded was talking about. Instantly, Logan struck the insolent man's neck with his sword, and he began to fall to the ground with a serious injury. His shocked companions looking at the wounded man could not believe the speed of the young loner. Therefore, without hesitation, they rushed into the attack with shouts of death threats, which Logan calmly watched while remaining in his place. Carefully tracking the attacker's approach, Logan grabbed his sword and prepared to repel the attack. The enraged attacker rapidly approached the young man, thrusting his sword forward to strike. However, Logan easily managed to counter him with a circular sword strike toward the attacker. Moreover, thanks to the power of the blow, Logan threw the attacker a considerable distance away from himself. The other attackers watched in amazement as the young man was attacked, frozen in their places. Knocked off his feet, their comrade could not move after the young man repelled his attack. The surviving attackers froze in their places, looking at their two comrades lying on the ground. A moment later, one of the group leaders began to swear and call for a retreat without delay. Suddenly, he began to feel a strange influence that prevented him from moving. At that moment, Logan continued to grip his sword tightly as he spread his power. He was trying out a technique he had learned from Duke Felix during their last confrontation. A few moments later, the sword in Logan's hands began to glow brightly, and the young man began to swing the sword to strike. After the flame appeared on the sword, Logan focused his strength on his legs and began to push off from the ground. In an instant, the young man began to push off rapidly and advance with his burning sword toward his attackers. Unable to move, the attackers were accurately struck by Logan's burning sword. Despite the successful attack on his enemies, Logan froze in confusion at the turn of events. Looking at some of the enemies who had dodged his attack, he realized that it was difficult to maintain his influence for a long time. However, despite this, he was satisfied with his use and testing of his new skill. Noticing the effect he had on his attackers, whose bodies were shaking from the strain, he realized that he had accomplished his main task. Clutching his sword and looking at it, Logan noted to himself that he now had a new way of generating an aura. He was satisfied because he did not expect to be able to replicate the blade of power that the Duke had shown him so soon. But Logan was beaming with happiness at the success of using the blade of power, at least for a moment, in his confrontation with his attackers. Despite his success, he did not lose his concentration and began to look around with some thoughts. He froze in place watching one of the attackers who was trying to escape. This attacker was crying and suffering from the effects of the force that was holding him back. Logan prepared his sword for the final destruction of the last surviving enemy. Shocked by the pain, the fugitive cried out from the next attack on his body. Approaching the last surviving attacker, Logan concentrated on using the power of his sword. Swinging at the fallen attacker, Logan realized that the blade was reliable enough to be used in real combat. With a smile, Logan swung his sword and watched his victim's reaction. The frightened opponent, with tears in his eyes, began to scream as the young man approached and attacked. After destroying the last enemy, Logan stood with his sword in his hand in the middle of the battlefield in the forest. Looking around at the destroyed attackers, he asked himself if he had gone too far in using force. Suddenly, behind Logan, a man's voice rang out, saying that he had seen all the actions of the master, who had taken him by surprise. Clayton stepped in front of Logan and froze in front of his master after addressing him. Looking at the elder, Logan turned to the angry mister, Clayton, not understanding his emotions. Logan understood that if this wizard refused to cooperate, he would be in serious trouble. Approaching the master, Clayton stated that he had impressive abilities. This puzzled Logan, who froze and did not know how to respond to the wizard. Clayton noted that he did not know much about using power, but what he had seen was enough to confirm the master's impressive power. With a smile on his face, Logan began to understand that he was not angry, and replied that Clayton was exaggerating his abilities. After this episode, Logan and Clayton began to walk to their places of residence. Silently watching the elder, Logan followed the stern man. Recalling his removal from the camp at a considerable distance, Logan wondered if Clayton had traveled such a distance in his search and why. Clayton broke the silence between them and noted that his followers had a difficult life with their teacher, so he wanted to deal with it now. However, Logan asked why he said that given Clayton's significant success in this matter. After this remark from the young master, Clayton stopped abruptly to explain his thoughts. He noted that during work, he wanted breaks between shifts for his followers in order to conduct training for them. Logan was puzzled by his statement that he would work harder himself in return, but immediately agreed. Clayton's conditions gave Logan pause, as he could not understand the wizard's intentions. Feeling Clayton's aura, Logan became curious whether it came from the ground, and where it went after it left. From the tent where the wizard spent the night, a powerful aura could be felt spreading around. Observing this, Logan pondered the power surrounding their sleeping quarters. Clayton was also puzzled and began to wonder why Logan was going so far in his endeavors. After addressing him after a pause, Logan smiled and noted Clayton's considerable concern for his followers. Pleased with this remark, Clayton began to explain that by calling himself a teacher, he was obliged to teach them the basics. Continuing to walk, Logan asked if it wasn't too much to argue with the head of the tower, to which Clayton pointed out the latter's poor behavior. As they approached his native lands, Logan saw flags bearing the emblem of his family. As day broke, carriages carrying wizards approached the McLean's castle. Immediately upon arriving home, Logan went to his father, who noted the great experience his son had gained in the capital. Logan agreed and explained that the trip had been useful to him, after which his father asked if there was anything else he needed to report. His father's avoidance of the main topic of discussion puzzled Logan for a moment. Logan's statement about successfully running a business that would soon yield significant profits shocked Patrick. He immediately got up from his seat and began to ask what business Logan was referring to, after which Logan told him about selling the medicines his father had. Shocked, Patrick asked if his son had really made it to the capital and started a business there selling medicines for men's health. Logan did not respond, and Patrick continued his speech, recalling his promises not to interfere in his son's affairs. However, a perplexed Patrick began to ask Logan to think about the reputation and honor of his family next time. Logan instantly agreed, which surprised Patrick, but his son was pleased with his father's quick acceptance of the news. Logan also mentioned his connections with the Duke, about whom his father immediately began to ask questions. Shocked, Patrick began to ask if Logan had really sold him his male health medicine. A satisfied Logan happily said that this was exactly what had happened during his business trip to the capital. Irritated, Patrick began to yell at his son and asked how much he wanted to damage the reputation of his family. Despite his father's shouting, Logan immediately began to pull out the book he had received from the Duke, with the secret technique of the middle-level sword. Taking the book in his hands, Patrick began to examine it carefully while Logan pointed out that the Duke had indeed given him the Iron Blood sword technique. Logan knew it was a lie and that he had written the book himself, but he confidently told his dad the opposite. An Imperial merchant had found this book in some ruins, and it did indeed describe mid-level sword techniques. Over time, the book was rewritten and became available to every knight on the continent, but Logan knew that this would only happen in 10 years, and by that time, their knights would be able to increase their power. Remembering his abilities, Logan understood that he needed to improve personally in order to give his father and Ronyavan an advantage. At the same time, young McLean understood that his father would not allow the knights to be injured during training. As Patrick continued to flip through the pages of the book, Logan knew that the Duke's involvement in the history of this manuscript would make him think. Looking through the records, Patrick realized that they were of a much higher level than those possessed by the McLeans. Remembering his difficult journey, Patrick's hands began to shake at the opportunities Logan had created for their army. Without looking up from the pages, Patrick noted that the average level of the order would increase by 30%, and asked how they could thank the Duke. Logan calmly continued and said that he had one suggestion, but suddenly his father stunned him by stating that, in gratitude, he must master this technique. Rejecting this proposal, Logan wanted to explain his other proposal, but Patrick had already begun to move from his seat, shouting that they had little time. A moment later, Patrick shouted that while he was learning the technique, Logan would be in charge, which shocked his son. Shocked, Logan couldn't believe that his father had given him his official seal of the house to handle business. Grabbing the book, his father told Logan to help Dwayne with the business and added that he would return after studying the technology. Confused, Logan remained in his place, shouting one last thing that he had to say to his father. However, left alone with the seal, Logan realized that he no longer needed his father's permission for certain matters. While Logan was rejoicing at the opportunity to take advantage of his status, Dwayne burst into the room and began shouting about the young McLean's successes in the capital. Dwayne immediately began asking Logan to help the family with their finances, to which Logan replied that they had received money after winning the war. Not backing down, Dwayne began shouting that the amount was not even enough for 2 towers, and that they had lost their workforce. Kneeling down, Dwayne began begging for money, citing young McLean's success in the capital. But Logan smiled and replied that he had spent every last penny and apologized for it. Not believing his master's words, Dwayne pointed out his earnings of millions of gold, and asked how he could have spent it all in such a short time. Logan did not answer these questions, but only silently stared at Mr. Dwayne. Not losing hope, Dwayne pointed out that this was no longer funny and asked the owner to explain everything. Instead, Logan continued to silently smile at Dwayne, who did not lose hope. At that moment, Dwayne began to sweat because he began to realize that he would not receive any money to support his budget. Losing hope, he asked in shock if the owner had really spent all the millions. Lowering his head, Dwayne asked what the owner could have spent it all on, after which Logan mentioned the expenses for wizards, construction, and food. Impressed, Dwayne asked about the costs of magic ingots and building materials in addition to food for the people. Dwayne began to point out the small impact of food on the well-being of the people, but Logan interrupted him and named the figure of 1 million gold pieces. After Dwayne asked what he meant, Logan explained that food would be delivered to their people every month at a cost of 1 million gold pieces. Dwayne went crazy and started yelling at the young master, asking if he had lost his mind with such decisions. However, Logan calmly replied that he was in his right mind and asked if that would be enough to feed the people, which Dwayne confirmed. When Dwayne asked about magic ingots and building materials, Logan just smiled silently and said that they would build a dam. Within 2 weeks, citizens were required to engage in labor activities and were divided into specific territories. In the Tezeron fortress, discontent began among the inhabitants, who claimed that the aristocrats were now exploiting them to the fullest. In the fortress of the McLeans, protests also spread against this obligation during difficult times for farming. People spread the idea that they would die under the conditions imposed on them by the aristocrats. They knew that death would pursue them in any case and gathered together to discuss this. Claiming that they had no other choice, the workers took up arms to protest the obligation. People were convinced that it was better to take control of the situation in their territories. There was a common opinion about a general protest and an attack on the feudal lord for his decision. Joining forces, workers from different fortresses came with weapons to the gates of their feudal lord's palace. One of the younger rebels asked the elder if they really dared to do this, to which the elder reminded him of the feudal lord's mockery of them. He also pointed out the large number of people with whom it was worth trying to organize a confrontation. Despite these statements, the younger worker had no doubts about this decision. Restraining his emotions, he agreed and said that it was worth taking advantage of the opportunity. Clutching his pitchfork tightly in his hand, he noted that it was necessary to get all the damn aristocrats out of the palace. Suddenly, the gates began to open in front of the rebels, causing a cry to rise from the crowd. The rebels began to prepare for combat with the feudal lord's forces. Raising their weapons, the rebels began to look at the gates that were opening in front of them from the palace. A small number of soldiers on horseback began to approach the armed rebels from the gates. In an instant, the leader of the order's detachment shouted to the knights to get their attention. Raising his hand, he ordered his subjects to prepare for distribution, after which the horsemen with their cargo on carts moved towards the rebels. The confused rebels began to ask what this could be and about the order given by the leader of the knights. However, the senior worker shouted that it was nonsense because they knew what the aristocrats were really like. Suddenly, a sack was pushed towards the face of this same senior rebel. The knight who was holding out the bag announced the order of the young Master Logan to give the workers a month's supply of grain for their families. The shocked workers began to ask if this was really true, while the knights ordered everyone to line up to receive their reward. In a moment, the rebels began to throw down their weapons and, shouting that it was indeed grain, ran to the sacks near the knights. The confused rebel who started this riot with a sack in his hands could not believe this turn of events. He was moved and could barely contain his emotions as he raised his head to the sky to make a statement. With tears in his eyes, the old rebel began to shout praise and glorification of Logan McLean. This man shouting praise to the young master attracted the attention of the other rebels. The satisfied workers began to look at each other after receiving the sacks of grain. After that, all the rebels began to shout praise for young Logan McLean. Mr. Dwayne watched this action from the roof of the palace after the uprising had ended. He asked the master whether it was worth issuing a binding order instead of the usual request to gather at this place. However, Logan explained that in that case, not even a quarter of the workers would have come, given their distrust of the aristocrats. While the happy workers rejoiced at the grain they had received, Logan explained that the aristocrats must fulfill their duty to protect the people. Recalling his past life, Logan knew the difference between bad and good aristocrats for the people. Focusing on the grain given to the people, he understood that there was a difference in who took less from their people. Logan noted that even his father valued knights more than ordinary people, because he considered them to be the strength of the nation. That is why Patrick preserved the knightly order despite the budget shortage and noted that Dwayne himself should think about what people think of them. Therefore, Logan made them come here and see his attitude towards them for their own understanding. Noticing Mr. Dwayne's reaction, Logan asked why he was looking at him like that. A happy Dwayne explained that he was just surprised and added that the young master never ceases to amaze him. Satisfied, Logan told him not to say silly things and added that as long as Dwayne trusted him, he would be able to move forward with the construction. This statement was a cold shower for Dwayne, who began to ask Logan to reconsider, given the enormous costs involved. When Dwayne asked if it was even possible to complete Logan's idea, he noted that the financier had said the same thing as the other two. Earlier, he shocked Hamar and Clayton with his idea, and they asked him if he really planned to drill a hole in the mountain. They couldn't understand how to then drain water from the river into it and also create a sluice. Calmly eating his food, Logan confirmed that it was possible and said to do as he explained. Explaining the complexity of the McLean's land, Logan looked at his plate of steak surrounded by vegetables. Drawing attention to the greenery on the side, he explained that even small obstacles block the Luther River from flowing south. That is why they needed to drill a huge hole in the wild northern mountains. Thanks to this, the river water would be able to pass through them and reach the southern regions. When Hamar said that it would be more convincing to tell them to dig a tunnel under Mount Logan, Logan interrupted him and asked him to listen. The young master said that they would create a tunnel at ground level that would serve as a sluice for water to flow from a direct outlet to the water. Satisfied, Logan continued to explain that this method was used in the West and was called a reservoir. Logan understood that this method would become popular in the Empire only 20 years later, but he did not know the design itself and could not explain it. However, he had a dwarf master and a wizard with a fifth wheel on his team, which greatly increased the chances of success. The young man understood that if this project was successful, they would transform the wastelands in the west of their territories into a fertile plain. Clayton wanted to start arguing with the master again, but Hamar began to consider the possibilities. Immersed in thought, he concluded that it was necessary to carefully select a location, taking into account the soil and underground water channels for the stability of the structure. Perplexed, Clayton froze, listening to the gnome's thoughts on the real construction of the host's imaginary structure with the power of wizards. A moment later, he began to address Hamar and ask if it was really possible, shocking the gnome, who did not notice that he was speaking aloud. Satisfied, Logan picked up a glass of wine and enthusiastically asked if it was really possible. Hamar looked away and said that he already had a lot of work to do. Logan explained that this was precisely why he had hired wizards, and, approaching the gnome closely, asked him to choose a suitable mountain himself. Watching the gnome and the young master, Clayton seriously wondered whether they would be able to accomplish such a task. Standing in front of the mountain before performing his task, Clayton exhaled heavily. He stood in front of a huge boulder and, gathering his strength and aura, prepared for action. The bewildered workers asked in amazement if it was magic that the wizard was spreading and wondered if they would be safe. Clayton himself paid no attention to those around him and focused all his attention on accomplishing his goal. Looking at the young master, the workers thought that everything would be fine given his presence. A moment later, Hamar turned to the wizard and told him to begin if he was ready. Clayton nodded intently and began the final preparations for the task. Then he reached out with his hand from which an aura spread to the mountain stone. He touched the stone with his hand, which began to spread the aura's influence onto the rock in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, after which stones began to fall from the stone mountain that the wizard had touched. Huge boulders began to fall from the mountain and fly down toward the workers. The frightened workers began to scream that everything was collapsing and began to scatter in different directions, avoiding the falling stones. Meanwhile, Logan and Hamar, despite the danger, remained in their places and watched Clayton's actions. A frightened Hamar reminded him that he had asked him to act cautiously and not to demonstrate his full power. Watching the wizard, Logan realized that he possessed a special power called mana. Logan knew that the wizard's earth power came from the circle of mana in his heart. The satisfied young man could not believe that he had the opportunity to observe this personally, and wondered if the core of power had improved his senses. A moment later, Clayton began to address the young master and urged him to watch carefully. Focusing on the wizard, Logan listened as he explained that he had not yet completed his part of the task. After this warning, Clayton began to raise one of his hands. Watching Clayton use his mana, Logan began to understand that he was casting another spell. At that moment, after gathering the necessary amount of mana in his hand, Clayton began to clench it into a fist. Suddenly, stones began to rise from the ground, moving around under the influence of the wizard's mana. Clayton confidently controlled the stones, which moved under the influence of his fist movements. Impressed, Logan froze in fascination as he watched the wizard's actions. He began to understand that the wizard was gathering together the fragments of stone from the mountain that he had previously knocked down. In an instant, under the influence of Clayton's magic, the stones began to group together into a structured formation. Contemplating the stone object created by the wizard, Logan began to describe what he saw before him. Before the young McLean stood a huge stone monster with a glow in its eyes. Standing in his place, Logan asked if Clayton had created a golem from the stone fragments before him. Logan was amazed that it was possible to create a golem of such size without the use of tools. Gazing at the golem's shining eyes, Logan began to ponder the possibilities he could gain by creating more such monsters. Clayton stood beneath the golem, his eyes shining just as brightly, watching his young master's reaction intently. Without showing any obvious emotion, Logan focused intently on Clayton and the golem he had created. In a moment, he quickly approached the wizard and began to address him, which interested him. Clayton was taken aback by the sudden movement of young McLean's hands toward his. Eager for an answer, Logan asked how many more golems the wizard could create. At the same time, looking at the golem, the young man began to inquire about the possible number that could be created and the ability of Clayton's students to do so. The wizard replied that his students could do it because their school specialized in this. Satisfied, Logan began to ask more questions about this, but Clayton interrupted him and pointed out that there was a problem. Referring to his students, the wizard explained that they would only be able to create small and weak golems with the help of mana stones, given their circle level. For a moment, Logan froze in confusion, not understanding the statement about mana stones. It was a rare and precious mineral used to aid in spells when creating artifacts. Considering its value, Logan realized that these stones were too expensive for him to afford. However, remembering his goal, McLean realized that money was not that important, and then asked if Clayton's golem would become more powerful with the stones. After the wizard explained that his speed and strength would increase, Logan began to dream of using golems in war. But his hopes were dashed by Clayton's statement that he would need the highest quality mana stone. This dampened Logan's spirits as he understood the incredible cost of this mineral. Clayton did not understand his master's mood and began to explain the features of a lower-level golem. Considering the expected costs, Logan realized that the price-benefit ratio was too unfavorable. At the same time, using a golem in a short war, which was supposed to be the last one, had its advantages. Logan expected that the enemies would not have enough strength of spirit to resist the huge monsters in their path. While the young master was deep in thought, Clayton watched him with interest. In a few moments, the workers fled, and Dwayne froze in fear, shouting about the monster. A golem appeared before the McLean financiers, actively waving its stone arms. Watching the blows to the stone mountain, Dwayne began to claim that the monster was destroying their land. Logan calmly explained once again that it was not destroying their land, but digging a tunnel, which did not reassure Dwayne. In a moment, the frightened financier moved from his place towards the depths of the forest and began to shout that he had to report this urgently. This amused Logan, who watched the frightened financier leave. Thinking about the monster's effectiveness, Logan ordered Hamar to take everyone to the water channel, since there was no point in them staying there. After that, Hamar began to address the workers and urged them to take their tools and follow him. Logan's plans included the construction of 3 structures, one of which was to be a tunnel and a dam. The second was to be a canal that would make it possible to deliver water from the river to every corner of the territory. The last special structure was a cave, the creation of which had already made significant progress in Logan's absence from the city. Remembering the cave, Logan thought he should take a look at it after returning from the capital. The next day, the young master found himself there watching the miners at work. Near the mine, the young master met Hamar, who was covered in dust from the cave and looked unhappy. Looking at the gnome, Logan asked if they had met before, which puzzled Hamar. The angry dwarf clenched his dirty fist and asked whose fault it was that he had to run from the mine to the water channel. Throwing the towel off his shoulders, the angry dwarf began to shout that he couldn't take it anymore and asked to simply be destroyed. Falling to the ground, Hamar began to ask if he couldn't rest and started complaining about his heavy workload. While the workers shouted to calm Hamar down, Logan stood frozen in place, puzzled. A moment later, he leaned over to the exhausted dwarf, put his hand on his shoulder, and began to address his subject. Satisfied, Logan noted that he understood everything and now assigned Hamar to do all the organizational work. While the master enthusiastically pointed out that the gnome should use this opportunity to save him money, Hamar stood in shock. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and angrily began to claim that the master was trying to dump all his responsibilities on him. Logan did not try to argue with these accusations, but he began to mention the promise, extending his little finger toward the gnome. The young master confidently stated that after the work was completed, Hamar would be able to rest as much as he wanted. Hamar was not swayed by such proposals and, disagreeing, began to shield himself from his master's little finger. However, a moment later, he was already shaking the master's little finger, which made the master happy, but he began to squeeze his subject's finger tightly. After this squeeze, the exhausted Hamar fell to the ground, and the satisfied Logan, walking away, rejoiced at how boldly he had behaved. Stopping in front of the mountain and looking at the entrance to the mine, Logan knew that it would be developed faster than in the events of his past life. Putting aside all doubts about the dam and other structures, Logan was confident that everything would work out for him. After visiting the mine, Logan returned to his room and contacted Philip, who reported on the delivery of building materials. He also added that he had agreed on a deal for the materials for 100,000 gold coins, which pleased the owner. A satisfied Philip confirmed that the area would soon change for the better and expressed his desire to visit the owner's land afterwards. Logan did not respond to this, but only looked indifferently at Philip through the bullet hole. After considering his request, Logan replied that he should come in a year, which interested Philip, but he knew he would not get an answer. Logan continued the conversation and mentioned the rumors about problems in the ruling family. Puzzled, Philip asked what he was talking about, to which Logan replied that he had heard about it at the Duke's house but did not know the details. The host asked the financier to find out the details while he was busy with business, after which Logan began to reminisce about his past life. McLean knew about the king's sudden death, which would lead to chaos and further war in the Empire, over which he had no control. In addition, Logan did not know the time frame, given the recent surprise start of the feudal war, but he had some power. He firmly decided that his House of McLean would take part in the war that would overturn the order in the kingdom. After these reflections, Logan ordered Philip to set aside funds in a reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he could. The perplexed financier noted that this was not as simple a task as his master had said. Interested in the necessary amount of weapons, Philip asked about the 1,500 soldiers who were not in the McLean army. A moment later, he was once again puzzled by his master's explanation that this was not necessary for the knights. After confirming that it was necessary for the soldiers, a shocked Philip shouted the question of whether Logan had lost his mind. While Philip shouted that no one was fully equipping the soldiers, Logan covered his ears and immersed himself in his thoughts. He knew that this was not the way to do things, but in the past, many of their people had died, which had significantly reduced the farmers' production. Logan planned to strengthen the knights, and with them, the ordinary soldiers, which was part of his plan. When asked by the master if he had ever been wrong, Philip bitterly replied that he had not. So, with a smile, Logan looked at the financier and asked him to just do it. Philip agreed and said he would find out about the rumors circulating in the capital about the ruling family. After finishing the conversation, Logan clenched his fist, thinking about the development of his lands with the help of the dam mine and the prepared army. He understood that the main preparations for the leap forward were slowly and steadily progressing with development. After a while, mountains of papers that needed to be reviewed were piled up on his desk. Dwayne stood next to the shocked young man, pointing out what needed to be read and signed, after which he brought new mountains of documents. When Dwayne reproached Logan for signing some documents without reading them, the exhausted young man asked how long he had been working on these cases. "Thinking about it, mister." Dwayne replied that it would soon be a whole month. Satisfied, Dwayne asked if the young master thought that the Lord's work took 1 or 2 days, to which Logan replied that his father did not work that much. A moment later, Logan was shocked by the financier's explanation that this was because he personally managed most of the affairs. After that, Logan jumped up angrily and asked why Dwayne had dumped all the responsibilities on him, to which Dwayne began to justify the young man's role. While Logan began shouting that he would not be his father's follower and Dwayne opposed him, the door to the room opened. Kaisalon looked inside and apologized, saying he had urgent business. The frightened mercenary froze in place and began to utter the name of Hamar. Kaisalon's statement that the dwarf was stuck in a collapsed mine shocked Logan and left him speechless. Shocked, Logan rose from his seat at the table and asked for clarification, to which Kaisalon explained that one of the tunnels had collapsed. While Logan was asking about the extent of the damage and Hamar's whereabouts, Dwayne was stunned by the news that they had a mine. The financier began to ask about it, but no one paid any attention to him, and Kaisalon began to explain the difficulties of the search. Without delay, the owner and Kaisalon ran to the site of the damage while Dwayne stood in a daze and called out to them. In a moment, he was already angry and shouting curses about where the mine could have come from. Reacting quickly, Logan and the mercenary were already galloping on horseback to the location of the mine in the forest. The workers near the mine immediately began to look around when they noticed the horses approaching. While everyone was shouting about the arrival of the owner, Logan asked where the collapsed mine was. One of the workers did not have time to finish explaining the location of the collapse before Logan set off in that direction. Watching the owner walk ahead without paying any attention to him, the employee noted that it was quite dark inside. Logan quickly made his way through the tunnels in the mountain to the place the worker had pointed out to him at the entrance. The young master activated his power to navigate his way through the dark tunnels. Suddenly, he stopped and noticed something that shocked and confused him. In front of him was a huge rockfall that completely blocked the passage, around which several workers had gathered and were pushing the rocks. One of the older miners, noticing Logan's approach, immediately began to address him with sadness. Without hesitation, Logan ordered those present to move away from the rockfall. Approaching closely, Logan touched one of the boulders in the passageway with his hand. In a moment, flames began to appear around the young master, arising from his use of power. Flames from his power also instantly began to appear around the hand with which Logan touched the boulder. After that, Logan immediately began to sense objects that were crushed by other stones behind the boulders. He reported finding Hamar and about a dozen workers who had escaped the worst-case scenario of death, which puzzled the senior miner. When asked by the owner how long it would take to clear the rubble, the senior miner said that, in the best-case scenario, it would take 3 days. However, Logan understood that even the strongest dwarf would not be able to withstand such a long period under the rubble with injuries. Focusing on the stones, the young man realized that with the passage of time, the chances of survival for the dwarf and the rest of his subjects were slipping away. With the thought of the need for the fastest rescue, Logan began to turn away from his place. The master stated that this man was their only hope, which puzzled the miners around him. After a while, a potential savior of Logan's workers was already heading into the depths of the forest. Finding himself in front of the young master, the wizard asked why he had called them to this place. After being summoned by young McLean, Clayton arrived at the mine with his followers. Concentrating, Logan said that he would get straight to the point. Turning to Clayton, Logan began to ask him to save Hamar and the workers who were trapped in the mine. While Logan was explaining the details, Clayton began to ask about the existence of a mine where the workers were trapped. Pointing to the entrance to the cave, Logan confirmed the existence of the mine where the dwarf worked. Clayton said they would help rescue the people, for which he began to thank Logan and mentioned generous payment. Looking around, Clayton now understood why Logan needed magic ingots for destruction. While Logan began to point the way to the mine, Clayton pondered the young McLean's secrecy about this place. He also understood that it was strange for him to reveal this place to strangers in order to save a few workers. Finding himself in the center of the action, Clayton began to hold out his hands to use his magic. In a moment, the wizard raised both hands above the collapsed rocks and began to use his aura. He said he would hold back the tunnel and urged his students to use golems to clear the rubble. Clayton's followers confirmed that they would carry out the order and began to prepare for action, which Logan watched closely from the sidelines. Young McLean was impressed to see the mana stones in the hands of the young wizards, which Clayton had told him about earlier. In a moment, the young wizards began to fold their hands and, using the mana stones, began to recite spells with their eyes closed. Pieces of rock began to fall from the mountain around them, and the young wizards used the mana stones in their hands. Logan froze in place and watched as objects were created from the boulders after the wizards performed their actions. In a few moments, 3 golems with glowing eyes began to appear before the young master, controlled by the wizards. The shocked workers behind Logan began to scream in fear at the appearance of monsters from the fallen rocks. Impressed by the appearance of the golems, Logan was mesmerized, while Clayton shouted at the students to hurry up and use the monsters. After this order, the golems began to activate and reach out with their hands in different directions. In a moment, the golems began to grab huge boulders and push them away from the collapse site. Logan did not stand aside, but also took one of the stones on his shoulders to speed up the process, which was joined by ordinary workers. Controlling the situation around him, Clayton watched the actions of the young McLean with amazement. He couldn't believe that an aristocrat was single-handedly carrying stones to save people of lower rank than himself. This touched the stern wizard, who now understood that Logan was no ordinary person. After some time of clearing the tunnel, the oldest miner shouted that they had found what they were looking for, and began to shout that they were in that place. Exhausted and dirty, Hamar lay under a pile of rocks and breathed heavily when he noticed the people. The frightened miner shouted to the dwarf, and Logan crouched down to get closer to him. He understood that the victims had lost consciousness due to pain and shock, but were generally unharmed. Moved, Logan looked at the injured dwarf, waiting for him to wake up. After that, the gnomes began to carry the injured workers out of the mine on their hands, while the others thanked heaven for the rescue of their comrades. When asked if the dwarf had really fallen asleep while using the destruction ingot, Hammer noted that he had been working too hard lately. Noticing his master's sadness, Hamar began to assure him that they would soon restore everything and that he should not worry. Logan insisted that the dwarf rest until he was fully recovered, but he said he would be able to return to work in a day. Suddenly, both interlocutors froze in shock at the realization of their dialogue. Confused, Hamar asked if the master really wanted him to rest, to which Logan replied that he would not be well then. A moment later, Hamar began to get up and indicate that he would rest. Why shouldn't he? However, Logan had already begun to turn away, ignoring the gnome's statements. Leaving Hamar's rest room, Logan noted the significant help of magic, with which they had completed the rescue operation in 2 hours. The young man was planning to go about his business when Clayton suddenly appeared beside him, and, catching him by surprise, wanted to talk to him. Without delay, Clayton began to assert that the young master had an impressive mind, which puzzled Logan. Having stated his thesis, Clayton began to straighten up and look at Logan. Logan wondered if the wizard had found out about the gold in the mine and thought that there would be a lot of problems if others found out about it. But Clayton was interested in the secrecy that the owner kept from him and others about the existence of such a mine on their property. This question stumped Logan, who had to save Hamar from death above all else. After all, Logan knew that without Hamar, the development of the mine would slow down, which would affect future development plans. In addition, Logan expected a bloody war to engulf their lands very soon. The most frightening thing for the young master was the risk of his family being captured and destroyed in this war. After these thoughts, Logan concluded that if he did not have the strength to save his people, no one would remain by his side. This explained a lot about Logan's attitude towards his subjects to Clayton. Turning to the Lord, Clayton asked if he wanted to build a magic tower on his territory. The wizard's proposal took Logan by surprise and shocked him, so he asked for clarification. Clayton began to explain that it was time for him to start his own business, and he believed that the McLean's territory could support a small magic tower. After Clayton asked what the young owner thought about it, Logan began to realize that he was not joking in his proposal. A happy Logan began to exclaim that it would be wonderful to have a small magic tower on their land. Logan began to ask about the fate of Clayton's students and the amount of money needed to maintain the tower, to which the wizard replied that the students would remain with him. As for the expenses, Clayton asked with a sincere smile for only what was necessary, and added that he trusted Logan and his abilities. Hamar asked if he had hit his head, but Logan replied that the dwarf should go to his room to rest, as snow was beginning to fall around the castle. A week later, Hamar came to his master and reported that he had fully recovered and was ready to return to work. When the dwarf said he would try to make up for lost time, Logan wished him luck. In a moment, Hamar was already leaving the young master's room and heading to his workplace. He slammed the door behind him, leaving Logan alone in his room. After the gnome left, financier Dwayne appeared at the door and said it was time for him to tell Logan about the mine. Puzzled, Dwayne entered the room and began to ask when they had started developing it and why Logan had not mentioned anything, to which Logan replied that he had forgotten. Not understanding how this was possible, Dwayne began to ask why young McLean had hidden the mine and began to ask what minerals were there. Dismissing suspicions that there was ore or copper there, Logan smiled and said that there was gold there. Dwayne did not believe it and asked him to stop joking, but Logan asked if it was not possible for them. After mentioning the sum of 100 million in gold profits per year, Logan asked if Dwayne thought he would joke about such a thing. Shocked, Dwayne froze in place and asked if it was really true. Without answering, Logan calmly watched the reaction of the financier, who stood frozen in place. Suddenly, Mr. Dwayne began to lose consciousness, and Logan reached out to catch him and turn him over. Repeating the phrase about the gold mine and the 100 million gold earnings in his head, Dwayne ignored the young master's appeal. An angry Logan began to tell him that he couldn't play in the box now. The ordinary workers approaching the location of the mine did not understand why the owner was organizing a gathering. The news that the dam was nearing completion shocked one of the workers. Logan was also on the mountain with Dwayne, who announced that the managers had arrived. The exhausted manager stood behind Dwayne, after which the young owner began his speech. Looking at the tunnel, one of the managers said that it was a pointless construction project, which was also grandiose. The man argued that the water supply would not change anything, and that the funds should have been spent on repairing the south wall. Two other administrators discussed the enormous length of the structure. One of the managers turned to Dwayne and asked if he knew anything about it. He repeated his question to Dwayne, but Dwayne ignored him, focusing on the object in front of him. Stopping in his tracks, Dwayne carefully examined the dam, realizing that it would not only irrigate dry areas. The financier understood that this dam was directly connected to the underground part of the Luther River. This meant that if water was supplied to the canals, their wastelands could become truly fertile land, which inspired him. Observing the reaction of those present, Logan remained calm and did not respond to comments and admiration. Noticing one of the wizards, the employee smiled and greeted his acquaintance. After all, both workers and wizards had participated in the creation of the structures, and now even the managers had come. A moment later, Logan turned to Clayton and asked if they would start the work, which he confirmed. Hamero did not like this idea and stated that they had set it up so that the workers themselves could open and close the dam. However, Logan enthusiastically declared that the first time should be unique and memorable for everyone. This way, they would show all the residents of the McLean territory what they had created with their own hands. Noticing the golem monsters near the dam walls, the shocked managers began pointing at them and asking what was going on. One of the managers turned to the workers and began to point out the monsters, which did not surprise them at all. Thinking about it, the impressed manager realized that he had encountered such magic quite often. A moment later, Clayton loudly shouted the order to open the gate in the dam wall. After that, the giants began to reach for the door with their hands to carry out the order of the wizard leader. Grasping the bottom of the door together, the golems began to lift it in unison to let the water through. All their strength was used to carry out the wizard's order and lift the door. Logan watched eagerly as the golems, subjects of the wizard, lifted the door to let the water flow. The impressed managers froze in amazement, watching the monster's actions under the wizard's guidance. These golems baffled even the workers who had previously encountered the wizard's golems. They noticed that at some point the golems froze and did not move, which caused surprise. However, Clayton did not lose confidence in the golem's actions and began to smile contentedly. The wizard looked at the dwarf and, in an incomprehensible language, began to address him with confusion, asking if it was a joke. But not understanding the problem, Hamar calmly replied that he had definitely ordered the golems to open the door and did not know what the problem was. Realizing the disastrous turn of events, Logan looked back and cursed silently, clenching his teeth. Clayton had informed him in advance that it was not possible for the golems to lift the gate and that they were used exclusively for entertainment. However, now everything was definitely not going according to plan, and Logan began to think about how to act in this situation. After that, the wizard began to address the gnome and assert the negative consequences of tarnishing the reputation of his golems. While Hamar, puzzled, began to explain that the golems did not have the strength to lift the gate, Clayton began to turn to Logan. Suddenly, he shouted for the golems to break down the gate, which they were unable to lift on their own. This order shocked and stunned both the wizard and the gnome, who were arguing about the golem's strength. Logan explained that they would build a new gate later, but for now, let the golems destroy this one. Keeping his cool, Clayton tried to think through his master's sudden order. Confirming that the order had been carried out, he turned his thoughts to the golems demolishing the dam gate. In a moment, the golems began to pound their fists on the door, which instantly began to crack. The bewildered workers began to ask if the golems were really breaking the dam door. At that moment, the golems began to strike again, causing even more cracks to appear in the door. Repeating their blows, the golems synchronized and split the dam doors on Clayton's orders. In a few moments, water from the river began to gush out of the holes they had punched with their fists. The shocked workers held their breath and watched as the water broke through the dam into the canal. The managers could not believe their eyes, as they had not expected water to flow through the dam. The happy wizards, with sparks in their eyes, watched the successful flow of water from the dam. Clayton was calm, but Hamar began to turn pale after the destruction of the dam door that they had been building for a long time. However, the most important thing was that the canals began to fill with water from the river through the passage in the dam. Focusing his gaze on the passage of water, Logan stood silently and calmly in place. Young McLean was happy to see the success of the project to supply water to the arid regions of their territories. In a moment, the workers and magicians began to shout about the appearance of water and that they had succeeded. The water flowed rapidly from the dam and filled the canals around it in the direction of the people's lands. The workers raised their hands in triumph and shouted that they had brought water with their own hands. Logan understood that now the food problem would be significantly reduced, and they would not have to suffer because of it, but instead develop farming. Suddenly, someone grabbed Logan's neck from above or knocked him off balance. A tearful Dwayne crouched down on top of the young master and began to apologize, saying that he was wrong. Satisfied, Logan replied that it didn't matter and asked why he was crying so much. However, Logan's attention was diverted from the financier by his assistants who were standing nearby. Shocked, Hamar began to wonder how long it would take to repair the gate, to which Clayton replied that he would help. A moment later, Logan approached them and, noting that the gate was not urgently needed, added that they should rest. Keeping his cool, Hamar took his mind off his calculations and looked at the owner. He was pleased with the news that they would be allowed to rest for a week and asked if this was really the case. Realizing that they would have important work to do again after that, Logan smiled and replied that it was true. Looking at the streams of water, Logan understood that many farmers would have to work the fertile land, but it would be difficult for them to get here from the city. Therefore, in the future, they would need to build a village in this area where they could settle. Turning to the satisfied gnome, Logan noted that Hamar was good at construction. Thinking about how to address Hamar correctly, Logan turned to him, which attracted his attention. Starting with the fact that even Hamar found construction difficult, Logan noted that he had never heard of such a talented gnome in this field. But Hamar disagreed with the statement about the gnome's lack of professionalism in this area and began to recall his creation of weapons. Having achieved the desired reaction, Logan noted that he respected Hamar, to which Hamar asked why the master had started asking about it. Claiming that he was simply curious, Logan mentally noted that Hamar was happy for now. Thinking about his future plans, Logan looked eagerly at the gnome who was getting ready to rest. Ignoring his master, Hamar was already mentally anticipating the start of his rest. Despite the flood of emotions, Logan seriously addressed those present to get their attention. Logan began to recall the promises he had made to the workers before opening the dam gates. Everyone was given the opportunity to work on the McLean's land and the right to become tenants for their business with the payment of taxes. Looking around, Logan observed the happy faces of those present and prepared for his speech. The enchanted leaders asked if their lands would really change, and Logan knew that they would not protest. 4 weeks later, on a sunny day, Logan sat in his palace and recalled Hamar's achievements. In front of Logan was a plan of the village, which had been quickly prepared by the gnome, which surprised Rick, who was cleaning the master's room. A few days ago, to the owner's surprise, Hamar agreed to plan and build the town, although he had argued against it at first. According to the plan, the roads in the town would intersect, and the distance between the buildings would be the same. In addition, each section will have common columns and dressing rooms, and a sewage system will be created outside the town to dispose of garbage. Now, Logan happily contemplated the real plan of the town he had encountered in his past life. He was thinking about the immediate plans for their territories when suddenly his attention was diverted from the plan. Turning to the servant, he asked why Rick smelled bad, to which the servant began to blame his master. Leaving the room, Rick mentally cursed the popularity of the drugs that were causing him to suffer, and Dwayne ran to his master's door. The financier interrupted his master's question about the knock on the door and began shouting Hamar's name in an attempt to restore his breathing. A joyful mister. Dwayne announced the news from the gnome about the possibility of starting to develop a gold mine. Demonstrating his first achievements, Hamar told about rare gold nuggets from the cave, which were also large in size. Impressed by the glitter of gold and the prospect of wealth, Logan and Mr. Dwayne could not take their eyes off the find. Satisfied, Logan turned his attention away from the minerals and began to praise the gnome, noting that he had done an excellent job. Mr. Dwayne began kissing Hamar, who asked if he could now rest while the financier called him lucky. When asked by his boss how much they would be able to dig up, the exhausted Hamar named a figure of 1 ton per month and asked if he could rest. However, without answering the gnome's question, Logan mentioned the construction of the town and the need to rearm the army. After the master asked if he could organize all this, the exhausted Hamar grabbed his head. He lay down on the floor trying to demonstrate the need for rest, while Dwayne leaned over him and called him their treasure. After thinking it over, Logan realized that Hamar really needed a break and began to consider hiring another gnome. In a moment, Logan agreed to Hamar's vacation and added that a whole month was not much, but even this period suited the gnome. Having confirmed that he would be sleeping for a whole month, Hamar quickly moved from his place towards the descent from the mountain. Watching the gnome run, Logan wondered if he had gained new strength, while Dwayne continued to cry on the sidelines. When asked by his master what had happened again, Dwayne began to shout about a sum of 100 million gold pieces a year. The financier continued to shout that they were now saved and had nothing to worry about. Focusing on Dwayne, Logan briefly asked if he understood that the mine belonged primarily to Logan and not to the family. Logan's statement that he would pay a tax of 30% stunned the financier. After these words, Mr. Dwayne stopped crying and froze in place, laughing hysterically. Kneeling down, the financier began to declare that he believed in all of the owner's endeavors, which were bound to be successful. When Dwayne said that he trusted the owner, Logan could not believe that he had readily accepted his statement. However, at the same time, Logan understood another necessity, which was to maintain the confidentiality of information about the mine. Dwayne said he would take care of it, which once again puzzled Logan, as this was unusual for him. Remembering his father, Logan understood that he would be a problem, given the significant changes his son had made in his absence. A week later, Logan returned to the canals, which were completely filled with water, and inspected them. But now Logan's father, who had arrived with him, also knew about their existence and functioning. Logan stood behind his father and silently waited for his reaction to his son's actions in his absence. During his training, Patrick had become a professional knight, which was impressive. Smiling as he looked at his father, Logan remembered how he had expected such a result, but not in such a short time. Patrick broke the silence, noting that Logan had accomplished a lot during his absence. While his father began to lean toward the water, Logan began to tentatively mention his plans. Touching the water, Patrick couldn't believe that it had actually appeared in these arid lands. Taking the water in his hand, the king, unable to contain his emotions, gazed at the river water from the canal. He thought about the recent developments, which included his personal progress and the improvement of the land in his possessions. Logan held his breath and froze when his father began to claim that everything had happened thanks to him and added that he was better than his father. Holding back his emotions, Logan's cheeks began to burn, and he froze with satisfaction at his father's words. Young McLean wanted to argue, but his father interrupted him and pointed out that his son's achievements in 3 months were greater than his own in 30 years. Thanking Logan, Patrick said he was blessed to have a son like him. While Logan wanted to say something, Patrick announced that he could now entrust his son with the affairs of their house. His father's statement that he would now be able to train knights stunned and shocked Logan. Logan reminded him that he had no plans to become a lord, but Patrick interrupted him and wanted to explain what he had learned during his training. After his father's statement that he had grown old, Logan noticed his tired hands. Logan fell silent and listened to his father's explanation that he had not managed to master the secret technique of sword fighting. Recalling his youth after the emergence of his power, Patrick stated that he would have definitely mastered it back then. However, Patrick now sadly noted that after so many years, he would not even be able to create a core of power. Explaining that he had now given up, he believed that it was time for Logan and Ranyan. Grabbing the shoulders of a puzzled Logan, Patrick noted that he was now able to break through the barrier that had hindered him for many years. He stated that now was the time for him to step back and teach those who would pave the way for his son's development. Listening carefully to his father, Logan was confused and did not know how to react to this news. However, realizing in a moment that he had no choice, Logan agreed with a smile on his face. Looking back, Patrick happily announced that now it was his eldest son's turn. In front of the father and son stood a woman with an umbrella whom Patrick called upon to help Logan fully fulfill his role. Patrick focused his keen gaze on his wife, who was standing in front of them. This woman with the umbrella was Logan's stepmother, who, embarrassed by the watchful eyes, lowered her own. Marion's appearance confused Logan, but Patrick began to instruct him to step forward and push his son. After that, Logan began to walk toward his lonely stepmother with the umbrella. As Logan approached, his stepmother began to speak and noted that the achievements of McLean's older son were enough to understand his reliability. Confused, Logan began to apologize, but Marion insisted that she was the one who should apologize. Marion pointed out that Logan had apologized to her earlier, but she had not accepted his apology because of her stubbornness. Listening calmly to his stepmother, Logan was pleased that she had accepted her mistakes in relation to him. Gazing at the river water flowing through the canals, Marion remembered Logan's study of Ronyan's sword art. Exclaiming with excitement that this was true, Logan began to explain the genius of his younger brother, given his achievements in such a short time. Smiling, Marion noted that she had not seen her son as happy as he had been recently for many years. After that, she asked Logan to continue to take care of her younger brother as the young master. Turning away after this speech, Marion noted that it was time for her to leave. Realizing one detail, Logan began to turn back to his stepmother, who was already walking away from him. Finally, he exclaimed that parents should not use respectful forms of address with their children. Shocked, Marion froze in place upon hearing this statement from the young master she had previously tried to resist. Logan smiled and asked her to continue talking to him as she had done when he was a child. A moment later, she froze again when Logan addressed her as his stepmother. She was touched by the young master's attitude, and tears began to flow from her eyes. As his wife approached, a satisfied Patrick came up to her and took her by the arm. The happy father, taking his wife by the arm before returning to the palace, looked back at Logan. Young McLean was also happy after this meeting with his stepmother and the outcome of his conversations with his father. Remaining in place, a happy Logan watched his father and stepmother walk away to the palace in front of them. As they approached the palace, the flags of their clan appeared before the Lord and Logan, while Logan explained their immediate plans. He explained how they would increase crop yields on their land and improve their standard of living as a result. When his father asked if people would want to move to fertile lands, Logan confirmed this and noted that they would be given property. After his explanations, Logan asked his father if he could train new knights as people joined the army, which he confirmed. Looking around, Patrick said that Logan had done well, but on the other hand, he had doubts. Recalling his throwing away of weapons in another situation, his father began to explain his position. After all, Patrick considered Logan too confident, given the creation of another order of knights. At that moment, Logan stood next to his father and the captain of the order and remained calm as he pondered his decision. Logan's decision was prompted by the hostile attitude of the Knights of the Tesseran Order towards the McLeans after the feudal war. Patrick noted that he understood the complexity of establishing relations between those who had tried to destroy each other. Addressing the Knights, he puzzled them by saying that he believed they would find their way by paying attention to the duties of a knight. Adding to this, Patrick stated that they had no desire to remember the extraordinary deeds of their young master. Announcing his complete control over the knights from that moment on, the Lord noted that this was due to the senseless struggle between them. The shocked knights began to shout that this should not be so, and looked hopefully at the commander of the order. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, the captain of the order began to address the Lord with an idea. The enchanted captain noted the Lord's increase in wealth and asked if he had truly become an advanced knight. Extending his power to the wooden stick in his hand, Patrick began to explain that he would start by correcting the knight's behavior. Wielding his sword, the Lord shouted for the knights to taste and learn the power of the art of the sword. The frightened knights began to flee from the Lord's sword and cry out in terror. With thoughts of passing on Logan's excellent knightly order, Patrick focused on improving the discipline of his subjects. Meanwhile, Mr. Dwayne was busy with the McLean Palace documentation in anticipation of the Lord's return. He enjoyed the calm and joyful feeling of not having to worry about budget shortages while signing the documents. Hearing conversations about Logan's questionable actions from the administrators, the financier intervened and began to shout that he had his reasons. Turning his gaze back to the documents, Dwayne asked the men why they doubted the young master. After asking if his colleagues were blinded by the glamour of wealth, Dwayne asked where their opinions came from. Continuing to sign the documents, he began to talk about the need to carry out the master's orders, but did not finish his speech. A moment later, Dwayne began to look closely at the information on the paper that had caught his attention while signing. Arriving at Logan's office, a shocked Dwayne began to ask where he wanted to spend the gold bars worth 10 million gold. Logan calmly replied that he was going to buy about 100 kilograms of mithril. A moment later, Logan began to pressure Dwayne to simply sign the document, reminding him of his trust in his master, which the financier opposed. Earlier, the young master had discussed this issue with Philip, who claimed that mithril for knight's equipment was impossible to purchase. This news came as a surprise to Logan, who stood with his mouth open in shock. He jumped up and began to ask why it was impossible, to which Philip explained that mithril could not be purchased with money. Puzzled, Philip began to explain the special characteristics of mithril, which is why it was called the silver of the gods. In addition, the financier noted that it could not be purchased solely because of wealth, and that noble people could not obtain it. Philip's statement that Logan needed not only money but also influence to place such an order caught the host's attention. Smiling, Logan said that in that case he had an idea about influence. Without delay, the young McLean went to the communications room with his magic balls. At different tables, different men were talking to their interlocutors at a distance. In the palace, the staff were puzzled by the message about the need to contact the McLeans in the countryside. Despite the need to report this to the Duke, one of the employees noted with a sneer that he had no time for such conversations. However, 30 minutes later, the Duke rushed to the communications room after receiving the message. He abruptly opened the door and, shocking the employees, asked if they had received a call from Mr. McLean. The shocked employee could not understand what could be so important in a rural area, given the Duke's hasty arrival. But Felix himself did not pay attention to the reaction of those present, and, taking a seat in front of the communications console, began to address Logan. After greeting him, Logan asked if the Duke was well, which he confirmed, but noted that he had no news from his student. In a moment, the communication room staff, despite their interest, began to quickly leave the room. However, Logan began to justify himself, saying that he was not high enough in status to send messages to the Duke, to which Felix replied that the call had come at the right time. Logan was puzzled by the Duke's statement that he wanted to express his gratitude, not understanding whether he really meant it or was being sarcastic. Preparing to deliver the news, Felix smiled as he looked at Logan. Enchanted with joy, the Duke announced that his wife was pregnant and they were preparing for the birth of an heir. Shocked, Logan jumped up from his seat and joyfully began to congratulate the Duke on the news. Suddenly, Logan realized he had said too much when, in gratitude, the Duke began to point out that he had done it all himself. Changing his speech, he began to wish heaven's blessing on their family, after which Felix began to laugh and point out the young man's arrogance. But despite his laughter, Felix repeated that he considered Logan's contribution significant and thanked him for it. He also added that Logan should definitely come to the capital after the birth of the child, as his wife also wanted to thank young McLean. After the Duke said he would teach Logan another sword technique, the young man froze in shock at this statement. When Felix asked if he did not want to, Logan began to bow and thank the Duke. Noting that indecisiveness was a trait of Logan's, Felix added that he had no more news and asked why the young man had called him. Gathering his thoughts after the previous dialogue, Logan began to explain the reason for his call. Logan calmly asked if the Duke could help him obtain 100 kilograms of mithril to create equipment for knights. Shocked, Felix asked if Logan was really talking about kilograms and not grams. While the Duke explained that Logan needed someone with strength, the young man began to smile hopefully. The interested Duke asked if the young man had enough money for this, and asked if the medicine sold so well, which Logan confirmed with a laugh. After some thought, Felix noted that he himself did not spend such money on knights, and added about Logan's generosity. Smiling at Felix's statement that Logan was no ordinary person, the young man noted to himself that those around him were increasingly misunderstanding his actions. A moment later, Felix confirmed his ability to help Logan in this matter, who immediately began to thank the Duke. Folding his hands, Felix noted that it was not a difficult matter, and added that Logan should definitely come after the birth of the child. Finally, Felix expressed his desire for Logan to call him his mentor, rather than by his title of Duke. He said goodbye immediately, and without saying another word to Logan, disappeared from the communication sphere. Barely holding back his emotions, Logan's chin began to tremble and his cheeks turned red. In an instant, the servants in the quarters froze in their tracks, frightened by their master's sharp and loud exclamation. Standing with his hands raised, Logan could not contain his joy at becoming the Duke's sword apprentice without even trying to achieve it. Turning away from the communication device, Logan decided to go to Hamar to discuss the possibility of obtaining equipment made of mithril. However, in a moment, he stopped himself, thinking that Hamar needed to rest, which would yield better results in the future. Considering his service, Logan was struck by thoughts of his kindness as an employer. After these outbursts in the palace, Hamar dreamed during his rest of images of his master, who claimed that the dwarf was blessed. On the outskirts of the McLean's territory, young men who had passed a simple test came to seek employment. Confused, Dwayne asked the master if it was worth hiring so many, but Logan replied that he would take care of everything himself. Logan knew that in any case, they needed to increase their combat strength, for which he would personally select the fighters. The Order of Knights was a symbol of the power of the territory, which depended on its strength. The rear of the most elite troops had to be covered by reliable forces that were ready to provide support. In most fiefdoms, young men were tested for their physical endurance and training until they reached adulthood. Those who exceeded a certain standard of physical ability were accepted for full training and study. Talented young men who were selected at this stage underwent training that demonstrated their strength, after which they became knights. However, at a certain point, a territory appeared in the empire that considered physical training and the awakening of strength to be different elements. The theory of this territory was based on the importance of the senses, after which its knights destroyed neighboring countries 10 years later. Recalling the successes of that territory from his past life, Logan understood the need for separate selection of fighters. Logan regretted that he did not have the opportunity to select fighters over the age of 20, as there would not be enough people to build the city. One of the administrators was also present at this selection, and shouted at one of the young men to be quieter. When asked by the host how they used to select soldiers, the manager explained that they ordered them to run to the finish line, from which they selected the winners. Now Logan understood why the number of knights was not increasing and ordered that the selection be based on the young men's senses and reaction speed. The shocked administrator asked again about these requirements and whether it was necessary to include them in the test. After a while, the first test began, during which Logan shouted for the candidates to move forward until they saw the image on the canvas. At the other end of the field stood 4 young candidates who wanted to be selected as knights. The young men began to shout that they saw a strange picture and that the young master was very handsome. However, Logan replied that he did not need compliments, and Dwayne, looking at the picture, thought about the beautiful drawing. Suddenly, one of the young men standing behind everyone else calmly and silently raised his hand and stopped. He pointed out the comb from which he could tell that it was a rooster and asked if that was the case. Shocked, Logan and Mr. Dwayne could not believe that the young man could recognize the comb of the painted rooster from such a great distance. In the second test, the young men also remained at a distance, and Dwayne shouted that he would repeat the same word that the young men should hear as they approached. The confused candidates either heard nothing or claimed that Mr. Dwayne was speaking at different volumes. However, after a moment, one of the young men noted that Mr. Dwayne was saying the word sparrow. The young man's remark that Mr. Dwayne had previously called the owner a reptile shocked the examiners. Logan put his arm around Dwayne's shoulder and smiled, saying that the young man had passed the test and adding that the financier was in for a beating. After testing the candidates, Logan had a whole list of potential soldiers. He was pleased with the large number of young men who had passed the hearing and vision test with excellent results. Recalling the physical condition of these candidates, Logan knew that he now had the task of feeding the young men and getting them into proper shape. While his subjects were saying goodbye to their young master, Logan remembered Victor and thought about visiting him. Meanwhile, Victor himself did not stop training and learning how to wield a sword skillfully. His movements were precise and deliberate, and the young man did not lose focus on his actions. Knight sat next to Victor during his training, noting his impressive results for a young man and paying attention to his aggressive style. Victor himself remembered the young master's promise to make him a knight if he successfully mastered the art of swordplay. Clutching his sword tightly in his hand, Victor focused on the idea of quickly becoming a knight with awakened power. His sister, young Rhea, always watched her brother's training sessions, bringing him water and snacks to help him recover. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a man approaching the training camp behind her. Recognizing Logan, she began to address him, but the master himself motioned for her to be quiet. Focusing on the actions of young Victor, Logan smiled, realizing that he definitely had talent. His attention was drawn to Victor's stance, which remained professional even under the conditions of sharp sword strikes in different directions. In addition, with this technique, the speed of the sword was higher than when using the usual technique, which also pleased the young master. However, Logan noticed that Victor did not have enough training alone and began to think about finding a partner for the young man. A moment later, he called out Victor's name, who immediately recognized the address from his master Logan. Approaching the young warrior, Logan announced that tomorrow he was leaving to train soldiers in Tesron until winter, which puzzled Victor. Logan smiled and explained to the puzzled Victor that he wanted him to go with him after discussing the matter with his sister. This proposal surprised and caught the young warrior, who was deep in thought, off guard. Without showing excessive enthusiasm, he asked if he could take Rhea with him while she wiped the sweat from his face. The host asked again whether Victor really wanted to bring a young girl to a training camp full of men. Despite the host's security concerns, Victor exclaimed that he would like to take his sister with him, which once again proved Logan his maturity. Without thinking twice, Logan indifferently agreed, for which Victor began to thank him. However, despite the young man's joy, Logan clearly explained that he was responsible for her safety. But Victor was not intimidated, and confidently stated that he would take care of his younger sister. After this conversation, Logan asked if she was that valuable to Victor, to which he replied that he had no other family. When asked by the host if that was the only reason, the young fighter paused and began to recall moments from his life. He briefly explained that their parents had died because of him, which took Logan by surprise. Victor went on to explain that Rhea lost her parents because of him, so he was obliged to protect his only family. Logan stood listening to young Victor's stories and could not respond. After a moment, he touched Victor's shoulder and urged him to continue working hard. A few days later, Logan arrived with Victor at the training camp at the Palace of Tesron. Kaisalon was in charge of the training and ordered them to run 5 laps around the castle wall, with the last 100 finishers having to run 2 more laps. The shocked young fighters were not prepared for such endurance tasks. An angry Kaisalon began to shout and ask if the young men had come here to play, then ordered them to run quickly. In a moment, the young candidates confirmed their compliance and quickly moved from their places to run. Approaching Kaisalon, Logan noted that he was well suited to his role as a coach, which was pleasing to the mercenary, who agreed with this opinion. When Kaisalon said he was surprised that all the mercenaries had re-signed their contracts, Logan pointed out the need for confidentiality. A moment later, Kaisalon approached the host and whispered in his ear, asking if he had been planning to start a war for 2 years. However, this question amused Logan, who noted that he was not a warmonger. But at the same time, clenching his fist tightly, he understood that sometimes it was simply impossible to avoid. Suddenly, a shout about some monster caught the attention of Kaisalon and Logan. It was a statement about Victor, who had significantly outrun all the other candidates in the race. The exhausted young men could not believe Victor's speed and asked what he was made of, to which they were told that he was a slave. The angry young man, hearing that the leader was a slave, gritted his teeth, thinking that if a slave was capable of such a thing, then he was even more so. So, in a moment, he jumped up from his seat and, shouting that he would not lose to him, began to run forward and catch up with Victor. Cizalon pointed out to Logan that Victor's presence really influenced the candidates, to which the owner replied that he did not expect such preparation from the fighters. In addition, he noted their willingness to fight, which was sufficient for successful development. Watching Victor's progress, Logan understood that he was clearly gathering strength, which would soon be revealed. Logan hoped that after Victor's power awakened, he would become a strong motivation for the soldiers. However, recalling Victor's fate, Logan remembered one significant event at the training camp. Stained with blood, the enraged young Victor would soon change his position. Very soon, he would face the real destruction of a human being. After grueling training, the young recruits gathered to rest in the barracks of the Tesseron Palace. They were served beautiful tables full of food and gifts to restore the future fighters. Taking their places before dinner, the young men shouted their gratitude for the treat. The satisfied boys noted how delicious the food looked and that they were ready to train exhaustively for such treats. While chewing his dinner, one of the boys noted that he had gained some weight during his time as a recruit. Suddenly, someone slid a glass of drink to one of his comrades from the side. Rhea looked at the young fighters and wished them a pleasant meal with a smile on her face. Enchanted by the girl's beauty and kindness, the boys thanked her with their eyes closed. They discussed Rhea as an earthly angel and claimed that she was as beautiful as ever. While the frightened boys began to avert their gaze from Mia, one of their friends, watching Rhea, asked if he should talk to her. From another table, an angry Victor stared at the boys and focused on them with a threatening look. Pointing at the young men, he ordered them to turn away, threatening to gouge out their eyes if they didn't. The terrified boys immediately turned their gaze to their plates and stood up straight after Rhea's brother's threats. Meanwhile, Rhea continued to walk around the fighters who were eating and clean up after them. Watching his sister, Victor's kind eyes widened. As he finished his meal, he wondered if his younger sister had eaten anything before work. Meanwhile, behind Victor, one of the fighters at the table focused his gaze on young Rhea. He was struck by the beauty of the young girl who worked in their dining room. In a moment, he began to salivate with desire for young Rhea, not taking his eyes off her. After dinner, Victor ran through the empty streets, taking bread for his sister with him. Suddenly, sounds from one of the alleys caught his attention and made him stop. Remembering his encounter with Victoria in the backyard, Victor wondered where she could have gone so far at such a late hour. However, the young man was torn from his thoughts by more sounds that resembled screams coming from one of the nearby alleys. The screams grew louder and more frequent, which caught Victor's attention. Suddenly, Victor recognized Rhea's voice and began calling her name, asking what was happening to her. In an instant, the young man froze, realizing what was happening to his sister in the neighboring alley. Looking inside, he saw a young man who had grabbed his crying younger sister and was about to strike her. Crying and frightened, Rhea, with a bruise on her face, barely audibly uttered Victor's name. In a moment, the loaves of bread in Victor's hands began to fall to the ground after his sudden movement forward. The young man who had grabbed Rhea wanted to justify himself with a smile, but Victor was already rushing towards him. The attacker didn't even have time to react before Victor's knee struck him in the face with a powerful blow. The boy began to fly backward quickly, blood flowing from his nose from the force of Victor's blow. After delivering the blow, Victor stopped and watched the attacker fly away from his younger sister. He stood in front of Rhea, making sure that she was now safe, while tears continued to flow from her eyes. A moment later, Victor began to approach his fallen enemy again, after delivering his previous blow. Victor froze and stared with incredible fury at the fallen freak he was ready to destroy. The battered attacker began to scream about the pain in his nose, which Victor had broken with his blow. Looking at the young fighter, the attacker wiped the blood from his nose and began to curse Victor. Standing in place, Victor listened impassively to his insults and name-calling, which a slave could not afford to do. The moment the attacker began to say that beating him would not help Victor, Victor delivered another powerful blow to his face. Unable to contain his rage, Victor began to swing his fist and approach the villain to respond to his insults. Confidently approaching, the young man delivered another powerful blow that hit the villain in the head. With his teeth knocked out and visibly disoriented, the attacker began to scream in pain. Shocked, Rhea was frightened by her brother's actions, who did not stop hurting her attacker. After another blow, Victor reached out and grabbed the hair of the scoundrel, who was too weak to resist. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and he began to beg someone for help. At that moment, the enraged young man began to swing his fist again to hit his enemy in the face. Victor did not notice that someone was watching his actions from behind the corner of the alley wall. It was one of the young recruits who was shocked by the actions of Rhea's brother, whom he had been watching. Shouting that things were going badly, he quickly jumped up from his seat and began to run down the alley. Suddenly, Victor's memory malfunctioned, and a red image from the past appeared before him. His tearful mother shouted Victor and Rhea's names, urging them to run away from that place right then and there, leaving them behind. However, Victor ignored her and continued to strike one of the attackers on his family. Finally, his mother shouted for Victor to take care of his younger sister. Suddenly, someone addressed Victor from the side and told him to pull himself together, which stopped him abruptly before he could strike again. Covered in the blood of the fallen enemy, he stopped and looked back at the person who had addressed him. Shocked, the boy turned to Logan, who told him to calm down and look around. Confused, Victor couldn't understand what the master was talking about, but he began to look around. Kaisalon and Victoria stood to the side, helping the shocked and frightened Rhea to recover. Victoria told Rhea, whose body was shaking, to go rest because she was very shocked by what she had seen. Covered in blood, Victor was impressed by the organization around him, and Kaisalon's order to take care of the dead boy's body. The loaves of bread that Victor had previously carried to his sister remained lying on the road in the middle of the alley. After Logan's subjects and his sister left, Victor stood before the master with a guilty look. He understood his guilt and apologized to his master, lowering his gaze. In response to the boy's apology, Logan asked if he regretted his actions that evening. However, Victor confidently replied that he did not regret it at all, so Logan asked why he was apologizing in that case. Victor began to speak more quietly and said that he was apologizing for killing one of the master's soldiers without his permission. Young McLean calmly replied that this was partly true, but he suspected that Victor regretted something else. Observing the devastated Victor's reaction, Logan confirmed that he had brought his sister to this place. Explaining Victor's stubbornness, Logan noted that taking her everywhere with him and trying to protect her was not the best option. The host's question about whether he would take his sister to the battlefield left Victor speechless. Logan concluded that Victor should think a little and understand that it is dangerous to bring his sister to dangerous places where he would have to protect her. Recalling his permission, the host added that he did it so that Victor would understand this. Logan himself was unhappy with this turn of events because he felt guilty towards Victoria. After that, he asked Victor if he understood him, but the boy did not answer. Looking at Victor, Logan hoped that this would help him stop being overly protective of Rhea. Focusing his gaze on the shining moon, Victor asked how his master would punish him, to which Logan asked if he was afraid of that. Victor replied that he was not afraid and began to add that he would personally accept any punishment, but he had one condition. At Victor's request not to touch Rhea, who had become a regular victim, Logan smiled silently. A moment later, Victor froze when the master noted that he had worked hard today and that next time he should ask his permission. When Victor asked the master about this in confusion, Logan said that he did not want the young man's knighthood to be delayed because of a pervert. Enchanted by the master's kindness, the boy focused on Logan with joy in his eyes, and then exclaimed that he would remember this. After this incident, Logan had a meeting in his room in Tesseron Castle by the fireplace. Kaisalon had doubts about the master's actions towards his slave, who had destroyed an ordinary person, but Logan was confident. Regarding unnecessary talk about his master's actions, Logan spoke with other students who told him about similar actions taken by the destroyed pervert earlier. Therefore, Logan concluded that his slave had destroyed a vile criminal, in which he saw nothing wrong. After considering these statements, Kaisalon noted that they would say that Victor was acting on the orders of his master. While Logan was writing down the information, he noted that he would publicly condemn the criminal and hang him on the castle gate. Finally, Kaisalon asked what his master was marking on his map that had caught Logan's attention. With a smile, he picked up the map from the table on which he was writing and began to examine it. Explaining that it was a secret event for the soldiers, Logan marked the place on the map where the monsters had been spotted earlier. The news of Victor's destruction of the soldiers shook the fighters, who were shocked by this turn of events. However, their mood quickly changed after the crimes committed by the destroyed soldier became known. Eavesdropping on the conversations of the new recruits, Logan was pleased with their agreement with the crimes of the destroyed soldier. Within 3 months, the incident was quickly forgotten, and winter arrived with snow. Logan happily addressed Kaisalon and mentioned the new year, and Kaisalon replied that time was passing quickly. While they discussed the passage of time, the knights continued their training and kept count. After the group leader shouted the first strike, the young recruits swung their swords. They completed a 3-month training period, after which 987 candidates successfully passed basic training. Logan and Kaisalon were pleased to observe the actions of the young fighters, and noted that now everyone is able to perform their tasks. Kaisalon added that only candidates with sufficient endurance and perseverance remained among the fighters. Logan asked Kaisalon with interest whether he was considering conducting joint combat training. After that, Logan turned to his father, who was standing nearby, and agreed with his son about training in the forest at the foot of the mountain. When his father said that the knights would soon have to conduct practical training, Logan asked if he meant mastering the bloodsword. Patrick replied that the young fighters had learned the basics, but true mastery comes during real combat. Eager to test this, Logan agreed and noted that skills improve when put into practice. Looking at each other, Patrick and Logan eagerly awaited this moment and smiled broadly at each other. The handshake between father and son and their smiles alarmed Kaisalon, who was watching them nearby. He had a bad feeling and thought that difficult times awaited them in life. A few days later, in the forest at the foot of the southern mountain of the McLean's territory, Patrick ordered his students to raise their swords. Surveying the readiness of his students near the trees, Logan reminded them to control their breathing. The warriors tried to follow the orders of the senior knights precisely and control their breathing and fighting stance with the sword. In a moment, the order to strike was given, after which the knights instantly began to strike with their swords in front of them. After carrying out the order, the knights froze with their swords raised in front of them, observing the results of their actions. Standing in front of the tree trunks, the knights managed to knock them down with a single blow. Satisfied and shocked by their abilities, the knights began to shout that everything had worked. Logan and his father stood aside and watched with joy as their subjects wielded their swords. The young recruits were also present and were impressed by the power of the knights of the order. A moment after the trees were felled, Logan shouted for everyone to remain vigilant, which caught the attention of the young fighters. Young McLean briefly reminded everyone that they were not in an ordinary forest. Meanwhile, goblins began to approach the McLean's training ground with a thirst for flesh. Noticing their victims, they quickly grabbed their weapons and began to advance toward them. As the monsters approached, cries of "Goblins are coming!" began to ring out. The satisfied knights noted that they were eager to meet such monsters during their first visit to the forest. The fighters instantly rushed forward and began knocking down the goblins attacking them, confidently delivering a devastating blow to one of the monsters. The attacking knight's attention was drawn to movements on the side. Reports began to come in about goblins spreading out across the surrounding area. Noticing this, Logan immediately gave the order to prepare for crossbow fire. The crossbowmen instantly took up combat positions and prepared their weapons to destroy the enemies. While Logan urged them to destroy every fleeing goblin, the arrows were already approaching the monsters. The shocked goblins froze in place as the arrows rapidly approached them. Thanks to the accuracy of the shots, the arrows hit the fleeing goblins' bodies and knocked them to the ground. The monsters, struck by the shots, cried out in pain from the blows of the crossbowmen. The satisfied crossbowmen began to boast about their achievements in destroying the goblins, and claimed that there was no need to fear them. Suddenly, animal cries rang out from the depths of the forest, puzzling and surprising the fighters. Paws with sharp claws began to appear on the snow, stepping toward the knights of the order who were training. The knights instantly focused their attention on these monsters and prepared their swords for battle. Approaching the open area, the beasts instantly rushed to attack the people in front of them. The speed and size of the monsters approaching them shocked the fighters. Realizing what these creatures were, the fighters in the front ranks began to shout that they were horned wolves, against which they needed a group together. Taking up combat positions in a group with their comrades, the knights concentrated on the attacking monster. However, in a moment, fear of the real danger began to appear in their eyes. The horned wolves were rapidly approaching the fighters and began to bite their swords. Grouping together on the captain's orders, the knights continued their circular defense against the monsters, but not very reliably. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Kaisalon gave the order to prepare for the cavalry to fight with crossbows. A moment after Kaisalon's order to fire, the crossbowmen struck the monsters. Thanks to the lightning speed of the arrows, they quickly approached the wolves attacking their positions. Suddenly, one of the wolves stopped and began to howl, looking up at the sky and attracting the attention of the other monsters. At that moment, a stream of arrows was already flying toward the monsters, which had regrouped and were attacking from different sides. However, all these arrows were not powerful enough to harm the attacking wolf. The bewildered crossbowmen began to shout about their inability to withstand the arrows. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Logan instantly ordered the swordsmen to take up defensive positions in formation. As his subjects moved, Logan urged them not to let any of the monsters pass them. The young fighters quickly set off with their weapons ready to attack the monsters. At the head of the group of young fighters was Victor, who confidently advanced forward on his master's orders. As he approached the wolf, Victor began to swing his sword to strike first. He quickly swung his sword around him and watched the effect on the monster. Thanks to the speed and power of the blow, Victor managed to knock one of the wolves in front of him out of the attack. Standing in place, he watched the wolf destroyed by his blow fall to the ground. Suddenly, human screams from the side distracted him from the advancing wolves. In front of Victor was one of the wolves that had grabbed the leg of one of the young fighters and began to bite it. One of the fallen fighter's comrades froze in place, his body shaking with fear. In an instant, a blow was struck with a sword that glowed from the force of its owner's power. Logan quickly approached the wolf attacking the young fighter and knocked it down with a powerful sword strike. He stood calmly watching the monster being knocked down, during which the frightened young fighter addressed him. Turning to him, Logan ordered him to gather up the wounded and help them retreat, which he confirmed he would do. Surveying the battlefield, Logan realized that, as expected, most of the young fighters were unable to do anything in direct combat. However, those who were on the list of the 100 best in terms of their senses demonstrated a completely different level of combat readiness. While Logan was watching the fighters, one of them found himself in a difficult situation. Turning around, he noticed another wolf monster approaching, attacking in parallel with another one in front. But suddenly, one of the newly elected fighters of the order began to rapidly advance in his direction. Victor quickly rushed to his comrade's aid and attacked the wolf from behind as it lunged at the young fighter. He delivered a confident, powerful blow that easily knocked down the monster, which did not even notice him. After delivering the blow, Victor froze, staring at the destroyed monster and watching the other fighters battle. Beads of sweat dripped from his cheeks after the intense confrontation with the monster wolves. The young man gazed with excitement at the sword in his hands, with which he had struck the monster to death. The other young fighters looked at Victor and began to pale at his level of sword mastery. Logan watched Victor's actions closely and understood that he was beginning to break free from his limitations. Young McLean eagerly anticipated that Victor would soon enter the realm of aura users. The wolves continued to be destroyed by the entire squad due to their large numbers. After striking the last monster that attacked, Patrick asked if they had destroyed them all, which was confirmed by the captain of the order. Patrick pointed out to Heinkel that the training had already lasted a month and a half, to which he replied that they had found 3 cities with thousands of monsters. Looking at the destroyed monsters, Patrick noted that he was concerned about the possibility of their joint attack on the castle. Heinkel's question about whether the young lord had foreseen this made Patrick think. Meanwhile, on the other side, Logan addressed the fighters and urged them to hold out a little longer. He stood next to Hamar and pointed out that they needed to cut down trees and move the trunks to the city construction site. The knights were unhappy about using the iron bloodsword to cut down trees rather than to fight. Logan was pleased, noting that he did not believe that so many trees had remained intact despite the presence of monsters. While Logan smiled, realizing that he had trained the soldiers and cut down the trees, Patrick thought puzzledly about the importance of cutting down trees for his son. Observing the developments around Logan, he thought about the confrontation with the monsters, which had provided them with a lot of information. After all, the selected young candidates began to accumulate strength, albeit not very powerful. Victor, who had a highly developed survival instinct, underwent particular development. Logan began to contemplate the start of a civil war in the near future, in which he expected high results. Kamar noticed his master's good mood and asked why he was laughing happily without explanation or reason. Distracted from his thoughts, Logan noted that there was enough wood for construction and asked if the dwarf would be able to cope before the start of the sowing season. Preparing for the heavy workload, Hamar replied dejectedly that he would manage. Impressed, Logan asked if it was even possible, explaining that he had said it hoping for a slim chance. Hamar explained his opinion by pointing to the presence of wizards in the construction and the high motivation of the workers after the construction of the dam. Stunned by the news, Logan focused on the gnome with a gleam in his eye as he explained the factors that would help them. Mentally noting Hamar's good condition after his vacation, Logan wondered if the gnome had always been so reliable. Under Clayton's leadership, wizards were involved in the construction. Using his aura, Clayton worked and formed a stone wall. The chief wizard worked independently, while those present and the students watched him. In a moment, a stone wall began to appear from the ground behind one of the workers, which puzzled the young man. The frightened workers began to scream, but Clayton ordered them to quickly gather the earth. After that, the workers took shovels and began to throw the earth away from the formed wall. Logan stood next to Clayton and thanked him for agreeing to the additional conditions, and apologized for building the magic tower in a smaller city. However, Clayton pointed out that the size of the town was not important, given the generous funding of the magic tower by the owner. While Clayton explained his joy at the construction of this tower, Logan smiled at the wizard. Pointing to the area around Clayton, he added that this town would become the center of the region, and larger than Tesseron if everything went according to plan. Regarding Clayton's thoughts on the location of the castle, Logan asked if it was really necessary in a town where people would grow food and live. Looking at the workers with shovels, Logan also noted the high probability of uprisings given the large number of people in a small town. Therefore, he smiled and said that this would not happen if people were not exploited. After these statements, Logan waited for Clayton's reaction with a joyful look. Clayton was shocked by the aristocrat's attitude towards his residents and mentally wished for Logan to be elected. He noted that in any case, his vote belonged to Logan, to which Logan asked what he was talking about. Despite this last statement, Clayton changed the subject and asked about the reliability of the earthen wall in case of an invasion. Logan confidently replied that this place would never become a battlefield because he would not allow it. While Logan was focused on his thoughts, Clayton looked at the young master with interest. It was already winter outside, but the moonlight was no less bright. Logan was in the middle of a white, snow-covered forest, practicing with his sword. The young master concentrated on his actions and the elements of a fighting stance for sword fighting. Feeling a surge of energy and concentration, he prepared for his training exercises. In an instant, young McLean delivered a circular sword strike in front of him, focusing on a single point. A bright yellow point appeared among the trees of the forest, standing out against the snow-covered landscape. Suddenly, this same point in the middle of the trees began to spread its bright glow around. Logan expected this turn of events, so he calmly focused on the glow that blinded him. In a moment, the glow stopped shining, and a hole appeared in the rock in front of Logan, at which he pointed his sword. Steam rose from this hole, from which cracks spread around the stone, and Logan said that he had succeeded. Stopping in front of the stone, Logan examined the results of his successful use of sword technique. Looking at the trees behind the rock, Logan noticed the same holes in them as in the boulder. Focusing on his sword, Logan realized that he had managed to comprehend the second form of the secrets of the divine sword. Time passed, and a month later, under the control of the wizards, the construction of the city of McLean continued. Logan was busy with paperwork and other stuff under Mr. Dwayne's supervision. After another month, the city of McLean was built on the construction site, and the citizens of the territories were sent there. A mother and child approaching the new city were mesmerized by what had been built. The children instantly rushed with joy to the spacious house, and the mother with the baby sat down, overcome with emotion, and began to cry. The children comforted her, but the mother smiled because these were tears of happiness for their new life. Sometime later, with the onset of summer, Logan continued to work on the documentation. Mr. Dwayne reported to him and noted the good development of the new lands, but there was not enough male labor for such a large area. Looking at the financier, Logan noted that refugees had begun to arrive after the news about this city, so he ordered that everyone be accepted. Finally, young McLean asked if there was any news from Hamar, to which Dwayne replied that he was still on vacation. Unhappy with this news, Logan wondered if he had been too lenient with Hamar, but he understood that everything was fine with the construction and crossbows. Dwayne then mentioned a rumor that Hamar had received a lot of mithril before his vacation and asked if it was true. Logan explained that he had given it to him so that he could make armor for the knights, to which Dwayne asked if he was actually taking a vacation. Logan happily explained that there was no problem with that, because getting rare metal was every dwarf's dream. Thinking about this, Logan began tapping his fingers on the table and expressing his opinion. After all, in any case, the construction of the city was complete, and there were no problems with its development. Meanwhile, another lord banged his fist on the table and angrily asked if the McLeans had developed the wastelands. It was Viscount Max Pareda who shouted that nothing would grow in those regions. His interlocutor mentioned the water supply from the Luther River, which puzzled the Viscount, and he asked if they really had enough money for that. Max's interlocutor pointed out the source of the McLeans' money, which began with business in the capital and ended with money falling from the sky. However, an angry Max did not want to listen to senseless rumors and ordered them to focus on the facts of the matter. When asked by the Viscount what the harvest would be on those lands, his assistant noted that it would exceed theirs by half. This information stunned the Viscount, who began to consider his possible actions against the neighboring territory. A moment later, Max's assistant was caught off guard by the question of whether he could find a justification for this. After that, he began to smile predatorily and stated that there was no urgent need for this. Recalling some of the inhabitants of their lands who had gone to the city of McLeans, the assistant suggested using this as an opportunity for infiltration. While the assistant wanted to continue his thought, Max interrupted him and added that it was too dangerous for them to do this on their own. Looking around, an angry Max uttered the name of Soto Sylvan, whom he saw as an obstacle. After considering this, Max ordered to contact the Sylvanovs, to which his assistant suggested that the residents must have already left. After thinking about the union of the two Viscounts, Max smiled and confirmed their capture of the McLean's territory. Kneeling in respect, his assistant agreed that it was a wise decision by the Viscount. Meanwhile, Logan told his father about the special training for the best recruits. Patrick asked if his son thought they were ready to become knights, which he confirmed. Dwayne noted that there were a large number of recruits, and the captain of the order added puzzledly that it would be absurdly many. Heinkel explained his confusion by saying that only 1 in 100 soldiers would awaken the power, despite the best training. A moment later, Mr. Dwayne was startled by Heinkel's exclamation that it was 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers. Without budging from his position, Logan noted that they would maintain the current training system. While Dwayne and Heinkel were shocked and argued about these decisions, Patrick calmly listened to his son's explanation. After some thought, Patrick noted that their family was in a stage of significant development, and that increasing the army could provoke their neighbors. However, Logan replied that they would be provoked even if the McLeans did not give them a direct reason. This caused a lack of understanding of the situation and a focus on Patrick's son. Recalling their family's lands, Logan noted that the neighboring territories had enough reasons to pose a threat to the McLeans. To this, Heinkel pointed out that they had done nothing reprehensible to provoke the neighboring territories. Logan remained calm and smiled while they shouted at him and asked if he was referring to the refugee situation. Recalling the number of people accepted into their territory, Logan asked how many of them had come from Sylvan and Perret. An angry Dwayne shouted that it should have been stopped if the young master had foreseen it earlier. Without interfering in the argument, Patrick silently considered the thoughts and suggestions of Logan and his subjects. A moment later, he turned to his son and asked if Logan had planned to start a war from the very beginning of his plans. Without denying this suspicion, Logan noted that they would have had to deal with these enemies in any case. Puzzled, Dwayne and Heinkel began to address Logan with indignation, while Patrick began to laugh at this turn of events. At that moment, Patrick wondered if he had handed over his power to Logan too soon. Suddenly, one of the servants ran into the room and began to address his master loudly and sharply. While Logan was turning to the servant, he began shouting information about the Sylvan and Perret houses. Everyone present at the discussion with Logan was shocked by the news that the aforementioned houses had sent ambassadors to the McLeans. After this news, Logan calmly began to smile and noted that it seemed that everything he had expected was beginning. The young master suggested discussing how to deal with them and a plan for moving forward. Flags bearing the symbols of the Sylvan and Peretiv clans fluttered as they approached the McLean lands. The ambassadors, accompanied by military leaders, headed for the entrance gate to the McLean lands. Children ran around and enjoyed the sunshine after lunch with their families, while the horsemen approached, surrounded by guards. Representatives of the visiting houses looked around and were interested and puzzled by the situation in the town of McLean. They noted the careful layout of the houses, which created a breath of fresh air in the city without excessive luxury. In addition, they focused their attention on a specific moment that surprised the guests of the city. The ordinary people were unusually clean and cheerful for a typical city in their imagination. Looking around eagerly, the ambassadors mentally noted the value of this city in order to capture it. Smiling as he moved forward, the ambassador noted that it was a beautiful place, calling it a good attempt. One of the soldiers who accompanied the ambassadors explained with a smile that all this was possible thanks to the first young master. Recalling the young age of the first young master, McLean, the ambassador asked puzzledly what he meant. When asked if the young master had really designed this city, the soldier confidently replied that this was indeed the case. In a moment, the ambassadors were shocked by the soldier's explanations about the care and significant development of the city and its people, which had been made possible by the young master. The military officer continued to describe the situation to the new arrivals with pleasure, while the ambassadors mentally wished for him to be silent. After a while, the ambassadors arrived at the castle and walked through the corridors of the McLean house. On the upper stairs, they were met by Logan and his father, who thanked the visitors for traveling the long way to their lands. When asked if everything was all right with them, the exhausted ambassadors replied that it was, and one of them noted that Logan had excellent soldiers. This puzzled the young master, who thanked them indifferently for the praise. Noting that they could not keep the McLeans waiting long, they suggested getting straight down to business. The envoys then demanded the return of the refugees and the transfer of the territories to their master's ownership in order to avoid conflict. Remaining in their seats, father and son remained calm despite the shocking demands of the newcomers. They calmly looked at the ambassadors without responding to their bold and threatening statements. Logan understood that they were offering to give them the entire castle and half of the developed lands, which was a call to war. Recalling his predictions of this turn of events, Logan looked intently at his father. Unable to believe such a turn of events, Patrick closed his eyes, pondering the envoy's statements. Behind the host stood Heinkel, who was also listening to the speech of the ambassadors who had arrived in their territory. After considering his next steps in this development, Heinkel turned his head away from his hosts. A moment later, he stood before the ambassadors and angrily shouted whether their hosts wanted to wage war against the McLeans. The angry soldiers lowered their heads and began to whisper insults against the arriving ambassadors and the decisions of their hosts. Looking back at the angry soldiers who had arrived, the envoys lost their previous confidence. One of them began to bite his lip angrily and prepared to confront the McLeans. After that, he began pointing his finger at the knights and shouting that the McLeans could not threaten the envoys and that they should withdraw the knights. Patrick confidently replied that the ambassadors were declaring war on them and that they were not afraid of it. One of the ambassadors mockingly stated that only a pile of dust would remain of the McLeans and asked if they really wanted to be destroyed. Logan intervened in the conversation and asked how refugees fleeing tyranny could be used as bargaining chips. He then turned to his father and pointed out that the visitors had forgotten their duties as aristocrats. A moment later, Logan exclaimed that there was no need for negotiations, after which the knights drew their swords and began to surround the ambassadors. The frightened envoys looked around and asked if they had lost their minds to declare war and if they wanted to die. As Logan calmly descended the stairs, the envoys shouted that it would be total war. Approaching the ambassador, Logan asked him to repeat his phrase about the McLeans being out of their minds and said that he was being rude. Standing before the assembled ambassadors, he asked how they could point fingers and curse the ruler of the land on which they stood. Stepping forward and grabbing his sword, Logan said that it was the ambassadors who had lost their minds to allow themselves to do such a thing. The terrified ambassador began to interrupt the young McLean and repeat that it was he who had behaved in such a manner. As young McLean approached with his sword in hand, one of the ambassadors froze in fear, sweat pouring from his face. In a moment, he shouted to his guards and ordered them to stop the advancing McLean. Logan ignored the sudden approach of the ambassador's guards and calmly focused his gaze on their movements. Concentrating on the guards advancing toward him, Logan began to raise his sword. Seizing the moment when the first soldier approached, Logan struck him with a clear and powerful blow with his sword. Taken by surprise, the soldier froze in pain, spitting blood after young McLean's blow. He was knocked to the ground, losing his strength and health, while his fellow soldiers looked on. In an instant, several guards began to cry out in pain from the sword blows inflicted on them. Thanks to his lightning speed, Logan quickly moved along the soldiers and struck them with lethal blows as he advanced. The shocked soldiers did not have time to react to the rapid advance and attack of young McLean. Advancing toward the ambassadors, Logan addressed them and pointed out that they should have been prepared to die if they drew their swords on foreign territory. The frightened ambassadors were stunned by McLean's rapid advance and began shouting at him not to come any closer. Despite the ambassadors' words that the McLeans would not survive, Logan approached them with his sword ready. One of the ambassadors began to shout about his status, but at that moment, Logan had already struck him with his sword. In a moment, the wounded ambassador began to fall to the ground, while the other stood in his place out of fear. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief that the young McLean had actually done this to them. In a moment, he fell to his knees before Logan and began to shout that he had prevailed over them and that he would convey all of Logan's words to his master. Logan looked indifferently at the ambassador on his knees, apologizing to him for his rudeness. As the terrified ambassador bowed before Logan, he said that it was a wise decision. After that, Logan, ignoring the ambassador's cries, silently turned to look at his father, who was watching him from behind. Patrick was intently considering the developments that awaited them after these actions. A moment later, he raised his hand and began to address the McLean's knights, telling them to prepare for war, which they accepted with joy. In an alternate universe, the knight who accompanied the ambassadors to the McLean's castle told them a joke about this turn of events in reality. Subsequently, events unfolded from the moment Logan destroyed one of the Viscount's envoys. The news of the destruction of one of the sent ambassadors enraged the Viscounts, who questioned him about it. Viscount Soto Sylvan, inquiring about this event, asked if the McLeans had lost their minds to do such a thing. His assistant pointed out the McLeans' demand for compensation for the damage caused by his rudeness and asked what to do in this case. Taking a glass in his hand, the Viscount noted that they had become a little better and now had enough self-confidence to boast. Noting that the McLeans would not have enough strength to confront them, Sylvan suggested showing mercy once. After that, Logan and his father arrived at the barracks in Tesrona Castle to find out the enemy's next steps. Logan asked if he understood correctly that the Viscounts were demanding the return of the serfs and compensation in the form of the McLean's planes. The young McLean was puzzled by the Viscounts' response 2 days after the incident they had been waiting for so long. Patrick asked his son why he was in such a hurry, since the Viscounts might not know about their sufficient forces to overthrow them. Logan responded by asserting the need to capture Sylvan as quickly as possible in order to demonstrate strength and avoid similar situations in the future. Noting that there was no need to mobilize soldiers, Logan suggested that regular troops take action as quickly as possible. Logan emphasized the importance of speed, and his father agreed. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door which caught Logan and his father's attention, after which Kaisalon announced that it was he who was disturbing the hosts. After they gave him permission to enter, Kaisalon stood before his hosts and apologized for disturbing them. Kaisalon smiled and reported that all units of all branches of the McLean army were fully prepared for action. When Logan asked about the state of the soldiers' military supplies, Kaisalon noted their weapons and armor, which provided great strength. Considering the readiness of the troops, Logan knew about the high level of crossbowmen and the progress in the fight of the knights led by his father. However, despite his considerable strength, Logan understood that it was not worth provoking 2 Viscounts at once. Considering the possible consequences after the McLean's victory, Logan calculated that their lands would become a margraviate. Remembering the 2 princes fighting for the throne, Logan knew that they would want to lure the McLeans to their side. However, Logan did not want to allow this to happen because he planned to make the 3rd prince king. From his past life, Logan remembered that the 1st prince had taken advantage of the McLeans and significantly weakened their kingdom, as had the 2nd. Therefore, only the 3rd prince remained, who, despite his young age, had outstanding talent that made him the heir to the throne. But the 3rd prince was unlucky because the king who supported him died suddenly. Logan understood that this was why he had to win the civil war and make the 3rd prince king. After considering these points, Logan turned his attention to Kaisalon and asked him something else. When asked by his master if he had good news, Kaisalon replied enthusiastically that he did. Kaisalon remembered Victor and exclaimed that he had awakened a power that he wanted to demonstrate to his master in person. Logan joyfully exclaimed that it had finally happened, after which Kaisalon asked if he should call him, to which the young master agreed. A few moments later, Victor approached the master's room and apologized for disturbing them. Standing before them, he addressed Logan and wanted to explain what had happened to him. However, Logan interrupted him and, noting that there was no need for long explanations, asked him to show what he wanted. After that, Victor focused his attention on carrying out his master's order to demonstrate his strength. In a moment, he clenched his fists, concentrating on his breathing, and a smog of power began to appear around him. Patrick and Logan were shocked, and his father asked uncertainly if the young man had gray power. Satisfied, Logan began to laugh and said that it had only taken the boy 2 years. Remembering his past life and looking at young Victor, Logan wondered if his power was as strong as before. After that, Victor began to smile and laugh after the master praised his power. Logan reached into his pocket, which caught the young boy's attention. Taking Victor's slave certificate out of his pocket, Logan handed it to the boy and pointed out that it was no longer needed, because the young man had become a knight. While the enchanted Victor examined the piece of paper, Patrick asked if Logan really carried the certificate with him everywhere. However, the young master noted that Victor's promotion to knight would be postponed until the end of their war. In response to Victor's puzzled questions as to why this was so, Logan explained that he could not allow the boy to join the other knights immediately after his status as a slave. He also explained that the master would burn Victor's slave certificate right away, so the boy would have to wait a little longer. When Logan asked if Victor trusted him, he exclaimed that this was not the issue at all. Looking at the young knight, Logan knew that this was not what was upsetting him. Holding the paper with the certificate to the candle flame, Logan knew that Victor wanted to fight. Young Victor wanted to use his sword to fight powerful enemies. Remembering his younger brother, Logan knew that he had prepared him for battle in order to train him. After Victor left, Logan suggested sending the Sylvans a reply to their message. After thinking for a moment, Logan noted the need to protest and appeal the actions of the ambassadors, but his father interrupted him. Patrick suggested that his son skip all the formalities and get straight to the point. Looking calmly at his father, Logan was pleased with his suggestion and line of thinking. After all, the main thing now was to fight instead of engaging in empty talk that would lead to the same result. The McLean's army marched to Viscount Sylvan's castle and quickly stood before him. The army of horsemen raised the flag of their clan, the McLeans, and called on Sato Sylvan to come out and fight them. The bewildered soldiers defending the castle were impressed by the army and ordered to report this to their master. In a matter of moments, the knights rushed to the lord's chambers to report the sudden attack by the army, with the banner burning for battle. Approaching the knights on the front line, Sylvan asked in shock if they had really been attacked by the McLeans. While the McLean's army waited for further orders, Sylvan said that these madmen were mocking him. The lord was informed of the knightly order's readiness to fight, and one of the captains asked for permission to lead the confrontation. Considering the balance of power, Sylvan knew that the McLeans had superior numbers, but this did not give them a tactical advantage. In addition, Sylvan's army included Callian, who wanted to lead the army and was not inferior to Patrick McLean in strength. Considering his next orders and actions, Sylvan asked if there had been any response from the Perez yet. The military commander replied that there was no response yet, but Callian insisted on urgent action regardless of the Perez reinforcements. However, Sylvan explained that it was not only a matter of needing support from the Parays, but also of their army's possible victory over the McLeans. After all, Sylvan did not rule out the possibility of betrayal by the Parays in the event of a quick victory by the Sylvans. Explaining his opinion, Sylvan noted the immediate reaction of the McLeans after their message, while the Parays did not respond. When asked by the host whether this was normal, Callion replied that most likely it was not. From this, Sylvan concluded that the Parays had joined forces with the McLeans, otherwise these events made no sense. Clenching his fist in anger, Sylvan began to curse the Parays and asked how they dared to do such a thing. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the castle grounds, asking if Soto Sylvan was afraid. Patrick confidently told him to continue hiding like a frightened dog, but added that he would personally cut off his head. Taken by surprise, Sylvan, still pondering the whole turn of events, began to turn toward the attackers. Suddenly, Sylvan gave the order to contact the Bifrost and informed them that they would offer them half of what they had captured after defeating the McLeans. In response to Callion's puzzled questioning, Sylvan confidently repeated the order so that the Parays would not start acting against them. In addition, he ordered the complete destruction of the McLeans before the arrival of reinforcements from the Parays. Enraged, Sylvan was convinced of Parays' betrayal and, mentally questioning how he dared to oppose him, prepared to destroy him next. Stepping forward, Heinkel asked if it would be advisable to provide the soldiers with fire support. Patrick replied that it was not advisable at this time in order not to miss Sylvan, with which Logan agreed. Logan noted with excitement that the enemies believed they had superior strength and would soon leave the castle. In addition, Logan referred to the fact that he knew Sylvan and knew that he would not tolerate humiliation, so it was worth waiting. This puzzled Heinkel because he did not understand how Logan, who had spent his entire life in the McLean's territory, could know this. Suddenly, the gates to the castle began to slowly open before the McLean army. In an instant, the gates and protective bars swung wide open, and loud noises poured out of the castle grounds. The Sylvan army began to rapidly gather speed on horseback and advanced toward the open gates. The attacking horses began to neigh under the riders' calls to move. In a few moments, the army of horsemen, led by Callion in the center of the detachment, stood before the McLeans. Looking at the enemy troops, Patrick noted that there were about 3,000 men in the regular army, to which Heinkel replied that this was more than they had. Preparing for the confrontation, Callion smiled contentedly, thinking of their advantage over the McLeans. In a moment, he shouted an appeal to the McLeans and noted that they had neither shame nor conscience. However, Patrick interrupted him with a shout, ordering the soldiers to advance. After this shout, the army led by Patrick began to advance against the enemies. Sylvan's soldiers were confused, and Callion did not understand this attack, asking if they did not know how to count, given this move. In addition, focusing his gaze on the enemies, Callion noted another aspect that surprised him in this turn of events. Looking at the soldiers of the McLean army, Callion called them ordinary trash in high-quality armor. Assessing the training of his troops, Callion knew that they had a well-developed plan of action that the soldiers had to follow. Preparing for an easy victory, Callion, eager for battle, thought that today the McLeans would learn about their strength and superiority. In response to their actions, Sylvan Kaisalon took command and ordered his subjects to prepare by raising their hand. Without delay, Kaisalon's mercenaries began to raise their crossbows, aiming them at their enemies. Noticing that the McLean's troops were armed with crossbows, Callion pondered this oddity, mentally noting that he was disappointed in Patrick McLean's conduct of the battle. He ordered his subjects to raise their shields to protect themselves from the arrows. A moment later, after positioning his subjects, Kaisalon gave the order to fire their weapons. A swarm of arrows from the crossbows was sent flying and filled the sky in the direction of the enemies. The crossbowmen acted from the rear lines of McLean's army according to a previously worked-out plan. However, following Callion's order, Sylvan's troops were ready for the shots and raised their shields for protection. The first arrows rapidly approached Callion, who was defending himself with a shield and standing in the front line of the attack. Holding his shield in front of him, he was confident in his protection and did not add any other means of defense. But suddenly, an arrow that hit part of his shield began to crack Callion's defense. The arrow flew past him and did not injure him, but the soldier stood frozen in shock from this attack. The part of the metal shield that the arrow hit was completely destroyed by the impact, and in order to hold the shield after the powerful blow, Callion had to use force. Realizing the enemy's power, he shouted to his subjects that this was no ordinary attack, and ordered them to group together to increase their strength. A moment after raising their shields for protection, a stream of arrows rained down on Sylvan's army, causing the soldiers to scream. Looking around, Callion could not understand where such power came from in ordinary crossbow arrows. After repelling the first wave of arrows, Callion gathered his knights around him and ordered them to follow him. The horses advanced rapidly with the attack, and Callion mentally prepared himself for the merciless destruction of his enemies. The captain clenched his jaws in anger and mentally repeated his threats to destroy the McLeans. He advanced rapidly at the head of the knights and shouted that he would destroy everyone in his path. Noticing the advance of the troops led by Callion, Kaisalon instantly gave the order to his subjects to scatter around the area. This surprised and caught Callion off guard, who noticed the McLean's subjects carrying out the order. At that moment, soldiers with crossbows were rapidly moving across the territory, carrying out the order. In a few moments, the McLean army was moving in different directions after Kaisalon's order to disperse throughout the territory. Unable to react to the military detachment that was scattering, the troops led by Callion continued to move forward without changing direction. As the McLean troops advanced, they received orders to ignore the knights and cavalry and focus their forces on the soldiers. Watching the enemy advance, Callion cursed them angrily, realizing the complexity of his unit's situation. Looking around, he wondered whether it was worth taking a chance and turning back. However, suddenly the Sylvan Knights were addressed, which attracted their attention and that of their leader. Moving forward, Patrick shouted that they should fight if they had the courage to do so. Patrick was at the head of his squad of knights and eagerly awaited the fight from Sylvan's army. Callion stood frozen when he noticed the Blade of Power in the hand of the attacking Patrick McLean. Confidently holding the legendary Blade of Power in his hand, Patrick rapidly advanced with an attack on his bewildered enemy. As he approached the captain of the Sylvan army, Patrick struck a circular blow with his sword, but Callion managed to jump off his horse. Left without a horse and shocked by McLean's weapon, Callion focused on the fight ahead. Looking around, he noticed his soldiers shouting and falling one after another from sudden wounds. At that moment, watching the enemy advance, Callion realized that Patrick McLean had achieved the advanced rank of knight. Looking at him, Callion could not understand when Patrick had managed to do this. In a moment, Patrick raised his weapon and, sitting astride his horse, addressed his brave McLean knights. Calling for the destruction of the enemy, the knights instantly launched an attack against Sylvan's bewildered soldiers. After that, direct combat began between the knights of the two lords, who were cursing and attacking each other. Left behind alone, Callion could not understand how this progress of the McLeans was possible at all. At that moment, the soldiers of both lords continued their individual confrontations with each other. However, thanks to their superior combat training, the knights of the McLean contingent confidently destroyed their opponents in individual combat. Using their strength and confidently wielding their swords, the knights destroyed the attacking knights from Sylvan's army. Fighting several enemies at once, Heinkel realized that, unlike in previous months, their knights were not inferior in strength to Sylvan's. In addition, some of the McLean subjects had reached a new level of strength during the confrontation, which was a cause for celebration. Looking around the battlefield, Heinkel remained calm for his subjects who were demonstrating their strength. Recalling the training sessions organized by the McLeans, Heinkel understood that they had not been in vain for the army. The fight was easy for Heinkel, so he held back the enemy's attack and looked around. However, at that moment, behind his enemy, his brother-in-arms began to approach, shouting that Heinkel would soon have nothing to laugh about. This focused Heinkel's attention and forced him to turn his attention to the direct confrontation. But in a moment, he confidently moved forward, taking the soldiers surrounding him by surprise and striking them. The bewildered soldier, who was wounded during the enemy's sudden movement, shouted and looked back. The second soldier on the other side also cried out from the unexpected pain inflicted on him by the captain of the McLeans. In a moment, both soldiers began to drop their swords to the ground, suffering from the pain of their wounds. After delivering confident blows, Heinkel indifferently began to move forward while the enemy knights clutched their wounded hands. Noting the pain in his hands, one of the knights pointed out the high rank of their commander, but he did not have such speed. Smiling as he looked back at his enemies, Heinkel recalled his promotion in rank, which eliminated any problems he had with destroying mid-ranking knights. Watching Callion fight, Heinkel noted that only he could be a problem for them. However, with a possible solution to this problem in mind, Heinkel began to smile. He watched from his place toward the high-ranking knight from Sylvan's army, thinking that there was no need to worry about him. At that moment, Logan was already rapidly approaching the knight with his weapon ready to destroy the enemy. An angry Callion was taken by surprise by such a sudden attack in his direction and mentally cursed his situation. Remembering his training, Logan had almost achieved the status of a high-ranking knight. However, Logan stood before a wall that he had been trying to overcome for many months, but to no avail. At that time, the young McLean hoped to easily overcome it and see what was hidden behind it. Now, as he advanced on the enemy high-ranking knight, Logan noticed that he had not mastered the skill of the steel bloodsword like his father, or Heinkel. Enthusiastically rushing towards the enemy, Logan said that now he would be able to overcome that very wall. While Callion was fighting other enemies, he did not notice the approach of the young McLean, which now puzzled him. Despite Logan's lightning speed, the high-ranking enemy knight managed to raise his sword in time to defend himself. This puzzled Logan, who stood watching his opponent's actions in battle. After parrying the attack, Callion put away his sword and began to move away to change his position. After that, Callion began to scold the young McLean, mentally noting his opponent's lack of skillful fighting technique. Despite this, Logan focused on his enemy in preparation for his next attack. Callion was caught off guard by Logan's sudden movement and strike. Retreating and feeling the force of his opponent, he wondered if he had been pushed back in this confrontation. Looking at the young McLean, Callion mentally belittled him as a middle-ranking knight. Stepping toward the enemy, Callion noted that he had become too relaxed in front of a weaker knight. When the high-ranking knight shouted that from now on he would not surrender to Logan, Callion thought to himself that it was foolish. However, he suddenly lost his confidence and watched the enemy's actions in confusion. Logan noticed the changes that were taking place with the weapon, using the power of the high-ranking enemy knight. After Callion used his additional power, 3 swords appeared above him. Using his additional power, Callion focused on the young McLean. Without hesitation, he moved from his place with a sharp attack on the puzzled young man. Focusing on the enemy's attack, Logan noted mentally the importance of concentrating on the real sword in the knight's hands. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan wondered if this statement was too obvious for the course of the confrontation. However, at that moment, Callion was already close and did not give Logan any extra time to think. Moving forward, Logan froze after these thoughts and cried out in pain from the blow that Callian had dealt him sharply. Looking back at the enemy who had changed position, Logan realized that all his swords were real. Noticing the young McLean's hesitation, Callian pointed out that he was lucky because he was aiming for the neck. Despite his shock, Logan smiled and said that the reality of all the swords was an interesting trick for him. Preparing for his next move, Callian changed position and told the young man to enjoy the trick. Advancing toward Logan, he noted that he had time for that while he was still alive and unharmed. Focusing on the knight's advance, Logan noticed another sword that he was pointing in his direction. However, Callian's confident advance suddenly came to a halt, and he froze, not expecting the young McLean's actions. Suddenly, as Callian advanced, he was struck by a sword from above, which Logan had prepared in advance with his trump card. Having avoided injury and changed his wounds, Callian could not understand what this strange aura was that the enemy was using. After delivering a confident blow, Logan froze with the spread of his aura, which so surprised the enemy. Watching the young man, Callian couldn't understand what was affecting his swords, which trembled as they approached the enemy. Clenching his jaw, he shouted angrily and prepared for possible developments. In a moment, the enraged knight straightened up and shouted at the young McLean not to play with him. Logan smiled and enthusiastically pointed out that Callian had created more swords, despite the influence of the Blade of Power on him. Without hesitation, Callian went on the attack and instantly struck with his sword, which was influenced by the enemy's aura. Having prepared in advance for these actions of the knight, Logan skillfully jumped back to avoid the blow. Preparing his swords for attack, Callian smiled at the thought that the young man's aura was now not as powerful. After this thought, Callian's swords simultaneously began to attack Logan from different directions as he tried to defend himself. The blows came one after another, and only thanks to Logan's quick reactions was he able to withstand them. Exhausted from fending off the blows, Logan mentally noted the feeling of fighting 5 men at once. Trying to calm himself, Logan took a few steps back, considering his options in his confrontation with Callian's power. Considering the power of his blade and focusing on his enemy's actions, Logan prepared to take a few steps back. Breathing heavily, he concentrated on his actions, which he planned to carry out slowly and gradually. Smiling and looking at his sword, Logan asked if that was all, noting that he was bored with the weakness of the confrontation. This puzzled the angry knight, who looked at his young enemy with malice. Preparing for his next move, Callian opened his eyes wide with anger. Raising his sword arm for a swing, he loudly shouted a challenge to his enemy to his death. However, Logan did not flinch and stood calmly in place, watching the knight's actions. Logan's heart was filled with a power that added pulse and energy to his actions. Standing still and concentrating on his strength, Logan watched as all 5 of Callian's swords gradually approached. The blades of the swords came closer and closer, but Logan remained calm and stayed where he was. In a moment, one of the sword blades came close and almost touched Logan's forehead, who now closed his eyes without moving. The second core in Logan's body entered the activation phase, and its glow filled the young man's body. Suddenly, a sharp, bright sword strike was delivered past Callian, leaving behind a trail of light from its power. Using his next trump card, Logan changed position in time and, delivering an instant blow, stood behind the knight. Clutching the sword tightly in his hand, Logan continued to spread the power that filled him completely. Confused by the young man's speed, Callian cried out in pain and looked in horror at his body, which had been cut through his armor. Looking back, he could not understand how this was possible, given that he had been following the young man. However, he noticed that at that very moment, Logan's speed exceeded Callian's capabilities. Breathing heavily after his injury and dripping with sweat from exhaustion, Callian thought about the possible factors behind this turn of events. Suddenly, he turned in shock to Logan, who spoke of the need to reward him for the experience he had given young McLean. Standing in his place, bewildered, Callian focused on the further actions of the enemy, who never ceased to amaze him. At that moment, Logan moved back a few steps, raised his sword, and a glow of power surrounded him. Mesmerized, watching young McLean, the shocked Callian spoke of raising the young man to a high rank. In an instant, Logan disappeared from his place, jumping back and leaving only a trail of movement behind him. Logan leaped forward, rapidly descending from above with his sword ready to strike the enemy. Impressed, Callian froze in place and did not have time to react to the young man's lightning-fast movement. While Logan thanked Callian for playing with him, the knight said that none of this was possible. This turn of events was noticeable to everyone around and raised the morale of the military units. The enemies, on the other hand, were in a bad mood due to the defeat of their troops against the McLeans, whom they considered weaker. At that moment, Logan's double core began to give him unstoppable power that accumulated in the young knight. In an instant, Logan delivered a powerful blow with his sword, causing a burst of energy to erupt from its power. Callian stood opposite Logan at the moment of his strike and tried to shield himself from the impact of the young McLean's blow. However, the force surrounded and subdued him, leaving the knight exhausted and screaming in pain and weakness. After that, Logan's blow landed squarely where the enemy was standing and trying to hold his ground. The frightened soldiers of Sylvan's army began to turn to their commander when they saw McLean's blow. Watching Logan make his final swing with his sword before destroying the enemy knights began to cry out about their commander's defeat. The knights looked fearfully at the young McLean, who remained calmly in his place after destroying the enemy. A moment later, Logan put his hand to his face so that everyone around him could hear his loud words. The battlefield was pierced by Logan's cry announcing the destruction of the enemy commander. Looking at Sylvan Castle, Logan was puzzled by the message of approval from its owner. Looking around, Patrick shouted that they would spare those who laid down their weapons and fell to their knees before them. While Patrick shouted for the enemy troop to surrender, Soto Sylvan helplessly stared at McLean in his hands. Smiling after his father's words, Logan asked when he had managed to do so much. After the confrontation ended, it was reported that a huge number of enemy forces and his army had been destroyed. The McLeans lost 5 knights, which was incomparable to the losses of the enemy army. Taking up positions in the castle, Patrick praised his warriors, and Heinkel wasted no time in raising the McLean's flag. The McLeans' soldiers were happy and joyful after the successful attack in honor of their lord. However, this news quickly reached the other Viscounts who had not expected the McLeans to win. One of the Earl's subjects reported that this was exactly what had happened during their confrontation. The subject noted that he might be overstepping his authority, but he wanted to say something. Addressing the Lord of the Northwest, the knight's subject believed that it was time for him to take a step in these confrontations. Placing his sword at the feet of Soto Sylvan, who was kneeling, Patrick said he was giving him one more chance. Patrick demanded that he apologize for his sins, take some of his possessions, and leave these lands with his family. Soto was bound and kneeling, unable to move in front of Patrick. He declared that the government would not tolerate such a seizure of power, which he considered outrageous. While Sylvan began to shout that Count Bifrost would not allow this, Patrick calmly looked at the hostage without changing his expression. Standing behind his father, Logan thought that Patrick could not have said anything more terrible in this situation. Recalling his past life, Logan remembered that it was Count Bifrost who had led the uprising in order to profit from the chaos against the McLeans. Because of this, the once rich lands of the McLeans came under the control of the Bifrost and made him the richest count in the region. In his past life, Bifrost did not gain much benefit because the McLeans' lands were not fertile, but he forced them to serve his interests. However, Logan knew that this surname annoyed his father the most, who at that moment asked Sylvan if he wanted to die on the spot. Frightened, Sylvan did not expect such a sudden change in Patrick's mood, and tears began to well up in his eyes. In an instant, an enraged Logan delivered a devastating blow to Sylvan's neck, who was unable to escape death after his words. After Sylvan's precise destruction, Patrick stood before Logan, who had returned to his father. Logan noted that he had taken into account Sylvan's desire to die with honor, and had done so without unnecessary pain. Satisfied, Patrick briefly praised his son with a smile on his face. Thinking about the future, Logan hoped that the other aristocrats would not take these actions as a reason to attack, given that they had given Sylvan a chance. Clutching his sword tightly, Logan was most concerned about the Bifrost, as he understood that they would not be able to defeat such an enemy. A few days later at Sylvan's castle, Logan reported that the Perez had not yet taken any action, which raised the question of whether the Viscount had reasons for this. When Logan asked about Tesseran Castle, Patrick noted that Clayton was there, thanks to whom the castle would remain intact. Agreeing with this, Logan paused to consider the latest developments. He understood that the victory over Sylvan was possible not only because of their strength, but also because Sylvan had underestimated their forces. However, the McLeans in turn brought everyone they could to the fight. At Tesserona Castle, they had a trump card up their sleeve, thanks to which they had previously wished to remain out of reach of their enemies. But Logan understood that at this rate, they would not be able to hold 3 castles at once, so they needed to reorganize their forces. After thinking it over, Logan asked his father about the idea of shifting the center of their domain to make it easier to manage the 3 castles. The administrators in the room began to support the young lord's idea and give reasons why it was a good one. Patrick agreed with these arguments and supported the wise decision proposed by Logan. Looking at his father and the administrators who supported the idea, Logan was glad that he would not have to deal with this on his own. When his father asked about the 75 knights who had been captured during the confrontation, Logan confirmed this and noted that they were all in prison. Logan assured his father that he would be able to make them serve to their advantage, given that they had not sworn absolute allegiance to Soto Sylvan. Logan was secretly pleased with this group of knights, as they were more advantageous and quicker than a group of young talents. However, Logan himself dampened his enthusiasm and understood the need to remain vigilant despite his victory in the confrontation with Sylvan. But Patrick interrupted Logan's thoughts, saying that with such forces, even the Perez did not seem scary to him. With a sincere smile, Patrick turned to his son and said that this was possible thanks to Logan. This touched Logan, who could not respond to his father's praise for his actions. Deciding not to insist that his father remain focused, Logan did not want to dampen his joy at the victory. Suddenly, a servant ran into the master's room and shouted that a letter had arrived from Count Bifrost. This took them by surprise and left the son and Father McLeans momentarily stunned with anticipation. Unfolding the letter, the servant said he would read the message to his masters. The first sentence, in which Bifrost called himself the ruler of the Southwest, instantly angered Patrick because of this title. The servant continued reading and noted that the Perez and McLeans were obliged to end the conflict at the request of Viscount Sylvan. The elder McLean continued to angrily voice his dissatisfaction, but Logan asked him to listen to the rest of the letter. In a moment, Logan and Patrick were stunned by Bifrost's admission that the cause of the wars was his negligent performance of his duties. After that, the letter invited all the families of the region to the Count's birthday, to which Patrick exclaimed that it was nonsense. His cry filled the room and its power instantly tore the clothes from the body of the subject who was reading the letter and standing in front of him. While the subject remained in place without clothes, Patrick continued to shout and protest, because Bifrost had called them McLean subjects. Confused, Logan silently marveled at how his father's energy had torn the subject's clothes. The subject finally noted that the Count had said that absence from the celebration would be a sign of refusal to seek peace, which once again enraged Patrick. While his father shouted that the McLeans would not bow to threats, Logan calmly said that it sounded interesting. This caused silence and surprise in the room where Patrick had been arguing the opposite all this time. With a smile, Logan looked at his father and said that it would not be so bad to visit the Count after his proposal. Patrick was confused after his outburst of negative emotions regarding Bifrost's letter. Reassuring himself, Patrick laughed and said that he respected his eldest son's wishes. But a moment later, he angrily slammed his fist on the table and said that this was not the case. Patrick shouted that he would not allow the McLeans to serve the Bifrost, and the letter in his servant's hands began to tear in half. Under the influence of his emotions, Logan picked up a flower pot and shouted the question of whether his father wanted to be destroyed right now, which is why his servants were holding him back. Calming down, Patrick laughed and began to consider his next steps. After his father said that he would listen to his son and asked what he had in mind, Logan calmly began to approach the table. Patrick reluctantly agreed with Logan's statement that they would not be able to defeat the Bifrost now. His father began to recount the number of Bifrost forces known to the public, which was impressive in the confrontations. Looking at each other, the servants noted Patrick's considerable knowledge of these matters concerning their enemies. Logan agreed with his father's thoughts and noted that after defeating the Sylvans and Tesseron, Bifrost was closely watching the McLeans. Patrick listened silently and attentively to Logan's thoughts on the latest developments in their struggle. A moment later, Logan bluntly stated that things would end badly for them if they acted ostentatiously while being so close to the enemy. Referring to military strength, Logan noted the need to reorganize forces and increase the power of the army by capitalizing on recent victories. In addition, Logan needed time to master the third style of the Divine Sword secrets, as did the other knights. Rising from his seat, Patrick noted that their region was unique and that the rulers could not rely on the loyalty of other aristocrats. Patrick also explained that the reason for this was difficult to explain, but that was the case and it would not be profitable for the Bifrost to act as they had promised. However, Logan disagreed and pointed out that when he was in the capital, Percival and Roofman swore allegiance to the Bifrost. This news took Patrick by surprise and shocked him, and he asked his son what he meant. Although Logan knew this from his past life, he used it as an argument while a perplexed Patrick asked when it had happened. The elder McLean was losing faith in his righteousness and silently understood the bad turn of events for them. In a moment, Patrick began to apologize for the fact that their family had little power, while Logan was happy because he understood that he had received his permission. Noting that his father knew Logan's abilities, he asked for the opportunity to see the changes in their ancestors' lands. After a while, Logan set off, but at the last moment, someone approached him to get his attention. He was caught up by Hamar, who asked if it was true that Logan had been sold to the enemy. Puzzled by this theory, Logan, noting that the dwarf had only just returned to the city, asked where he had heard these rumors. While Logan calmly looked at Hamar, the latter sadly exclaimed about the possible death of his master. Logan was touched by Hamar's thoughts about his possible death and his concerns about it. Hamar began to ask sharply whether he would receive the promised freedom in the event of his master's death. Interrupting his thoughts, Logan turned away from the gnome and explained that he would not die, and that he had not been sold anywhere. Finishing this topic of discussion, Hamar finally began to take something from behind his back, and told his master to take it with him wherever he was going. Spreading the fabric around, Hamar explained that he had not had time to decorate it nicely, but that it had been made specifically for Logan. Focusing on the master's reaction, he added that he could guarantee the excellent quality of the product. Shocked, Logan held in his hands a shining and sparkling sword that Hamar had created for him from pure mithril. Impressed, Logan examined the sword and noticed the mark of his McLean clan, and enthusiastically exclaimed his admiration for Hamar's work. At the gates of Bifrost Castle, the host was informed in his carriage that they had arrived at their destination. One of the knights reported that they had been told to wait until someone came to meet the master. Ferret, who was the heir to the House of Ferret, agreed and began to look around in anticipation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one of the men standing next to the carriage at the gate. The man in a traveling cloak and with a special backpack who was addressing one of the knights guarding the gate caught his attention. He heard the man in the cloak being addressed as McLean, whom Fleet immediately recognized. The young master thought about the McLean's capture of the Sylvans and noted the young man's lack of protection. After some thought, Fleet began to smile at the thought of the significant weakening of the McLeans due to their losses in the war. Looking at the young McLean, Fleet thought that without Bifrost's intervention, their clan would have taken the weaklings by the hand. A moment later, Fleet began to get out of the carriage and was indignant at the attention being paid to the man in traveling clothes and not to him. The soldier tried to stop his master, but Fleet defiantly said that he was unlikely to be heard. To provoke Logan, Fleet began to claim that his family could have captured the McLeans if the Count had not intervened. But Logan did not respond. In order to make contact with McLean, Fleet began to approach him and extend his hand for a handshake, while Logan ignored him. After greeting him, Fleet noted that he knew of Logan's achievements and recalled how he had destroyed 6 knights at once. Looking at his interlocutor, Fleet noticed one element of McLean's appearance. He noticed Logan's weapon under his cloak, but noted that the hilt of the sword was clean. Logan extended his hand and shook it in greeting, while Fleet began to think that the rumors about McLean were not true. Focusing on the cleanliness of McLean's sword hilt, Fleet noted his young age and suspected that the rumors about Logan were exaggerated. At that moment, Logan began to squeeze his interlocutor's hand so tightly that veins began to appear on it. However, Logan did not exert excessive force and silently continued to squeeze Fleet's hand. Noticing the effect of the squeeze on his interlocutor's hand, Logan silently began to smile with satisfaction. Unable to withstand the tension, Fleet began to try to release Logan's hand, which continued to squeeze it very tightly. The veins on Fleet's face began to show from the tension, and he realized with an exhausted cry that the young man was very strong. After a few seconds, Logan began to release Fleet's hand, which had turned blue from the tension, and apologized. With a smile on his face, Logan said that he thought Fleet was trying to test the young man's strength. Experiencing incredible pain and holding back tears, Fleet began to mentally curse McLean. Shouting curses at McLean, Fleet began to reach for the sword at his belt. In a moment, he stood in a fighting stance against McLean, while the soldiers around him began to approach their master. Continuing to curse McLean, Fleet shouted that he would teach him a lesson in manners. While the knight pointed out that duels were not allowed here, Logan laughed and said that Fleet was throwing around words he couldn't back up. Logan's question about how the heir to the house could not understand his place caught Fleet off guard and left him speechless. His momentary confusion quickly turned to anger, which was evident in Fleet's expression. After this phrase, Fleet ordered his soldiers to seize McLean for his outrageous humiliation of him. However, despite the rapid approach of enemy soldiers, Logan remained calmly standing in his place. The knight from Bifrost Castle turned to McLean and began to ask about his subjects, but Logan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. A moment later, a powerful blow was struck with a sword, which came as a surprise to the soldiers who were advancing on their master's orders. After striking the blow, Logan quickly moved forward, leaving them stunned by his actions. The swords in the hands of Logan's enemies were damaged and had cracks in their blades. Shocked, Fleet watched as the sword in his hand split and the broken piece fell to the ground from McLean's blow. He noticed that all of his soldiers' swords had been cut in half by a single blow from McLean. Struck by the sight of McLean, he could not understand how it was that he had not felt any force against him. At that moment, Fleet realized that the young McLean had managed to do this using only his sword. Observing the change in emotions and the Fleet's overall reaction to his actions, Logan smiled with satisfaction. Trying to understand the origin of McLean's power, Fleet considered the possibility of using artifacts or other special features. The knight from Bifrost Castle noted the impressive features of the sword and apologetically asked where McLean had acquired it, to which Logan did not respond. Throwing his sword to the ground, an angry Fleet came to the conclusion that Logan was lucky to find such a weapon. Moments after the confrontation ended, a man in knight's armor began to emerge from the castle. The knight's approach attracted the attention of the guards, who were impressed by his appearance. Looking back, Logan noticed the knight approaching from the castle gate, to whom the guards immediately began to address themselves. The old knight in shining armor silently approached the new arrivals. As he approached, cries rang out about the arrival of Sir Franz, the Knight of the Moonlight. The shocked guards and people around them asked if the Knight of the Moonlight had really come to meet someone at the gate in person. Looking at the old knight, Logan immediately recognized him as one of the two highest-ranking knights of Bifrost Castle. Logan noticed his silver hair and eyes, which immediately stood out from the ordinary crowd. As the knight continued to approach them, Logan was impressed by the arrival of a knight of such rank for their meeting. The Fleet immediately began to greet and introduce themselves, to which Franz briefly replied that he was glad to meet them, but he was heading straight for Logan. He said that given Ferrete's greeting, Logan must be the other guest. Focusing on the young man, Franz asked if the other guest was McLean, which put pressure on Logan. Suspecting the knight's desire to put pressure on the young McLean, Logan began to smile calmly as he looked at him. Upon Logan's greeting and naming of his name, Franz noted that everything was now clear to him and that he was impressed. Franz's question about young McLean's status as a knight of the middle rank at such a young age stunned Fleet and his subjects. They could not believe in Logan's strength, which they attributed to his fine sword and luck. At that moment, Logan clenched his fist with satisfaction, saying nothing in response. However, he was mentally delighted and understood that his plan had worked as he had hoped. Remembering the high-ranking knights known to Logan, the young man knew their ability to sense the power of other knights. But thanks to the 3 stars for the core of his power, Logan was able to restrain his energy and not reveal his high rank. Even Logan's average rank, as reported by Franz, shocked the soldiers who were amazed by his strength. Pleased, Logan began to thank them for their praise and stated that he was working to become like Sir Franz. However, the knight noted that it was not worth stopping at this goal, but to move forward with the young man's potential. After that, Franz said he was glad to meet him and, opening the gate, offered to escort his guest into the castle. Once inside the castle grounds, Franz led his guests to a building reserved for special guests. When Franz informed them that the other heirs had already arrived and asked the guests to wait until evening, Logan agreed with a smile. After thanking Franz for the meeting, Logan was taken aback by a question from the side about whether he felt uncomfortable in his position. Float, mockingly pointing out the absence of servants at McLean's, offered to lend him his pajamas for the celebration. Float found McLean's mockery very funny and smiled contentedly. However, Logan showed no emotion and only looked indifferently at the other guest. Without delay, Logan turned to the servant and asked where his room was, to which the servant replied that he would show the guest to his room, which puzzled Float. Assessing Ferrete's recent actions, Logan thought that with their level of training, it would not be difficult to capture them in the future. An angry Flot remained in his place while one of the servants addressed him. Heading towards the building, Logan realized that this was not the place for him to take off his protective armor. Approaching the Bifrost estate, Logan looked up at the building in front of him. Focusing on the flag with the Bifrost family crest, Logan remembered his ancestors who had lost these lands in their time. Walking through the building with its luxurious interior, Logan knew he couldn't let his guard down. After a while, Logan approached the lord of the castle, who was sitting on a throne in a lavishly decorated room. As he approached the room, Logan looked around and suddenly someone addressed him by name. Focusing on the young guest, the owner of the house smiled after addressing him. Noting that Logan knew what might happen, Bifrost ordered Logan to immediately remove his sword from his belt. The castle was hosting a lavish celebration of the Count's birthday, attended by the nobility of the district. Approaching Count Bifrost, Logan greeted him and congratulated him with special respect on the occasion of his holiday. Bowing his head, Logan smiled and wished the ruler of the lands a happy birthday. The nobles around Logan began to mock his appearance and armor. Logan clearly heard all the mockery, but when he looked up at the Count, he did not show that he was listening. Instead, Logan focused on Roger Bifrost, who sat relaxed on his throne and gazed at the young McLean. Recalling his interactions with the subjects in Bifrost's lands, Logan knew that Bifrost treated them quite well, based on their comments about their lord. From this, Logan concluded that they were so wealthy that they did not need to demand taxes from the people. After greeting the young man, Bifrost asked if he could be sure that the McLeans were ready to submit to his will, given Logan's arrival. Logan noted that in order to preserve peace, the McLeans would be the first to submit to the Count's will. After Bifrost mocked him, the Count told the young man to enjoy the banquet, to which Logan agreed. Looking at the Count one last time, Logan noted to himself that he truly had a fifth circle of magical power. Recalling memories from his past life, Logan knew of rumors of the use of incredible power in the confrontation with Count Bifrost. The fifth circle of magical power was comparable to the advanced rank of knights, which was incredibly powerful. While Logan was thinking about what to do, knowing about the two advanced rank knights in Bifrost, someone shouted to pay attention to the Count's speech. Everyone present stopped and was distracted from their conversations and thoughts to pay attention to the Count. Rising from his throne, Bifrost began to thank those present for attending his birthday banquet. He also added a special thank you to the second prince for his gift, despite his personal absence from the celebration. The ladies around him were shocked by the second prince's personal gift to Bifrost, as it signified their extraordinary closeness. Looking back at the Count during his speech, Logan wondered if he was just going to repeat the text from the letter about peace between the aristocrats. A moment later, Bifrost began shouting about the time coming for the unification of the region, which the second knight was personally ready to support. Listening indifferently to the speech, Logan thought with a sneer what a strange way it was to serve the second knight. After his emotional outbursts, Bifrost paused and turned his attention to a specific person in the crowd. He noticed Logan McLean's presence and said that they would end the conflict in the southwest in his presence. Focusing the attention of those present on Logan, Bifrost began to point out his remarkable level of strength at such a young age. Trying not to react and just smile, Logan couldn't tell if these were compliments or if the Count was plotting something against him. Extending his hand, the Count noted that he did not want to force or oblige the young talent to do anything, but wanted to make an offer. At the shout of address to Logan, the young man with a strange smile asked the Count about his address. Bifrost told him about the second prince's grandfather's search for young talent and asked what he would say if the Count recommended Logan to him. While everyone around him was shocked and shouting about the superhuman abilities of the second prince's grandfather, Logan stood frozen in place. Beads of sweat dripped from him and his smile instantly disappeared as Logan tensely pondered the Count's speech. A moment later, Logan replied with a smile that it was a great honor for him, but added that he already had a mentor. Puzzled, Bifrost asked if young McLean's mentor was his father, Patrick. Without confirming this, Logan noted that he had had the honor of training with a nobleman, which is why he had to decline the offer. Standing before the Count, who looked down on the guests, everyone was stunned by Bifrost's refusal of young McLean. Praising the young man for his quick response, Bifrost mentioned the imminent arrival of the scorching heat and asked why he would not train with him. Hearing that this offer would be extended to all those present who were heirs to their lands, Logan froze at the question of who his mentor was. However, Logan's mood quickly changed when he heard the Count's phrase about his successors serving him, and he understood that the Count was trying to turn them into servants. Changing his mind, Logan thanked him for the praise and agreed to the proposal, noting the Count's desire. Thanking him for accepting the offer, Bifrost noted that the choice of the McLeans would be the first step towards uniting the Southwest. The Count also added that his old friends Percival and Ruffman had agreed to unite under the Bifrost banner. A moment later, the Count indicated that he would personally thank them for this, after which servants began to carry a transparent chest behind the guests. Shouts of admiration rang out around the room as the artifacts were noted for their high quality. The artifacts were magical instruments that contained magical power endowed with magical properties. Remembering the high-class wizard in his ranks, Logan knew that even Clayton could not create artifacts. Looking at the artifacts that had been brought in, Logan remembered the cheap materials from which they were made. However, they were very expensive because they had to be created by wizards with at least a fifth circle of magical power. While Logan was wondering about this choice of gifts, Bifrost called out to Percival and Ruffman and asked them to come forward. In a moment, Count Bifrost began to shout at them and ask if they swore allegiance to him. Both young men began to agree and swear allegiance on behalf of their houses and families. Those present were impressed by the gift of artifacts to the young men, but Logan remained indifferent with curiosity. Instantly, both young men knelt down and bowed their heads to thank Count Bifrost. A satisfied Bifrost noted that he was not stingy with gifts for those who served him. Without taking his eyes off the Count, Logan understood that with these words, he was watching the reaction of the young McLean. Suddenly, one of the drunk guests pointed to Logan's sword and asked if it didn't look better than the gifted artifacts. Drunk Foray, addressing the Count, said that he was exaggerating and asked what the rest of those present thought. Losing his smile, Bifrost glared at the guest, who repeated that Logan's sword was better than his gifts. Ferret continued his drunken speeches, humiliating the Count, but his servant silenced him, noting that he had drunk too much. Confused, Logan mentally cursed Ferret, realizing that he had dug his own grave with this speech against the Count. The sword that Hamar had created for Logan was comparable in power to most artifacts. In addition, this item was imbued with soul, given that Hamar had created the sword specifically for its owner. Everyone present immediately began to pay attention to the sword hidden behind young McLean's belt. Ferret pushed away the servant who was covering his mouth and wanted to continue his drunken speech, while Logan angrily realized that he had ruined everything. When asked by the Count if Logan's sword was that big, the young man explained that he was lucky to receive it from a dwarf. After asking again about receiving the sword from a dwarf, Bifrost noted that in this case the sword was comparable to artifacts. In a moment, his smile disappeared and he asked with a focused look if he could take a look at it. Realizing that he was unlikely to get the sword back, Logan replied with a smile that it was difficult for him to give his friend to someone else. Smiling and replying that Logan spoke like an old man at such a young age, Bifrost asked McLean to demonstrate his knightly skills. Turning to Percival, who had received the artifact, the Count wanted to compare their strength with Logan's, given their equal ranks as knights. Percival confirmed his status as a middle-ranking knight, which he had achieved several years ago. Pointing his finger at the young men, the Count noted that a regular match would not be interesting without some kind of dispute. Pointing to Ramon, Bifrost suggested that if he won, he would take McLean's sword. However, if Logan won, the Count offered to give Logan the artifact that belonged to him, which interested the young McLean. After stating the conditions, the Count asked Logan with a smile if he accepted the terms of the wager. Focusing on the Count who was addressing him, Logan remained calm and concentrated. When told that he would receive the sword if he agreed, Logan began to smile enthusiastically. Logan understood that he had no reason to refuse, so he quickly drew his sword and shouted that he agreed. After that, the two young knights stood facing each other in the middle of the banquet hall in fighting stances with their swords. Ramon, confident in his victory, noted that due to his seniority, he would give Logan the right to strike first. However, Logan was also confident of his victory and did not agree to this proposal, stating that he did not want to hear about his advantage afterwards. Noting that the praise directed at Logan had a negative effect on him, Ramon stated that he would show him that there are clouds above the heavens. As he said this, he gripped his sword more tightly, preparing to strike the first blows against his opponent. In an instant, a force began to appear around him, emanating from his concentration on the confrontation. Enchanted by the beauty of the spreading power, the ladies asked if all artifacts had such an effect. Logan wondered if Ramon was trying to attract more attention to himself in this way, and noticed that he had now become the perfect target. Looking at Bifrost, Logan wondered if he had deliberately given the young man a spectacular artifact instead of a useful one. Logan's sword did not have such a spectacular glow, but it was much more valuable for him to fight with. Confident Ramon, not realizing his weaker position, asked if Logan's nice sword could withstand the artifact. In an instant, Ramon moved from his place and attacked Logan with lightning speed. Swinging his sword, he rapidly approached Logan, who remained calmly in his place. Logan knew that the Knight of the Moonlight was present in the hall, from whom he had to hide his power and confidence. Gripping his sword tighter as the enemy approached, Logan remembered Franz and thought that he should respond in kind. After Ramon's sharp strike, Logan, feigning shock, held back his opponent's artifact. He began to retreat, knowing that he had to do so in order not to reveal his true strength. He also allowed Ramon to scratch Logan during the confrontation to be more convincing in his performance. However, after these actions, Logan delivered a powerful, precise blow with his sword to end the performance. According to the plan, he had to demonstrate his power several times by striking at his opponent to destroy him. After these actions by Logan, Ramon was knocked to the ground with his sword lying next to him. Standing over his fallen opponent, Logan exhaled and said with a maniacal smile that he was just lucky. His sword was at the neck of the defeated enemy, who looked at Logan helplessly. In addition, Logan used the core of his power to provoke sweat from his body in order to be more convincing. A moment after his defeat, Ramon began to shout that it was an accident and justify himself to the Count, saying that he simply did not have time to get used to the new sword. Interrupting the young man, Bifrost asked if Ramon wanted to say that the Count's gift was to blame for his defeat. While Logan stood puzzled over his fallen opponent, Ramon apologized and explained that this was not the case. Ignoring Ramon, Bifrost turned to Logan and began to apologize for the poor spectacle, noting that he would open his vault to the young man. The aristocrats around them were shocked by McLean's victory and the Count's permission for the winner to choose an artifact from his vault. However, Logan remained vigilant and understood the Count's intentions to detain him in the castle and take his property. Logan's thoughts were interrupted by one of the servants who informed his master of a message from the Duke of the Sword on the occasion of the Count's birthday. Befros jumped up from his seat and asked the servant to repeat his statement in shock. A few moments later, the Duke of the Sword appeared in the communication sphere, congratulating the Count on his birthday and apologizing for his absence from the celebration. Impressed by the Duke's kind words, the Count smiled enthusiastically and sincerely thanked him for his attention and congratulations. While the Count continued to flatter the Duke, Logan watched him and noted his attempts to ingratiate himself with Felix. Suddenly, the Duke looked around the hall and asked if Logan was standing in the crowd behind the Count. Everyone present was impressed and focused their attention on McLean, whom the Duke had noticed and asked about. Pleased, Logan thought that the Duke had remembered him at the best possible moment and began to smile. While the puzzled Count looked at the young man with distrust, Logan greeted the Duke and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. After that, Logan clearly called the Duke of the Sword his mentor in his greeting. Everyone present was shocked by this phrase from the young McLean in his address to the Duke. Shouts rang out that Logan McLean had called the Duke of the Sword his mentor. Exhaling, the Duke noted that he was speechless when he saw his student, who never contacted him. While everyone around was shocked by the closeness between the Duke and McLean, Logan began to apologize for not contacting him due to problems in the region. After Logan stated that the Count had made him an offer he couldn't refuse, the Duke turned to him and asked if that was true. Still shocked, the Count began to point out that they were not at all urgent and that, if the Duke wished, he could postpone his plans with Logan. Recalling his request for help to the Duke, Logan realized that he had done the right thing. After all, despite his neutrality, Felix was a superhuman who had power over the ruling family. As he left, Felix smiled and gave Logan a nod, indicating that he was waiting for the young man in the capital. Satisfied, Logan smiled and began to thank the Duke of the Sword for his address and invitation. Shocked, the Count bowed his head gloomily in respect as he said goodbye to the Duke. The next day, Logan was taken to the place to which the Lord of the Castle had granted him access. What was in the room shocked the young man, and the guard who accompanied him informed Logan that he had an hour to look around and choose a precious item. Logan stood in the middle of the Count's treasure vault, his eyes darting from one item to another. Looking around, the young man noticed that there were about 30 items here and suspected that the Count had removed the most important ones from the room. However, in any case, each item here was worth 10 million gold coins, so Logan was preparing to choose a good option. Looking at the artifacts, Logan planned to use his heightened senses to determine the best option. Passing by the weapons, Logan decided to skip this option because he already had a magnificent sword that was better than any weapon in the Count's collection. Noticing the armor that was reinforced with fire and electricity magic, Logan thought that it would burn alive anyone who wore it. Moving on, Logan said that everything in the vault was ordinary, but one item caught his attention. Reaching out, he felt a surge of energy coming from one side of the room. Feeling this flow of power, Logan stopped with interest and began to examine the artifact in front of him. They were boots that radiated a significant energy that Logan felt and which puzzled him. The young man immediately began to examine the boots with confusion, noting that no magic emanated from them, and wondered if they were artifacts at all. However, as he reached out his hand, Logan noticed that the boots continued to absorb his power. Focusing on the artifact, Logan continued to fill the boots with his power, thinking about the possible consequences. Continuing to spread his energy, Logan focused on the boots' reaction to him. In an instant, a thought struck him that stunned young McLean and made him cry out. As he spread his power, Logan realized that it was flowing into the artifact, turning into a stream. This meant that Logan could be injured if he continued to exert his power, which made him angry. Feeling the impact of the boots on his strength, Logan angrily shouted that he was waiting to see which of them would win. Focusing on the boots, Logan held up his hand, which was spreading the power from the excessive power he was subjected to. Instead, the boots remained in place and continued to spread Logan's power over him. Suddenly, Logan froze in surprise and astonishment at what he saw unfolding. He had to cover his face to avoid being harmed by the boots reflecting his power. Stopping and feeling free, Logan noticed that his power had returned to him, as it was before this incident. At that moment, looking at Logan's boots, another thought struck him, which stopped him to think. As night fell, there were reports of Logan's early departure from Bifrost Castle. Laughing at the news that McLean had indeed taken the artifact with him, Bifrost claimed that the young man was planning to harm him. This thought enraged him, causing him to clench his fists in anger as he contemplated his next move. Turning to his subject, he ordered him to follow McLean and bring him back with the artifact in his sword, but without allowing him to die. Meanwhile, Logan gathered his belongings and calmly made his way into the depths of the forest under the moonlight. As darkness fell, Logan built a fire among the trees to light up the area. Sitting down by one of the trees near the fire, the young man assumed his usual meditation position. Suddenly, his senses became sharper and he sensed danger approaching Logan. Without hesitation, Logan grabbed his sword and stood up, wondering if this feeling was an intention to destroy him. Gazing into the thicket of the forest, Logan wondered if Bifrost had sent his subjects to destroy him. A man emerged from one of the bushes and noted that the young McLean had heightened senses of danger. Listening to the man's voice, Logan felt that he was trying to change it, which made him think that he was trying to hide his identity. 3 men in balaclavas with weapons in their hands and one at the head of the group in a cloak approached Logan. Smiling, Logan asked if it wasn't stuffy to walk around like that and noted that it wasn't easy for the pursuers to get here from Bifrost's domain. In a moment, the balaclava-clad attackers disappeared from their places, and the man in the cloak ordered them not to kill the young McLean. 3 assassins simultaneously attacked Logan, who remained in place while his horse began to gallop around in fear. As the enemies approached, Logan began to smile calmly in anticipation of an interesting confrontation. On his feet were the same artifact boots with which he began to push off the ground sharply. Without hesitation, Logan began to rush towards the attack of the assassin in a balaclava, swinging his sword. Such a rapid advance by the victim took the attackers by surprise and confused them, causing them to freeze in place. In an instant, Logan delivered a powerful blow that his attacker barely managed to block, shouting in pain. However, after striking one of the attackers, Logan did not stop and continued to advance across the territory. Thanks to his lightning speed, Logan quickly managed to knock down 2 of his 3 opponents with blows as he advanced. Reaching the 3rd assassin, Logan struck him, and the assassin tried to block the blow with his sword. Looking around after destroying some of the attackers, Logan realized that his choice of boots was the right one. At first, Logan thought that the power of the boots was a coincidence, but he realized the truth after putting them on. In fact, they were a special and valuable artifact that gave their owner significant advantages in speed and reaction time. Now, faced with the power and speed of their victim, the attackers shouted in exhaustion and surprise. Turning to his leader, the attacker asked for permission to aim at vital organs in order to defeat the enemy. The man in the cloak, who had been standing quietly aside all this time, said that it was a disgrace to his subjects. Therefore, in a moment, the leader of the attackers abruptly moved from his place and went to the confrontation. Noticing the sudden movement and the use of a sword by the leader of the detachment from behind, Logan froze in surprise. Turning around quickly, Logan realized that the weapon in the attacker's hand was a silver blade of power. Taking the sword in his hands, the attacker instantly began to strike circular blows around himself, attracting the attention of young McLean. In an instant, one of the blows was aimed directly at Logan, who tensely blocked the attack with his sword. Realizing the difficulty of his position, Logan began to retreat instantly in order to change his position for the fight. Jumping back, the young knight angrily began to focus on his enemy and prepare for his next move. He said angrily that he did not know that his attacker had earned the title of Knight of the Moonlight through cunning. After addressing Sir Franz, he stood silently gazing at the young knight. Removing the hood of his cloak, Franz said that it was not only Logan who had been hiding his true power and a wonderful artifact. Removing his hood completely, the Knight of the Moonlight addressed Logan by name. Logan noted mentally Franz's discovery of his identity, although he understood that it had become known earlier. When Franz stated that he would take the artifacts as payment for the lesson, Logan angrily asked if his title bothered him. In response, Franz noted that this was precisely why his lesson would be harsh, and thanked the young man for coming so far. Observing his opponent, Logan noticed his strange posture, as if he were armed with a whip rather than a sword. As he swung his weapon, the Knight of the Moonlight stretched out, spreading his power. In an instant, a flurry of sword strikes pierced the area around the young McLean. Gritting his teeth in horror, Logan noticed that the Moonlight Knight's blade really did move like a whip. Swinging his blade around Franz, he continued to dominate with a stream of sharp blows. With difficulty parrying the stream of blows, Logan shouted that they were all merciless, realizing that his blade was ineffective against the enemy. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan prepared to demonstrate his true skills to counter the enemy. Because of this, Logan understood that he needed to use everything he had, and then he delivered a powerful blow with his sword. Franz's shocked subjects could not believe the young man's power, but noted that Franz's strength was as powerful as ever. Exhausted, Logan noticed that he felt no effect despite using the first and second forms. For a moment, young McLean froze in shock at the turn of events caused by the actions of the Knight of the Moonlight. Suddenly, he was grabbed and thrown headfirst to the ground, which took Logan by surprise. Without hesitation, he jumped out of this grip and took a fighting stance, avoiding harm. Standing before the young man, Franz noted that this situation was familiar, and added that if Logan had relaxed, he would have died. Logan's actions puzzled Sir Franz, who began to ask how the young man had managed to do it, and whether it was the secret art of the Duke of the Sword. However, Logan was dissatisfied because, given his opponent's stance, the young man understood that his blows had not been effective. Noticing his boots, which had helped Logan avoid death, he realized that he did not have enough strength to win. But gripping his sword more tightly, Logan enthusiastically noted in his mind his worthy confrontation with a knight of advanced rank. Remembering Sir Franz's question, Logan grabbed his cheek and exclaimed that he had not used anything excessive. Puzzled, Franz asked the young man about this, and Logan asked for time to demonstrate the secret art of the Duke of the Sword. Shocked by Logan's explanation that he had not yet fully mastered them, Franz agreed and said he would demonstrate his abilities to the young man. Noticing the enthusiasm in Franz's words, Logan thought that this would make it easier for him to fight. Taking his first steps after the previous confrontation, Logan prepared himself to believe in himself in order to win. Remembering his special abilities, Logan prepared to use them despite having only recently acquired them. Closing his eyes, Logan told himself to concentrate in order to achieve a successful result. Ordering himself to gather his strength, Logan understood that if he lost this fight, he would lose his sword and boots with the risk of losing the chance to fight further. Opening his eyes, Logan gathered his thoughts and began to say that now was the moment. A moment after Logan opened his eyes, Sir Franz was advancing on him with his sword aimed at him. Swinging his blade, Franz shouted that young McLean trusted his enemies too easily. Thanks to his rapid approach, in a moment, the Knight of the Moonlight's sword was already near Logan's armor. After Sir Franz approached Logan, contact between them caused the ground around them to begin to crumble. After delivering his blow, Sir Franz stepped back from the center of the destruction and watched the results. Looking at the site of the blow, the knight said that after such actions, the young man could not have survived. However, suddenly a glow of power appeared, and the mark of Logan's sword strike puzzled Franz. Before him stood the young McLean, unharmed, whose sword had undergone a development in the use of force. Exhausted but satisfied, Logan held his sword in front of his face and smiled modestly at Sir Franz. Catching his breath, Logan prepared for the special third form of the secrets of the divine sword. In a moment, a tornado of Logan's brightly shining power began to form around Sir Franz. The Knight of the Moonlight stood frozen, shock in his eyes and a puzzled expression on his face. At the point of Logan's strike, there was a powerful explosion that destroyed the ground around him and scattered it in different directions. A short distance from the explosion, the balaclava-clad attackers froze in their tracks. One of the subjects shouted Sir Franz's name and ordered his companions to find their mentor first. Sir Franz, knocked to the ground, clutched the hilt of his sword helplessly. The Knight of the Moonlight shouted exhaustedly, surrounded by pools of blood from his wounds. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the man himself barely audibly said that he had managed to dodge the blow. He lay between two craters left by blows and said that it would have been easier for him to die at that moment together. A horse that had previously fled the battlefield was moving through the thickets of the forest away from Sir Franz. Logan managed to find his horse and, mounting it, began to flee, thinking about his loss of vigilance at the crucial moment. Recalling the moment when Sir Franz attacked him, Logan noticed a coin-sized hole piercing the right side of the knight's chest. Logan suspected that this hole could have been made during the first clash in their confrontation. Now the young man understood that the knight's expression and all his empty talk were just a cover. But now, moving through the forest after such a confrontation, Logan understood that thanks to his skills and items, he could defeat a high-ranking knight. However, suddenly his magical boots began to lose their strength in his legs, preventing him from staying on top. Saying that this was the only reason worthy of Logan, he let go of the rope that kept him balanced on the horse. Having lost a significant amount of strength, Logan fell to the ground and collapsed in the middle of a forest path, exhausted. After the young master returned home, a shocked Rick met Logan and asked what had happened to him. Logan returned home dirty but with a smile, saying that he had fallen asleep while riding his horse. When Logan visited his father, Patrick said he couldn't look his son in the eye after he had suffered because of their family's weakness. However, despite his father's concern, Logan said that the Bifrost would soon pay their family. While Logan was telling his father about the need to reorganize forces at the training camp, the students continued their work. Using swords, the young fighters destroyed wooden blocks that served as targets for their strikes. Ranyan improved his sword skills using these blocks with the use of force. Without losing his enthusiasm for training, Ranyan breathed heavily while using his power to wield the sword. Remembering his older brother's words that the boy should hone his skills, Ranyan was angry because he did not want to be treated like a child. Lost in thought, Ranyan recalled the recent rumors about his brother's humiliation of the Bifrost, but his thoughts were interrupted by an interruption. Puzzled, Ranyan did not expect to see his brother here, but Logan said he had come to introduce the person with whom Ranyan would be training. Stepping forward, Victor greeted him and noted that he was a new knight of recent times. Asking routine questions, Ranyan looked at Victor, who had achieved his powers at the same age as him. Logan intervened in the conversation and explained to his brother about Victor's recent awakening of power, adding that he would be a good motivation for McLean Jr. The phrase about joint training interested Ranyan, and he began to ask questions, but Logan interrupted him and explained that he was talking about fights. The young fighters focused their attention on each other when Logan asked if they wanted to try it right then and there. After a brief introduction, Logan shouted to the boys to get ready for the start of the confrontation. After a short shout to signal the start, Victor immediately rushed at Ranyan with his sword. As the sword approached his head, Ranyan noticed the iron-blooded sword wielded by his opponent. Looking at Victor, who was eager for battle, Ranyan couldn't believe that he had only recently awakened. Considering his next moves in the fight, Ranyan began to look around to find his next steps. Using his power and igniting his sword with it, Ranyan thought about an immediate response to his opponent's actions. Noticing a sharp change in Ranyan's actions, Victor focused on avoiding damage from his opponent's next moves. Ranyan instantly struck with his sword, but thanks to his vigilance and lightning-fast reaction, Victor quickly jumped out of the way. Changing his position, Victor began to attack Ranyan with a jump from above, which took him by surprise and confused him for a moment. Approaching Logan's brother from above, Victor concentrated on his strike to win the fight. However, upon landing, his sword was stuck in the ground and began to crack. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Ranyan managed to avoid Victor's swift sword attack. In a moment, he stepped back to review his next moves in front of Victor, who was also preparing for his next actions. Having a moment of calm, Ranyan turned to Victor and said that he was a real monster. Victor did not respond, but only calmly looked at the shocked Ranyan. Suddenly, Logan began to laugh uncontrollably and asked who his brother had called a monster. Confused, Ranyan was not happy with his brother's reaction, but he did not respond. Focusing on his opponent, Ranyan understood that he had to give it his all at that moment. However, in these tense moments for Ranyan, Victor smiled calmly and did not worry. Watching his opponent and filled with enthusiasm for the fight, Ranyan began to smile. In a moment, Logan watched the beginning of a new confrontation between the boys, thinking that they were fighting in unison, as he had thought before. Logan mentally noted that Victor had managed not only to master the Iron Blood sword, but also to use it in his own fighting style. In turn, Ranyan, despite his limited experience in using the sword, felt at ease and did not hold back in his actions. Smiling, Logan understood that the qualities of these two young talents would combine perfectly to wage a devastating battle against their opponents. While the young men shouted their dissatisfaction with their opponent's actions, Logan smiled and mockingly told them not to fight too hard. Watching the young men's confrontation, Logan began to think about the Empire's war, for which these two talents must be prepared to fight. However, Logan couldn't stop thinking about Victor because he understood that the young knight should be somehow tied to this place. After these reflections, Logan visited the room where Clayton ruled with his followers. Confused, Clayton asked Logan if the child he had brought with him had really seen the magical aura. Logan stood with Victor's sister, Rhea, and confirmed his previous statements about her abilities, while the girl stood confused beside him. Earlier, Logan had explained to Rhea the need to study something in order to find what would help her, which the girl could not resist. While one of the wizards stood opposite and used magic, Rhea asked about his use of power, which puzzled the young master. After all, from their first meeting, Logan did not expect that Rhea would really be able to see magical mana. Approaching the girl, Clayton smiled and said that he would now direct the mana in the direction that Rhea would need to determine. Despite the wizard's interest, Rhea calmly watched the mana spread from Clayton's hand. In a moment, she pointed to one of Clayton's followers and noted that he was directing the mana towards that man, shocking the student. After that, Clayton changed direction and asked where she was going, to which Rhea calmly replied. Grabbing the little girl by the shoulders, Clayton exclaimed with excitement that she was an incredible child. Logan was puzzled by Clayton's explanation of the rarity of this skill, as he had also seen the mana from the very beginning. Without hesitation, Logan asked Victoria if she wanted to study magic, to which she agreed on the condition that she would learn how to control giant dolls. When asked by the master why she specifically mentioned dolls, the girl explained that she would be able to do more things with them. Logan responded enthusiastically to this explanation, saying that it was a wonderful goal for the girl. While Logan was trying to officially entrust Clayton with Rhea's care, the wizards were already enthusiastically addressing the young sorceress. Holding out the fabric to the girl, Clayton realized that she had the talent to become a great wizard, and confirmed that both twins were geniuses. Smiling, Logan realized that they were becoming more powerful every day and remembered the need to go to Grand, given his promise. For this reason, Logan wanted to go alone so that his assistants would not slow him down. A few days later, as Logan was preparing for departure, one of the soldiers exclaimed that it was an honor to serve his young master. Young McLean was surrounded by a group of knights who looked around to ensure their master's safety. Standing surrounded by his guards, Logan was unhappy, and his only desire was for them to leave. Commander Henderson mentioned his status and said he was honored to serve his master. In Henderson's mind, he was thinking about the personal benefits he could gain from serving the future legend Logan. Finding himself in the forest, Logan, puzzled by these cries, asked for wood to be brought to them. Without hesitation, the distinguished commander immediately rushed into the thicket in search of wood at his master's command. Earlier, Logan's father had forced him to take his assistants with him to demonstrate their abilities to the Duke of the Sword. When asked by the master what he was doing there, Rick asked what people would think of Logan walking around without a personal servant. However, Logan suspected that Rick had a reason, which was his desire to visit someone, as he had asked. Rick exclaimed that this was indeed the case, and, noting the need to marry, explained that no one in their lands would communicate with him. Covering his ears from this cry, Logan understood that all the servants and soldiers were slowing down his progress to the capital. After all, one of the goals on the list was to meet with the third prince in order to establish contact. The current ruler had no heirs until he was 40, so he summoned 2 women who bore him children. However, 10 years later, the queen became pregnant and gave birth to the queen's third son. The ruler's third son had exceptional fighting skills and good manners, which made him superior to his brothers. But the families of the 2 older sons did everything possible to limit the influence of the third prince. Logan knew that this winter, before the coronation of the third prince, a civil war would break out during which the king would suddenly die. The first prince was a wizard with a powerful 6th circle of magic, and in this struggle for the throne he received the support of his grandfather. The second prince was a superhuman, and in turn also received the same level of support. However, the third prince had no political power from any political party, which is why he was almost executed in this struggle for the throne. At that moment, Duke Felix intervened and agreed to become the sword of the new king, in exchange for the third prince's mercy. With his statement, Felix, who was one of the most influential aristocrats at the time, saved the third prince's life. Recalling all these events, Logan remembered that, having gained the upper hand, the first night had brought the country to ruin in 5 years. Clenching his fist tighter, Logan remembered that the king would use Ranyan as bait during the war with the Empire. Focusing on these thoughts, Logan told himself that he would not allow him to become king. Thinking that Logan had to personally verify the correctness of the third prince's choice, one of the guards gave him permission to enter the palace. After receiving permission, Logan and his subjects headed to the palace entrance, where they were awaited. Logan's subjects began to look around and were enchanted by the luxury of the Duke's palace. Rick's attention was immediately drawn to one of the servants who was greeting guests at the palace entrance. A moment later, Rick approached Logan and shocked him with the question of whether he would help the McLeans if he established contact with the Duke's servant. However, the master's indifference to the request for help in getting closer devastated Rick, who began to lose hope. One of Logan's military subjects was mistaken by a man from the palace for McLean himself and began to greet him. Logan began to recognize this man while he was telling everyone except the master to follow Sir Herman. To confirm his suspicions, Logan asked the man to give his name, to which he began to explain that he had forgotten to greet him. Shocked, Logan was mesmerized by the man's greeting and noted that he was Louis Hayon, as the young McLean had suspected. From his past life, Logan knew that this commander, Lewis, had become the one who liberated Grandia in the war against the Empire. During their last meeting in their past life, Lewis asked Logan for help, as he was the only one who knew a special language and could interpret it. He explained the need to memorize the entire contents of that book, even if it had to be burned if necessary. Recalling these moments, Logan remembered that the commander had given him something else at that time. However, clutching his head, Logan realized that he could not remember other important moments that connected him to this commander in the past. While Logan was trying hard to remember an important memory, Louis turned to him and asked if everything was okay with young McLean. Thanking her for her concern and holding his head, Logan noted that he had not slept well the previous night. Noting that it was important to take care of one's health and youth, Louis advised Logan to take care of himself. Remembering these words from Louis' past life, Logan smiled, thinking that the man liked to talk about it. Thinking about the need to change the future despite his memories of the past, Logan followed Louis' instructions and went to the palace. As he approached the entrance to the Duke's room, Logan was informed that he was expected. Finally, Louis noted that they would meet again soon, for which the young McLean thanked him. Suddenly, Logan heard a familiar voice behind him asking what he was waiting for, which stunned him. Recognizing the tone of the man who addressed him, Logan began to turn around with a smile on his face. Without delay, he began to approach the palace owners, noting that he was glad to see the Duke in good health again. While the Duke asked his wife to sit down, she greeted Logan and noted that she had heard a lot about the young knight. Pleased, Logan smiled and greeted the Duchess, congratulating her on the imminent birth of her heir. Continuing to address Logan, she noted that she would like to ask the young man something, to which he replied that he was ready to answer anything. Holding her stomach, she began her question by bringing up the topic of a possible name for the child. A moment later, Logan asked in shock if they could name their heir after Logan. The Duke began to explain that after long discussions, they realized that everything had happened thanks to Logan, and so they wanted to name the child after him. Taken aback, Logan couldn't say a word while Felix asked if he would object to such a choice. Since ancient times, it had been customary to name children after noble people, believing that they would follow in their footsteps. Logan was shocked because they had only met twice in their lives and had not had a strong influence on each other's lives. Realizing that he had no reason to refuse, Logan smiled and replied that it would be an honor for him. Felix and his wife were happy and began to smile and thank their savior for his permission. After that, Felix began to ask his wife to go rest, even though she wanted to finish entertaining their guest. While Logan was thinking about his distinguished status after the birth of his child, Felix looked at his guest and said that it was very beneficial for him. Closing the door to the next room, the Duke repeated that his wife should rest in any case. Left alone with Logan, Felix said with relief that he found it difficult to communicate with words. He puzzled Logan with the phrase that they should switch to communicating with body language. Focusing on the young man, the Duke said he was impressed by Logan's rapid development of strength in such a short time. Calmly looking at the Duke, Logan remained calm, but the flames of his power burned around him. After the Duke's suggestion to see how strong Logan was now, they found themselves in the palace's training ground. Taking up arms and facing off against Logan, the Duke wasted no time in launching an attack on Logan. However, due to the Duke's impressive speed, Logan was unable to track his movements during the confrontation. Noticing the Duke's sudden change of position, Logan looked back in shock and dissatisfaction. Seizing the moment, he struck with his sword, but the Duke easily parried the blow with his own sword. Preparing for subsequent attacks, Logan realized how easy it was for the Duke to counter his blows. Contemplating the master, Logan thought about the possibility of testing his best qualities. However, the Duke suddenly closed his eyes and told Logan to stop. The master's question about what Logan was doing in the confrontation stunned the young knight. After his student stopped, the Duke asked if that was all of his strength, which Logan confirmed. When the Duke asked if he would give his all, Logan's strength began to burn with new power. Thinking that he could not disappoint his mentor with his strength, Logan once again took up a fighting stance. Rapidly approaching the Duke, Logan struck with his sword, which his mentor managed to block once again. From the force of this blow and the clash of the Duke's and Logan's powers, a bright glow began to spread rapidly around them. Preparing his next moves with his sword, Logan understood what would happen after the pulsation separated. In an instant, Logan delivered a powerful blow called the devastating Iron Cut, which released the power from the young man's sword. However, after that, Logan once again froze in shock after the Duke's statement that it was all nonsense. Moving sharply closer to his student and putting his sword to his throat, the Duke asked if Logan planned to lose after 2 blows. After grabbing the student by the neck, the Duke delivered a precise blow to Logan's knee, knocking him off balance. Looking at Logan, who had fallen to the ground after the blow, the Duke shouted for him to get up. While the Duke asked if Logan could just waste his strength like a fool, the young man struggled to catch his breath. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan couldn't believe that the Duke had called the combination he used to wound the Knight of the Moonlight foolish. Glaring sharply at his student, the Duke shouted for him to show everything he knew about his true art of the sword. Finally, he added that Logan should not disappoint him even more during this confrontation. Clenching his jaws tightly, Logan said that he would demonstrate everything as required. Without delay, he moved tensely from his place and abruptly launched into another attack. Jumping up to the ceiling, Logan swung his sword and thought about the need to repeat the iron cut. Watching the attempt to strike, the Duke stood calmly in his place, waiting. However, closing his eyes in dissatisfaction, he said that it seemed that Logan had not understood anything. But suddenly, the smog that appeared after Logan's actions began to spread around him. Moving forward, Logan was shocked by the sudden disappearance of the Duke, from whom he did not even hear footsteps. A moment later, the Duke appeared behind Logan with his sword ready to strike, calmly and briefly saying that he was behind him. Hearing this voice behind him and realizing the Duke's movements around him, Logan stood in shock, unable to comprehend the development of the confrontation. Without hesitation, the young man began to turn sharply toward the Duke, with a look of surprise and confusion on his face. Approaching Logan from behind, the Duke quickly struck him in the face with the tip of his sword. This sharp blow instantly left a mark on Logan's face, and drops of blood appeared from his mouth. The sounds of swords clashing continued near the training room, as Logan's fight with the Duke continued. Swinging his sword sharply, Logan attacked with concentration and shouted as he moved. However, despite the young man's intense efforts, the Duke easily knocked him off balance with his sword and struck Logan, knocking him to the ground. After the Duke's blow, Logan fell to the ground again and, screaming in pain, held the hand that had been struck. Looking at the fallen Logan with dissatisfaction, the Duke asked if he called this sword art, and added that he should at least try. Holding his arm, Logan could not understand what the Duke meant by the art of swordplay and what he wanted to see from him. The Duke explained that Logan's strength had increased since their last meeting, but his skill in using it had only deteriorated. He added that Logan's fundamental indicators had fallen, which shocked and stunned the young knight. Felix then explained that fundamental indicators should form the basis for the development of Logan's art. When the Duke explained that after accidentally reaching a new level, the next level would be higher, Logan began to understand his words. Smiling, Logan began to understand that his time spent on the art of the sword was foolish because the truth was elsewhere. Gripping his sword tighter and analyzing his return to the past, Logan realized that he had misjudged himself because everything was going according to his plan. In a moment, he caught the attention of the Duke, who was heading for the exit, with a shout that he wanted to repeat the confrontation again. Taking his sword in his hands, Logan shouted and asked for another chance, thinking that he would correct his fundamental mistakes. However, after a while, Logan lay knocked to the ground, losing consciousness after another confrontation with his mentor. Military doctors arrived at the training room and, carrying Logan, shouted that they had an emergency patient for the infirmary. Louis joined the Duke and watched as the doctors carried Logan out of the room. Watching the doctors, the Duke said that you master the sword through the body, and added that the more pain, the better the training. After Felix stated that he might like Logan, but that he could lose his talent, which caught Louis' attention. Finally, Felix summed up that he liked the determination of the young McLean as his student. Suddenly, the conversation between Felix and Louis was interrupted by an apology for disturbing them. When asked who he was, Rick greeted them and explained that he was Logan McLean's servant. Passing on a message from Logan's father, Felix reached out to take the folder, noting that he could have sent it virtually. After the servant explained that Logan should not know about this, Felix began to take the letter from the elder McLean with interest. Reading about the gratitude for sharing great secrets, Felix thought about it, because he had only given Logan knowledge of one art. Without dwelling on the details of what had happened to the family and Logan himself, Patrick mentioned a request that the McLeans would be grateful for. After reading the details of this request, Felix laughed briefly and noted that it was interesting. When asked by the Duke if Logan really didn't know about it, Rick confirmed this and explained that Logan believed it was not yet time to worry about such things. Laughing and continuing to read the letter, the Duke, not believing these words, asked again if the 20-year-old man was really not interested in women. A week later, Logan was taken by surprise by the news of a date that awaited him. Felix calmly explained that it was shameful for the heir to the house not to have a bride at the age of 21. When the Duke said he would find a good match for the young man, Logan asked if he didn't want the young man to focus on his training while he was here. Without listening to Logan, the Duke calmly explained that a good heart needed to be trained properly, which he personally understood after meeting his wife. Explaining that everything was happening too suddenly, Logan asked why now, to which the Duke replied that he had been asked to do so. Despite the explanation that the Duke was concerned about the future of his favorite student, Logan asked about the request Felix had mentioned. After Logan asked if it was related to his family, Felix noted that his father's concerns were not unfounded, as the young man was the heir. However, Logan understood that he should not argue, as he could not ignore his teacher's words, and replied that he would meet with her. After a while, a girl greeted Logan and said she was glad to meet them. Unbuttoning her dress, the girl bowed her head and said that her name was Eileen Floyd. The girl was the same age as Logan and was incredibly beautiful with shining blue eyes. Logan froze after greeting the girl, and Rick behind him lost his mind over her beauty. Looking at the host, Rick noted that he was surprised, although he had never shown any interest before. Holding his breath, Logan couldn't believe how this was possible given the events unfolding around him. Looking at Eileen, he stood there, unable to believe that his potential bride was a girl who wielded power. Focusing on the girl's power, Logan was shocked that she had reached almost average power at such a young age. However, he suddenly froze again when he remembered the surname with which the girl had greeted him. From his past life, he remembered the legendary Floyd who defended the entrance to the inner castle and destroyed 100 knights during the war with the Empire. It was the same Eileen Floyd who was a steel rose that bloomed in a fallen family. Logan instantly began to think hard about ways to get Floyd on his side before the war began. While he was lost in his thoughts, Eileen watched him intently without looking away or addressing the young man. She was not satisfied and did not pay much attention to this meeting, considering the thoughts of her potential groom. A moment later, the girl snapped Logan out of his thoughts, noting that it seemed like he had also been forced to come here. Without wasting time on unnecessary phrases, Eileen explained that she felt the same way and did not want to waste time. While Logan apologized for thinking about other things, Eileen clenched her fist and said how they would proceed in this case. Moving closer to Logan, she asked his opinion on spending their time together productively. Earlier, during one of the training sessions, Eileen was unhappy with the news of a new potential groom. Count Robert Floyd explained Eileen's beauty and noted that Felix Esperanza himself had recommended this suitor. When asked if this was really about the Duke of the Sword, Eileen thought it was quite interesting. Explaining that he was a student of the Swordmaster, the Count added that he had heard that the student would soon become famous. The first candidate for the role of groom broke off his engagement after Eileen defeated him in a duel. By defeating the second candidate for the role of groom, who was preparing for knighthood, Eileen proved that she was superior to many knights. The Count understood the transience of time and the rumors about Eileen as a winner of knights, so he wanted to try the option recommended by the Duke. Now, standing before Eileen, Logan was stumped by the question of how to use their time together and fell silent. When Logan asked what she meant by useful, Eileen folded her arms and remembered that the young man was the Duke's sword student. Folding her arms, the girl asked Logan to cross swords with him in a duel. The servants of the host shouted out to them, shocked by their intention to fight with swords. Eileen's servant recalled that the Count had begged his daughter not to fight her potential fiancé, to which she explained that this time the situation was different. Eileen explained that the two had humiliated her, so it was necessary to teach them a lesson, adding that they deserved to be beaten even harder. However, looking at Logan, she said that this candidate was different from the previous ones. The girl stood and watched as Logan prepared his muscles for their confrontation. Shocked, Rick begged Logan to listen to him and explained that if others found out about Logan hitting the girl, Patrick would fire the servant. When the palace guests asked what was happening in the training hall, the guards did not allow them to enter. Looking at the girl, Logan wondered how strong she was and whether she could really destroy 100 knights. Stepping aside, Eileen's servant wished her victory in the confrontation, if it could not be avoided. Rick began to argue that this was impossible and asked if the servant knew the strength of his master, to which she also began to argue and prove Eileen's strength. Approaching Logan, Eileen gave her name and noted that she had been training with a sword on her own for 10 years. The fact that the girl had trained alone puzzled Logan, so he asked her about it. Despite her opponent's question, Eileen explained that she had defeated knights before and hoped that he would not underestimate her. When asked about underestimating her, Logan explained that he had no intention of making concessions to the girl and said he hoped she would understand his rudeness. This statement stunned Eileen for a moment, although she was pleased that her opponent took her seriously. In a moment, they took their fighting positions on the surface to face each other with swords. Without hesitation, Eileen instantly rushed from her place and launched an attack on her opponent. Quickly approaching Logan, Eileen struck with her sword, but Logan easily parried the blow with his weapon. Focusing his gaze on the girl, Logan waited for his opponent's next move without moving. But when the opportunity arose, Logan skillfully struck back at Eileen's attack. This blow came as a surprise to Eileen, who cried out from the sudden rush of pain. The girl couldn't hold on and knelt down to recover from the blow, while Logan calmly explained that he had struck her with the flat side of his weapon. Moving away from the girl, Logan added that her sides were open to blows, so she needed to be more cautious. Logan's advantage in the first confrontation and his audacity angered Eileen, who clenched her jaw in anger as she watched him. Thinking that she had to land at least one blow on her opponent, Eileen rushed into the attack but suffered another blow. As he delivered a series of blows, Logan shouted out the flaws in Eileen's technique that prevented her from competing on Logan's level. After another blow to the girl's stomach, Logan pointed out that she had once again opened herself up to it. After delivering a series of restraining blows and counterattacks, Logan stood in front of the girl who sat exhausted on her knees before him. Rick was shocked by such a fierce confrontation, and Eileen's servant cried as he addressed her. Looking at the exhausted girl, Logan noted his suspicion that she was tired. As he told her to wipe the sweat from her brow, his words were interrupted by Eileen's blow to his head, which Logan managed to dodge. Jumping up sharply, Eileen angrily noted to herself that even an unexpected attack had not been effective against Logan. However, this time she froze in shock at her opponent's remark that it was a good attempt at an attack. Listening to Logan, she couldn't believe that he wasn't mocking her or angry with her, even though he had to point out the inaccuracy of Eileen's actions. A moment after his calm voice, Logan shouted that all movements should have been more precise and delivered a powerful blow from above to Eileen. Holding her head and unable to hold back tears of pain, Eileen thought that she did not want to continue this activity. Logan was pleased with the results of this confrontation because he noticed her ability to correct the elements he pointed out. Continuing the confrontation, an exhausted Eileen preparing for another attack shouted at her opponent. The girl began a sharp movement and advanced toward Logan, who stood motionless. Eileen's movements were lightning fast, leaving only a faint trail in the air behind her. Approaching the enemy, Eileen focused on Logan, who remained in place and without hesitation began to swing her sword. Watching the girl's movements, Logan noticed her interesting footwork, which differed from the usual acceleration. Finding herself close to her opponent and swinging her sword, Eileen began to shout. However, Logan easily parried Eileen's incredibly powerful and fast strike with a movement of his sword. After another failed attack, Eileen clenched her jaw in anger when she saw how easily her opponent had blocked her blow. In an instant, Logan grabbed the girl by the stomach with a sharp movement and began to throw her over himself. This blow was another searing pain for the girl who found herself in Logan's grasp. Assessing the girl's next attack, Logan realized that she definitely had enough talent for further development. Watching her exhausted breaths and painful movements, Logan realized that she had great potential. Lifting her head after another fall, Eileen said she wanted another try, which made Logan think that the girl had great resilience. Reaching out his hand, Logan asked permission to help the girl, to which she shouted that she wanted another try. Helping the exhausted girl, Logan smiled and said that she would have another chance next time. Suddenly, his gentle assistance in lifting her turned into a sharp movement that pushed Eileen toward Logan, which she did not expect. After this movement, the two fiancés found themselves very close to each other, and their eyes met. With a smile, Logan leaned toward the girl and said that she had an amazing talent, and invited her to come to the city of McLean. Logan offered the girl to come there as a knight, where she could train and arrange fights and earn the title of heroine. However, Logan explained that for this to happen, they would need to become formally engaged, and asked if the girl would agree to this. Shocked by the proposal, Eileen stood frozen and couldn't say a word. A moment later, her eyes and smile were filled with happiness, and she happily and confidently agreed. Looking at his future bride, Logan mentally noted her feelings as those of a Ronian, and thought that she would become a great person. After the confrontation ended, Eileen laughed contentedly, puzzling the frightened servant who was handing her mistress a towel. However, Logan now wondered why the mentor had introduced his student to the Floyds. In search of answers, he went to Felix, who began to explain that there were two reasons. Logan asked about them, and the Duke explained that the Floyds had some influence until they sided with one of the princes. The second reason, according to the Duke, was Befros, who would have to wait in this case. While Logan was thinking about this, Felix reached for the handle and added that there was something more important. Young McLean stood waiting for the main explanation of the Duke of Swords' decision. Pointing at Logan with a smirk, Felix explained that he was curious to see how well the young man would get along with such a problematic girl. Smiling, Logan said nothing, but thought that his mentor was sometimes very strange in his behavior, but it was good that there were no problems. Noting that the Duke had seen Logan blush when Eileen arrived, he stated that the young man was now acting his age, which puzzled him. Rising from his seat, the Duke explained that he could not even imagine how heavy the burden on Logan's shoulders was. Taking Logan by the shoulder, he explained that it was not interesting to watch a young man whose face reflected responsibility for the whole world. Therefore, the Duke explained that Logan could share his burden by opening his heart and trusting the people around him. Imagining Logan and Eileen as a beautiful couple, the mentor explained that the girl could help the young man with this. Thinking that only he could handle this, Logan began to turn to his mentor to express his opinion. However, the Duke interrupted him and, drawing on his experience, insisted that they should not delay having children. In a moment, Logan's dissatisfied cry rang out in the rooms around him, addressing his mentor. Autumn was approaching, and with its arrival, the leaves on the trees were turning bright colors. After being struck with a sword, one of the fighters in the training arena cried out from the strain of holding on. After shouting a question about whether he was unable to block the blow, Logan ordered the fighter to pull himself together. Assessing his 3 weeks in the capital, Logan recalled that he had spent all his time training, not including his meetings with Eileen. Before that, he had constantly sparred with the men he had been training with until now. Looking into the sincere eyes of his subjects, Logan could not understand why he felt more pressure from them here. Mesmerized by the young master, the captain of his security detail did not take his eyes off him. A memory surfaced in his mind of how he had been brutally knocked down during training. His opponent cursed and shouted, talking about the Duke's demand to have knights of medium rank in his ranks. Finally, he stated that they should learn how to wield a sword and explained to the captain that it was worth turning to the knights who were training. Heading for the exit, his companion noted that they were quite nimble, considering the request to fight on the first day. Affirming that the knights were strong, the captain asked if it was not as much as with the iron-blooded sword, which his companion confirmed. Looking back at the knights from the Duke's palace, the McLean fighters could not understand why they were weaker than their master. Wondering if the Duke could have taught his subjects this, his companion realized that their master could not have come up with this on his own. Praising their master, the fighters thought that he had blessed them with better abilities than the Duke. That is why the fighters had such a high opinion of their young master. The fighters watched with admiration as Logan walked away, paying them no attention. Thinking about his subjects, Logan held them in high regard and wondered if it was worth teaching them something, given their concentration during training. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, there was a sign on the street announcing unprecedented sales of goods. Standing next to this sign, Philip shouted that this was a rare opportunity for buyers. The young financier stood in the middle of the road with signs around him and shouted that this product would take the aristocrat's breath away. Noticing one of the passersby, Philip shouted that his goods could solve all the man's problems. Noticing a young man, Philip smiled and said that he looked very much like his master. Realizing that this was his master, Philip asked in surprise what Logan was doing there. Falling to the ground, Philip began to explain sadly that there were too many competitors in the business. Looking at the financier with dissatisfaction, Logan noted that he was losing his form and should keep his distance. Carrying his boss on his shoulders, Philip gritted his teeth in exhaustion, trying not to lose his balance. Looking at the financier, Logan said that he would earn even more money, and added that he should not go to such lengths for sales. Getting up, Logan told Philip to get up and explained that he would give him another task, which interested the young financier. Pointing to the knights of the 18th McLean squad, Logan explained that they would be responsible for Philip's safety. After greeting the knights, Philip asked why his master was giving him such a task, but Logan explained that it would be a normal expansion. In an instant, Philip froze at his master's order to find as many weapons, war horses, and sawing materials as possible by the end of the year. Shocked, Philip exclaimed whether his master wanted to start a new war, to which he explained that these were normal security measures. Confused, Philip explained what always happened after such words, but did not even want to say it. When asked about the budget, Logan happily replied that there were 30 million gold coins available with which Philip was to obtain as much as possible. The budget of 30 million gold pieces shocked the financier, who asked about it again. Recalling his confrontation with the Sylvans, Logan understood the need to change the structure of the army for maximum effectiveness. Philip began to explain that with such an amount, he would not be able to get even half of what his master had asked for, which surprised Logan. To the master's surprise, Philip began to explain that with the increase in demand, the price would also increase, and this primarily concerned horses. Continuing his explanation, Philip noted that a large amount of money does not guarantee that the horses will mature quickly. When the owner said that he was thinking about easy purchases before the war, Philip jumped up and began to question him about this statement. Holding up 3 fingers in front of the owner, Philip suggested keeping it simple. He clearly explained that most likely the price of everything would increase approximately 3 times. However, the financier understood that he had to figure out how to stop all this madness. After the owner's reflection and the phrase that there was nothing left for him to do, Philip hoped that his insistence had worked. Logan explained that it would not be a problem if the financier managed to double the market price, but there was one more condition. To interest Philip, Logan explained that he would receive an equivalent bonus if he could buy cheaper than twice the price. The young financier, enthralled, asked how much he would receive for such savings for his employer. In a moment, he was shocked by the news of a 3% personal profit from the price difference. To the financier's delight, the soldiers standing nearby began to discuss whether 3% was a large amount in this deal. After Philip's happy reaction, Logan thought that money could solve any problem. Young McLean suddenly remembered a useful tip from his mentor about proper training. Thanks to this, he managed to get the talented girl Eileen, which once again made Logan's situation excellent, although not entirely. After all, he had to figure out how to get out of the upcoming situation with King Samuel. Recalling his death in his past life, Logan noticed that there was still no bad news about him, and the internal situation was calm. While Logan was thinking about the need to justify his mentor's expectations and the situation with the royal family, he was grabbed from behind by the shoulders. The young man also did not forget about the imminent birth of the Duke's child, after which he would be able to return home with Eileen. After a while, Felix informed his student that the king had summoned him, so Logan would go with him. Unable to believe such good fortune, Logan hesitantly asked if they were really talking about him. After this conversation, the student and his mentor went to the royal court, where they were asked to proceed to the entrance. Logan walked alongside the Duke of the Sword, accompanied by a guard, to meet the king. Thoughts about this meeting did not leave Logan because he was the son of an ordinary rural baron, so he had little chance of meeting the king. Noticing his student's thoughts, Felix asked if Logan was nervous about this event. However, he calmly explained that there was no need to worry and noted that the king simply wanted to see the Duke's student. As they approached the entrance, the Duke added that nothing bad would happen to Logan, and explained that the king highly valued talent. Gazing spellbound at the palace they were heading towards, Logan replied briefly that he understood. Logan remembered the towering palace with its luxurious elements and incredible beauty from his past life. Despite the devastating war, this building remained intact, and the Empire did not dare to destroy it. Now, looking at the beauty of the palace, Logan firmly understood that he could not allow history to repeat itself. When the guests approached the entrance door, it opened onto the rooms of the building. Without delay, the Duke and Logan began to make their way through the huge corridors that led to the king's room. Felix walked ahead, and Logan tried to keep up with his mentor on the way to the king's room. Arriving at the appropriate point in front of the king, the guests stopped in the middle of the room. The Duke and Logan instantly knelt, bowing their heads, while Felix greeted the ruler of the nation. Smiling, the king addressed the Duke as a friend, and pointed out that he had told him there was no need to maintain manners in his presence. Without raising his head, Felix explained that no one would respect manners if their elders stopped doing so. Reaching out to his guests, the king asked his old friend to raise his head, as well as his student, whose face he wanted to see. Lifting his head, Logan remained calm, unable to believe that he had really met such a person. Looking up, Logan began to examine the king sitting on the throne in front of him, with a royal crown on his head. The young knight's attention was drawn to the ruler's crown, which sparkled with precious stones, while Logan pondered his feelings. From his past life, the young man remembered that Samuel von Grandy would become known in the future as a useless ruler. Assessing the king's condition, Logan noted to himself that he looked healthy and showed no signs of weakness. While Logan was pondering the events with the king, the latter turned to the Duke, noting that the young man had a lot of courage to train with him. When the king said that it was the first time the young man had looked at him so intently, Logan immediately lowered his head and apologized. However, with a smile raising his hand, the king explained that the Duke's student should not imitate him in excessive politeness. Felix intervened, noting Logan's strong skills which were not inferior to his will, thanks to which the young man would become the foundation for the development of the kingdom. The king asked with interest how the mentor and his student had met, and the Duke began to recall his traumatic past. While Logan was looking around the room with its impressive decorations, the Duke explained about the times when he was still a prince. After listening to the Duke's story, the king began to laugh and noted that he did not expect such a turn of events with the mentor's acquaintance with his student. Turning his attention to the young man, the king asked his name, and added that he was very grateful to Logan. This stunned Logan, who asked in surprise what the ruler of the nation meant. The king began to explain that he felt indebted to his friend for the same injury, which is why he could not even bring up the subject for discussion. Puzzled, Logan looked at the Duke's reaction to these words, but he did not turn to his student. In conclusion, the king explained that solving this problem had helped him calm his heart. After another expression of gratitude to Logan, Felix noted that the king thought too highly of him. Exclaiming that without the Duke he would not have become king, the ruler noted that he must reward Felix as he deserved. Asking the Duke to come closer, the king began to remove a bracelet with a sparkling gemstone from his wrist. Shocked, Felix began to shout that it was a treasure of the ruling family and added that he himself would take care of rewarding Logan. However, as he handed over the bracelet, the king said that Felix should consider it compensation for resolving their troubles. Taken by surprise, Logan froze in shock when the king told him to come forward before he changed his mind. Logan understood that he would certainly not refuse such an offer, and taking the award in his hands, he said that he would carry gratitude in his heart. After another outburst from the Duke that Logan could not simply accept such a gift, the king asked if the young man felt the same way as his mentor. Looking at the king, Logan noted that it was excessive only insofar as he would use it wisely. While the satisfied young man hid the award under his cloak, the king began to laugh and note that he had more ambition than his mentor. Finally, the king said that they had gotten to know each other well at the meeting, and expressed his hope that this gift would strengthen their bond in the future. Logan listened attentively to the ruler's instructions to serve his mentor as he would the heavens, and to work for the people as his teacher did. With the thought that he would definitely stop the empire, Logan knelt before the king and exclaimed that he would gladly carry out all these instructions. Heading for the exit after the meeting, Felix struck up a conversation and noted that the king had become much softer lately. He added that the king had never had such conversations before and noted that his desire to meet with Logan was also unusual. Expressing his hope that the king was not hiding any worries in his heart, Logan assured his mentor that he should not worry about what had attracted his attention. Noting that the meeting was brief, Logan expressed the opinion that if the ruler had a problem, he would immediately tell the Duke about it. Listening to his student, Felix watched him closely and thought about what to say to him. The Duke agreed with Logan's opinion and noted that his heart had been uneasy since his student had accepted the ruling family's jewelry. Noticing his student's puzzled reaction, Felix began to explain that it was a restoration bracelet. Logan gazed at the bracelet with excitement while his mentor explained that it was an artifact imbued with 5th-class magic. Examining the jewelry, Logan understood its power to heal even the most severe wounds to ordinary scratches. Finally, Felix noted that he would feel more at ease knowing that Logan had received such an item, to which the student replied that it was all thanks to his teacher. With a maniacal look, the Duke noted that now he would be able to bring Logan to the brink of death, because the bracelet would restore him anyway. Shocked, Logan began to laugh nervously at this news from his teacher. Despite his fear of this, Logan understood that it would help him become stronger, and replied that he would try to live up to expectations. Sometime after thinking that the more he worked, the more he achieved, Logan lay in the training hall with a broken face. While Logan was remembering when this had happened to him before, the Duke shouted a question about how long he planned to lie there and told his student to get up. As the exhausted Logan tried to get up, one of the subjects who was running towards him began to shout. Sitting in his place, Logan watched as the servant reported urgent news to the Duke. The Duke's expression instantly began to change, but he could not respond, standing frozen in place. However, in a moment, tears of happiness began to flow from Felix's eyes, because what everyone had been waiting for so long had finally happened. All the precious decorations of the palace sparkled around them and were being prepared to receive guests. The Duke of the Sword finally had a child in whose honor a luxurious banquet was held. Guests from various walks of life were invited to a remarkable banquet, which was a real celebration in the Duke's palace. Noticing Logan, the guests asked if he was the same young man and commented on his young age. One of the guests approached Logan and, saying that he was pleased to meet him, began to greet him. Smiling, Logan thought about his high status thanks to his training with the Duke of the Sword. Turning away from his conversation partner, Logan sensed his teacher approaching the banquet hall. Holding a baby in his arms, the Duke laughed and looked incredibly happy. A moment later, one of the servants announced the arrival of the bishop of the only sacred order of Grandia. After introducing Crimson Matthew, the doors were opened for the bishop, and he entered the hall. The old bishop hurried toward the Duke and his wife, who were standing with the baby in front of the guests. Shaking hands, the bishop congratulated the Duke on the birth of his heir, to which Felix thanked Crimson Matthew for coming in person. While Logan watched the Duke and the bishop with a smile, the guests were shocked by Matthew's personal arrival. Most aristocrats received blessings from birth, one of which was from Agni, the goddess of trees and life. It was no surprise that the Duke was so happy about his child being blessed personally by the bishop. Approaching the Duke and his wife with the baby, the bishop stopped at the top of the stairs. The bishop stood still, looking at the parents, waiting to receive the baby in his arms. Everyone present at the banquet stood in silence, waiting for the blessing of the Duke's newborn successor. The baby was restless and crying, and as the bishop took him, he sighed. A moment later, raising the baby above his head, the bishop began to read the sacred text of the blessing while the child cried. With their mouths open, the astonished guests watched the events unfold, and Logan now understood what holy power really was. This power enveloped the baby and was closer to the source than ordinary power, as well as less noticeable than mana. Now Logan understood why people did not feel it, but only saw a bright glow while the bishop, with his eyes closed, filled the baby with power. In a moment, the bishop, in the name of the goddess of life Agni, raised the baby above him and blessed the newborn Esperanza. Felix and his wife watched this ceremony intently, holding their breath. After the power was spread over him, sparks of light began to appear in the infant's eyes. A bright glow of power spread from the hands of the bishop, who continued to hold the baby above his head. The shocked guests stood spellbound by the bright glow emanating from the baby. Without looking away, people did not blink so as not to be distracted from the incredible act of blessing. When the bishop began to lower the baby to the ground, all the guests began to shout congratulations to the Duke. Despite the joy around him, Logan noticed something that caused him concern and hope that he was mistaken. The bishop's gaze was filled with bewilderment and disbelief at what he was facing. Looking at the child, the bishop was horrified by how the events of the blessing were unfolding. Focusing on the infant's eyes, he realized that his body had rejected the perception of holy power. Approaching the bishop, the Duke asked what was wrong, but the bishop only smiled and replied that nothing was wrong. Explaining that he was tired and that he had not performed a blessing in a long time, the bishop apologized and began to head for the exit. The confused parents did not understand the bishop's reaction as they watched him leave. Focusing on the bishop, Logan thought about the peculiarity of the baby, which he thought had a special body that repelled force. Suddenly, Count Bifrost emerged from the crowd and addressed Logan McLean, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Noticing the address, Logan began to look around with interest at the person who had called him. Expressing his regret, Count Bifrost asked with a smile if Logan was feeling well. Smiling in response, Logan agreed that they had not seen each other for a long time and replied that he was fine. The Count replied that young McLean was as bold as ever in his behavior. Beaming, Logan replied that it was a special part of his charm. Unable to contain his emotions, the Count sharply squeezed the wine glass in his hand, which instantly cracked from the tension. The guests began to look around at the sound of breaking glass and opened their mouths in shock at the unexpectedness. Having broken the glass, Bifrost stood with blood on his hand, showing no emotion. Looking at the cracked glass, Logan calmly remained in place, waiting for the Count's next actions or words. A moment later, the Count smiled and began to note that at his age, his hands were no longer steady. Wiping the blood and wine from his hand, the Count stated that the only reason Logan had not died was because he had been trained by the Duke of the Sword. Pushing the stained napkin toward Logan, he noted that Logan had attracted a lot of attention from high-ranking aristocrats, which was very fortunate. Taking the napkin, Logan calmly replied that he understood how lucky he was. Focusing his sharp gaze on the young McLean, Count Bifrost was angry. In a moment, he puzzled Logan with a statement about the young man's imminent meeting with a high-ranking aristocrat. Bifrost announced that Romain von Grandi, who was the second prince, wished to meet with Logan. Understanding the Count's intentions, Logan said that it would be an honor for him, but asked for time to consider the proposal. An angry Bifrost repeated the word proposal and asked if the prince's coercion was really a proposal for the young man. Standing close to the Count, Logan replied that this was indeed how he understood the words. Approaching the Count enthusiastically, Logan asked if he wanted him and his teacher to join the other side. Bewildered, Bifrost focused his gaze on the dirty napkin that Logan was pushing back at him. He clenched his fist, trying to contain the rage that was overwhelming him. Finally informing him that he would soon announce the date, Bifrost turned and noted that if Logan deceived him, he would pay a significant fine. Remaining in his seat and watching the Count leave with a smile on his face, Logan said he would wait impatiently. Watching the Count leave, Logan realized that he should postpone this meeting for a few months until the Civil War began. Finally, Logan thought that Count Bifrost had become a laughingstock, behaving as if he were the second prince's messenger. As Bifrost approached another man, Logan realized that this was indeed the Count's fate. Bifrost approached Jordan Walter, who was one of the superhumans who had the ability to use the aura. In addition, Logan remembered that this was the second prince's maternal grandfather, who was interesting to Bifrost to talk to. However, Logan noticed that Jordan was not interested in establishing contact and turned away from him. Logan understood that Jordan was openly ignoring him, and that Jordan needed his teacher, not the young man himself. Suddenly, one of the guests approached Logan from behind and advised him to be more careful in his decisions. With a smile, Lord Veron Kiros, whom Logan instantly recognized, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. In response to Veron's statement about his pride as the eldest member of the family, Logan asked what he meant by that. Veron Kiros was just a relative to Logan through his father's marriage to his new wife from the Kiros family. However, recalling episodes from his childhood, Logan remembered that he had never behaved like his uncle. This amused him, and he ordered the boy not to cross the line in their relationship. He and his older friends openly mocked young Logan and made fun of him. Now, with respect, Veron noted that despite the lack of blood ties, they were connected to the McLeans by marriage. Recalling the Kiros' actions against him, Logan asked him if their ties had been severed. Veron replied that Logan should not say such sad things because, despite their differences, he insisted that they were relatives. After saying that they should treat each other well, Veron fixed his gaze on Logan. Logan remembered Marion's look when the news broke that the Kiros had refused to help the McLeans during the enemy's attack. The young McLean stated that since the Kiros had turned a blind eye to their relatives' problems, he could do the same on his part now. An angry Veron, mentally calling Logan insolent, noted that he had grown insolent after receiving a little fame. However, looking at Logan, he thought that he had not outgrown his thoughtlessness, which would make him easy to deceive. Looking guilty, Veron stated that his house had made a huge mistake, for which he wanted to apologize to the house despite being late. When Logan said that the Kiros were well aware of the delay, Veron angrily clenched his jaw and cursed McLean. Reaching into his jacket's inside pocket, Veron smiled as he remembered the need to apologize to McLean. He took out a piece of paper with a statement that it was better for relatives to make peace than to never see each other again. Logan instantly understood and eagerly wanted to get the blank check he saw in Kiros' hand. Instantly grabbing the check, Logan asked if he had really come to apologize and asked if he would say anything after giving him compensation. Before he could react to McLean grabbing the check, Veron clenched his jaw in anger and leaned forward. A moment later, Veron began to bow his head before Logan and ask for help on any terms the young McLean said. Assessing Kiros' actions, Logan was shocked because he had never thought about his behavior before. Looking around sharply, Logan suspected a possible reason for Kiros' behavior. Focusing on one of the men standing alone behind them, Logan suspected that Kiros had been forced into this action. They were closely watched by the paternal grandfather of the first prince, Duke Juan Douglas. Indifferently watching Kiros, who continued to stand with his head bowed, Logan contemplated possible developments with the others. Suddenly, Veron froze at Logan's words, asking his uncle to raise his head as the young man had addressed him in childhood. After that, Logan asked if he agreed that it would not be difficult to fulfill a small request from his relatives. While Logan leaned over to say something to his uncle, a satisfied Veron began to thank his nephew. In a moment, the expressions on their faces changed to horror on Veron's and a satisfied smile on Logan's. Holding back his emotions, Veron tried not to cry at Logan's words, who began to laugh sincerely at the turn of events with his uncle. Continuing to laugh, Logan noted that fulfilling this condition would make meeting the first prince quite easy. Gloomy and shocked, Veron said that he understood while Logan continued to look at him with a smile. Suddenly, Logan's attention was distracted from his relative by a shout, calling for a moment of attention. A vassal of the Esperanza family announced that the most important part of the celebration was about to begin. Reading the text and noting that it was time to name the child, the shocked Lefman could not believe it and began to look around at the hosts. In a moment, Logan was already moving toward the baby, who was waiting for him as the Duke's apprentice to bless her. Confused, Lefman couldn't understand why this young man would be naming the young mistress. Confidently moving through the room, Logan approached the Duke with the baby in his arms. Looking at the child's shining eyes, Logan noticed her health and the incredible aura she had received from the Duke. When Logan approached and looked at her, the baby began to laugh happily with her eyes closed. A moment after Logan took her in his arms, the baby began to reach for his face after her previous laughter. A happy Logan looked at the baby's face and thought about the huge number of names he had come up with. Holding the baby to his chest, Logan said that this child would be called Stella. Stella's enchanted eyes were focused on Logan, who was holding and looking at her. Lifting his head, Logan began to explain the translation of the name as Star, and expressed his hope that the baby would become a shining light. After these words, Logan looked back to see the reaction of the Duke and his wife to this decision. The Duke said that he and his wife agreed with young McLean's choice of name for their baby. All attention was focused on Logan and the parents with their baby, who was now named Stella. Despite his thoughts about the strangeness of the child's rejection of the sacred power, Logan enjoyed her laughter. This laughter made him laugh himself, thinking that most likely it would become an insignificant detail. After a while, a satisfied Rick brought the letters to the host and drew attention to their huge number, mostly from aristocrats. When Rick said that most of them wanted to meet Logan, Logan replied that he should leave them in his room so that he could refuse them all later. Rick's surprise at why Logan wanted to do this was stopped by Logan's explanation that they needed to return home. Earlier, Mr. Dwayne had informed Logan of the good progress in gathering a significant harvest that was bringing profits to the McLean lands. Suddenly, the conversation between Logan and Rick was interrupted by the Duke's question of whether he was really going home. When Logan addressed his teacher, he ordered the training to be stopped for discussion. Logan was stunned by the news that his teacher wanted to teach him the final art. Once in the training arena, Logan expressed his surprise that his teacher had suddenly decided to teach him the skill. However, a moment later, he was once again stunned by his teacher's statement that he knew Logan possessed even greater and more powerful skills. The Duke of the Sword stood motionless as he listened to Logan's question about whether he meant the ancient secret art. Noting that he had previously spoken poorly of it, The teacher explained that when used correctly, it would be more powerful than his art. But the Duke also remembered something much more important than knowledge of the art. Knowing where his teacher was going with this, Logan confidently replied that he was referring to the basics, which he had always paid extra attention to. Confirming this, the Duke approached his student and explained that he would pass on an art that would strengthen his fundamentals. Standing straight in his place, Logan listened silently to his teacher's instructions on this matter. Without responding, young McLean thought about the possible strengthening that his teacher had mentioned. A moment later, the Duke began to talk about the martial art he had created, which made it possible to take control of the area of confrontation. Clenching his hand into a fist, the teacher explained that the first manifestation of this art was a heavy sword. Remaining in his place, the Duke explained what he planned to teach the young knight. Logan stood frozen when he heard that the teacher would teach him the martial art that had made him an aura user. Suddenly, the Duke began to make a sharp movement, ordering his student to follow him closely. Noticing the teacher's movements, Logan froze in shock with his mouth open and a puzzled look on his face. Remaining standing in his place, Logan realized that the Duke had disappeared, and he hadn't even noticed him take a single step. However, his incredible senses sensed something approaching from behind at lightning speed. The Duke's attention, who was approaching the student from behind, was focused on his neck. Once he was close enough, the Duke began to reach for a specific spot on the young man's neck from behind. In an instant, Logan was lifted off the ground with a slight movement of the Duke's hand from behind, which the young man did not anticipate. Grabbing his student, the Duke remained calm and did not express excessive tension regarding these actions. Looking around, the puzzled Logan began to understand the essence of his teacher's movements. He understood that it would be impossible to follow these movements, given his experience from previous sparring sessions with his teacher. Stopping in front of Logan, the Duke enthusiastically asked his opinion on this series of movements. Puzzled, Logan did not answer, but wondered if this could really be done by a user of the aura. Observing Logan's reaction, the Duke concluded that his thoughts were visible on his face. Without hesitation, Logan confidently answered the Duke's question about the basis of all martial arts, saying that it was the legs and gait. However, his teacher corrected him and pointed out that this only applied to those who did not use force. Putting his hand on his heart, the Duke explained that he was placed above other aura users in the kingdom because of the shadows of the spirit. Noticing the strange name of the art, Logan understood that he had to master it, given the Duke's pride in it. The Duke recalled Logan's problems in his confrontation with a knight named Franz with dissatisfaction. But now the Duke claimed that there would be no more such problems if Logan learned the art his teacher had told him about. The mention of Franz evoked a flood of emotions in Logan, who clenched his jaw and began to smile while the teacher asked if he had such a desire. Logan's strength burst out of him with new power, as the young man confidently replied that of course he wanted to master such abilities. After a while, the sounds of swords rang out in the training hall, and the teacher shouted for the young man to tread more lightly. After explaining that he should only touch his heels when jumping, the Duke looked at Logan with admiration, thinking about his amazing talent. Watching his student's actions, the Duke realized that he had not only copied everything in a few hours, but had also learned it as much as possible. Mentally, he was on cloud 9 because he had found someone who could do it after decades of waiting. However, the Duke shouted orders at Logan to tread more lightly and strengthen his power, as he was too slow. Observing his student's actions, Felix knew that excessive praise for a genius would be poisonous, but a little humiliation would benefit the young talent. After an exhausting practice session, the Duke told Logan to stop. While Logan was exhausted and catching his breath, the Duke smiled and told him to continue practicing to master the movements and praised him. But the teacher's praise did not evoke any emotion in Logan, which the Duke noticed and asked him about. Logan hesitantly began to point out that these movements were actually amazing, and that he immediately felt an increase in speed. The movements gave Logan the feeling that they were not created by a knight, at which point the Duke interrupted him and asked if he meant the movements of an assassin. Realizing that this was his opinion, which the Duke had expressed, Logan stood silently waiting for an explanation. The Duke smiled and said that there was some truth in the student's suspicion, which shocked the young man. Recalling his studies, the Duke explained that when their king was a prince, he made Felix his personal bodyguard. At that time, the ruler had already experienced many terrible events that were difficult to talk about. In addition, the king had many enemies who wanted to destroy the ruler. At that moment, a young man appeared who intended to protect the ruler from the crowd by any means necessary, including the use of force and his skills. Armed attackers broke into the king's room and prepared to kill him, but Felix defended him. In those moments, the young knight destroyed more people than ordinary assassins, and he had to become better and faster. Killing enemies one by one, Logan knew that he needed martial arts with the ability to control space. The Duke explained that on the day he mastered the art of the Shadow Spirit, he was able to feel that he had achieved his goal. Moreover, it was then that he managed to awaken in himself the legendary aura that was known to the Duke for its power. At the end of his speech, Felix noted that the student should not get cocky after understanding the theory, and should train with the sword his entire life. Bowing his head to his teacher after his instructions, Logan exclaimed that he understood everything. This story touched Logan because he understood the chosen path of the great swordsman who had become more than a man. However, the Duke began to point out that he had another reason to come to Logan before his departure, which interested the young man. A moment later, Logan froze in shock at the news from his mentor that the third prince wanted to meet him in person. As night fell, Logan acted on the advice of the Duke of the Sword under the moonlight. He moved skillfully, having mastered the art of quick and quiet movement after training with Felix. Their destination was the royal palace they had visited a few days earlier. The two men rapidly approached the palace in flight, disguised in hooded cloaks. Logan asked if his teacher had taught him the art of shadow movement so that they could move like this, to which he smiled and said that this was partly true. Landing on the ground amid dense trees, the Duke noted that they had arrived at their destination. Looking around the place where they had landed, Logan realized what it was, but said nothing. It was a small, unremarkable house in the middle of a dense forest with an unusual design. Noticing the abandoned house on the outskirts of the inner castle, Logan couldn't understand if the third prince could really live here. Suddenly, the Duke, walking ahead of his student, stopped abruptly and struck the wall with his fist. Noticing this, Logan immediately lowered his gaze and looked down with interest. A secret underground staircase opened up before them, which had been invisible until the Duke struck the wall with his fist. Following the Duke, Logan asked if it was worth the risk to meet the prince, to which Felix explained that the prince was being closely watched. Returning to the young man, Felix noted that he had expressed a desire to meet the Duke's sword student. When the Duke asked Logan if he had heard anything about the third prince, he fell silent in thought. He explained that he had only heard rumors about the criteria for a prince to become king, to which the Duke replied that he should not say this in public. As they descended the stairs, the mentor explained that this could potentially lead to trouble. Once on the lower level, the Duke began knocking on a door in front of the guests. Hearing the knocking, the third prince froze in fear, but Felix immediately greeted him and announced their arrival. A moment later, the prince told them to come in, and Felix began to reach for the door handle. The third prince stood in his place waiting, and as Felix entered the room, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. After greeting the Duke, the third prince's attention was drawn to Logan, about whom he began to ask questions. With a beaming smile and a kind look, the third prince asked if he was the Duke's sword student. Approaching the prince and greeting him, Logan immediately stepped forward in front of his teacher. To show his respect, Logan knelt on one knee and greeted the third prince. Looking up, Logan hoped to understand an important aspect during this meeting. He was interested in whether the third prince was suitable for the title of the new king in the near future. Taking a cup of tea in his hands, the prince, inquiring about Logan's high rank, said that it was impressive at such a young age. The prince's remark that Logan was destined to do great things, unlike him, took the young guest by surprise. Explaining that the prince had heard rumors about Logan and his influence in saving his family, apart from his skillful fighting, it was impressive. The young visitor thanked the prince for his praise and for saying that Logan could be called a hero. Noting the prince's words, Logan understood that he was interested in the affairs of minor aristocrats on the outskirts of the lands, which set him apart. After a pause, the prince said that he had conducted a personal investigation into Logan after the Duke's praise, and asked if this would offend him. In confirmation of Logan's gratitude for this interest, the prince suggested moving on to business while the visitor was still thinking highly of him. The prince began his speech by explaining the threat to the existence of their country due to the struggle between aristocrats who had divided it into two parts. Clenching his fists tightly, the prince continued to explain that despite the absence of physical conflict, this situation was like a ticking time bomb. The angry prince, cursing the aristocrats, explained that they did not care about the people at all and were a poison that would destroy the country. Because of this, the prince needed a talented person whose strength would help him get rid of the leeches that were destroying their country. Out of anger, while explaining these problems with the aristocrats, the prince clenched his fists in rage. At that moment, Felix interrupted the prince and addressed his highness in an official tone. Interrupting the Duke, the prince noted that he understood that he could not ask the Duke's people to fulfill his goal, but Felix explained that this was not the case. A moment later, the prince turned to Logan McLean and said that he was a genius of their age and a treasure of the kingdom, which pleased him. Extending his hand, the prince expressed his hope that Logan would fight on his side when the time came. Explaining his statement, the prince asked if Logan could do this for him. Smiling, Logan replied that he completely shared the prince's opinion. The guest's statement that he was now confident in the third prince's candidacy for the throne delighted him and made him smile sincerely. However, the prince's joy was quickly interrupted by Logan's explanation that there were obstacles to his service to the prince in the current situation. The sad prince replied indifferently that it seemed he had no chance, but Logan explained that his potential was more than enough. Without holding back, Logan pointed out the terrible behavior of the prince's two other brothers, shocking both the prince and his mentor. Although the Duke wanted to explain to Logan his limited rights to express such opinions, the prince interrupted him and said that everything was fine. Logan went on to explain that there had been disagreements with Count Bifrost in his fiefdom after resolving issues with whom he could serve the prince. Recalling Count Bifrost, the prince asked if he remembered correctly that he had spoken out in support of the second prince. Logan liked this approach to reasoning and smiled as he looked at the prince. Logan explained that if the prince gave him some time, he would resolve the issue with Bifrost and then help the prince with the restored forces of the McLeans. Having said this, Logan thought that in return, the prince would become his sword in the future struggle. This confidence amused the prince, who, affirming Logan's confidence, noted that this was to be expected from the Duke's sword student. The Duke looked concerned by Logan's words, but Logan calmly awaited the prince's decision with a smile. Agreeing, the prince said that he would prepare a gift for Logan when the time came. After the prince said he would look forward to it, Logan silently held out his hand. A moment later, to confirm their agreement, the prince and the Duke's sword student shook hands. Heading for the exit through a secret passage, the Duke asked Logan what he was thinking when he swore allegiance to the prince. This made Logan think because he expected that this was what his mentor wanted before this meeting. Laughing, Logan asked if he had been too blunt and recalled that he had specified the terms of his assistance, but this did not satisfy the Duke. Logan explained that he was doing this because he trusted the Duke, to which the Duke replied that he had warned him that he could not guarantee anything. Putting his arm around his student's shoulder, Felix noted that he knew that was not all, and told Logan to share his feeling. He added that he might have the tools to help if his student told him. This was unexpected for Logan and made him think about his mentor's words, after which he asked if he believed the queen except for the third prince. Exhaling, the Duke explained that the decision would not be his to make, but the rulers at the moment the decision was made. Looking at the starry sky, Logan noted that there had been a lot of talk and rumors among the people about this. Recalling the Duke's words from his past life, Logan expressed the opinion that the first prince would become a tyrant who would destroy the ruling family. As for the second prince, Logan expressed his view of him as a terrible king who would destroy the country. Shocked, the Duke asked who would dare to say such a thing, and Logan thoughtfully recalled that these were the words of the Duke himself. Ignoring the Duke's question, Logan affirmed that he believed this and said he considered the third prince to be better than the other two, and asked Felix for his opinion. Avoiding a direct answer, Felix began to repeat that his opinion had no decisive influence. However, Logan insisted that he would like to hear his mentor's personal opinion on the matter, regardless of its weight in the decision. Taken aback, the Duke focused his gaze on his student, pondering his response. After a moment, he briefly noted that his opinion coincided with Logan's, which pleased the young man because now he had his mentor's approval. Looking at Felix, Logan understood that even if the seed was only in his thoughts, when something unexpected happened, it would grow. Turning to the Duke, who was deep in thought, Logan said that he should protect the third prince until he came of age. Putting on his hood, the mentor smiled and noted that he had always been curious about Logan, but until now his student had not understood what he was thinking. After this conversation, the student and his mentor, hoods over their heads, went to the secret exit. Recalling the events of the past 2 months, Logan considered his meeting with the king and his agreement with the third prince to be the most important. In addition, he had gained significant resources from his cooperation with the Kiros, which would provide them with supplies during the Civil War. Now it was time for Logan to return home after a long stay in the capital. Logan headed back the same way he came, surrounded by soldiers in a carriage. The soldiers returning from the capital were incredibly happy to have the opportunity to fight the Duke's knights and learn a lot. Looking at the captain, one of the knights asked if that was the greatest benefit of the trip, which he confirmed. After all, the most important result of this trip would be the engagement of the young Master McLean. The captain expressed surprise at the master finding a partner in the capital, to which the soldier replied that he had heard that it happened after the first date. While the soldier asked the captain what he liked about her, Logan sat indifferently in the carriage and listened to them. He mentally replied that it was her strength and fighting skills, but at the same time he was not happy to hear these conversations. Eileen sat with Logan in the carriage and watched her fiancé. Looking at Eileen, Logan realized that he had brought her to use her as a knight, even though they were technically engaged. However, convincing her father of this was still a big problem, as he could not believe that his little daughter would become a knight. The shocked father did not believe that she would be taken away tomorrow, and told Logan that he would cut off his head if he touched her before the wedding. Logan's bride interrupted his thoughts and asked him to keep his promise. Looking at Eileen, Logan was puzzled and asked what she meant by her promise. Before leaving, her father took Eileen's hands and asked his daughter to take care of herself. Recalling this episode, Eileen explained that she could not return to her father without results after traveling such a long way. That is why she asked her fiancé to keep his promise to her. Looking at Eileen's hands, which showed her nervousness about the turn of events, Logan understood her. After all, he knew the feeling of leaving the place where he had lived his entire life since his past. Clearly remembering his expulsion from the castle in his past life, Logan recalled stopping in the middle of the path. Then he took one last look at his family home, which he was leaving for good at that moment. So now he assured the worried girl that he would definitely keep his promise. Satisfied with the answer, Eileen looked out the window and smiled, expressing her hope for a speedy arrival. Logan was also happy and smiled, reassuring his fiancée. He replied that he also had such hopes when the castle from the McLean's territory began to appear before them. The carriage with the bride and groom, accompanied by soldiers guarding it, approached Logan's house along the cobblestone road. Moments after arriving at the entrance, the carriage stopped, and the bride and groom were able to get out. As he approached the castle, Logan saw the silhouettes of his father, stepmother, and younger brother waiting to greet him. Approaching with Eileen, Logan smiled, put his hand on his heart, and said he was back. The shocked family could not believe that Logan had brought a real girl with him. After the host introduced his bride, all the servants were shocked. The soldiers who had gathered at the castle to meet the young master were also impressed by this sudden turn of events. Looking at his son and his bride with a shocked expression, Patrick wondered what to say. The thought that Logan had returned from the capital with a girl clouded his thoughts. After congratulating his son on his return, Patrick asked who the lady next to his son was. With a smile on his face, Logan calmly replied that she was his fiancée, whom he had met in the capital. Those present were shocked and asked the host to repeat that she was indeed his fiancée. A happy Patrick thought about the correctness of his decision to ask the Duke of the Sword for help in finding a partner for his son. While his father was greeting his fiancée, Logan interrupted him and added that she would become part of the Order of Knight. After Logan's words, Eileen greeted him and confirmed that she would serve Patrick as his daughter-in-law and knight, calling him father. This phrase from his daughter-in-law once again stunned Patrick, who was at a loss for words while Ronyan rejoiced at this. An angry Patrick rushed to Logan and asked if he really wanted his bride to become a knight, and what kind of nonsense this was. Heinkel noted that this had never happened before, but asked if anyone could stop the young master. A happy Ronyan welcomed Logan's bride into the family when suddenly he was pinched on the cheek. A moment later, Logan's younger brother was dragged away by his mother, who told him to behave himself. Suddenly, someone approached Eileen and told her to run away from the master. It was Hamar, who said he didn't know what was going on, but explained that Logan would deceive her. While the ordinary workers went about their business, news spread about the young master's latest antics. When asked what it was this time, they reported that a girl would become a knight in the McLean's order and his fiancée. This news was shocking, but the worker replied that the most important thing was that no more mountains needed to be leveled. Upon arriving at the McLean's castle, Eileen immediately went to train with the knightly order. All the knights were surprised by the appearance of this girl, but they stepped aside to make way for her. Shocked, Patrick couldn't believe that this wasn't a joke from his son, to which Logan replied that such things were not to be joked about. Asserting that Eileen was a girl, which had never happened before in the kingdom, Logan confidently replied that they needed useful people. Noting the greater intensity of training at the McLean's for knights, Patrick explained that a noble girl would not be able to withstand it. However, their conversation was interrupted by Eileen's cry as she approached them, saying that she could do anything. Attracting the attention of Patrick and Logan, she asserted that she would dispel all doubts about her abilities. Standing before them with enthusiasm, Eileen explained that she had unique abilities as a woman. After a while, the exhausted Eileen was knocked to the ground, and Logan asked one of the soldiers about her desire to be knighted by others. Without raising her head, Eileen mentally cursed the McLeans for their very difficult training. Noticing how others carried their comrades on their shoulders, she couldn't understand if everyone really had such training. With tears in her eyes and thoughts that some of them had less aura than she did, the girl realized that she did not yet have such strength. Suddenly, she was asked if she regretted what she had encountered, after which she began to grab the ground with her hands. Raising her head sharply, the girl looked at the calm Logan standing next to her and addressing her. Logan understood that they had only 2 months to finish preparing for the war against the Bifrost. He understood that despite his desire to allow Eileen to join them, he did not have time to wait. The girl broke the silence and said that she regretted her slow progress. Looking up, she said she regretted not being ready for this level of training. Confused, Logan did not interrupt his fiancée, who mentioned his promise about Eileen's glory on the battlefield. However, she now understood the other reality in the fulfillment of this promise that she wanted to talk about. Looking up at the apple on the tree above them, Eileen expressed her understanding that the promise could not be kept if she did not try hard. Focusing her gaze on the apple on the tree, she said that she needed to realize that she would have to earn her knightly glory on her own. After the girl's speech, Logan began to smile because she had dispelled his doubts about Eileen. Suddenly, Logan banged his fist on the tree they were standing next to, affirming his promise. Young McLean said he would give the girl a challenge from which she could earn her glory. Looking at the satisfied Eileen with an apple in her hands, he knew that the steel rose would not stop growing because of some trifle. For a week, Logan trained in the art he had learned from the Duke of the Sword. Only traces of rapid movement through space remained from the movements of the performers of the art. The knights pushed off one after another using their new skills and charged forward with their swords raised. At the top of the hill where the knight was flying with his attack stood one of his companions, preparing to repel the attacker. Shouting that the other knight would not easily accomplish his task, the knight on the hill delivered a precise blow with his sword. After being struck on the head with the wooden sword with which the attacker was advancing, he cried out in pain. After delivering the blow in defense, the knight on the hill stood confidently in his place, defending the territory. Instead, the attacking knight was abruptly knocked off the mountain, repelled from his attack by the use of a new art. As he fell from the hill, the fallen knight was caught by Patrick, who happened to be in the right place at the right time after his defeat. Looking around, Patrick noted that Karen was out and now disqualified, which the exhausted fighter agreed with. Watching his fallen comrade, one of the knights said that despite the constant hard training, it was complete madness. When asked who could have thought of this, the second knight mockingly suggested that his comrade guess. It was the young master who was now giving orders to the next fighter to prepare for offensive action. Patrick enthusiastically noted that it was excellent training for the entourage, which was also suitable for practicing defense despite the danger. A moment later, a shout rang out that Eileen Floyd would be next, and she was given the order to prepare. The soldier at the top of the hill quickly got ready after the shout that the next round of training was about to begin. Stepping onto the training field, Eileen looked at the mountain she had to attack while facing the defender. Without hesitation, the girl pushed off the ground using Logan's technique, leaving only a trace behind her. A second after pushing off, Eileen was already rapidly approaching the mountain's defender. Watching the girl's movements, one of the knights marveled at her speed, but his companion agreed that it would not help her. Focusing on the girl, he wanted to recall the specifics of this exercise, but fell silent. Noticing the defender's sharp grip on his sword, the knight below confirmed that this was an exercise in which it was easier to act defensively. While the knights below discussed the need for greater strength in the attacker, Eileen suddenly opened her mouth. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly spat in the face of the defender she was approaching, catching him off guard. Because of this spit, the knight had to cover his eyes to restore his vision, thanks to which Eileen managed to gain time for a successful landing. Not wasting the opportunity and time she had gained, the girl began to swing her sword sharply with an attack. Approaching the defender of the mountain, Eileen delivered an instant blow with her sword. This blow knocked him to the ground, after which she placed her sword on his shoulder as a sign of victory. A moment later, Logan exclaimed with excitement that Eileen Floyd had won the battle. A happy Eileen began to shout with a smile that she had accomplished a difficult task. Shocked, Patrick asked if his son had told him that Eileen was an aristocrat, which Logan confirmed with a smile. When his son asked if he had recognized Eileen, Patrick, recalling her efforts and excellent sword skills, asked how he could think otherwise. The other soldiers rushed around asking if this was possible and saying that they would repeat it, which made Patrick and Logan laugh. Satisfied, Logan looked at his father and thought about the favorable developments in the training of knights and the logistics that Philip was involved in. So he turned to his father with the intention of discussing an important aspect of Logan's thoughts. Patrick calmly looked at Logan after his appeal, waiting for him to speak. Looking intently at his father, Logan said that he needed to discuss something with him. In the territories of other McLean castles, operational work on security continued. Logan's attention was drawn to an appeal from one of the McLean family's financiers. Young Philip reported on the inspection of vacant spaces in the vault, which gave them the opportunity to save a lot, for which he was grateful. In addition, Philip approached Mr. Duane and pointed out the problems in maintaining the city, which were causing delays in salary payments. Philip also took the opportunity to talk to Mr. Farron, informing him about the possibility of cleaning weapons with cheaper materials. After that, Farron asked Duane if he had arrived yesterday, to which he replied that he had come on the orders of the young master to help with management. Looking at the young financier, Duane noted that he had purchased the materials that had arrived and wondered why the master needed them. With these thoughts in mind, Duane tried to understand what would happen next, given the developments. Meanwhile, a shocked Patrick shouted and asked his son if they were really preparing for war. Remembering his son's words that he wanted to talk in person, Patrick asked if that was what it was about. Watching his father's expected reaction, Logan calmly thought about how to explain it correctly. When Patrick asked if Bifrost would soon take action, Logan once again shocked him with the statement that they would become the instigators of war. Closing his eyes, Patrick couldn't believe that his son really had such thoughts about the development of events. Clenching his fist tightly, from which Logan expected a blow, Patrick asked him to first explain his reasoning. Collecting his thoughts, Logan calmly explained that his father knew that Bifrost had not attacked them yet because of his mentor. His son's question about how long the Count would wait for this opportunity made Patrick think. After some thought, Patrick noted that until then, they could build up the strength they currently lacked compared to Bifrost. Logan calmly replied that if he were in the Count's place, he would make sure that this continued. However, Logan did not back down from his opinion and insisted that it was already time to attack. Patrick did not understand what had caused such a sharp change in his son's thinking and turned to him in confusion. Logan stood quietly while his father asked if he knew more and, if so, to tell him about it. Lowering his gaze, Logan asked if his father would believe him if he said that the king would soon die and told him about all the events that would follow. Standing in a daze, Patrick began to ask if Logan really meant what he suspected. Pointing to his son, Patrick asked if he was really planning a coup d'etat, which Logan immediately denied. Suggesting that he think about such a development, Logan asked how events would unfold in that case. After seriously considering this, Patrick stated that problems with the struggle for the throne would begin first. Agreeing with this statement, Logan explained that initially the struggle between two knights, in which Bifrost was an important figure, intensified. When Logan asked what would happen if they started a war with Bifrost at that moment, Patrick replied that they would turn their swords against the second prince. Agreeing with this line of thinking, Logan explained that this was their only chance to fight the Count without external pressure. After all, thanks to Bifrost's fall, Logan's plan would tip the scales in favor of the McLeans. Logan understood that at this moment he would have a chance to bring the third prince into this war. Gripping his sword tightly, Logan continued to insist on his ideas to his father so that he would agree with him. After confirming that his father understood Logan's train of thought, Patrick asked if they could wait for the coronation of one of the princes. Knowing about the McLeans' absorption into the Empire, Logan calmly replied that by that time it would be too late for them. After all, if the first prince won, Bifrost would become his trusted ally. And if the first prince won, the territories of Bifrost would never again belong to him. The second prince was not a big supporter of the development of the Empire's neighboring territories. Because of this, they would not be able to take possession of Bifrost's lands and would not be able to take what rightfully belonged to them. However, this was enough to convince Patrick, who said he understood, even though he had many questions. The first question was how Logan could have known about the king's imminent death, which left the young man at a loss for words. But in a moment, he was stunned by his father's statement that despite these nuances, he believed his son. Looking at his castle, Patrick explained that Logan's past actions were also questionable. This led him to believe that his son seemed to know the future in many ways. Logan stood listening attentively to his father, who pointed out that perhaps his son was in a situation where he couldn't tell others much. Therefore, Patrick wanted to ask one more question, after which he did not intend to ask for additional information. Patrick thought about the key figures in the development of the McLean's territories, one of whom was Heinkel and his squad. The sudden appearance of Eileen in Logan's life and her becoming a knight were not left out of this train of thought. In addition, there was Ronian, who was rapidly developing and receiving the best equipment for this. The best dwarf was present in this development, creating incredible things for his masters at Logan's command. The question was whether everything Logan did and everything he planned to do was for this purpose. This question from his father made Logan pause for a moment to think about the truth. After a moment, he stated that his only goal had always been the prosperity of their family and nothing more. Satisfied with this answer, Patrick did not know how complete it was, but he smiled without expressing distrust. Turning away from his son, Patrick said he believed Logan and noted that he would convince the board advisors himself. Confused, Logan asked if his father was sure he could handle it on his own, to which his father smiled and asked if he didn't believe in his old man. Despite his son's doubts, Patrick told him not to worry and to trust him, saying that he would handle it as Logan's father. A few days after convening the family members, Patrick announced that they would start a war before the new year. This news came as a shock to those present, who jumped up from their seats to express their disagreement. However confident in his statements, Patrick did not give in to the opinions of the crowd. First of all, he reminded everyone of the humiliating loss of their lands, which was the first blow to the dissenters. In addition, the ruler mentioned the assassination attempt on the young Lord Bifrost, which was also a compelling argument. Finally, Patrick pointed out the enormous danger, which was a key argument for many. After all, everyone now understood that this danger was not exhaustive and understood the need to start a war. The death of the king could not be mentioned, so Patrick decided to play on emotions. Watching his father, Logan understood that it was necessary to move forward, whatever the cost. 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, war horses were lined up in military units. At the head of an army of soldiers from various branches of the military, Patrick went to war with his sons. Leading the attack, Patrick urged his subjects to advance confidently. The horses under the soldiers reared up and neighed at the sudden movements of their riders. Without delay, the soldiers rapidly advanced under the shouts of their leader and ruler. Before the start of the direct confrontation in advance, Logan and his father exchanged focused glances. Patrick looked intently at Logan, his mind filled with many thoughts that troubled him. Moving forward, Logan focused his gaze on his father's attentive gaze. Earlier, his father had asked his son if he had a plan, as he had to think through his strategy before declaring war. Confirming this, Logan explained that so far they had no choice but to launch a full-scale direct attack on Bifrost. Patrick froze in shock when Logan explained that because of this, they would not declare war on the Count. However, raising his finger enthusiastically, Logan began to smile, noting that there was another development. As the McLean troops approached, one of the servants ran to his master in terror and shouted at him. He quickly explained that the McLeans had declared war, wanting to avenge the humiliation of 6 months ago. Max Pareda froze in shock when he was told that the McLeans had declared war on them. Sweat began to pour from his face as the Lord could not believe the reality of this turn of events and asked what kind of nonsense this was. However, at that moment, Logan was already rapidly advancing with his army towards the Paray land. Upon learning of the McLeans' declaration of war against the Parays, Bifrost indifferently inquired about it. One of his knights confirmed this, mentioning the Parays' request for help and asking how he would respond, to which he began to laugh. Noting that they were fools, Bifrost explained that he had barely restrained himself because of the Duke of the Sword, but now they had given him a reason. Enthusiastically assessing their strength, the Count knew that their military power was twice as great, depending on the truth of the rumors about the crossbows. At that moment, 2 knights stood behind the Count, ready to carry out his orders. Glancing at his subjects and turning to Aslan and Franz, Bifrost asked if the preparations were complete. The Knight of the Moonlight and his companion confirmed that everything had been prepared as planned. After hearing this news, Bifrost gave the order to his subjects to prepare for war. Bifrost eagerly noted that they would destroy the Parays when they were drunk with their victory over the McLeans and bring them down from heaven to earth. Meanwhile, Patrick, at the head of one of the detachments, was rapidly advancing towards the Paretov territory. Heinkel turned and reported that at this rate, they would reach the Paretov castle within a day. Taking the reins of his horse in his hands, Patrick noted that it was perfect because it was time for them to change direction. Frightened, Paray couldn't calm down while staying in his castle, which made his legs shake. Biting his hands, Max Paray couldn't understand why his rescuers weren't coming to his aid. At that moment, one of the soldiers ran up to the master and reported news about the McLean's army, whose direction of movement he immediately began to inquire about. Pausing to catch his breath, the soldier began to report to the Lord. An unexpected turn of events was that the McLean army, which was rapidly advancing on the Paretov territory, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Shocked, Paray asked what this meant, while Patrick, at the head of the army, turned back from the direct direction of advance. The soldier explained that the attacking army was not in Paray's territory, but in Bifrost. Upon hearing this news, an enraged Bifrost realized that the McLeans had deliberately bypassed their first castle and headed straight for the second. Changing direction abruptly, Logan advanced rapidly with his comrades to Tomoto Castle in Bifrost's territory. Stopping in front of their destination and looking around, Logan noted that this was indeed the place, which was confirmed by Heinkel. Looking at Tomoto Castle, Heinkel noted that it was Bifrost's second castle, where a huge grain storehouse was located. It was the famous Tomoto Castle, behind whose walls the subjects of Bifrost lived their active lives. Heinkel remembered that most of Bifrost's supplies were stored here, and in the event of an occupation, they would suffer long-term consequences. However, looking at the owner who remained calm, the commander had some doubts about the consequences. He asked if they could win by simply occupying this castle from Bifrost's territory. At that moment, Patrick approached the son and commander of the order just as Logan was making a pertinent remark. While Logan replied that they would stop there for now, Patrick began to recall their discussion of the development of the war. Logan had previously explained to him that they would declare war on the Parays, but their real target was the Bifrost castle of Tomodo. At first, Patrick could not understand his son's train of thought and how this could be accomplished in the future. So Patrick asked if his son wanted to lure Bifrost out using the Parays, which Logan confirmed, with the intention of capturing Tomodo Castle. However, Patrick had doubts because he remembered that, in any case, they would not even have 2 days before meeting them. Despite these doubts, Logan explained that they just needed to hold out until the king's death. Patrick definitely did not expect such a plan from Logan and was shocked, opening his mouth in anticipation of an explanation. The young man calmly explained that all the aristocrats would be ordered to attend the funeral regardless of their affairs and circumstances. According to Logan's reasoning, this would be an urgent and fundamental reason to stop the war. Continuing his reasoning, Patrick noted that in case of violation of this order, Bifrost would be declared a traitor to the royal family. However, Patrick still had doubts about the exact date of the king's death that Logan had mentioned, so he asked if he was sure. But Logan confidently confirmed his words about the accuracy of the date, because from his past life he knew that he would never forget that day. Before New Year's Day, in the midst of the celebrations, the king's death would be announced. Now, standing in front of Tomodo Castle, which Logan needed to occupy, he remembered these moments and counted the 2 days remaining until this event. Meanwhile, at Tomodo Castle, one of the guards was angrily and loudly swearing. The commander of the Tomodo Castle guard, the high-ranking knight Jerome, angrily asked where the attackers had come from. His brother, who was his assistant and a high-level knight, Jericho, calmed his brother down and reported that they had reported to the main castle. After listening to his brother, who took him by the shoulder, Jerome instantly calmed down and looked at him calmly, lost in thought. Looking at the attacking enemies, Jerome said with regret that there were 3,000 soldiers. In addition, there were about 200 knights, after counting which Jerome asked how they would hold out. A nervous Jerome pointed out that it was difficult to defend the Tomodo Castle, but his brother calmly explained that they would be able to hold out if they worked together. Recalling the 3 high-ranking knights, Jericho claimed that they would justify their status, with which Jerome agreed. At that moment, Patrick, at the head of the army, intervened in the course of events and addressed all the forces. This cry from below the castle attracted the attention of the brothers, who froze in anticipation of their opponent's actions. In an instant, the order was given for everyone to advance together, after which the soldiers instantly rushed to attack the castle. Kaisalon, at the head of a detachment of former mercenaries armed with crossbows, advanced together with the general forces. At the head of the entire first line of attack was Logan, who was smiling as he prepared to confront Bifrost's forces. After a sharp movement with the enemy's advance on Bifrost's forces defending the castle, the order was given to take aim, after which the archers entered the fray. The attacking McLeans also received the order to prepare, after which the soldiers with crossbows instantly readied their weapons. Without delay, the McLeans were ordered to fire their weapons at the castle they were attacking. Flaming arrows flew toward the attacked castle, targeting the soldiers guarding it from above. A large number of arrows rapidly approached the defensive forces of the attacked castle of Bifrost. Shocked, Jerome froze in surprise, mentally noting the tremendous speed of the approaching arrows. However, one of the first arrows that flew towards the castle walls was easily deflected and fell to the ground without causing any damage. In an instant, dozens of arrows that reached the castle walls hit them and began to fall to the ground without causing significant damage. Puzzled, Jerome realized that despite his concerns about the speed of the arrows, they did not have the power to overcome the walls. This gave him hope and enthusiasm for possible survival in the confrontation for one day until the arrival of additional forces. Without delay, he ordered his archers, who were standing ready to shoot, to fire sharply in response. A stream of arrows from the castle walls instantly rushed toward the attacking McLean forces, who were unable to inflict damage with their weapons. The sudden stream of arrows was unexpected for the McLean soldiers, whose horses were injured by the shots. Kaisalon noted that this was the maximum range of the bows, with which Logan agreed, adding that the same was true for crossbows and their power. However, when asked by Kaisalon if they would stop shooting, Logan disagreed and explained that they should keep everything under control. In addition, Logan mentioned the number of arrows that Hamar had made, which was more than enough, to which Kaisalon asked him to give the gnome more time off. Without losing his positive attitude, Logan looked around and wanted to explain what would happen next. He turned to Mr. Clayton, who had been standing next to him all this time, and mentioned his request to the wizard. Looking around, Clayton smiled and said that he did not think they would have to participate in the war. After that, he turned to his young followers and urged them to follow him to complete their tasks. The arrows continued to hit the castle wall and fell to the ground without causing any significant damage. A nervous Jerome asked what they were doing, since it was not achieving any result except wasting arrows. While his brother was wondering what they could be thinking, Jerome stood frozen by the sharp sound. His frightened brother began to ask what the sound was, to which the other replied that even the ground was shaking from it. In a moment, stone golem hands began to form near the walls, created by wizards led by Clayton. Having gained strength, the golems immediately began to strike with their fists, shaking everything around them. Shocked and terrified, the brothers looked down, wondering what threat had appeared before them. Jerome asked if what had appeared was really a real golem in the attacking forces of the McLeans. This raised alarming thoughts about the defense, that there were even wizards in the army. However, keeping his cool and watching the golem, Jericho asked what it was doing. Before the war began, Logan visited the magic tower located in the McLean's territory under Clayton's leadership. The bewildered wizard then asked if the young master really intended to use golems in the war. Confirming this desire, Logan explained that golems could protect soldiers from arrows or easily remove enemies from the road. In addition, Logan noted that they would provide mana stones if necessary, which shocked Clayton, who asked if this battle was so important. However, after thinking it over, the senior wizard explained that what Logan was asking for was not possible. This puzzled and surprised Logan, who began to ask questions about it. Reaching out his hand, Logan began to mention the mana stones again, but Clayton interrupted him and explained that they were not the issue. The wizard confidently pointed out the main aspect for Clayton, which was their lives. Standing in a daze, Logan did not know how to respond to the wizard's statement about doubts regarding participation in the confrontation. In response to the host's doubts and questions about this, Clayton confirmed it and began to recall a fact that few people knew. During the confrontation, the golems receive a certain amount of damage depending on the blows inflicted on them. The enemy's forces may be significantly weaker, but there were consequences after inflicting a certain amount of damage on the golem. Clayton explained that after a certain amount of damage, it is transferred from the golem to its summoner. Confused, Logan froze in shock while the wizard explained that they were trying to do something about it and fix it. Taking the scientific work in his hands, the wizard began to explain the subtleties that influenced the predicted course of events. Suddenly, a distraught Logan began to cry, losing hope for his army of golems, while the wizard asked if he was listening. Observing the reaction of his upset master, Clayton pondered what could be done to satisfy him. So he noted that he had a proposal that caught the attention and calmed the young master, who regained hope. Doubting the correctness of his actions, the wizard exhaled calmly, mentally preparing himself for confrontation in the war. After all, now the first Golgols had entered into direct confrontation with their enemies, and were preparing to destroy the wall. Destroying everything in their path, the wizard's golems advanced to capture the castle wall. Under the leadership of Clayton and his assistants, 2 golems gathered stones around them for their fortification. In a moment, only traces of raised sections remained on the ground, creating small hills with cracks. One of the brothers on the wall, noting that he could not see any enemies, concluded that the golems had gone underground with the enemy wizards. Noticing that the enemies had stopped shooting, Jerome asked what they were up to and whether they planned to dig a tunnel under the wall. Jericho told his brother to calm down and watch the developments in the confrontation more closely. Pointing to the setting sun, which meant that it would soon be dark, he explained that reinforcements would arrive before the giants got to them. Clinging to any hope, Jerome enthusiastically said that they just needed to wait. Suddenly, the wall around them began to shake violently, and a powerful force spread over the soldiers on it. The soldiers next to the brothers lost their balance from the sudden movements that their territory was subjected to. Looking around in horror, the frightened Jericho began to explain the situation with the walls. Sweat poured from his face, and the soldier clenched his teeth in confusion at the turn of events. Turning to his older brother, he asked what the chances were that the walls would collapse. However, Jerome confidently replied that this was not possible with their castle's protective walls. But Jericho remained confused and asked how he could say that, given how the walls were shaking. Shocked by his brother's statement that they should not leave, Jericho asked what would happen if the walls collapsed. Looking at the enemies who were keeping their distance from the walls, he asked why they were not attacking and claimed that they were definitely plotting something against them. Despite his brother's anxiety and nerves, Jerome remained calm as he watched him. Angered by his brother's indifferent reaction, Jericho clenched his fists, preparing to take personal action to solve the problem. Jerome only sighed indifferently at his brother's cries that they should attack with a strike force and personal combat. Remembering that Jericho was now a commander who could not go anywhere, his brother asked a couple of knights to let him deal with the problem himself. Confused, Jericho did not know what to say, instantly calming his concerns about the walls being knocked down. After agreeing to this, Jerome looked at the enemies below and thought that his brother would finally calm down. Looking at the flag hanging on the castle they were guarding, Jerome noted that his brother was too quick to get nervous. A small detachment of Bifrosa's soldiers was heading through the forest, following one of the brothers in charge of the defense. Looking up at the sky, one of the subjects noted that the sun was already rising, to which Jerome replied that there was nothing they could do about it. According to their plan, it would be easy to bypass the attacking enemies from the south side of the forest and launch a surprise attack. Upon reaching the desired stopping point, the commander of the detachment began to stop, marking the destination. Looking at the McLean soldiers who were not far away, Jerome thought of the usual 5 knights. However, his attention was drawn to one of the McLean's forces, who exuded a completely different level of strength and power. Focusing on Heinkel, Jerome felt that he was a high-ranking knight like himself. Gripping his sword tighter, Jerome thought that the McLeans could not have high-ranking knights, and that destroying him would turn the situation in their favor. One of the military subjects turned to Jerome and asked if he was planning to attack, as it was obvious that this was a trap. However, ready for confrontation, Jerome asked what would happen if they did since they couldn't turn back. The commander's assertion that it was necessary to deal with these forces first did not please the soldiers under his command. The soldier, breathing heavily with anger, knew that they were worried about Jerome, who had been anxious since the beginning of the invasion of their territory. At the same time, Jerome himself, preparing for his actions, had his brother's safety in mind. They were special because they had become high-ranking knights from an ordinary family, which made them honorary defenders of the second castle. Perhaps it was because of their past, but Jerome's brother always worried that his position as commander would be taken away from him. Mistakes in his development and loss of self-control were the least of his problems. His brother's reputation among the knights was falling, and even his attempts to help had limits, and this battle could be their only chance. Believing that this battle must be won at any cost, Jerome advanced with his brothers and urged them to attack. One of the soldiers from the McLean army turned around in confusion and was caught off guard by the enemy's attack from behind. Noticing the enemy's attack, he began to retreat, shouting that they were under attack. Jerome was also stunned by the unexpected reaction of the enemy, who, shouting about an ambush, fled from their forces. Watching the enemy's movements, Jerome wondered if they were really running into the tunnel. He was surprised that, despite having significant forces, the enemy had thoughtlessly begun to flee from them. Saying that it was probably a trap for them, Jerome clenched his jaws in anger. With the intention of breaking through the enemy's defenses and launching an attack, Jerome gripped his sword more tightly in his hand due to the tension. However, casting aside all doubts, he was the first to rush after the fugitives and urged his subjects to catch up. Despite their understanding that these actions were wrong, the soldiers followed their commander, carrying out his orders. Leading the detachment, Jerome showed confidence and focus on pursuing the enemies. Suddenly, an arrow rushed toward Jerome, who continued to ride forward. Thanks to his timely sense of impending danger, Jerome turned his head away, avoiding being hit. Feeling the pain from the arrow cut, Jerome wondered if this was why the enemies rushed into the tunnel to shoot at them from the darkness. Instead, these arrows angered him even more, and he began to curse their use against him. On the contrary, they gave him the strength to continue the attack, thinking that they would not be able to destroy a knight of such high rank as him. The arrows continued to hit and fly around Jerome, who ignored the hits and continued to move forward. He smiled enthusiastically, thinking that he needed to continue dodging the hits. However, Jerome could not take into account the possibility of hitting the horse he was riding. The knight was not prepared for his horse to be hit, and it reared up and began to neigh in pain from the arrow strike. In an instant, the horse Jerome was riding in the attack fell to the ground in pain, throwing the knight off. Once on the ground, Jerome's attention was drawn to a bright light that appeared in front of him, in the middle of the cave. Meanwhile, arrows continued to fly around him, knocking down horses and wounding soldiers from his squad. Focusing on the light in front of him and sensing its approach, Jerome cursed silently, realizing the difficulty of his position. He knew he couldn't help the ordinary knights who couldn't withstand the arrows, so he ordered those who could to move forward. Using his power to protect himself from being hit, Jerome gradually advanced through the cave. Advancing with a small group of knights, Jerome assessed the high chances of victory if the enemy knights were destroyed. Suddenly, Clayton appeared in the middle of the cave and, noticing the approaching enemies, gave orders to his subjects. After the chief wizard shouted for an earthen wall to appear, stones began to fall from the cave ceiling. They were aimed at the advancing knights and took the enemies by surprise, who were stunned and did not know what to do. In a moment, one of Jerome's subjects reported that their retreat from the cave had been blocked. Looking back at the exit that was blocked, Jerome did not know what to do next, so he froze in place. At that very moment, Clayton, assessing the situation, shouted an order to his subjects about the flood. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jerome's knights began to change into a thick liquid. Shocked, Jerome began to ask what kind of a magic this was, noting that the ground had suddenly turned into a swamp. From the side of the shocked knights and Jerome, a horseman began to approach, remembering the death of horses from arrows. Focusing on the approach of one of his opponents, Jerome clenched his jaws in anger, not knowing what to say. Approaching the bewildered enemies, Heinkel enthusiastically stated that there was no way back for them. Heinkel suggested that in that case they should have some fun, approaching the shocked Jerome at the head of the detachment. Realizing his victory through the use of force, Heinkel approached with a smile, preparing for an easy confrontation. Watching the enemy forces approach, Jerome realized that his mission had failed. Breathing heavily, he hoped for the maximum rescue of their troops while he held back the enemies. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the side, addressing the boys, and Jerome once again froze with shock on his face. He quickly realized that the immediate danger to them was coming from above in the form of falling rocks. While Jerome could not believe this turn of events, Logan, remaining above ground, prepared for the next orders. In a moment, the young master called on the army to rush into the attack, which they immediately began to carry out with enthusiasm for the fight. Heading towards Tomoto Castle, Logan prepared for a good fight alongside his father. Jericho, who remained on the castle's defensive wall and watched the enemy's sudden attack, froze in shock. Remembering his brother who had gone to attack the enemies, Jericho realized what had happened and cursed angrily. Prior to this attack, Clayton had mentioned his proposal for solving the problem with the golems in a conversation with the young master. His idea was to have the golems dig a hole to knock down the castle walls, as the supports beneath them would be easy to destroy. This gave Logan additional thoughts about a safe distance for the golems and enough time to reach the castle walls. Logan fell silent and immersed himself in his thoughts about how to respond to the wizard's proposal to use the golems. At that moment, Logan had an idea to lure the enemies into the underground tunnel. Clayton understood that this was the master's way of redirecting the enemy's forces. When the wizard asked if the master was sure that the enemies would follow, Logan explained that one tunnel would not be enough. Therefore, Logan wanted Clayton to create a real earthquake at the site of the confrontation. The bewildered wizard explained that magic could not create a real earthquake, but this did not bother Logan. He noted that it was necessary to elicit some kind of reaction from the enemies to the events taking place underground, regardless of what that reaction might be. It was after surveying the enemies around that Logan gave the order to attack the castle walls as they had planned with the wizard, and now one of the castle's guard brothers was cursing on the defensive walls as the McLean army approached. Feeling the ground shaking beneath his feet, Jericho couldn't believe why this was happening now, when his brother wasn't around. Nervously biting his finger, the knight thought that this was probably what the enemies had been counting on. Suddenly, Jerome appeared in Jericho's memory, who had long told him that he was too prone to panic. Angry, Jericho still did not understand what to do, even while restraining his panic, especially in the absence of his brother. Pulling himself together, Jericho turned to his subjects who were defending the wall with him and shouted for them to open fire on the enemies. Next to him were several soldiers armed with bows and arrows. At the commander's shout, the archers began firing to prevent the enemies from advancing. A stream of arrows instantly set out to destroy the enemies approaching the castle wall. The first to be at risk was young McLean, who was approaching the wall with Eileen on horseback. Noticing the arrows flying, Ronyan and Eileen calmly focused their gaze on them, preparing to counter the danger. Without panicking, they only gripped the ropes they were holding onto more tightly as they approached on their galloping horses. They did not change their course, but calmly continued onward, risking being hit by arrows. Focusing on their progress, Eileen and Ronyan continued to move forward rapidly. In an instant, the horses stopped abruptly and jumped up before reaching the wall. Leaving the horses on the ground and using his skills to move, Ronyan pushed off the ground and rushed to the top of the wall. Eileen was moving ahead of him, also using the art of rapid movement she had learned. As she climbed, Eileen remembered her many months of training this movement on a high cliff. Having perfected her precise movements during that period, Eileen easily pushed off the wall and moved upward. In a moment, having climbed high enough, they jumped over the wall, swinging their swords in preparation for an attack. The shocked knight standing on the defensive wall could not believe such a sudden appearance of enemies over their territory. As she advanced, Eileen enthusiastically said that the rock on which she had been training all this time was much higher than this obstacle. The bewildered enemy knights, noticing Eileen, only had time to shout their surprise that a girl was attacking them. Swinging her sword as she approached the enemy knights, Eileen was confident that she would earn her knightly glory in this confrontation. Thanks to her lightning speed, she instantly struck one of the knights standing in front of her. The shocked knight, who had been struck by Eileen's sword, only managed to utter a curse against the girl. After striking with her sword, Eileen was left with traces of blood from the defeated enemy. Having destroyed her first opponent in reality, Eileen paused for a moment before her next actions, lost in thought. At that moment, another enemy knight suddenly appeared behind her and immediately began to swing his sword at the girl. Sensing the approaching danger, Eileen froze in shock, remaining where she was. She abruptly turned toward the enemy knight and saw him swing his sword at her, which would be difficult for her to resist. A sharp sword, already stained with drops of blood, was rapidly approaching her. However, the sword stopped just in front of her face without injuring the shocked girl. This sword was not aimed at her, but at the knight who had wounded her companion from behind, taking the enemy by surprise. Shocked, Eileen froze in shock at her timely rescue from destruction by the enemy knight. Looking at the frozen girl, Ronyan, who had saved her, addressed her as a sister and urged her to gather her strength. Confused, Eileen couldn't say a word and couldn't understand if she was just scared. She felt that for the first time she understood what it was like to stand on the battlefield after destroying her first enemy. Gathering her thoughts, Eileen clenched her fist, preparing to continue the fight with greater caution. Suddenly, she punched herself in the face, which puzzled Ronyan, who turned to her questioningly. A moment later, she began to apologize to Ronyan for showing her negative side on the battlefield. She also thanked him, which stunned Ronyan with the emotions that filled him at the moment. He watched the knight's mood change as she became serious again about destroying her enemies. This pleased Ronyan, who silently smiled as he looked at her, waiting for the battle to continue. Turning around and moving on, Ronyan remembered the rumors that she wanted to gain military glory in this confrontation. With a smile, Ronyan stood and enthusiastically noted that he also had the same desire as Eileen. He explained that he wanted to contribute to their victory and become stronger for further development. In his mind, he had Victor, about whom he noted that he did not want to yield to someone who was rapidly increasing his strength. Listening to young McLean's speech, Eileen smiled with admiration during a moment of calm in the confrontation. In a moment, they stood back to back with Ronyan, preparing to repel the attack of enemy knights from different sides. Gathering his will to win, Ronyan enthusiastically shouted the call to move forward. Picking up on her brother's mood, Eileen also shouted this. preparing for a victorious confrontation. Without hesitation, they rushed with attacks in different directions against the enemy knights surrounding them. Approaching the wall where Ronyan and Eileen were already standing, Logan froze in his tracks. Looking up, he noted to himself that his relatives were too absorbed in their confrontation with the enemies. He did not understand when Ronyan had managed to become a knight of the middle rank, and noticed that he had a new sword, which made Logan proud. However, Logan was concerned because he knew it was too early to be so aggressive, as high-ranking knights could come for Ronyan and Eileen. To even the odds, he began to push himself off the ground to climb up the wall, where his brother and his fiancée were already standing. In a moment, his horse was left standing alone on the ground after its rider's sudden upward movement. Logan was the most skilled in the new art, which allowed him to move upward instantly. The first thing he saw were two enemy knights who froze in shock when they noticed such a sudden enemy approaching them. With a sharp movement, Logan quickly landed in front of the two knights to easily deal with his enemy. Without hesitation, he fired shots of flame with his sword, using the power of the art. Standing frozen in fear, one of the knights cried out in terror, his body shaking before Logan. Gripping his sword more tightly, Logan confidently began to raise it, spreading his power and the flames from it onto the knight. Delivering a confident blow to the knight from the side, Logan realized that he needed to draw more attention from his enemies. However, Logan's thoughts about his next move were interrupted by his father's shouts to the Knights of Bifrost. Approaching the enemy forces, Patrick raised his sword sharply in his hand, demonstrating his strength. With his sword raised, the elder McLean announced his name and status to indicate his leadership of the army. Quickly advancing to the top of the defensive wall, he told the knights to try to escape if they could. At that moment, he was simultaneously destroying the enemy knights around him one by one. After easily destroying most of the knights around him, Patrick's attention was drawn to a confident movement against him from the side. It was Jerome who, having seized the opportunity, instantly struck Patrick with his sword. Thanks to his lightning-fast reaction, Patrick managed to notice him and counter the attack of the high-ranking enemy knight with his sword. Using all his strength, Jericho shouted at Patrick and said he would take his head. Holding back Jerome's powerful attack, Patrick recognized that it was the commander of the castle's defense who had spoken. Looking at the enemy, Jerome tried not to pay attention to McLean's higher rank, as he had only recently acquired it. Continuing to press Patrick with his sword, Jerome told himself that he could handle his opponent. After repelling the first attack of the castle's defense commander, Patrick calmly waited with his sword raised for the confrontation to continue. However, in order to regroup and change his attack, Jerome retreated, thinking that everything would work out for him. While Jerome was busy encouraging himself, Patrick delivered a powerful circular blow using his aura with force. After this blow, Jerome was instantly knocked to the ground, shocked by such an attack from the enemy, against which he could do nothing. After delivering the blow, Patrick stood calmly in place while the enemy's head flew backward. Jericho stood on the top of the wall and watched from the ground, having arrived too late to confront the enemies. He stood still when suddenly his brother's severed head fell at his feet from above. The bewildered knight turned to Jericho and asked what the golden flash he had noticed a few moments ago was. However, in a moment he realized what the flash was and froze in shock, saying nothing. Gazing at the severed head of his brother, Jericho called out Jerome's name and asked how this could have happened. Looking up from where his brother's head had flown, Jericho noticed Patrick McLean. Clamping his jaws together in anger, Jericho couldn't say anything, even though he was overwhelmed with emotion. While Jericho stood frozen in shock at the realization of his brother's death, cries for reinforcements rushing to the rescue echoed around him. Noticing Jericho, the knights asked him about his return from the tunnel amid calls for resistance and news of help. Jericho shouted that he would take command while one of the knights nearby tried to restrain him. He urged the soldiers to fight to the end so that the deaths of their comrades would not be meaningless and senseless. At that moment, Logan McLean appeared from the side and, using his skills, rapidly approached Jericho. Not expecting such a sudden appearance of the enemy, Jericho stood still, having no time to retreat. Approaching the high-ranking enemy knight, Logan asked if he was blinded by anger. Noticing the approach of the young McLean and pointing at him, the enraged Jericho addressed him with insults. Ignoring Jericho's cries that he would kill all the McLeans, Logan rushed towards him. In a moment, he was right in front of Jericho, who had no way to resist the enemy's approach. Jericho's eyes showed shock, and he asked in confusion how Logan had managed to get so close so quickly. Logan lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow with his sword, then stepped back for a moment. Shocked, Jericho began to fall to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, having received a serious wound. After striking the blow, Logan turned to his fallen enemy and said that he would be the only one to die here. A couple of horses approached the defensive wall where the McLean's army had taken up positions. While Logan was busy with organizational matters within the castle's defenses, he was abruptly addressed. Turning around, Logan noticed Heinkel, who had arrived with Clayton. A delighted Logan said he was glad to see the wizard alive after the confrontation, for which Heinkel thanked him. Addressing the host, Heinkel mentioned the two knights who had managed to escape, but Logan replied that he should not worry about it. A moment later, Logan began to turn his head, attracting the attention of the puzzled Heinkel. Young McLean's gaze was fixed on the flag of their house, which was being raised above the captured castle. Heinkel and Clayton, pleased, watched with excitement and expressed their satisfaction with the news. In response to their master's praise, the wizard and the captain of the order smiled and said that they had done almost nothing. However, Logan suddenly grabbed Clayton by the shoulder, who instantly froze in shock at his master's movement. Confused, Clayton turned to Logan, who replied seriously that he had one more request for the wizard. Not understanding where the master was going with this conversation, the shocked Clayton asked what he was talking about. Logan had an idea to create a large reservoir around the castle with the help of the wizard's magic, which he asked him to do. Trying to smile, Logan pointed out that this had to be done before the enemies arrived. In a few moments, the powers of all the wizards present were directed toward creating the reservoir that the master had requested around the castle walls. The exhausted wizards fell to the ground, unable to complete the task. Satisfied, Logan noted with enthusiasm that the wizards had not only surrounded the castle with a moat, but had also repaired the walls. Continuing to praise the wizards, Logan noted that earth magic was unmatched by other types of magic. However, Clayton himself, lowering his head, said wearily that the master was praising him too much. Tears flowed from Clayton's eyes with sadness, and he wondered if their magic was turning into a specialization in construction. Leaving the wizards to rest, Logan looked beyond the walls of the castle on which he stood. Assessing the moat, which was 5 meters wide and deep, Logan estimated that even a knight would have difficulty crossing it. Noticing the soldiers nearby pouring oil on the walls, Logan ordered them to use it sparingly to stop the enemy's advance. Lunch was approaching, and Logan's army was awaiting the arrival of additional forces from Bifrost, which did indeed happen. A huge army was rapidly advancing on Tomoto Castle from other parts of Bifrost's domain. Noticing their approach, Logan began to smile, thinking that they had arrived just in time. With the rapid advance of the enemies, cries and calls to prepare for battle rang out from the defensive wall of Tomoto Castle. As they approached the castle, Bifrost's forces, who were advancing on horseback, began to stop their horses. Awaiting the approach of the enemy troops, Logan, along with his father and Heinkel, stood at the edge of the wall, surveying Bifrost's forces. Stopping in front of the castle, the army led by Bifrost and the Knight of the Moonlight awaited orders on how to proceed. Focusing his gaze on the Count at the head of the army, Logan remembered the king's death at midnight. Gazing at his family's flag above the captured castle, the young McLean intended to stand there until evening. Noticing a detail on the captured castle from his lance, a shocked Bifrost froze and asked what was happening. The enraged Count asked McLean if he really dared to raise his flag on his castle and ruin the surrounding area. Remembering Jerome and Jericho, who were defending this castle, and asking about them, the Knight of the Moonlight expressed the opinion that they had been destroyed. Laughing, Bifrost realized that this was precisely why the enemies had managed to dig a moat, and began to curse the brothers who were responsible for defending Tomoto. A moment later, Bifrost turned to Aslan, who was standing behind him, eagerly awaiting his chance. Aslan was a very fast knight, whom Bifrost asked about the enemy's forces, noting the number of soldiers on the McLean side. He also added that the enemy had a high-ranking lord, and that there were earth mages among their ranks. Smiling, the Count suggested that the enemy had prepared a secret weapon for this confrontation. The lord's question about the predicted outcome made the knight think. However, in a moment, he began to smile, stating that he expected a confident and crushing victory for their forces. Surveying Bifrost's army, Patrick noted that their numbers exceeded 5,000. In addition, Bifrost's forces included powerful wizards who were already preparing for the start of the confrontation and their participation in it. Focusing on the estimated strength of the enemy and possible developments, Patrick stood silently in thought. In addition to the sorcerers, Patrick noted Aslan, who had extraordinary speed, and the Knight of the Moonlight. Observing his father's reaction, Logan suspected that he was nervous about the difference in strength between their side and their opponents. Suddenly, the calm in the castle was broken by a loud sound, addressing the McLean's forces, which shocked Logan. The confused knights covered their ears while Logan, realizing the use of force, gave the order to prepare to open fire on the enemy. Bifrost continued his address to the enemies and threatened to destroy the McLeans with his own hands. After that, the Count gave the order to his soldiers to rush into the attack, which they immediately began to carry out with shouts. Summoning their will to fight, Bifrost's soldiers advanced rapidly on horseback, swinging their swords. Logan immediately noted the attack of the enemies without shields, to which Heinkel asked if they were really so confident in themselves. Focusing his thoughts on the enemy's attack, Logan said that they needed to find out. In a moment, the order to attack was given, and the first shots from the McLean's crossbows began to ring out. The arrows instantly approached the enemies who were advancing on horseback without shields to the wall. However, suddenly a barrier formed in front of the unprotected soldiers, preventing the arrows from hitting their bodies. The knights of Bifrost's army knew about the peculiarity of their protection, which completely destroyed the arrows attacking them. The enemy's resistance to the arrows stunned Logan and Heinkel, who began to shout about it. Instead, the enemy knights, filled with enthusiasm for the assault, continued to advance confidently. While the main forces of the army rushed to attack the walls of Bifrost's castle, the commanders remained behind. The military's defense was made possible by wizards who actively used magic for their army's forces. Watching the advance of his troops with excitement, Bifrost said that it did not matter how good the enemy's specific weapons were. Angry and desperate, Logan realized that because the crossbows had been weakened by magic, they would be useless against the knights. In an instant, Logan gave the order for the soldiers to aim at the enemies, and for the knights to go to their designated places and prepare for battle, which they immediately began to do. Logan's call was to destroy the enemy's heads before they could climb the castle walls. While Logan was gathering his thoughts on how to defeat the enemy forces, Franz launched an attack with the main forces of the army. Together with the Knight of the Moonlight, Aslan advanced toward the walls of the captured castle, eager for battle. Preparing his sword for the start of the confrontation and looking down, Logan wondered how the enemies would try to attack. Suddenly, one of the knights from Bifrost's army, who was approaching on horseback, jumped up and abruptly disappeared. Only the horse remained in place, continuing to move forward for some time. Using his lightning speed, Aslan moved toward the wall of the castle captured by the enemy. He was happy before the start of the confrontation, from which he expected only victory. Before his rise to prominence, Aslan was referred to as a dwarf, who was ridiculed for his aspirations to become a knight. Charming ladies, laughing at the man's short stature, called him a monkey who would never achieve anything. Aslan's appearance always attracted attention, with his long arms and short stature. However, at a certain point, he gathered his courage and, ignoring those around him, made extraordinary efforts to become an advanced knight. Now, when attacking his enemies, Aslan would say with excitement that he was no longer the victim. But the Knight Bifrost's rapid advance was halted by a phenomenon in front of him that caught his attention. Noticing oil on the castle walls, Aslan thought that it had been done deliberately by his enemies to deter their attack. Aslan was confident in his abilities and thought that this would not hinder his progress upward. The first to stand in the way of the swift knight at the top of the wall was Eileen, standing alone and watching. She was puzzled by the sudden advance of the short knight, whom she called a monkey. This nickname instantly caught Aslan's attention and distracted him from concentrating on his movements as he advanced upward. Because of this, his foot immediately slipped on the wall, which was covered with oil to make climbing difficult. In an instant, Aslan fell to the ground in a ditch by the wall, which was immediately noticed by one of the soldiers from Bifrost's army. Stunned, Eileen covered her mouth and couldn't say anything as she watched the man she called a monkey. Climbing out of the ditch, the soldier began to warn his comrades to be careful with the walls. When the soldier said that even an advanced knight couldn't get out, Aslan got mad and started yelling at him to shut up. After climbing out of the ditch, Aslan was furious and began to look around to assess the situation. His attention was drawn to a girl in a wall that was holding the defense and watching his progress. With a smile and many desires, Aslan said that he would entertain the girl as he should. Meanwhile, one of the knights from Bifrost's army climbed onto the wall being defended. Noticing Franz, the enemy from the McLean army, remarked that he had heard a lot about the Knight of the Moonlight. Gripping their swords more tightly, the opponents prepared for a difficult confrontation. Looking at his enemy, Franz remained calm, although he assessed the situation and his readiness for further action. Focusing on the enemy knight, Patrick McLean remembered his son Franz and noted the rumors that he had caused the knight's dissatisfaction. A flag was raised above the castle and fluttered in the wind during the confrontation. The first knights of Bifrost's forces reached the defensive wall and engaged in duels with the McLean knights. Sharp swords cut through the surrounding area and flashed in the sunlight. Eileen was struck by a sudden blow and bent over from the sudden pain that caught her off guard from behind. The enemy who delivered the blow retreated and began to laugh, noting that it was not a bad start. Aslan looked at the girl with a sneer and asked if all the bitches from the McLean's house were so bold. Looking at the enemy whom Eileen called a monkey, she cursed silently, realizing that his aim was solely against her. However, gripping her sword more tightly, she realized that it would be more accurate to say that the enemy knight was simply having fun. With a sneer, Aslan continued to address the girl, asking if something was wrong and if she was nervous about fighting a monkey. At that moment, Eileen realized that her suspicions were true, but she focused on her movements and tried not to pay attention. Preparing her sword for battle and taking a fighting stance, Eileen prepared to restrain this advanced knight in this place. Noticing the girl's preparation for the confrontation, Aslan smiled contentedly as he watched her. After saying that he would not rush because he wanted to play, the first sword strikes began. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, one of the enemy knights was tensely holding back an attack against him. In front of him stood Logan, who raised his weapon and prepared for further confrontation with the Knights of Bifrost. 3 men stood against him, focused on quickly destroying him. When asked by his companion what had happened, the knight in the center remembered McLean's eldest son, who was a high-ranking knight. However, looking at Logan, the question arose as to why 3 men of similar rank could not push McLean back even a step. Suddenly remembering the rumors, one of the knights asked if it could be true that McLean had wounded the Knight of the Moonlight. At that moment, Logan addressed the enemy knights and asked what they were whispering about, which took the men by surprise. Continuing this statement, Logan asked if the Knights of Bifrost fought using their tongues. The angry knight in the center began to speak contemptuously to McLean and threaten him with the question of how long he could hold out against them. In an instant, all 3 knights rushed from their places and attacked Logan. They approached rapidly while the young McLean remained calmly in place with his sword ready for battle. Focusing on the movements of the approaching enemies, Logan calmly prepared to counter the attackers. Preparing for the enemy's attack, Logan used his skills to close his eyes in order to concentrate. Suddenly, all 3 knights who were advancing froze in shock from the sudden blow they received. Using the special features of his artifact boots, Logan struck lightning-fast blows and rushed forward. A sharp pain pierced all 3 knights at once, who could not counter Logan's attack. Grabbing the spot where he had been wounded by the enemy, the knight who had attacked first began to spin around in shock. Looking at Logan, he couldn't understand when he had managed to get behind them, because he hadn't even noticed the beginning of his movement. Calmly closing his eyes while the enemy knights pondered this attack, Logan confirmed that their thoughts were obvious. This once again baffled the enemy knights, who froze in place, stunned. After that, Logan asked mockingly what was the matter, and whether their enemy's legs were buckling from fear. This remark angered the knight in the center, but his brother told him to calm down because they had a serious opponent. Watching McLean in front of them, he added that they should be careful with this opponent. As he prepared his next move, Logan realized that these were serious knights who would not fall for the same trick twice. In addition, Logan instantly began to analyze the previous events after his strike using technique. He remembered how the enemy knight had protected his vital organs with minimal use of force, which was also worth considering. Reflecting on the moments of the previous confrontation, Logan watched the enemy knight's next moves. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan remembered the rest of the enemies, of whom the fastest knight, Aslan, worried him the most. Rushing forward, Logan realized that he couldn't waste too much time in this confrontation. Shouting that the enemy was advancing, the knights froze in place, ready to fight but unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, Logan circled around his enemies with an imperceptible movement and instantly began to swing his sword with a focused gaze. The shocked enemy knight stood frozen, realizing that McLean had suddenly approached him from behind. Turning back, he couldn't believe that Logan had managed to do the same thing again. Rapidly approaching Logan, who was attacking his comrade, another knight shouted, asking if he thought it would work against them again. However, Logan did not stop and confidently continued his advance from behind on the enemies. He leaped forward, landing on the face of the first knight he had attacked. Moving forward calmly, Logan looked back to assess his position surrounded by the other two knights. At that very moment, McLean pushed off the face of the enemy knight he had knocked to the ground. Noticing his comrade lying helplessly on the ground, the other knight immediately turned to him. At that moment, Logan was already rushing to confront the other knight, who blocked his blow with his sword. Noticing the sudden movement forward on his brother after knocking down another, the third knight cursed as he watched Logan. After knocking down the first two opponents, Logan turned to look at the last survivor. In an instant, Logan thrust his sword into the floor, piercing the concrete and beginning to glow where it struck, and on the weapon itself from the force. Logan immediately began to swing his sword across the ground, cutting through the stone floor with each stroke. Suddenly, he raised his sword sharply, directing its flame at his enemies and the broken stones on the floor. This force and the stones were directed at the enemies who were already wounded and trying to get up after falling. The shocked knight, who remained unharmed, feeling the impact of Logan's power, shouted in confusion about its use by the enemy. After delivering a powerful blow that was supposed to destroy his enemies once and for all, Logan froze in place, waiting. Suddenly, one of the knights appeared behind him and, seizing the opportunity, immediately began to swing his sword to strike down the enemy. Logan sensed his approach and calmly remained in position, preparing to counter it. Without hesitation, the enemy knight instantly began to swing furiously at Logan. The sword strike passed close to Logan's head, who in turn did not make any sudden movements to counter it. Satisfied, the Knight of Bifrost began to smile, using the element of surprise against Logan and delivering a sharp blow. In a moment, he began to say that Logan was caught, but at that moment, Logan delivered a devastating blow to the enemy, who immediately began to fall to the ground. Having finally destroyed this enemy, Logan calmly exhaled as he watched him fall. One of the knights who had been watching the fight against Logan's brother asked in horror who he was. With his face broken, the knight approached uncertainly and, pointing at Logan, asked what those movements were. As he spoke, McLean appeared behind him like a ghost and instantly pierced his body with a sword. It was not Logan's doing, as he remained in his place, puzzled, watching the destruction of the enemy. A satisfied Ranyan appeared before Logan and asked with a smile if his brother was okay. While Logan was talking to his brother, he explained that he had rushed over as soon as he saw Logan fighting 3 high-ranking knights. The boy said excitedly that he had pierced the enemy's heart in time, but Victor, who was nearby, disagreed and pointed out that he had cut off his arms earlier. Confused, Ranyan turned to Victor and questioned him about this, insisting that his strike had been faster. But Victor stood by his statement and explained that the enemy had been deprived of his arms first. In a moment, the boys began a serious argument in which they accused each other, confusing Logan, who stood watching them. Suddenly, they turned to Logan and asked him to decide who was right. After this quarrel, Logan began to smile contentedly while the young knights waited for his decision. Without thinking twice, he hit both boys on the head, catching them off guard with an unpleasant sensation. Raising his fist, Logan asked about his judgment of the situation, explaining that the blows were delivered simultaneously. Accused of both contributing to the tension on the field of confrontation, the young knights began to apologize. However, as he walked away, Logan realized that it was thanks to these 2 boys that he had managed to free himself from his first enemies. Looking around, he realized that he needed to hurry to come to the rescue. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, one side in the confrontation used the same sword move that Logan had used earlier. Eileen was unsure of her actions, but continued to pierce the stone floor with her sword. Watching the girl's actions, Aslan opposite her was satisfied and mocked her. Continuing to pierce the floor and watching her enemy, Eileen looked exhausted and tired. Laughing at the girl, Aslan noted that she had a masculine attitude, considering that she had been holding back tears from the pain until now. He smiled and praised her for this, noting that it would make the game even more interesting. Breathing heavily, Eileen cursed silently, realizing that the hand holding the sword was gradually weakening. Continuing to hold the sword, she realized that she had been too high-minded when she thought she could stand up to a knight of advanced rank. However, at the same time, looking at the enemy, Eileen realized that if he wanted to, he could have destroyed her long ago. Suddenly, Aslan moved from his place and with lightning speed rushed towards the girl. This movement was too fast and unexpected for Eileen to react and avoid the attack. Coming close, Aslan grabbed the girl by the neck, stunning Eileen, who could not resist his speed. Grabbing the girl by the neck, Aslan lifted her above him and said that she looked scared. After that, he smiled and suggested that the girl agree, noting that he would treat her well. In considerable pain, Eileen clenched her jaws in anger and grabbed Aslan's arm with her hands. However, in a moment, Eileen decided to use her method and spat in the face of the knight who was holding her. Smiling and cursing Aslan, Eileen stated that she would rather destroy herself than agree to his proposal. With his face covered in the girl's saliva, Aslan began to laugh heartily after these words. A moment later, he looked sharply at Eileen and asked if she thought she had a choice in the matter. Squeezing her neck tighter, he explained that in that case he would indeed show her hell. Aslan enjoyed squeezing the girl's neck and smiled with excitement in anticipation of carrying out his threats. Suffering from pain and lack of air, Eileen could not resist the monkey. Continuing to squeeze the girl's neck harder and harder, Aslan watched her reaction with a maniacal look. However, his attention was suddenly distracted by a sharp movement from the side that was unexpected for him. Arriving at the scene of the confrontation just in time, Logan moved sharply and caught Aslan from behind. Looking back at the unexpected guest, Aslan focused on his sudden movements. In a moment, Logan's sword appeared in front of his face, glowing from the force of his power, while the young man asked Aslan why he didn't want to play with him. Logan's power filled the entire space around him with the blow he dealt to Aslan. However, thanks to his lightning speed, the knight managed to avoid harm and jump aside. Retreating, Aslan froze to look at the enemy who had taken him by surprise with his sudden appearance from behind. Logan instantly rushed to Eileen and helped her up, supporting her after the significant damage she had suffered from the enemy knight. When asked by McLean if she could stand, Eileen, breathing heavily from the pain, said that she was fine. At Logan's command to go to the military doctor, Eileen reluctantly agreed, tears welling up in her eyes. Looking at the young man who was helping the girl, Aslan said dissatisfiedly that he was interfering with his fun. Giving Logan a sharp look, the knight asked if he wanted to replace the girl in his entertainment. An angry Logan, trying to remain calm, watched the reaction of the knight from the Bifrost army, known for his speed. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan noticed that his hand froze during the attack on the enemy, which was unexpected for him. Looking at Aslan, he realized that this confrontation would be different from the previous one with the high-ranking knights. For a few moments, the surviving knights of Bifrost's army watched the flurry of sword strikes that came at lightning speed. One of them asked if Sir Aslan was fighting in this confrontation, which his companion confirmed, noting that it was impossible to follow. However, at the same time, they were puzzled because Aslan's opponent was skillfully resisting despite his lightning speed. Watching McLean, they wondered how he managed to keep up with the movements of the super-fast knight Aslan. Laughing, Aslan noted Logan's good speed and mentioned that he had a good artifact. Logan mentally agreed with this statement and remembered that he had received it from Count Aslan. After a brief reflection and discussion of Logan's abilities, the confrontation continued with sword swings. After exchanging a flurry of blows, Logan and Aslan parted ways to prepare for their next moves. Logan mentally noted that it seemed Aslan also had a high-quality artifact that was helping him. Looking at his enemy, Logan realized that after fighting him, he had noticed the use of an artifact. Suddenly, he froze in shock at Aslan's statement that he could hear Logan's thoughts. The knight began to explain that the young masters were the same and lost their focus due to the flow of thoughts in front of the enemy. With a smile, he concluded that, as a result, his enemies lost because they couldn't keep up with his movements. Shouting an appeal to Logan, he rushed into the attack with lightning speed and a thirst for battle. Approaching with his sword at the ready, he shouted that McLean would be no exception. Holding his sword out in front of him, Aslan rapidly approached Logan to deliver a decisive, devastating blow. A flurry of blows rained down as he approached, and flames began to spread around them from the clash of the knight's forces. After delivering his sharp blow, Aslan froze and began to look around, expecting to see his enemy destroyed. However, he suddenly froze in shock at his failure, despite his confidence and precision of movement to achieve a successful result. A moment later, Aslan froze in shock as an object pierced his shoulder, penetrating his armor and causing sharp pain. This blow hurt Aslan, who grabbed his shoulder and lost his balance for a moment. Logan stood confidently and watched his enemy intently, pointing his sword at the bewildered Aslan. He also had an injury that caused him to spit blood from his mouth as he tried to focus on continuing the confrontation. Looking at his enemy, Aslan remembered Franz's words warning him about McLean's strange secret technique. Suddenly, Logan moved sharply from his place with a new attack against the wounded and surprised Aslan. Jumping up, Logan swung his sword, delivering a circular blow aimed at the enemy who stood frozen in place. Confused, Aslan clenched his jaws tightly and quickly raised his sword to block the attack. However, the course of the confrontation suddenly changed, and Aslan instantly changed his position for a sharp counterattack. Thanks to his lightning-fast movement, he instantly changed the course of the confrontation and approached with a thirst for destruction. Logan stood frozen as Aslan's sword suddenly approached his face. In an instant, there was no trace of Aslan at the point of attack, but there was a hole in the floor. Standing frozen, Logan could not comprehend what had happened in their confrontation. Concentrating, Logan began to look back to see where the enemy knight had struck. Looking at the hole in the floor, Logan realized that the enemy knight had missed and not wounded him. A moment later, Aslan himself appeared before him, and Logan wondered if it was just luck. Puzzled, Aslan also stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening, and surprised by the turn of events. After all, at that moment, Logan was rapidly approaching him while he was thinking about McLean's actions. Focusing on Logan's approach, Aslan could not understand whether he really had no intention of dodging his attack. With McLean suddenly approaching again, Aslan could only raise his sword to meet him. Angrily clenching his jaws at his opponent's actions, Aslan shouted at him as if he were insane. As Logan rapidly approached with his sword ready to destroy his enemy, Aslan asked if he wanted to die with him. McLean's counter-question whether the knight was afraid became another source of rage for Aslan, who only clenched his jaws tighter. With no other options, Aslan only tensely thrust his sword forward to stop the attacking enemy from destroying him. Extending his sword toward the attacking young man, Aslan asked if he thought he would accept defeat so easily. In an instant, Logan and Aslan collided and pierced each other with the swords they had thrust forward. Seriously wounded, the knights staggered and tensely clutched their blood-stained swords. Confused, Aslan began to retreat after clashing with McLean's attack. Wounded in the stomach, Logan began to fall backward from pain and blood loss. Clutching his wound, Aslan exhaled heavily and cried out in pain, bending over. However, looking at his opponent, the knight began to laugh with satisfaction, despite his injuries. Calling the fallen Logan a fool and laughing at him, he noted that Logan had been ready to destroy him, but had only managed to scratch him. While the enemy knight shouted insults at the fallen McLean, who had victory within his grasp, Logan's bracelet from the king activated. Aslan was distracted from mocking his fallen enemy by a sudden movement behind him, and he turned to look. Eileen was running towards him from behind, shouting fearfully to her master Logan. Turning to the girl, Aslan said with a smile that she had arrived just in time. Despite the enemy knight's words that he would take care of her, the shocked Eileen turned to her master. The girl attracted Aslan's attention with her cries to the master and references to the sword in his stomach. Suddenly, the knight felt movement behind him and saw a flash of light, which he turned to look at. He did not understand what the glow was until he noticed the hand of the fallen enemy. Holding his breath, Aslan couldn't believe the glow coming from the bracelet on the wounded McLean's hand. Reaching for the glowing bracelet, Aslan knew that it had to be destroyed immediately. Suddenly, a sword appeared near his face, which Eileen pointed at him and ordered the knight not to move. Without hesitation, the girl swung her sword at the unarmed knight, who blocked her attack with his hands. Eileen noted that she did not understand what was happening, but ordered her young master not to interfere. Aslan tensely held back the blow, realizing that he would not have felt it if he had not been injured earlier. All he could do was push the girl away and jump aside, shouting for her to let him go. This jump caused pain to the exhausted Eileen, who grimaced while Aslan turned away to look at McLean and the effect of his bracelet. Suddenly, Aslan froze in shock at being addressed like a monkey by the voice of the fallen McLean. In an instant, a bright light appeared in front of Aslan, which he covered with his hands, filling the area in front of him. Regaining his footing, Logan grabbed the sword that was sticking out of his body after the attack on Aslan. Watching McLean's actions as he pulled the sword out of Aslan's stomach with cries of pain, Aslan froze in terror. Spitting out blood and dripping with it, Logan confidently approached the unarmed enemy knight. Straightening up and starting to move, Logan calmly wiped the blood from his face after spitting it out. Extending his sword forward, Logan mockingly suggested starting the second round, but with different weapons. Grabbing Aslan's weapon, Logan gripped his star sword more tightly in his hand, preparing for the start of the confrontation. Noticing that his enemy had taken his sword, Aslan clenched his jaws in anger, eager to take it back. Glancing at the floor, he noticed another sword standing some distance away from him, which he could use to fight McLean. As the knight made a sudden move for the sword, Logan understood how he was trying to resist. Focusing his gaze on Aslan, Logan prepared to grab the weapon on the ground nearby. Taking the sword in his hands, Aslan felt the incredible influence of the power that Logan had previously instilled in him, which gave him the feeling of slowed time. Looking at the sword Logan had taken from the enemy knight, he noted that thanks to this artifact, he had become a knight with incredible speed. In a moment, Logan began to lick the sword artifact he had received from the enemy with interest. Looking at Aslan with a sneer, he stated that this sword now belonged to him. Shocked, Aslan, still under the influence of the sword's power, watched McLean angrily. Without further delay, Logan instantly made a sharp forward movement, attacking the enemy knight. Aslan began to shout that it was his weapon, and asked if Logan really thought he could handle it. Gaining incredible speed, Logan felt the influence of the sword's aura, and a glow began to appear in his eyes. As he approached the enemy, Logan delivered a powerful circular blow toward the owner of the sword he now wielded. Shocked, Aslan froze in place, unable to react to the sudden blow. The knight looked in horror at the point of impact where his armor had been destroyed, and there was a hole in his body. In a moment, he began to spit blood from his mouth and cry out in sudden pain. Stepping forward, Logan cursed, saying that he had aimed for the heart but had missed. However, smiling as he watched Aslan's reaction to the pain, he said that he had been unlucky this time. Bleeding profusely and cursing McLean, Aslan asked how he had managed to heal the wound in his stomach. Looking at the young knight, he asked contemptuously how someone so young had managed to master the artifact. Especially such a powerful artifact that continued to heal Logan, shining on his hand. Looking at the bracelet given to him by the king, Logan knew that if he did not destroy it immediately, he would be able to recover. However, at the same time, Logan understood that it was risky to bet on his complete recovery, because the blow could have been different. Despite his thoughts, he looked at Aslan and thought that it was time to destroy one of Bifros's most important knights. Aslan himself was doubled over in pain, pressing his hand against the hole in his stomach, caused by Logan's blow during the last attack. Preparing his next attack, Logan was ready to end the life of one of the most important people in Bifrost's army. In an instant, he jumped up from his place with a new attack to finally destroy the enemy. Without hesitation, he rapidly approached Aslan and began to swing his sword in attack. With no time or strength to retreat, Aslan became easy prey for Logan's attack. In front of his face, he instantly found himself facing Logan's sword, burning with power, which Logan wielded in the fight. After receiving another blow, Aslan stood frozen, suffering from the wave of pain that filled him. Suddenly, knights from Bifrost's army appeared behind Logan, running towards him and shouting Sir Aslan's name. Logan was puzzled because he did not expect the appearance of enemy knights in the rear of his confrontation with Aslan. Hearing footsteps rapidly approaching him, Logan began to turn around to look at them. As he turned, 3 swords rushed at him with an attack that he barely managed to block with his sword. Cursing the enemy knights in his mind, he gritted his teeth, realizing that they had appeared at a very inopportune moment. While Logan was holding off the sudden attack of Bifrost's knights, Aslan began to straighten up, gripping his sword more tightly in his hand. Spitting blood from his mouth and suffering from pain, he was exhausted but had a chance to attack the enemy from behind. Gripping his sword tighter, he hoped to do just that, gathering his last strength to destroy the enemy in the moment that presented itself. Suddenly, behind Aslan, who was trying to get up and straighten up, footsteps began to approach rapidly. Turning around, Aslan was shocked by the sudden attack of Eileen, who arrived in time to save her master. Jumping sharply and swinging her sword, Eileen delivered a powerful blow that was blocked by the Knight of Bifrost. Enraged, Eileen swung her sword and shouted that the enemy knight should not dare to do what he had planned against Logan. Aslan's stomach wound began to bleed profusely, causing him to cry out in pain. While Logan continued to fight off the knight's attack, Aslan threw his sword to the ground. Suddenly, a cry to stop came from the side, which caught Logan's attention and distracted him from the confrontation. Turning his head, Logan witnessed another knight taking the wounded Aslan by the arm and helping him leave the battlefield. Finally, an angry and exhausted Aslan glared at the victorious McLean. A moment later, Logan was left standing alone on the wall, watching his enemies flee from its edge. With the help of an allied knight, Aslan clutched his wound and rushed down to safety. While Eileen continued to fight the enemy knights, Logan watched spellbound as his main enemy fled. Noticing her master's reaction, Eileen asked if they should go after the fugitives. However, Logan knew that Count Bifrost and his wizards from the magical Tower of Wind were waiting for them below. Realizing that this pursuit could cost them dearly, Logan was furious and cursed because he couldn't do anything about it. Thinking about his next steps, Logan clenched his sword tighter in his hand. In a moment, Logan raised his sword above his head and began shouting his name so that everyone around him could hear, proclaiming that he had defeated the Swift Knight. Noticing McLean, the knights from Bifrost's army began to ask in confusion if the sword in his hands was Mr. Aslan's sword. While everyone around was asking about Aslan's defeat, an unhappy Bifrost indifferently said that it was a terrible sight. One of the wizards nearby asked if they should intervene, but Bifrost refused and explained that McLean would be able to avoid an instant strike. Gripping the reins tighter, the Count added that McLean had managed to destroy the fighting spirit of their troops. A moment later, he asked one of the knights about Aslan's condition, and the knight reported that the Swift Knight's life was not in danger. However, he added that they had not taken any potions to improve their fighting ability, so he would not be able to continue the fight. Smiling, Bifrost could not believe this turn of events, noting that these rats were well prepared. Thoughtfully considering the development of the confrontation, he noted that as the battle continued, it was becoming increasingly difficult for the opponents. Without hesitation, Bifrost shouted a loud order to his subjects to retreat. Hearing the Count's order, the knights instantly began to move from their places and shout about the retreat. The exhausted McLean knights, noticing the retreat of Bifrost's army, questioned this and asked if they had won. Continuing the confrontation, Patrick placed his sword on the floor. He stood opposite the Knight of the Moonlight and breathed heavily after the exhausting confrontation. Looking around, Franz asked if he had heard correctly that their army had been given the order to retreat. Returning to the wall, he turned to the exhausted Patrick and said that he was lucky. Focusing on McLean, he said that the confrontation had ended quickly. Stepping forward, he continued his speech and noted that he had enough time to gather information. Finally, the Knight of the Moonlight noted that the advanced Knight of the McLeans was nothing special. In an instant, Franz jumped sharply from the wall and went downstairs, leaving Patrick alone. After the Knight of the Moonlight jumped, Logan abruptly approached Patrick, addressing him. Noticing Logan, Patrick immediately asked if he was okay, and his son confirmed this as he walked towards his father. Closing his eyes, Patrick began to apologize for only managing to restrain the knight in this place. Looking at his exhausted father, Logan understood that despite their equal rank with Franz, Patrick had only recently received his status. Reaching out to his father's shoulder, Logan told him to rest, explaining that the enemies were exhausted, which would give them time to rest. After Patrick said that Logan also needed a rest, they both sat down on the floor, instantly exhausted. In various parts of the castle, exhausted knights from McLean's army collapsed to the ground, having lost considerable strength in the confrontation. Meanwhile, Ranyan turned to Heinkel and actively questioned him after the enemy's escape. Surveying the situation around him, Logan expressed his hope that the situation would remain calm until midnight. As darkness gradually fell, torches were lit in the castle. They were actively used by the military to survey the situation around the castle for its defense. Illuminating the space around him, one of the knights looked through a telescope and was puzzled by the picture before him. He noticed the approach of torches with flames from which flags with the symbol of an eagle were visible. The shocked knight instantly realized what the flag was and, putting down his telescope, began to shout. Amidst the cries of the castle defender about the Parativ, an army of horsemen rapidly approached to attack the castle. Shocked by the soldiers' cries about the Paratov army, Logan and Patrick froze, staring in disbelief. After rapidly approaching the allied forces, the horses began to slow down to a stop. As the Baron approached, Count Bifrost addressed Max Perret after he stopped nearby. Claiming that Perret had brought his army on his own, Bifrost asked if he wanted to help them, which puzzled the Baron himself. Laughing in response, Max explained that he was in a hurry, hoping to be of use. Assessing his high chances of victory over the McLeans together with Bifrost's army, Perret hoped to benefit. Logan understood this and explained it to his father, who cursed the enemy Baron. Looking closely at his son, Patrick noted that they now had no choice and would have to do what was necessary. Knowing about the preparations for this decisive event, Logan agreed and reported that he was fully ready. Meanwhile, inside the city and the castle, his frightened daughter asked how long they would have to stay at home, to which her mother explained that it was still dangerous. The tired and frightened child did not understand what was happening and why they had to stay at home. At that moment, her father intervened to calm his daughter and suggested that the family pray together. Their prayer was for the war to end by the new year tomorrow. After additional forces arrived for their army from the army of Perret Bifrost, he addressed the soldiers. After hearing the Count's order to bring him the heads of the McLeans, the army immediately rushed to attack the castle wall. Pulling out their crossbows and taking aim, the McLean soldiers instantly lined up to repel the attack with shots. The crossbow shots were successful and inflicted damage on the first attacking knights. Watching the events unfold, Kaisalon tensely said that the crossbows only inflicted damage on Perret's soldiers, which was not important to Logan. Fighting against the forces of the McLeans, the Knight of the Moonlight also actively advanced with his attack. Looking around, he shouted to his subjects that the enemy was preparing for a siege and urged the knights not to lose their vigilance. A moment after these explanations and orders, Franz began to change his riding position for further advancement. Without delay, he and his knights set off up the wall, rapidly advancing with their attack. Noticing Franz's sudden advance with his troops, Logan informed his knights and ordered them to throw them into the ravine. As he moved toward the wall, Franz's gaze was focused solely on Logan, who stood before him. The knight's lightning-fast movement toward Logan was accompanied by an attack on the knight's defensive wall. In an instant, a sharp blow was struck against the wall, causing cracks in the stone wall at a height. Jumping up, Franz swung his arm and began to deliver powerful blows with his attack. Pulling back his blow, Franz delivered a blow that stretched out and began to destroy the wall in front of Logan. Without hesitation, Franz focused all his attention on attacking Logan after this blow. After a sharp jump with a sword swing, Franz calmly landed in a fighting stance in front of Logan to continue the confrontation. Glaring at the young knight, Franz shouted that this time he would finally destroy Logan. Suddenly, a red stream of power with flames began to rapidly approach from the side. It was directed at Franz, who quickly turned around to see what was approaching him. His gaze was puzzled because he did not expect an attack from the side while he was focused on McLean. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion after which the entire space was filled with a bright glow. With this explosion, stones that had appeared after the destruction of the floor at the point of impact began to fly rapidly in different directions. However, the Knight of the Moonlight himself remained unharmed, and covering his face with his sword, continued to watch Logan. Looking at his opponent, Franz lowered his sword and noted his incredible speed of movement. In addition, he noticed the sword, which was huge and stood out in the hands of his opponent. Standing before Franz, Patrick explained that the name of Speed was engraved on it. Gazing at the Knight of the Moonlight, Patrick recalled how Logan had given him this sword, because it did not suit him very well. Turning to Logan, the Elder McLean told him to leave this place and fight elsewhere. Taking up a fighting position, Patrick thought that he was weaker than the Knight of the Moonlight, but not with this sword. Logan calmly watched his father, thinking about his next steps. Focusing on the Elder McLean, Franz noticed that he had the sword of their knight, Aslan. Quickly jumping into the attack towards Patrick, Franz shouted that he would return this sword to his brother. Meanwhile, Logan, using his strength, also rapidly advanced toward his opponents. Focused and moving forward quickly, he thought about his faith in his father and his strength in confronting the Knight of the Moonlight. Using his artifact and looking around, Logan quickly moved through the space around him. Suddenly, as he advanced, his gaze focused on a movement to the side that caught his attention. Next to him, young Victor was fighting, confidently swinging his sword at his enemies. Slashing confidently with his sword, he destroyed the enemies that stood before him and attacked the castle wall. However, while he was destroying one enemy, two more enemy knights were rapidly approaching from behind, aiming at him. Noticing Victor's predicament, Logan stopped abruptly and jumped in front of Victor. Confused, Victor was shocked and shouted out to the master who appeared before him. Easily repelling the attack of one of the knights, Logan turned to the young knight and asked if he could continue fighting. Confidently replying that he could continue, Victor asserted that he could handle them himself. Smiling, Logan urged Victor to knock as many enemies off the walls as he could with his own strength. Suddenly, Victor froze with curiosity when the master mentioned what would happen if nothing worked out. Calmly looking at the approaching enemies, Logan told them to try to climb up. Logan's gaze fell on the army led by Bifrost, which remained at a distance. Observing the development of the confrontation, the Count noted that it was strange, which puzzled Max Perret, who asked what exactly the Count meant. Bifrost explained that their soldiers were climbing the walls much more easily than before, and that no one was stopping them. Pondering this development, Bifrost looked around uneasily, trying to understand the enemy's actions. Disagreeing with Max's suspicion that the opponents were tired, Bifrost suspected that they were up to something. After destroying another enemy, Logan once again looked at the remnants of Bifrost's command forces that remained at a distance. Looking under the walls, Logan noticed that there were almost no attacking military forces left below. Continuing to spread his power, Logan concentrated on his legs to keep moving. Having prepared his next move, Logan, understanding the situation, prepared to shout his next order. In a moment, around the castle territory defended by the McLean forces, Logan shouted the order to retreat. This shout came as a surprise to the McLean's forces, who continued to fight the enemy forces. Hearing their master's shout, Eileen and Kaisalon froze in their confrontation with the enemies. The Knight of the Moonlight drew his attention to this order, while Patrick froze in anticipation. Shocked, Bifrost stood frozen, asking if their enemies were really planning to retreat. Suddenly, the horses they were riding began to buck under the influence of the Earth's movements. Terrified, Max Pareda asked if it was really an earthquake, to which a bewildered Bifrost shouted that it couldn't be. Looking up, he said that it could be, realizing that this was no ordinary earthquake. At that moment, Clayton intervened in the confrontation, touching the ground and exerting his influence. A group of wizards led by Clayton took their positions and touched the ground, exerting their magic. Spreading their magic, the wizards destroyed the floor around them, causing stones to fly everywhere. Exhausted, clenching his jaws from the tension, Clayton exclaimed that the master's requests were ridiculous. Meanwhile, the McLean knights and soldiers fled rapidly to retreat from the wall, shouting calls to do so more quickly. The bewildered Bifrost soldiers asked why the enemies had come down and suspected that they were afraid of them. Despite the reaction of the enemy soldiers and the situation around them, McLean's soldiers fled rapidly. Continuing to concentrate his magic, Clayton tensely carried out his master's orders at the head of his followers. Thanks to the influence of magical energy, the castle's protective wall began to crack under this influence. Clayton held his position and continued to actively use his magic. The old wizard was very tense and barely restrained the flow of energy that was affecting him. In an instant, huge boulders began to fall from the wall that was being destroyed. After that, the first knights from Bifrost's army began to fall down, losing their balance and shouting in confusion. In a few moments, dozens of soldiers began to fall from the walls and shout about this turn of events. The frightened soldiers fell down from the high wall that the magicians had destroyed and shouted in fear. Bewildered, Bifrost stood in place, sweating profusely from the sudden turn of events against his army. Realizing the complexity of his situation, he clenched his jaws in anger as he watched the destruction of his subjects. Shocked and horrified, Max Pareda looked at the destruction of the wall and asked what had happened. Surveying the ruined defensive wall of the castle, Count Bifrost shouted angry curses at the McLeans and their subjects. Exhausted after completing his task and destroying a significant number of enemy forces, Clayton fell to the ground and froze. Noticing the wizard, Logan immediately began to run towards him and shout. Catching his breath, Clayton reported that he and the students had used their remaining strength to destroy all the walls as ordered. Looking at the exhausted followers of the wizards, Clayton praised them and said that most of the enemies were now under the rubble of the walls. Responding to the wizard's doubts that the knights would most likely be fine, Logan smiled and said that it didn't matter too much now. Surveying the situation around him, he calmly and confidently replied that it would all be over soon. At that moment, the horsemen of Bifrost's forces began to gradually approach the places where the walls had collapsed and the soldiers had been knocked down. Approaching the ruins, Bifrost stopped to assess the situation, as did his subjects around him. Bifrost laughed and could not understand how McLean had calmly destroyed his last line of defense with his own hand. Gathering magical power in his hand, he declared that by doing so, the enemy had only hastened his own demise. Raising his hand, Bifrost angrily began to gather energy from the moonlight above him. Next to the Count stood a crowd of wizards who supported his gathering of energy with their magic. Noticing the approach of enemies, Logan ordered Clayton to take his men and retreat from the front line of battle. Approaching his son, Patrick asked permission to ask him one last thing. Surveying the enemy forces, the elder McLean asked if Logan was confident in his previous statements. Logan remained calm and, looking at the enemies, told his father not to worry. At that moment, Bifrost continued to gather energy in his hand to destroy the enemies. He was incredibly angry and was preparing a powerful response to the deception of his soldiers by the McLeans. Suddenly, he froze at the red glow that suddenly appeared before him and filled the space around him. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with red flashes, which stopped Bifrost from gathering energy. At that moment, Logan stood calmly in front of him while all their forces were ready for battle. The red glow in the sky caught the attention of everyone in the castle grounds and stopped them in their tracks. The shocked daughter and her parents looked at the glow with incomprehension, waiting for the confrontation to end. The child opened her eyes wide and filled her pupils with this red glow, focusing her gaze on it. At that moment, Logan remembered his past, in which he clearly remembered this episode of events in the castle. Now, looking around, he was pleased with the reactions of those around him, because everything was happening exactly as he had expected. Realizing his triumph, Logan smiled silently in anticipation of his opponent's reaction. At that moment, a bright red glow appeared above each tower of the country, signaling the news. Looking at the tower, Bifrost understood the news and stopped his attempts to attack. Clenching his jaw in anger, he realized that things had not gone well for him. The castle's inhabitants stopped in shock, gazing at the bright red glow spreading from the towers. Confused, Ranyan asked about the glow and Patrick followed up with a question about whether something had happened to the ruling family. A moment later, Patrick looked closely at Logan, who was standing calmly in his place after the excitement. Feeling the gaze on him, Logan smiled and began to return to his father. Patrick stood still and watched his son, waiting for further reaction to the developments. Without delay, Logan turned to his opponents and, asking if they knew the meaning of this glow, exclaimed that something had happened in the palace. After McLean's call to cease hostilities and contact the kingdom, an unhappy Bifrost clenched his jaws in anger. Gripping the reins of his horse, he couldn't understand why this was happening right now, because he had the perfect chance to destroy the McLeans. A moment later, the Knight of the Moonlight approached his master and asked what the Count would do next. Suddenly, Franz froze in shock at Bifrost's unexpected appeal to all his subjects. Unexpectedly, the Count gathered his energy in his hand and swung it with the desire to attack his enemies. Bifrost, swinging angrily, ordered everyone to prepare for the continuation of the confrontation. Franz knew that his master was acting contrary to established law and was struck by his desire to continue the fight. However, he had no choice but to grip his sword more tightly in preparation for further combat with his opponents. On the Count's orders, his subjects began to raise and prepare their weapons for a further attack under Bifrost's leadership. Shocked, Patrick asked if Bifrost had lost his mind, and Heinkel added that he really wanted to continue the fight after the signal. After the McLean's exclamations about the ruling family's order, Bifrost asked about it, and stated that he did not understand what the enemies were talking about. Eager to fight, he swung his magic and shouted that he saw only his opponents here. Confused, Logan understood that the Count was insane, and McLean did not expect the Count to continue the attack at the risk of becoming a traitor. In a moment, Bifrost shouted an order to his subjects to fight to the end. Finally, he shouted eagerly for his subjects to destroy the red-haired McLeans, whom he cursed with uncensored language. Suddenly, the voice of one of the old stewards rang out, asking if it was the voice of Count Bifrost. This voice was unexpected and stunned Bifrost, who paused in his attack for a moment. A moment later, Logan turned sharply to the man who was rushing towards the young McLean. It was Clayton, to whom Logan turned in confusion, carefully carrying the red sphere to his master. Laughing, Clayton addressed the Minister of Defense using the communication sphere and reported that Bifrost refused to end the battle. The defense minister then turned to Count Bifrost and asked if he wanted to commit treason against the kingdom. Enraged and shocked, Bifrost stood with clenched teeth, realizing the complexity of his situation. A moment later, the Minister of Defense made a general announcement to everyone about the death of the king via the communication sphere. While Bifrost's soldiers stood with their weapons ready for battle, the minister pointed out that all aristocrats were obliged to attend the funeral without exception. He focused his gaze on the people around the communication sphere and confidently noted the exceptional situation. The defense minister's statement that the war must also be postponed for the funeral put the final nail in Bifrost's plans. Realizing his defeat, Bifrost lost hope and lowered his head, noticing that Franz had addressed him. Watching the McLeans as they waited for the enemy's next move, Franz wanted to explain their next actions. Bifrost had no choice but to announce what he had to announce. In a moment, the Count's cry that they were accepting the will of the ruling country caused Bifrost more pain than the entire confrontation. The satisfied Minister of Defense smiled and confirmed that now the situation was better for everyone. Carefully holding the communication sphere, Clayton focused on the minister with an understanding of how the future would unfold. After Bifrost's cry to stop the fighting at the request of the ruling McLean family, they and their forces stood before him. Surveying his opponents, Bifrost once again hurled insults at the McLeans and their subjects. Turning back, an enraged Bifrost shouted that they should not think that everything would end at this stage. A moment later, he looked back at his subjects and shouted the order to return to their domains. Patrick and Logan froze in their places, waiting for their opponent's next move. Clayton and Heinkel also focused on their enemies and the direction of their movement after the Count's order. Satisfied, Ranyan returned to the calm Victor standing next to him. In a moment, the happy soldiers of the McLean's army raised their weapons with shouts that they had won the battle. The McLean leaders remained in their places, awaiting the complete retreat of the enemies. Exhausted soldiers fell to the ground and breathed heavily, discussing among themselves their experiences of death. A happy Patrick turned to Logan and said that they had won, which his son confirmed with a smile. However, Logan was nervous about the risky end to the confrontation, which could have ended in their destruction if it weren't for Clayton with his communication sphere. Looking at his bracelet, which helped him recover from his injuries, the young man caught himself thinking that he should not trust only the past. Suddenly, Logan remembered one detail he wanted to know more about. Turning to Clayton, Logan asked how he knew about the need for the sphere, to which the wizard explained that they had used it to contact the palace. The wizard added that he did not know how urgent the situation was, after which Logan began to thank him and note the greatest contribution of Clayton's tower. Given the opportunity, Clayton asked about the possibility of additional funding, to which Logan replied that he would discuss it with the financier. While the wizards rejoiced among themselves at this turn of events, Logan looked around with a smile and went to see how things were going with the others. Amidst the happy soldiers hugging and relaxing on all sides, Logan's attention was drawn to Eileen, who was standing alone in the middle of the road. Unable to believe her eyes, Eileen exclaimed in amazement that it was all really over. A moment later, her thoughts were interrupted by Logan, who was approaching from the side, addressing her as if she were the hostess. A happy Eileen looked back at the young McLean who had addressed her with joy in her eyes. Noticing the girl and her joy at seeing him, Logan stood frozen in confusion. Logan began to explain his confusion, saying that the girl had nearly died in her first confrontation. However, Eileen's explanation that this was normal and her reaction once again shocked Logan. She noticed that her shoulder had started to shake, which the girl, not understanding what was happening, paid attention to. Enchanted, Logan gazed at the girl and then began to praise her, explaining that in his first fight, he had restrained himself so as not to run away. Noting that this was nonsense, Eileen immediately began to apologize, adding that she did not want to embarrass her host. Instead, Logan calmly confirmed that this was exactly what his first fight was like, in which his whole body shook with fear. At that moment, he just stood there, unable to move, overcome by fear and doubt in his actions in the fight. Logan explained that this was precisely why he was worried, adding that the girl had done better than expected. Eileen asked with satisfaction if this was really the case. Addressing Eileen as a lady, Logan smiled and expressed his hope to continue watching her successes. The confused girl stood frozen, looking sincerely at her master, not knowing how to respond. A moment later, she smiled sincerely, pleased with the master's praise of her first confrontation with enemies. After that, she enthusiastically agreed with him, and the young knights shook hands. The next day, Patrick ordered the knights to report to the locals about the transfer of Tomato Castle to the McLeans. There was a need to send someone to the funeral, to which Logan pointed out that no one would care about the late arrival of an unknown baron. Looking at Patrick, Heinkel replied that the young lord was only partially right. Patrick replied that it was currently important to recover the losses from the war, but he considered it necessary not to be too late, which he urged his son to do. The next day, the exhausted wizards were told that they needed to rebuild the walls they had destroyed the day before on the master's orders. Falling from exhaustion, the wizards complained that at this rate they would die, and asked whether they were wizards or hired workers. Turning to one of his weary followers, Clayton urged him to hold on a little longer, reminding him of his upcoming vacation. Suddenly, Clayton was shocked to notice a glow in the heart of the Greek he was addressing. A bright glow began to appear in the young wizard's heart, filling the space around him. This core of light gathered within itself the enormous amount of mana that was in the young wizard. Impressed, Clayton's young student gazed with excitement at the core of mana that emanated from his heart and spread its glow. Realizing what was happening to him, the puzzled young wizard gazed at the core of light with excitement and began to speak to it. In a moment, he joyfully exclaimed that he had managed to obtain the fourth circle of magical power, which was joyfully received by his companions around him. Smiling as he looked at the young wizard, Clayton realized that his students were growing and wondered if it was because of these tasks. This event became a key motivation for the McLean's wizards to work for the benefit of combat power for their own development. After some time, the main events took place in the capital of Grand, where Logan and his father had gone. Felix, the swordmaster, stood in his palace and surveyed the situation in the capital. He was focused and thoughtfully considering the events that had recently taken place without his involvement. A moment later, one of his subjects informed him that Logan and Patrick McLean had arrived for a visit. Emerging from his thoughts, the Duke ordered his guests to be allowed in. Leading the guests through the corridors of the castle, the Duke's subject asked if they had arrived immediately after arriving in the capital. It was Lewis who asked the McLeans if they were tired from the events and the trip to the capital. However, Patrick replied that knights who train constantly do not tire of such events. After a brief conversation, Patrick and Logan silently followed Lewis, who was leading them to the Duke. Logan asked with interest how the owner of the palace was doing during this period. After a moment's thought, Louis explained that the Duke was very surprised, as no one had expected the king's sudden death. When asked by the guest what had caused this event, Louis noted that the king had died while attending to state affairs. Pausing, he concluded that the king had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to excessive work. Hearing this, Logan froze at the unexpected news of the details of the king's death. Moving on, he recalled that in his past life, the king had suffered a heart attack due to old age, not as now. Thinking about it, Logan realized that in both cases, the cause was the king's old age, but something was wrong in this case. A few moments later, Logan arrived with his father in the Duke's room and sat down opposite his mentor. The Duke of the Sword looked gloomy and sad, and Logan waited for him to speak after his reflection. Looking at his mentor, Logan thought about addressing him but continued to wait. He noticed that his mentor had aged significantly since they had last seen each other several months ago. Noticing Logan's reaction, Felix asked if he didn't look well, to which the young McLean disagreed. Arguing about this, the Duke noted that his exhausted body now corresponded to his true age. Louis intervened and pointed out that the Duke had overworked himself while investigating the king. Looking at the Duke, Logan realized that the king's death had greatly affected his mentor's condition. Puzzled, Felix turned to his student and asked what Logan was thinking. Turning his attention to Patrick, Felix apologized for keeping him waiting, but the elder McLean noted that the Duke was his idol. The Duke apologized for not being able to meet Patrick in good spirits, explaining that it was due to circumstances. Folding his arms tensely, the Duke explained that he had never felt as weak as he did now. Struck by the Duke's statement, Logan asked if the situation in the capital was really that bad. Felix replied tensely that the situation could certainly not be called good. The enraged Duke began to curse Juan and Jordan, recalling the tense situation. Patrick and Logan froze in shock, not expecting such statements from the Duke about these individuals. Logan knew that Juan Douglas and Jordan Walter were influential figures from the factions of the First and Second Princes, respectively. Clutching his head, Felix explained that at this rate, the country would be divided in half due to the open confrontation between the two knights. In addition, the Duke said that they dared to pressure him with references to the life of the third prince. Shocked, Patrick began to move from his seat, angrily exclaiming that this was outrageous. Despite his emotions, Logan calmly asked if it was because of the Duke's patronage of the third prince, who was still a minor. To confirm this, Logan mused aloud that if Felix refused, the third prince would be in danger. Felix understood this anyway, but when Logan said it, he once again clutched his head in his hands. Considering the development of events, Logan thought that no faction would risk attracting attention to itself with the sudden death of the prince. A gloomy Felix, lost in thought, said confidently that he could not do it. A moment later, he turned to Louis and ordered him to bring the third prince to the palace, which Logan disagreed with, saying that it could not be done. The perplexed Duke looked at his student, who explained that it was impossible to be with the prince all the time, regardless of his wishes. Instead, Logan suggested that his teacher declare that he would not take part in the factional conflicts. Reaching out and pointing to Felix, Logan noted that they feared most that the Duke would become their enemy. After his son's speech, Patrick whispered that he expected Logan to ask for help, but he replied that they would deal with their problems themselves. This made Patrick think, and he did not continue the discussion. Agreeing with Logan, Patrick began to apologize to the Duke for showing himself in a bad light, which Felix did not take into account at that moment. Closing his eyes, the Duke noted that his stubbornness had prevented him from seeing the whole picture as events unfolded. Rising from his seat, he thanked Logan and added that there was nothing to discuss, considering that he would fulfill his duty with words. Walking to the windows in his room, Felix spoke about the future fate of their nation. Looking up sadly, he added that it would correspond to the will of the heavens above them. Focusing on the sunlight in the sky, the Duke stood by the window and remained silent. Looking at the Duke and remembering his past life, Logan understood that Felix had now chosen a position for himself, instead of the neutrality he had previously held. This gave Logan hope that this development would benefit their side in practice. Finally, returning to his guests, the Duke explained that he could not help the McLeans at the moment, but added that they could come to him if necessary. Smiling, Logan asked if that meant the Duke would grant any request he made if necessary. Felix confirmed that this would be the case and that he would fulfill his promises to help as much as he could. Puzzled, Logan stood still, because it was a joke that turned the course of events into a gift for him. However, he surprised the Duke by explaining that he had nothing to ask of his mentor yet. Thinking that it was worth saving this opportunity for a greater cause, Logan concluded that if a request arose, he would be happy for the Duke to consider it. Still not understanding his student's full desires, the Duke nodded and agreed with him. Suddenly, one of the subjects ran quickly down the corridor toward the Duke's room with news for his master. Standing in front of the entrance door, the subject addressed his master and began to apologize for disturbing him. However, peering inside without permission, the breathless servant began to explain what had just happened. Recalling the arriving guests, he reported the arrival of two people at the palace. Meeting an old acquaintance, Viscount Kalen from the First Prince's faction, he said that he did not expect to see a duck here. Markil Luther Kyle from the Second Knight's faction replied disrespectfully that he wanted to say the same thing to the core. Continuing the conversation, Viscount asked if the duck had come to be beaten up by the Second Knight, given his suspicions that the Duke was not interested in factions. An angry Markil clenched his jaw and said that the representative of the First Knight's faction should better mind his own business. He continued to glare angrily at his old acquaintance from the enemy faction. Looking back at Markil, Viscount showed no unnecessary emotion and remained calm. The frightened servants who had arrived with their masters folded their arms in the hope of avoiding conflict and trembled. A moment later, the exchange between the guests was interrupted by a voice asking why they were spoiling the atmosphere with their desire to destroy each other. On his way to the guests, the Duke asked if Viscount and Luther had tried to start a fight here. Bowing their heads in respect to the Duke, Viscount and Luther exclaimed that this was not the case. Looking at Felix, Luther smiled and noted that they had not seen the distinguished Duke for a long time. Despite his respect for his guests, the Duke reminded them of their refusal to fulfill their duties in order to play a game of choosing sides. However, Viscount, recalling the lessons from his mentor, explained that even his body would not forget this. Viscount addressed the Duke, saying that this time he had come to visit not him, but his guests, the McLeans. Felix asked the visitor about the McLeans, which made Viscount tense up. Luther intervened in the conversation and said that he had the same purpose for his visit, and added that he did not want to cause the Duke any dissatisfaction. Thoughtfully, the Duke smiled and said that he understood the purpose of the visit to his palace. A moment later, a question came from the hallway asking if it was possible to speak directly with the guests, which took both the Duke and his guests by surprise. Noting that it would be an honor for him, Logan began to leave the corridor and enter the room where the Duke and his visitors were. After greeting Luther and Viscount, Logan respectfully noted that it was an honor for him to meet his idols. Luther and Viscount froze in shock at the appearance of the youngest McLean in their conversation with the Duke. Puzzled, they looked at each other, waiting for each other's next move. One of the guests noted that he had heard a lot about the Duke's student and was glad to meet him, but Logan did not understand such a strange reaction to him. However, a moment later, Logan was stunned by the phrase that his idol had come to talk to his father. At that moment, Patrick himself was listening attentively to the conversation from the other room, waiting to see how events would unfold with the Duke's guests. But the news that people had come to the Duke's castle to meet him in person was unexpected for Patrick. While the perplexed Logan asked the people why they wanted to meet his father, Patrick himself appeared in the corridor. Approaching, Patrick greeted them and expressed his respect for the people of their kingdom. However, he noted that his son was currently in charge of the McLean's affairs, so all questions should be directed to him. Looking at Logan with interest, Wiskent mentioned Logan's dealings with the house and also mentioned his strength. Luther joined the conversation, noting that communicating with young talent was always interesting. Without delay, Logan smiled and asked what issue the people wanted to discuss with the McLeans. This question stumped both Vicent and Luther, who began to look at each other. In response to Vicent's statement about Logan's straightforwardness, Luther added that it would be better to get straight to the point. Luther instantly remembered the McLean's confrontation with Bifrost from the Second Prince's faction and suggested joining the First Prince's faction. After the faction representative mentioned that his uncle Kiros was also with them, Logan smiled, remembering his relationship with him. In turn, Viscount also did not wait for an opportunity and suggested not to be hostile to neighboring territories on the condition of an oath to Romaine. Taking Logan by the shoulder, Viscount noted that he had to make the right choice. Smiling, Viscount asked if it would not be better for neighbors to live in peace with each other. Looking at the man who continued to hold his shoulder, Logan tried to understand if he wanted to intimidate him. However, remembering the captured castle of Tomoto, Logan remembered that he was on the border with the trading city of Luther. Young McLean understood that the man would easily use his influence in territorial matters if he wanted to. Assessing his prospects, Logan understood that if the first prince was chosen, the second would use the confrontation with Bifrost as a pretext for war. And if the second prince was chosen, Kaylee would invade Logan's territory, claiming that his warnings had been ignored. Therefore, after a brief reflection, Logan apologized to the representatives of the factions and explained that it was difficult for him to make a decision at that moment. The Duke of the Sword interrupted their conversation and angrily addressed the guests, asking what they thought they were doing. Felix's sharp and harsh words startled and frightened the huge Viscount. Kali also froze in horror after the Duke addressed them with dissatisfaction. While Logan also stood perplexed, the Duke declared the pitiful spectacle in which the representatives of the factions had stopped pretending. Noting that they had crossed the line, he asked with an angry look if they had tried to interfere with his student. One by one, the faction representatives began to justify themselves, saying that they were only trying to discuss future relations with the McLeans. After asking if that meant it did not concern him, the Duke asked if his guests were sure about that. In a moment, both representatives of the factions stood up straight before the Duke and shouted that they swore to it. Glaring sternly at the faction representatives, Felix considered his next actions and words. Turning away from them to leave, he noted that this was indeed the right course of action. Suddenly, the faction representatives froze in shock at the Duke's statement that he had no intention of interfering in the faction's disputes. Heading for the exit when asked how this should be understood, the Duke announced the decision he had made today. Returning to the visitors, he confirmed his decision not to participate in the faction's confrontations. Turning his attention to Logan, he explained that neither he nor anyone else would be able to gain the Duke's support, and that they should forget about it. The bewildered representatives of the factions looked at each other silently during the Duke's speech. A moment later, Logan smiled after one of the guests said that he would convey the Duke's wishes to the princes. After this conversation, one of the faction representatives approached Logan as he was heading for the exit. Passing by, Kaylee urged the young McLean to think carefully before making his decision. Finally, he noted that they would see each other soon and continued on his way to the exit. Vicent stopped in front of Logan and, looking down at him, said that it was a great stroke of luck for the McLeans. He added that if they had attacked Bifrost after the funeral, the prince would not have wasted time negotiating with them. Smiling, Logan replied that he was glad to hear that, thinking that this was precisely why he had arranged the attack before the funeral. Dissatisfied, Viscount headed for the exit, clenching his fist angrily, which Logan noticed. Logan was secretly glad that the visitors had finally left, as even a simple conversation had exhausted him. A moment later, the Duke approached him and asked if he had plans to participate in the confrontation between the factions. Looking at the door from which the visitors had left, the Duke noted that the student had not refused them after all. After thinking for a moment, Logan replied that he would participate in this election if necessary. The student's remark that he regretted not having enough strength to adhere to his ideals puzzled the Duke. However, young McLean asserted that whatever choice he made, he would do everything possible to preserve his honor. Felix was stunned by his student's statements, which were wise for a young man. Smiling, he lowered his head and noted that it was enough for him to understand Logan's position. Focusing on Logan, he understood that he could not prove his thoughts, even though he was his only student. Finally, Felix told Logan to go rest, which puzzled the young man. The Duke approached the window in the room and looked at the sky, thinking about what would happen next. There were thick clouds in the sky and it was raining, and the Duke reminded him that the funeral would begin soon. After a while, men carrying a coffin approached the palace in the heavy rain. The doors opened wide before them in anticipation of their arrival. After an announcement that the king had arrived at the palace, the men entered the corridors carrying the coffin with the flag on it. They were dressed in official uniforms and carried the coffin evenly so that the royal family's flag could be fully unfurled. Upon reaching the designated spot, the men began to place the coffin on the floor in unison. A moment later, the chief bishop of the kingdom, accompanied by his followers, began to approach the raised platform. His followers lined up in front of the podium with a cross on which the bishop stood, preparing his speech. Bowing his head, the bishop opened the book from which he was to read his speech. Looking at those present, his gaze was filled with despair and confusion. The citizens present at the funeral had dissatisfied faces and looked at each other with negativity. Some of those present even whispered among themselves, heating up the atmosphere at the funeral. The first two princes sat next to each other in a separate row and looked around with dissatisfaction. Other high-ranking officials close to the king also had unhappy faces and spread negativity. The only one who seemed sad about the event was the Duke of the Sword, who sat next to the upset third prince. Observing the situation, Logan understood that instead of mourning, those present had simply divided themselves and were watching each other. The Archbishop, realizing this situation, began to read the prayer with a voice that trembled with tension. When the Archbishop began his prayer with references to events from 40 years ago, Logan was puzzled by the chronology of the references. Suddenly, someone addressed Logan by his surname and told him that he had 1 week left. Bifrost was sitting next to him with Pareda, who smiled and urged Logan to enjoy the week. Calmly looking at the count, Logan wondered who had decided where to seat the guests. While all the guests continued to listen to the Archbishop's speech about events from 30 years ago, Logan noted that the Count had not heard the latest news. A moment later, Logan shocked Bifrost with the news that he had been invited to join their Knight Support faction. Looking at him, he noted that they might soon become allies, so he urged the Count to watch his words. Impressed, Bifrost asked what nonsense the young McLean was trying to prove to him. However, drawing attention to Marquis Luther Kyle, Logan urged Bifrost to ask him about it himself. An angry Bifrost clenched his jaw, unable to respond to young McLean and unable to believe such a turn of events. But a moment later, Logan said it was a joke, once again stumping the Count. His body shook with rage, and he asked how he could allow himself to make such statements. Trying to calm himself, he clenched his hands and told himself that after the funeral he would go see the Count. Looking at Logan, whom he considered insolent, Bifrost thought that no one had ever come out unscathed after touching his property. He was serious about this because it had never happened before, and he had no intention of allowing it to happen. Meanwhile, the two knights sat indifferently, waiting for the funeral to end. The high-ranking officials also did not react to the Archbishop's speech and waited for the ceremony to end. Meanwhile, the third prince wept with sorrow and grief as he remembered his father, and the Duke of the Sword also sat sadly, restraining his emotions. After finishing his speech with historical references and a prayer, the Archbishop began to summarize. The Archbishop noted with regret that the first day of King Grandia's funeral ceremony had come to an end. After the end of the first day of the ceremony, Logan and his father returned to the house where they were staying in the capital. Upon their return, the hosts were greeted by servants who gave them towels prepared in advance. Wiping his face, Logan thought that he had not expected the ceremony to last from morning until evening. As the young McLean had suspected, vassals from both factions immediately began approaching them after the ceremony ended. Despite their influx, Logan was accustomed to constantly rejecting representatives of the faction. A moment later, his father approached him and asked if Logan really had no desire to join either faction. Pondering his answer, Logan immediately turned back to his concerned father. When his son asked if Patrick was worried about this, he explained that their house would be in a risky position if events continued to unfold in this way. Patrick explained that the strength of any faction would help them resist Bifrost's influence. Logan calmly replied with a smile that, if necessary, they had the option of trusting his mentor. However, a moment later, Patrick was shocked by the explanation that everything would resolve itself without any unnecessary problems, which he asked about again. Confused, Patrick asked if his son had a plan for the next steps, but he did not answer and told the person knocking on the door to come in. A moment later, the door opened, and Logan noted that they had not seen the visitor for a long time. Approaching, Philip respectfully greeted the host Logan and the elder McLean. Turning to the visitor, Patrick asked why he was there, and Logan explained that his father would see his plan of action during the funeral ceremony. A few days later, the king's palace announced that the funeral ceremony was over. Leaving the building, Logan stretched exhaustedly and rejoiced that after these 4 days, it was all over. As he walked forward, he noticed the events in the palace courtyard that those present were watching. As he approached one of the men, Logan looked puzzled at his reference to a political rat. This man, having said this, confirmed that Count Bifrost was right about young McLean. Watching the man who had addressed him, Logan realized that it was Roger Bifrost. Smiling, Logan understood why the faction ambassadors had not approached him that day to win him over to their side. While Logan stood there, lost in thought and looking around the yard, someone approached him from behind. They addressed him as their son-in-law and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Standing in front of Logan was Eileen's father, with whom he agreed that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time. Looking around, Eileen's father asked why he was alone and whether his father had come, to which Logan replied that he was already resting at home. Eileen's father caught young McLean off guard with the question of whether they had decided on a wedding date. Logan laughed and mentioned the tense situation with their house, but Eileen's father replied that their relationship could restrain Bifrost. When the Baron said that Eileen would be offended if he continued the conversation, Logan was pleased with the prior agreement between his daughter and father. Looking at the guests around him, Eileen's father asked if this was the young man's first time, to which Logan asked if he meant the wedding. The Baron noted that he would not be so calm, considering that this was not Logan's first union. Closing his eyes, Eileen's father began to explain what he meant by a gathering of aristocrats. A special feature was that it was the greatest aristocrats who gathered together. Those present asked how much time had passed since the last gathering and claimed that now even people of lower status were allowed to attend. The aristocrats discussed how this demonstrated the ruling family's shock at the king's death. One of the aristocrats who was discussing the royal family was suddenly struck on the shoulder. After pushing the aristocrat, Logan looked at him in confusion and pretended to be innocent. The aristocrat himself began to fall sharply to the ground, shouting loudly from the unexpected blow to his shoulder. Logan immediately began to apologize, while the angry aristocrat asked him what he thought he was doing and to watch where he was going. Smiling, Logan continued to express his regret and asked permission to help the aristocrat get up after the fall. Young McLean reached out his hand to the aristocrat, showing his desire to help. However, the aristocrat sharply pushed the young man's hand away and shouted that he did not need his help. Getting up and walking away from young McLean, the aristocrat cursed at him one last time. Logan's father, who was standing nearby, noted that the aristocrat was angry and that his son should not take the situation to heart. Logan was indeed not worried, and calmly looked at the palace to which the aristocrats were heading. This scene reminded Logan of his past life, in which this gathering had taken place 2 weeks later than in this life. Remembering his mentor, Logan considered his expression of neutrality to be a turning point in the situation with the factions. Surveying the luxurious palace where the most influential aristocrats had gathered, Logan remembered whether it had ended in the past. The chaos at the previous gathering of aristocrats was caused by the actions of the Viscount from the faction of the first prince. During the meeting of the aristocrats, he succumbed to the tension that continued to grow. This Viscount personally cursed Jordan Walterheim, who was present and listened to him attentively. Walterheim himself ignored the slander and remained calm despite the pressure. After that, the middle aristocrats started an uncontrolled fight, which even the common people joined. The ordinary brawl soon turned into a civil war, and the Viscount who started the confrontation was heavily criticized. The aristocrats argued about the future king and asserted the superiority of their candidates. The Viscount's disputes shifted from matters of state to personal issues that concerned them. The first and second knights, who were the subject of the Viscount's disputes, were also present during those disputes. However, the judge who evaluated the arguments and evidence of both sides tried to stop the dispute. Observing the situation, Logan understood that such harsh words were to be expected in such a situation. While the dispute between the Viscounts continued, Logan recalled events from his past life and realized that the time frame was too long for his case. Thinking about this, Logan realized that Bifrost would have time to destroy them during the preparation period, given the current state of affairs. Looking at the ring on his hand, Logan realized that the Civil War should have started earlier. Continuing to calmly observe the Viscounts, Logan thought about appealing to his father, thinking that they had no time to wait. The satisfied Viscount smiled as he looked at the aristocrats who had focused their attention on him. At that moment, the Viscount asked Logan how much time had passed since they abandoned the tradition of succession to the throne by the eldest son. His opponent immediately refused and explained that the right to the throne was determined by the candidate's abilities. Pointing to Prince Roman, who was pleased with the attention, the Viscount mentioned his settlement of affairs with the Empire, which is why he had to take the throne. Moments after these statements, shouts of agreement began to ring out, much to the prince's delight. The Duke of Lariclet attracted the attention of the public when he stood up and began to argue with the Viscount. While he was arguing that Prince Romain was the best candidate to succeed to the throne, blood began to flow from his nose. Feeling the blood from his nose, he touched it with his fingers and asked in surprise if it was really blood. People immediately began to ask the Duke why this had happened so suddenly and what was going on, but the Duke himself was frozen in shock. The shocked Duke touched his head and asked what had happened, while blood continued to flow from his nose. In a moment, his pupils began to rise, and the Duke himself could not explain anything to those around him. Holding his head, he went out onto the steps and began to scream exhaustedly, not understanding what was happening to him. His legs began to buckle from the loss of control over his body, which was gradually losing strength. Suddenly, the Duke fell helplessly to the ground, losing all strength to resist after the unexpected bleeding from his nose. The shocked aristocrats began to rise from their seats and, looking at the fallen Duke, addressed him. They immediately rushed to the fallen Duke and called for a priest to help him. While the Duke was being urged to come to his senses, a bewildered Logan clutched his face, staring in shock at the fallen man. When cries began to echo that the Duke had stopped breathing, Logan realized that his plan had worked. After drying the herb of oblivion, Logan was able to use it as a deadly poison. Logan knew this from his past life, but in this one, it would only become known 15 years later. A few days earlier, Logan had asked Philip to obtain the necessary herbs for him. Then he calmly injected the poison into the Duke's body after touching his shoulder, pretending that it had happened accidentally. A small needle was attached to his ring, which he used to do this. Now, watching the gradual demise of a simple aristocrat, Logan knew that it could only work against this caste. By destroying this Duke, Logan was able to end his life before he could sell his country for his own gain. Thinking about this, the young McLean froze calmly, rising from his seat for aristocrats. The shocked second prince was furious, not understanding what had happened to the Viscount from his delegation. The first prince clenched his jaws angrily, thinking about what to do in this situation. Sometime after the aristocrats' fall, medics arrived in the hall with a stretcher to carry the body away. The bewildered second prince watched the action with curiosity, while the first prince barely restrained his anger. Unable to contain himself, the second prince angrily turned to Reuter and asked if he had dared to poison his follower. Indifferent to his brother's anger, Reuter asked what he could gain from destroying the second prince's follower. Explaining this, he mockingly asked about the possible involvement of the second prince himself, noting with a question who could have been involved in the situation. However, the enraged second prince did not know how to respond to such bold accusations from his brother. Suddenly, one of the aristocrats stood up abruptly from the stands and began to shout that the accusations were unfounded. The other aristocrats abruptly turned to this aristocrat and asked why he was angry about this, which puzzled him. Another aristocrat asked if it was Prince Roman who had accused Reuter of poisoning the victim. He also asked if the word traitor had provoked the angry man. The shocked aristocrat who had previously protested against the accusations stood frozen. A moment later, he began shouting at the other aristocrat to be quiet, pointing out where they were. The argument continued while the rest of the aristocrats watched in amazement and discussed the events among themselves. Watching them, Logan realized that these two were the ones who had started the argument at the meeting. He compared their conflict to their situation with Befros, except that one of the opponents was a knight. His other opponent was a wizard, as was the case with the confrontation between the McLeans and Befros. The enraged knight turned to Roxanne with fury and asked threateningly if he was asking to be destroyed. Putting his fist in front of him, Roxanne replied that he himself wanted to ask that question. The judge at the gathering of aristocrats began to bang his gavel to interrupt the argument and asked them to calm down. Suddenly, his gaze froze in bewilderment at the events unfolding at this gathering of aristocrats. A crowd of knights supporting Chloe had already lined up nearby and were ready for confrontation. The wizards from Roxana's squad also did not hesitate and stood in front of the knights' opponents. The judge, who was assessing the situation at this gathering of aristocrats, stood with his gavel in his hand, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, the Duke of the Sword shouted across the hall, ordering everyone to stop further action. Shocked by the cry, the aristocrats froze in their places, looking around in search of the person who had shouted. In a moment, Felix stepped into the center of the hall and called on everyone to calm down, as it was necessary to investigate what had actually happened. Summing up his explanation, he stated that emotions would certainly not help in this matter. Looking at his mentor, Logan thought that he had decided to intervene at just the right moment. However, the first prince's exclamation that everything was clear as day and that no investigation was necessary led Logan to believe that the Duke of the Sword would have a difficult time. In response to the first prince's statement, Reuter agreed with the Duke of the Sword, considering the accusations against him to be unfounded. The enraged first prince did not want to back down from his opinion and asked how his brother could say such a thing after the treacherous destruction of his follower. Reuter was amused by his brother's emotions and urged him not to interfere with the investigation if he had nothing to hide. Heading toward the center of the hall, the Duke of the Sword repeated his calls to calm down and listen to him. Suddenly, a man stood in Felix's way, wanting to stop him in order to get his attention. Ignoring him, the Duke of the Sword tried to continue moving forward, but he had to stop. The tall man next to him, who stood impassively beside him, puzzled Felix, who was not allowed to pass. This was made possible by the hand that the man put out in front of Felix, while another assistant stood opposite him. The perplexed Duke of the Sword, realizing who it was, immediately turned to Jordan and Juan. Jordan gave the Duke of the Sword a sharp look and told him not to interfere in the unfolding events. Juan added that even the Duke of the Sword would find it difficult to resist their combined forces with Jordan. Shocked, the Duke turned to them and asked if they understood what they were doing. However, Jordan's gaze was unwavering as he tracked the movements of the Duke of the Sword, whom he was trying to restrain from advancing. Juan was also indifferent to the Duke's appeal and calmly watched the bewildered Felix. Watching this, Patrick was shocked and asked how such a turn of events was even possible. He was shocked that 3 dukes of their kingdom had come into conflict with each other. Juan began his speech and stated that this gathering of aristocrats made no sense. Jordan added that it would not be so bad to come to a joint decision on this situation. While the dukes continued to argue, the knights remained in their places until they were told that they had lost their minds. Pondering his next move, the enraged first prince continued to clench his jaw. In a moment, he began pointing his finger at his brother and shouting that Reuter was no longer his brother. Continuing to point his finger, he began to explain that they still had to prove their right to the throne. Barely containing his rage, he added that they would do so by force. At this unexpected and audacious statement from his brother, the second prince just laughed. In a moment, he abruptly rose from his seat and began to address his followers, telling them to call their people. The second prince did not hesitate and also gave a speech to his followers, telling them to stop suffering and take up arms. While cries of preparation for battle rang out, the Duke of the Sword stood gloomily with his fists clenched, lost in thought. Jordan and Juan, on the other hand, instantly knelt and confirmed their readiness for battle. Felix was furious and, with his head held high, silently restrained his emotions and stream of thoughts. Sometime after the gathering of the aristocrats, a meeting took place in a luxurious carriage, far from human ears and eyes. After listening to his interlocutor, Jordan summed up or asked him to give him time to deal with the McLeans. With his hand respectfully placed on his heart, Count Befros confirmed that this was indeed the case. Squeezing his hand as he considered the request, Jordan understood that he was being asked for time. He asked again whether the other man had really asked for more time, given the risk of war breaking out at any moment. This question stumped Befros because he knew who his interlocutor was. Jordan had a peculiarity that any wrong answer could spell the end of communication. Lowering his head, Befros hesitantly began to explain that he would not delay his affairs and mentioned the 10-day deadline. Disagreeing with this plan, Jordan said that it was not wise and that it would be better to bring the McLeans into their faction. Jordan's explanation that in that case their forces would be added to theirs stumped Befros. Shocked, Befros continued to listen to the Duke's explanation that he had sent Luther to arrange everything, but Luther had responded negatively about the McLeans. Without hesitation, Befros bowed his head and began to apologize to Jordan, claiming that he had been overcome by greed. Looking at the apologetic Count, Jordan urged him to give up his greed for a while. Impressed, Befros froze when the Duke promised that after winning the war, he would bring these people to the Count's house. After another apology from the Count, Jordan said he would warn the McLeans, so Befros needed to gather his best people. In conclusion, Jordan noted that now it was necessary to think in broader terms. A few days after the funeral in the capital, events were again taking place at Tomoto Castle. Logan and his father stood near the communication sphere from which they were told to respect the choice of neutrality, but there were nuances. The prince's liaison officer said that the McLeans would be severely punished if they did anything provocative. Bowing his head, the elder McLean replied that he would take the knight's words into consideration. Finally, the prince's representative expressed his hope that the McLeans would continue in the same spirit and disconnected. Noting that he had not said goodbye, Patrick asked if the ambassador could behave so disrespectfully, to which Logan laughed and recalled which duchy he was from. Reflecting on what he had heard, Patrick noted that instead of attacking, Befros was preparing troops to send them to the capital. From this, he concluded that they would be able to have a respite for some time. Logan smiled and agreed with his father, noting that they should focus on what was within their power. Recalling his past life, Logan remembered the events that led to the start of the Civil War. Both sides of the warring factions accidentally collided on their way to the capital. This led to chaotic clashes between the two armies, which spread across the entire kingdom. During that period, Befros had to move his forces to the central front. As a result of these movements, very few people remained in his castle. Now, heading for another offensive, Befroso thought that his opponents would not violate the Duke's order unless they were insane. Reassuring himself, the Count repeated over and over again that his opponents were not insane in this regard. At the same time, Logan had other ideas, and drawing the attention of those present in the room, he slammed his hand on the table. He stated that they would take advantage of the situation to seize Befros's territories. Shocked, Patrick, Heinkel, and Mr. Dwayne froze in place, thinking that young McLean had lost his mind. However, Logan was confident in his decision and repeated his call to seize Befros's territories. Confused, Dwayne turned to the host and mentioned Duke Walter's warning on this matter. When asked if he wanted to ignore the words of his superior, Logan replied that this was indeed his plan. As Dwayne began to lose consciousness, Heinkel began to reflect on this move as a challenge to the Second Prince. Heinke imagined that opposing the Second Prince's faction would spell the end of the McLeans. But Logan interrupted him sharply and explained that he was wrong in his reasoning on this matter. Logan began to explain that their situation with the Civil War could not be seen as a confrontation with the Second Prince. Puzzled, Henkel asked about the previous vision of this by the Master, which had enabled them to capture Tomoto Castle. When the captain of the order stated that this was only possible if Logan had seen the future, the young McLean began to smile. A moment later, Logan's father addressed him and, mentioning Walter, noted that he would make them feel the consequences of their action. When asked if he had thought about it, Logan replied that he had not, after which Heinkel addressed him again in shock. However, to the confusion of those present, Logan confidently stated that Valtrim would not be able to make them take responsibility. In addition, Logan explained that they would become strong enough for both factions in the event of the capture of Befros Castle, which once again caused surprise. After some thought, Patrick turned to Heinkel and Dwayne and asked them to leave Logan alone for a moment. Puzzled, Heinkel and Dwayne immediately headed for the exit, and the financier wondered if they were planning to have a duel. Without delay, Patrick turned to his son and asked if he understood that there was a serious mistake in his judgment. This question came as a surprise to Logan and left him speechless, after which he asked his father what he meant. Patrick explained that the Civil War might not last until they captured Befros Castle, which would prevent Logan's plan from being carried out. His father's opinion that Logan should have been confident that the war would be protracted left the young man frozen in shock once again. At that moment, Logan began to recall that civil wars rarely lasted longer than a year. Closing his eyes, Patrick began to remind his son of his words before the attack on Tomoto Castle. He repeated that he had no intention of bowing down to his son now, just as he had not then. Continuing with these statements, Patrick noted that he believed Logan was doing everything for the well-being of their family. When his father explained that it was better not to take such weaknesses into account, a puzzled Logan replied that he would keep that in mind. After his speech, Patrick looked at the windows of the castle and agreed to the further capture. However, recalling the territory, he stated that it was not a conquest but a return of their ancestors' lands. The gates of the main castle of Befros were open and inside it was deserted and quiet. The knights who were defending the castle noticed this and began to look closely at what was moving in their direction. Soldiers on horseback were rapidly approaching Befros Castle along the forest paths. In a moment, the soldiers began to shout about a military invasion, after which the gates to the castle grounds were immediately closed. The military units quickly approached the entrance gate to the castle and eagerly rushed to capture it. Noticing the approaching soldiers, the castle defenders began to shout about the McLeans attacking them. One of the defenders, trying not to panic, reminded them of the message to the Forays, who were soon to arrive to help. Observing the reaction of the castle defenders, Logan suggested that they wanted to surrender peacefully, to which Patrick replied that there was no point in delaying. While the McLeans were discussing the immediate capture of the enemy castle, a knight confidently stepped forward from the defensive wall. Puzzled, Logan looked up from the ground at the knight who had stepped forward and began to explain his duty to defend the castle from its owner. The Knight of Bifrost noted that he had heard of Logan McLean and threatened to respond in kind for the capture of Tomoto Castle. Wielding his sword, Knight Lentor, having stated his name and rank, challenged the young McLean to a duel. Hearing that Logan would be disgraced if he refused, McLean thought that only Lentor would disgrace himself. A few moments later, the duel began, and Lentor quickly began to receive powerful blows to the face. After delivering the blow, Logan stood confidently in his place, pushing his enemy away. Powerless, Lentor began to fly backward after the blow, blood streaming from his nose. After the blow, Logan calmly said that as a result, he switched to a fistfight with thoughts of a simple desire to beat the enemy knight. When Heinkel approached the fallen knight, Logan asked how he was, noting that he seemed to have lost consciousness. Looking at the fallen enemy, Logan was impressed by his fall after such a blow, and asked if he was indeed a high-ranking knight. While Logan pressed his foot against the fallen knight's face, Heinkel expressed his opinion that Bifrost was in bad shape, considering such a knight in defense. After that, Logan turned to his father, who was standing to the side, and said that they had handled everything. However, Patrick paid no attention to his son's words and stood mesmerized, surveying the area around him. A moment later, Logan also began to approach his moved father, who was focused on the area in front of him. Gazing at the green meadows and the pond between them, Patrick noted that this was the land of their ancestors, who had been expelled from here 200 years ago. Enchanted by the beauty, Patrick could not believe that this land would simply return to them. Logan silently watched his happy father and did not distract him from his moments of joy. But when he returned, he disagreed with his father that it was easy to do. In a moment, they stopped and together returned to their brothers, who had gathered after the capture of the castle. In front of Logan and Patrick stood their army, which had achieved its goal in this confrontation. In the front ranks, Heinkel and the younger Master McLean looked at them with happy eyes. Holding his breath, Patrick froze, realizing their position in the development of events. Logan turned his attention to him when Patrick said that everything was quite accurate from his son's argument. Looking at the soldiers, he noted that everyone had worked very hard to achieve this result. He stated that it was thanks to the efforts of all the soldiers that the McLeans had managed to regain their lands. Patrick's vassals listened with smiles as he expressed his gratitude and joy that they served him. Pointing to the vast lands that had once again become the territory of the McLeans, he noted that these places were a recognition of their efforts. However, these lands were also a memorial to all those who had given their lives in service to the McLeans. Looking down at his feet, Patrick said he would never forget the knights who had brought them to this place. Standing before the soldiers, Patrick began to name one by one the heroes who had given their lives fighting alongside them. With each name that was called out, tears began to well up in the soldiers' eyes and sorrow filled their hearts. The names were called out one after another, and some of the knights could not hold back their tears. Flooded with tears, the knights remained in their places and listened to the names of their brothers, who would no longer stand with them in battle. Logan remained calm and showed no emotion as his father continued to call out the names of the fallen subjects. However, he began to grip his weapon more tightly, grieving for each fallen soldier. At the same time, Logan understood that these lives had not been lost in vain, which made him smile slightly. Gazing at the sunset, Patrick concluded that he would engrave all these names on his heart so that he would remember them forever. Pointing to Logan, Patrick noted that questions about future events were best asked of the future McLeans. Confused, Logan did not expect such a presentation and turned to his father, who was confident in his words. Remaining calm, Patrick looked at his son, waiting to see what he would do after the introduction. Despite his confusion, Logan calmed down as he looked at his father and prepared to fulfill his father's wishes. In a moment, he began to approach him to stand with him in front of the military. Without delay, he began his speech by mentioning the possible suspicion of his subjects regarding the coming era of chaos. The moved soldiers listened to young McLean's speech and his explanation that chaos would engulf them, but that they would rise even higher. In his appeal to his subjects, Logan confidently raised his shining sword. He called on the soldiers to become their wings on this journey upward. The soldiers were inspired by the young lord's speech and shouted the name of their clan. Logan continued to hold his sword aloft, supporting the enthusiasm of his vassals. The young man remained silent, allowing the soldiers who felt his energy to express their emotions. Shocked, Bifrost, who was on a campaign, shouted that the news of the castle's capture was nonsense. He yelled at his subject and asked what Ferretti and Lentor were doing, to which the soldier explained that Ferretti had not arrived in time. The enraged count began to scold Lentor, to whom he had left the defense of the castle during his absence. Waving his hand, Bifrost exclaimed that they needed to return, after which they should skin the McLeans alive. However, Jordan approached him from the side and, without hesitation, refused to allow such a course of events. Confused, Bifrost began to shout about his lands and asked why the Duke was forbidding him to return to his territories. Jordan remembered the central front, where the forces were evenly matched, and asked what would happen if Bifrost took his men away. The man looked sharply at the Count and asked if his lands were more important than the completion of their mission. Shocked, Bifrost could not answer, and explained that this was not what he meant. The Count began to mention the McLean's disregard for the Duke's warning, but Jordan stated that he would personally resolve the issue with them. Bifrost tried to beg for help after the Duke's statement that it would be resolved after their mission. Moving on, Jordan noted that before that he would offer the McLeans to join their faction. Not understanding the Duke's decisions, Bifrost began to ask puzzledly what the basis for such a decision was. Jordan explained with a smile and enthusiasm that he would take them to the front lines and use them as cannon fodder. After contacting Duke Logan, he explained his actions with a smile in response to his threats. An angry Jordan smashed the glass in his hand, while a satisfied McLean noted the need to support the first prince, as there was no other choice. Hearing this, a shocked Bifrost could not believe McLean's words, thinking that he had lost his mind. While Logan laughed and apologized, Bifrost couldn't understand how he could threaten the Duke. An angry Jordan, remembering that McLean had ignored his warning, added that he had also ignored his advice. Barely containing his anger, the Duke asked if McLean understood that his actions directly interfered with Prince Romain's will. Due to his rage, a powerful green energy began to spread throughout the room. Bewildered, Bifrost thought about what was happening and whether it was really energy. Exhaling calmly, Logan noted that he understood perfectly well that he was crossing the line. However, putting on an innocent look, Logan turned to the Duke and explained that their feud with the Bifrost had been going on for several generations. In response to McLean's explanation that it was not a matter of conflict with the Duke or the Knight, Jordan shouted that he should prove it in that case. Throwing his glass to the ground, Jordan declared that his and the prince's anger would disappear if McLean brought his men to the front line and distinguished himself. Logan expressed his regret and said that he would not be able to carry out the Duke's order. Unable to contain his emotions, Jordan made a hole in the ground and smashed things, after which Logan asked if everything was alright with the Duke after the strange sounds. While Logan explained that he would follow his mentor's example and remain neutral, Bifrost silently hoped that he would shut up. In addition, Logan expressed his hope that his intentions would not be questioned, to which Jordan exclaimed that it was presumptuous. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached the Duke and reported that the first prince's men were approaching. Hearing this news, Jordan stood still, thinking about how events would unfold. He turned sharply to the subject who had delivered the news and looked at him with a sharp gaze. This look had a significant effect on the soldier, who began to sweat from his master's gaze. Seizing the moment, Logan expressed his opinion about the Duke's many affairs and suggested that he resolve them first. Enraged by McLean's bold statement, the Duke began to pick up the communication sphere, which puzzled Logan. Taking the sphere in his hand, the Duke said that in any case, he would put an end to young McLean, which would be the best way to boost morale. Smiling, Logan said that it would be interesting to see if the Duke would succeed, noting the difficult situation on the front lines. Unable to contain his emotions, the Duke began to scold McLean and said that he would soon find out what he had done. A moment later, the Duke threw the communication sphere in the direction of Bifrost, who began to catch it in shock. Ignoring the Count, the Duke turned to the military man and said that he would assign him a small number of people. He focused on his words and wanted him to do something against McLean. Satisfied, Bifrost joyfully awaited the Duke's decision, thinking that the McLeans had dug their own grave. Meanwhile, another man, Juan Douglas, laughed sincerely and uncontrollably at the news. Asking whether his interlocutor had really captured Bifrost's castle, he noted that he had not heard such a heroic story in a long time, for which he was grateful. Smiling, Logan respectfully replied that it was an honor for him to receive a personal call from Juan. Moving on to his original task, Juan asked if the capture of the castle meant that McLean wanted to join their faction. However, Logan smiled calmly and explained that Bifrost was a longtime enemy of their family. This explanation upset Douglas, as he had hoped to finally get McLean on his side. In conclusion, Logan apologized and said that they were not yet ready to join anyone. Smiling, Juan recalled Jordan's character and expressed his confidence that he would try to destroy Logan's family. Focusing on the young man after this statement, he asked what he planned to do in this case. Without losing his composure, Logan noted that Jordan had called him a few moments ago, and Logan had asked for forgiveness, which he had received from the Duke. This puzzled Juan, who asked in surprise if that was all Jordan's reaction. Logan explained that their family was weak, so they could only remain neutral, and he could only offer moral support. At Logan's request that Juan defeat the remaining forces of Bifrost, Douglas began to laugh, noting that the young man really says whatever he wants. Giving the young man a sharp look, Juan said that if McLean had deceived him, he would not let it go. Logan's body was shaking and he was incredibly nervous, not understanding whether Douglas was also trying to intimidate him. Shocked, Max Pareda asked again if Count Bifrost's castle had really been captured. He shouted that they hadn't even had time to send reinforcements and asked what they should do now, to which his subject asked him to calm down. His subject began to assert that the Duke would not remain silent and would not let the McLeans get away with their behavior. Raising his master's enthusiasm, the subject asserted that he would surely punish the fools. However, after contacting the Duke's military subordinate, he explained that they would not pursue the McLeans due to their neutrality. This shocked both the master of the house and the subject, who was confident that the McLeans would be severely punished for capturing Bifrost's castle. But Pare's subject was confident in his statements and explained that they would not go against them, which the master of the house questioned. Suddenly, a servant ran into the room and shouted about the arrival of a message from the McLeans, which shocked the subject standing next to Pare. The subject immediately took the letter to read it, and the confused Pareda instantly began to ask what they had written. First of all, the letter contained demands for payment of money and, if necessary, the provision of men for the McLean's army. Perret and his subject froze in horror at the ultimatum to submit if they did not want to be destroyed. Meanwhile, high above the main castle of Bifrost, the flag of the McLean clan flew from the tower. After some time, Mr. Dwayne reported that the Parets had agreed to become vassals of the McLeans. Logan was pleased and expressed his desire to subdue his enemies one by one until they could take all their forces. When asked about his regret at not capturing Percival and Refman, Dwayne replied that they had already achieved a great deal. Sipping his wine, Logan agreed and spoke of destroying all possible threats. Standing up and raising his glass, Logan exclaimed that now was the time to celebrate. The guests in the hall instantly picked up on the young host's mood and also began to raise their glasses. Shouting that the war was over, Logan joyfully urged the guests to eat and drink to their heart's content. Kaisalon and Heinkel changed out of their military uniforms into suits and celebrated with the guests alongside Mr. Dwayne. Hamar and Clayton also arrived at the celebration, enjoying the triumph after their work. Patrick relaxed with his wife, and the happy servant Rick received attention from a girl. However, there was no joy in Victor's eyes, who was tense during the celebration. He stared intently at the guests, trying not to draw their attention to Victoria, while the bewildered Ronian held his glass nearby. Unhappy with this attitude, the young ladies turned away to get away from the unfriendly boy on their way to the servant. In the middle of the celebration, Patrick turned to Logan and asked if it was time to start what young McLean liked. A moment later, Logan turned to Heinkel, which puzzled the captain of the order who was talking to Kaisalon. Feeling the effects of alcohol, Patrick noted that Heinkel did not greet the host, who immediately began to correct the surprised Heinkel. Despite his father's remarks, Logan began his address to Heinkel and mentioned his merits in leading the knights and winning the war. All the guests froze in anticipation of the young master's speech about the captain's merits. Shocked, Heinkel froze in amazement at the master's award of 1,000,000 gold coins and lands of equal value. Impressed cries rang out around him, asking if he had really heard correctly. The guests were shocked by the amount of the reward and the addition of land, which raised the question of whether their fiefdom was really poor. While everyone around was wondering where such riches could have come from, Logan regretted that Bifrost's soldiers had ransacked the artifact repository. Despite his long deliberations on the matter, Logan turned to Mr. Clayton, who was waiting expectantly with his students. The wizard was moved by his master's praise of their tower's great achievements in the battle at Tomoto Castle. When the young master said that they would also receive a reward, Clayton's eyes lit up. Raising his glass, Logan announced that it would be a piece of land transferred to them forever, free of taxes and a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Shocked, Clayton began to fall and kneel before the lord to whom he was addressing. Tears began to fall from the old wizard's eyes as he repeated his gratitude to young McLean. Choking back tears, Clayton repeated his address to his master, and the puzzled Victor mentally noted that he was crying and laughing at the same time. While Logan pointed out that everyone should drink to the bottom today because everyone would receive cash rewards, Patrick watched him with a smile, satisfied. In his mind, Logan was pleased with the opportunity to boast with someone else's money. In a moment of joy, Logan noticed a happy Eileen clapping her hands and smiling. Turning to the girl, Logan asked if she was happy about the reward, remembering that the Floyd family was not poor. However, the girl firmly stated that it was not just money because she had earned it herself for the first time. When asked what opportunities there were in their country for a woman to earn money, she explained that she had achieved one of her dreams. A moment later, Logan's attention was diverted from Eileen by someone addressing him as a brother. Bringing Hammer Ronian to Logan, he asked if he had come up with something for their master. Smiling, Logan confirmed that he had, although he thought negatively of Ronian in this case. Hamar looked at the master with interest after his statement that they had prepared the perfect gift for him. After a while, one of the carriages was transporting a passenger along a dirt road near the McLean lands. Opening the carriage, the soldier noted that they had arrived at the right place and told the passenger to get out. As he approached the soldier, the gnome asked what kind of person would transport a slave in a carriage, rather than in the luggage compartment. Transformed, Hamar stepped out of the carriage and expressed interest in what his new strange master would be like. Arriving in another city, the gnome saw the bustling life of ordinary residents on the streets. The confused dwarf could not understand whether he was really going to work in an ordinary city. Behind him appeared other gnomes who expressed their dissatisfaction with the people around them. They were also impressed by the strangeness of their new master, considering that gnomes were transported in carriages. Despite this gesture from their master, the gnomes continued to discuss the fact that he was an ordinary aristocrat and that nothing good would come of it for them. Tamer turned to these gnomes and urged them to watch their words given the risk of being overheard. Remembering Tamar's lost arm, another dwarf asked if he was going to bow down to a human, losing his pride along with his arm. Suddenly, a cry rang out from behind, calling on everyone to follow the soldier if all the gnomes got out of the carriages, which took Tamar by surprise. Turning back to the soldier, Tamar thought negatively of the other dwarves, realizing that their pride could bring misfortune upon them. Looking at his lost hand, Tamar remembered how he had renounced his pride after losing it. Moving forward, he understood that it was only because of this that he had managed to live to this moment. Meanwhile, all the dwarves lined up and followed the soldier who led them to their designated place. Tamar walked ahead of the other gnomes, and they all marched in step behind the soldier through the streets of the city. However, the stream of thoughts in Tamar's mind after remembering his pride did not stop and filled the gnome. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the road and looked at his huge bare feet. At that moment, he was overcome by the thought of whether it would be easier to simply end his life now. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a young man who, noticing the gnomes, expressed his attention to their arrival. Without delay, he began to count them, and counting 10 people said that it was perfect. Turning around, he called for Hamar's master and told him that help had arrived. Hearing that Hamar was called the master, the gnomes froze in shock, asking about it. Recognizing the name Tamar, he ran up to the man and asked about Hamar's master, to which the man asked if they were acquainted. The man began to explain that Hamar was their best craftsman, and that his inventions had greatly changed their fiefdom. After the man's statement that great hopes were placed on them, the Muvid Tamar could not believe that these people recognized the gnomes. Thinking about Hamar himself, Tamar began to imagine how great he must have been. A moment later, Hamar himself appeared and expressed his joy that his brothers had finally arrived. While Hamar expressed his happiness at seeing them in good condition, a shocked Tamar stood frozen in place. The man who had brought the gnomes waited for the chief gnome to speak about the new workers. Kamar enthusiastically said that such healthy people could be driven like ordinary dogs. The bewildered dwarves froze in shock at the chief dwarf's words and began to ask what he meant. They couldn't believe that this was really the same Master Hamar they had imagined to be completely different. A few days before, Logan came to Hamar's workshop and asked if he had received his gift. After thanking the owner, Hamar noted that crossbow production had accelerated, and Logan began to look around with curiosity and ask where the gnomes were. Pointing to the part of the room where the newly arrived gnomes were sitting, Hamar explained that they were working diligently. The gnomes were engaged in the production of crossbow components, and Hamar compared the workers to a well-oiled machine. Logan reflected that with such a system, everyone was responsible for their own type of parts, which was suitable for mass production. However, before that, Hamar had to deal with the excessive pride of the gnomes who opposed the production of parts. Explaining the number of orders for crossbows, Hamar reassured the gnomes and frightened them. In addition, Hamar remembered the dwarf who wanted to become a process manager instead of doing manual labor. Then Hamar asked him to repeat what he wanted to do, adding whether it was a rebellion against doing the work. Knocked to the ground in Tamara, his body shook as he shouted that he was just a cog in the machine. After Logan praised Hamar for setting everything up, Hamar laughed and replied that he had learned from his master. However, at the same time, Tamar remembered the freedom they had been promised after 20 years of work. Kamar promised this to the gnomes, which gave them hope for a better future after years of work. Hoping that they would indeed be released, Tamar understood that such an opportunity might not come again. After talking with the master, Hamar noticed the gnomes who were assembling crossbows in parts. He asked why the master needed so many crossbows, enough to arm more than 10,000 soldiers. In response to Logan's answer that they did indeed need that many, Hamar replied that having 10 years worth of supplies was good preparation. However, Logan smiled and explained that he was planning to create an army of 10,000 soldiers, which he had already begun to do. At Hamar's exclamation, questioning this number, the door to the room slammed shut. While Hamar could not understand whether the master was planning to start a war again, Logan noted that he knew what he wanted to say. Having nothing to say in response, Hamar fell silent and covered his face with his hand, while Logan remained calm. In Logan's mind, there was a civil war in which they would have to face elite warriors. To confront their enemies, they would have to use the forces of mercenaries who would join the army. Due to the complexity of the situation, even ordinary civilians would have to be armed and sent to war. Realizing that a real hell on Earth was coming, Logan had a plan to prepare properly for those times. After a moment's thought, Hamar asked if it would be a good idea to arm so many people, noting that little depended on him. Logan explained that he only needed to provide them with the means to survive. According to Logan's reasoning, even if they had bombs, there would be no uprising against the McLeans. Remembering the bombs, Logan leaned over to the dwarf and quietly said that he wanted to ask Hamar and Clayton to do something in secret for him. After finishing his meeting with Hamar, Logan headed to the enchanted tower in the city center. Clayton asked the owner about the idea of a bomb that would explode sometime after being launched. Confirming this, Logan added that the condition for the explosion would be an impact exceeding a certain level, such as a punch. In addition, Logan noted the warning vibration and the condition of the bomb changing color before the explosion. Clayton carefully wrote down all the conditions that the owner continued to explain on a piece of paper. Summing up, young McLean noted that the cost of one bomb should not exceed 5 gold coins, and asked if Clayton could handle all this. The bewildered wizard asked uncertainly if such a thing even existed, to which he confidently replied that he had used one before. While Clayton was asking when this had happened, Hamar indifferently said that he had a feeling of déjà vu. When the owner said that he had explained the approximate materials, the wizard stood up and asked in shock if he was not sure about them. Clayton began to explain that the properties of the combination could vary depending on the materials. The wizard continued to point out important nuances that stood in the way of such a simple explanation by the owner, which puzzled him. When Clayton said that it would be appropriate to contact the manufacturer of such a thing if Logan used it, The young man looked at the communication sphere. After a while, he got in touch with Louis, who asked about an acquaintance capable of creating a new item. When he noted that he was not close to wizards, Logan mentally cursed that he also knew nothing. Logan planned to create a special bomb called Liberatio, which had been actively used by the Front against the Empire in the past. Logan himself knew little about it because he had never used it personally, so he turned to Louis in the hope that he might know something. Looking at Clayton and Hamar, Logan remembered that this bomb was created by an Earth wizard based on the idea of the ancient gnome's weapon. A moment after discussing it with Clayton, Hamar asked if the master had dreamed up this bomb, even though he remembered using it. This made Logan think as he mentally noted his clear memories of the liberation. He strained his mind and realized that this was unusual for the clarity of his memories. However, in a moment he calmed himself down, remembering that there was nothing strange about it, given its role in Logan's destruction in the past. Meanwhile, in one of the bars, a man slammed his fist on the table, spilling his drink, and interrupted the argument about the problems in the country. The men on the side were actively discussing the war that was rapidly approaching their southern region. While the man shouted that the aristocrats themselves should fight and not send others, his friend urged him to calm down, considering his intoxication. Suddenly, a man who had been sitting quietly on the side intervened in their conversation and agreed with the dissatisfied man's opinion. Clutching his glass, he repeated the idea that the aristocrats themselves should fight, recalling the foolish reason for his joining the army. He continued to shout that small landowners would simply be destroyed. The man who started this discussion could not understand who it was. Covering his face with his hand, the man exclaimed exhaustedly that it was their families who would suffer first. In tears, the man explained that he had fled without even having time to collect the bodies of his family members. Suddenly, an unknown man in a cloak appeared behind the man and addressed Mr. Damien Natalia, which stunned him. He abruptly turned to the man in the cloak and began to ask who he was. Shocked, Demian grabbed his sword and asked how they knew him, to which the man in the cloak replied that he was from the Information Guild. After explaining that his client had sent Demian a letter, he took it in his hands and, impressed, began to ask who it could be from. The sealed letter for Mr. Demian Natalia had a red seal with the McLean family crest. Meanwhile, Rick, puzzled, asked the young master what he was doing. Noticing the huge amount of paper on Logan's desk, Rick asked if he was planning a banquet, which the master immediately denied. Without being distracted by the servant, Logan explained that he was writing letters to talented people who had lost their masters during the Civil War. Rick asked if the master wanted to hire them, and Logan asked him to repeat the question. Puzzled, Rick asked about the knights in the ruined territories, to which Logan explained that if he ignored them, they could become mercenaries. Still not understanding his master's train of thought, Rick asked why they would hire them, given the size of their army. Logan smiled and asked if the servant had ever heard of unprocessed crystals. Continuing to write letters, Logan evaluated memories from his past life about these people who had not yet learned to use their power. One of these men was of particular importance to Logan, as he would become very important in the future. Writing a letter to Mr. Damien Natal, Logan hoped that he would be able to respond. Focusing on writing the letter, his thoughts were on the speech he had given to the man he needed. The main reference to his knowledge of Damien was Logan's mention of the academy that had influenced him. Shocked, Damien now read the letter in which Logan McLean wished to have someone as talented as him in his home, and for his development. Impressed by the letter, he read the conclusion in which he was invited to live in McLean City, thinking it was some kind of joke. However, 2 months later, a group of men who had received the letter lined up at the entrance gate to the city of McLean. Greeted by the guards, they discussed among themselves where these people could have come from. Each of the newcomers claimed to have received a letter from the young master, which made the guards suspicious, but they let them through. After another man with a letter approached the guard, another man coughed to attract attention. Showing the letter with the McLean seal, Damien said that he had come at the invitation of the young master. Focusing on the letter the man was showing him, the guard noticed the McLean's seal. After examining the envelope with the letter, the guard focused on the man who had come with it. He was an ordinary man with no distinguishing features that would set him apart from others. Inviting the guest to enter, the guard could not understand how such a pauper could have received an invitation from the young master. In a moment, he escorted Damien, who calmly walked in the direction of the McLean family's estate. Once inside the gate, Damien began to look around with curiosity, assessing the situation. Following the soldier, he wondered if the McLeans were planning to recruit refugees to expand their territory. However, he could not understand why they had invited him, continuing to look at the locals on the streets. His attention was drawn to the streets of the city he had arrived in, which were clean, and the peaceful atmosphere around him. Upon arriving at the building, the door to the landowner's room opened in front of Damien. Logan greeted the guest with a smile and thanked him for coming such a long way to see them. Taking the guest's hand, Logan greeted him and introduced himself by his first and last name. At that moment, Damien realized that Logan had not sent him the letter by mistake, and replied that he was glad to meet him. After the host invited him to sit down for a conversation, cups with drinks were placed in front of them. Noting the cold outside, Logan offered his guest some tea to warm up, which he agreed to. A moment later, Damien picked up the cup of tea that had been prepared for him and began to drink. He remained focused and watched the host who had invited him attentively. Looking at McLean, he wondered if they were acquainted, noting that he did not remember meeting anyone with such hair and eyes. However, he noticed that the host was clearly happy to see him, judging by the expression on his face. Pondering all these circumstances, Damien continued to drink the tea that had been prepared for him. Focusing on his guess, Logan noted that the genius of the front had been quite naive in his time. While he continued to drink his tea, Logan recalled that he was a genius of information management. For more than 20 years, according to Logan's recollections, this man had managed to protect the personalities of the Liberation Front. What interested Logan most about this man was his sense of righteousness, which was at the highest level. Realizing his chance to gain Damien's trust, Logan began his speech by mentioning his graduation from the management faculty. In a moment, Damien was shocked by the question of whether he wanted to become the assistant to the chief administrative director, with the possibility of being entrusted with the castle in the future. When asked why the owner wanted to appoint him, Logan asked if he didn't like him, which Damien began to refute. Calmly drinking his time away, Logan remembered his letter in which he mentioned the poem that had a significant impact on the young man. Damien stood frozen while young McLean explained the reasons why he was ready to entrust him with the management of administrative affairs. The guest could not understand what kind of nonsense this was, since such proposals were unexpected and unpredictable. Despite thinking that it was indeed complete nonsense, Logan thought about the need to do everything possible to get this man on his side. Looking at Damien, Logan understood that his management skills would be a great advantage in the development of the McLeans. Distracted by the greenery outside the windows, Logan looked forward to his work as an administrator with further development. A week later, Dwayne arrived at the young master's house and noted that his partner was the best. Pointing to Philip next to him, Dwayne noted that he and Damien were working for 10 people and asked where he had found such treasures. Noting that he was glad to hear this, Logan asked Dwayne to help them settle in, which the financier gladly agreed to. He also mentioned that there was another matter to discuss with the host. The financier reported the arrival of refugees to the city due to the Civil War, thanks to which the city was populated much faster than expected. Dwayne's opinion that it might be necessary to speed up the construction of the second city made Logan think. When asked by the host if they were allowed to do so, Dwayne replied that he had made preliminary calculations. Recalling the price of wood due to the war, Dwayne noted that finances would be difficult until the city was completed and the harvest was gathered. However, Philip, who was listening nearby, asked what he meant by difficult, given that their lands were overflowing with opportunities for export. Shocked, Logan and Dwayne turned to Philip and asked him to repeat the phrase about exports. The young financier enthusiastically explained his opinion with a single mention of food. Puzzled, Dwayne began to shout and ask why they would sell food, pointing out that there were no excessive surpluses. Recalling the McLean's preparations for war with Bifrost, Philip asked if they had begun selling off their remaining food supplies. He went on to note that the battle ended quickly, after which food prices skyrocketed with the start of the Civil War. In conclusion, Philip explained that if they sold half of their supplies, they would no longer have to worry about finances. Philip's suggestion that the remaining funds could be invested in logging made Logan think. Intently considering this path of development, Logan began tapping his fingers on the table and thinking about the mass production of crossbows. Deciding that it was a good idea, Logan continued to think about his own production to support his own forces. Shocked, Dwayne immediately turned to the young master, and a satisfied Philip noted that he knew Logan would respond this way. The young McLean expressed his confidence in Philip and urged him to increase their earnings as much as possible and use the funds for logging. Turning to Mr. Dwayne, Logan expressed his confidence in the preparation for the construction of a second city, to which the financier agreed. After this conversation, Dwayne reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, remembering one detail. Handing the letter to the owner, Dwayne explained that he had come to their office by mistake, for which he thanked Logan. Taking the letter in his hands and noticing the seal, Logan understood and was puzzled because it was a letter from the Information Guild. In a moment, the financiers began to head for the exit, saying that they were leaving, to which Logan urged them to return to work. Logan himself focused on reading the letter that Mr. Dwayne had given him. After reading about the whereabouts of some people at McLean's request, Logan was puzzled. Then Logan remembered that he had indeed made such a request on the first day when he mastered the Blade of Power. Despite the long search for independent superhumans who had participated in the Imperial War, one such man was found. The authors wrote a letter explaining that they had found a man named Churn Crow, who was most likely the one the customer was looking for. Recognizing the name, Logan held his breath as he spoke the name Crow, remembering that this was no ordinary man. He was known in Logan's past life for selling low-quality artifacts, which made him one of the 10 leading merchants of the Empire. In addition, unlike other wizards, Crow was active on the front lines, destroying enemies. Crow, the Wizard of Bloodshed, was the one who destroyed Grandia's forces in the fight against the Empire. Angrily clutching the letter, Logan recalled how Grandia fell twice as fast as it could have held out due to the low quality of the artifacts from the merchant. Logan understood that this wizard was a very dangerous enemy who would be best to recruit. However, clutching the letter about Crow's whereabouts, Logan was prepared to destroy the wizard if recruitment failed. Logan then set off for the territories of the Empire, stopping at a border post. A lone guard stood at the entrance gate, monitoring the situation at the post. A man in a cloak covering his body and carrying a backpack on his back was approaching the guard at the entrance gate. As the unknown man approached, the guard asked him to stop and wait for a moment. When asked if he was a merchant, the unknown man lowered his head and replied that he was and that he had come from Grandia. Reacting indifferently to the merchant, the soldier noted that there had been a lot of talk about this area lately. Addressing the merchant, he noted that he must have gone through a lot. The newcomer, who introduced himself as a merchant, did not respond to the courtesy of the guard at the entrance gate of the empire. Holding out a gold coin to his hand, which was expected, the merchant explained that one could say so. Looking at the gold coin from the unknown soldier, he noted that now he did not need to worry about anything. After the soldier said that their empire was at peace, the merchant crossed the border and stood still, looking around the area. Taking off his hood and looking around, Logan said that he had not been in the empire for a long time. Traveling through the border territories, Logan thought that it was good because there would not be many people around. Logan had bright blue eyes, which he had created with magic to change the color of his eyes so as not to attract excessive attention. Continuing his journey through the territories around the empire, the sky began to darken above Logan. Looking up at it, Logan couldn't figure out where he was and didn't understand if he had strayed from his route. Suddenly, someone behind him addressed him as Redhead and ordered him to stay where he was, which caught Logan's attention. Logan calmly turned to the men who were shouting to get his attention. They were robbers with weapons, and they were complaining about the redhead's speed because they were tired of chasing him. Having caught up with Logan, the robbers began to surround him from different sides and yell at him. One of the main robbers held a sword in front of him and ordered Logan to drop his backpack with a smile on his face. In response to the robbers' threats of how he would punish Logan for disobedience, the young man calmly looked at him, waiting for his opponents to act. After a while, Logan approached the next gate, which was the border to the entrance to the city, with flags bearing the symbol of lions. The robbers, their faces beaten, explained fearfully that they had arrived at the right place. A frightened robber asked if they could now be free, which Logan confirmed, thanking them for their escort. In response to the robber's gratitude, Logan indifferently exhaled, watching them leave. Now he calmly walked to the entrance of the place where the beaten robbers had led him. Finding himself in the city without hindrance, Logan walked down the street unobtrusively among the ordinary locals. The young man noticed one of the locals displaying high-quality imported leather. One of the subjects suggested that his master take a break from the trip, to which he ordered to find a nice bar for this purpose. Noticing the details that were happening in the lives of ordinary residents of the empire, Logan walked to the right address. He noted to himself that despite the border location of these territories, it was very clean and had a developed infrastructure. Logan took out his map, on which the building was marked with a star at a distance from the fortress. Standing in the middle of the street, Logan looked at his map, orienting himself to his location. After a moment of reflection, he looked up from the map and glanced at the building in front of him. In front of him was a large house standing alone on the outskirts of the territory, and Logan wondered if he needed it. Hiding the map in his pocket, Logan examined the building his informants had led him to. Clenching his fists, Logan prepared to knock on the door but stopped himself with a sudden thought. Standing in a daze, Logan wondered if Churn Crow, whom he had come to see, was still human. Logan hoped that he would be able to destroy Crow due to his slow magic activation speed. Trying to concentrate and focus, Logan slapped himself in the face. The young man tried to stop thinking about destroying the wizard because his goal was to recruit him. Trying to forget the insults from his past life, Logan began knocking on the wizard's door. Greetings, he continued knocking and asked if anyone was home. A moment later, the door opened slightly and the owner of the house asked in surprise what was going on and who had come to visit him. The owner of the house said that even the Lord had ordered him not to be disturbed. Looking at the wizard, Logan's expression instantly changed, and he began to stare at him intently. After examining the guest, Crow, whom Logan began to address, noted that he had never seen him before. While Crow was asking what the guest had come to see him about, Logan mentally noted that the wizard had 5 circles of magic. Smiling, Logan mentioned the path to meet Crow and asked if he would make time for him, but Crow abruptly shouted for the guest to get lost. In an instant, the door was slammed shut in front of him, and the young man stood frozen in front of the door, bewildered. After closing the door, Crow began to laugh while Logan stood there thinking about his next move. Clasping his head, Logan wondered if it would be better to destroy the wizard without recruiting him. Trying to calm himself, Logan clenched his fist tighter and began knocking on the door again. He shouted a request for him to at least listen to him, but suddenly felt a strange influence on himself. Logan wondered if it was lightning magic and realized that such an amount would be enough to destroy any ordinary person. Rejecting the influence of lightning on himself, Logan clenched his jaws angrily and cursed the wizard. Thinking that if the wizard didn't want to talk, Logan would force him to, the young man struck the front door he had been knocking on with all his might. Bursting into the room, Logan shouted at Crow and began to ask to talk. In the middle of the room were magical spheres from which flames of energy spread, and Crow shouted that his guest was no ordinary person. At this statement from the wizard, Logan froze, waiting for the building's owner's next actions or words. Looking at Crow standing in front of him with his hand raised, Logan recognized the destructive spheres flying above it. Logan knew that these spheres protected Crow and automatically repelled enemies, which was the perfect balance between attack and defense. Although Logan knew about the destructive power of these spheres, he understood that the wizard had not yet reached the required level. When Logan asked if the wizard was being too cruel, the wizard asked what kind of guest would kick down the door to a house. Young McLean smiled and asked what he should have done if the wizard had not opened the door. Taking what he needed from his pocket, Logan threw the bag down the stairs to the wizard standing guard at the top. The bag fell at the wizard's feet, and Logan said he was sure it would be enough to repair the broken door. In a moment, the bag opened, and shining gold coins appeared before the wizard. The bewildered wizard looked with curiosity at the bag of money from the insolent guest. After the wizard said they could talk quickly, they sat down in the room facing each other, and the owner of the house asked why the guest was there. Smiling, Logan explained that he had heard rumors, after which he came to the wizard to hire him for work. Crow's attention was caught by the word rumors in the guest's speech. Logan watched the wizard's reaction closely as he asked what rumors he was referring to. Focusing on the host, who pretended not to understand anything, Logan thought that he really had no guilty conscience. Crow stood frozen when he heard that he was known as a master of artifacts, which the items behind him confirmed to the guest. Smiling, the wizard tried not to look concerned and asked where his guest had heard this. Logan calmly explained that he had learned this from the Information Guild, which was looking for talented wizards for him. Not understanding what this meant, the impressed Crow asked which Information Guild he was referring to. Focusing on the wizard's reaction, Logan regretfully noted that he could not talk about it. Looking around, Logan noted the wizard's reaction, suggesting that he had skeletons in his closet, which Crow immediately began to refute. Looking at his sword nearby, Logan prepared himself to destroy the wizard if problems arose. Noticing the destructive spheres around the wizard, Logan mentally noted that they did not look as scary as in his past life. Thinking about how to confirm his suspicions, Logan turned to the wizard and asked if he was familiar with the surname Crownet. Shocked, Churncrow froze in place after his guest mentioned the name. Unable to hide his emotions, he began to look up at the young guest sitting opposite him. Contemplating Logan, he repeated the surname Crownet that his guest had mentioned. Despite the sudden change in the mood of the host, Logan remained calm and waited for his next move. The wizard noted that his guest knew the necessary information, after which his spheres of destruction turned red. Logan remained seated, watching the wizard's changing emotions. One of the spheres of destruction appeared at the level of the wizard's face and covered his attentive, puzzled gaze. Having made his decision, Crow changed the position of this sphere and looked sharply at Logan, understanding the development of his thoughts. Suddenly, he abruptly moved from his seat and, using the spheres moving from different sides, approached the guest. The wizard reached out his hand toward Logan's face, who remained calm and stayed in place. From the street, the house looked normal, while inside its owner shouted calls for the death of his guest. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion that instantly scattered stones from the house in different directions. The explosion left a hole in the ceiling through which smoke poured out of the room. Crow stood on the floor, controlling his spheres of destruction, looking around for the guest he was trying to destroy. He failed to harm the young man with his first strike, but he continued to use his spheres of destruction to hunt Logan. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events took place in front of him, which took him by surprise and shocked him. Logan's powerful flames approached the wizard, which he directed with his blow at the wizard. Covering his face with his hands, Crow asked if his enemy had managed to dodge his first blow. With a smile, noting that the young man was lucky, the wizard confirmed that this would not happen again. Making another swing with his spheres of destruction, he shouted that Logan should not expect to match his fighting skills. After the initial strike, Logan retreated a short distance and waited for the moment to launch his next attack. Without hesitation, the young man raised his flaming sword above his head and swung it powerfully to deliver another powerful blow. Watching his opponent's actions, the wizard said that Logan was a nobody who had no influence whatsoever. Ignoring the words of the master of the house, Logan struck a blow that filled the entire room with a bright glow. The flames of Logan's power filled the room and destroyed its floor, bringing the blow closer to the wizard standing in place. Smiling, Crow praised Logan's efforts, but added that there was more to this confrontation. Suddenly, he was taken aback by actions that filled the room with flames from his opponent's power, which shocked him. Crow was engulfed by Logan's flames, which filled the space around him and left him unable to act. Logan remained standing in his place, focusing on the events unfolding with his opponent in front of him. Flames also spread brightly from the wizard's spheres of destruction, and cracks began to appear in them. Suddenly, the flames disappeared from the spheres, which turned gray and split in half, hanging in the air. The exhausted Crow fell to the ground, and the split spheres of destruction began to fall next to him, now powerless. Realizing what had happened, the bewildered wizard tried to concentrate. A moment later, looking at his spheres of destruction, he cried out in shock about his artifacts. Logan approached and stopped near one part of the wizard's destroyed sphere of destruction. Stopping in front of the wizard, Logan asked how much Mr. Crownet's conscience was tormenting him given his reaction. The shocked wizard froze in place, unable to resist the guest. A moment later, he began to ask Logan puzzledly how he knew his name, given that he had destroyed all traces of it. While the shocked wizard was asking who his guest was, Logan remembered his name only after standing over the man in the future. Considering his possible actions, Logan asked the wizard for his opinion on where the guest could have come from. This question angered Crownet, who was hoping for an explanation from the guest, not unnecessary questions. Trying to get up from his seat, he angrily shouted at Logan not to play games with him. Not expecting his opponent's next move, Logan froze, watching the wizard's reaction. Crownet himself was bleeding from the nose after his previous confrontation with Logan, but he confidently shouted that he usually did this himself. Another sphere of destruction appeared in the wizard's hands, glowing as he stretched it out toward Logan. A moment later, another explosion occurred, caused by the same surviving sphere in the wizard's hands. However, Logan managed to avoid the close proximity of the explosion and, retreating, covered his face with his hands. Looking at the floor, Logan was puzzled by the turn of events that had occurred in the confrontation. Staring at the hole in the floor, he asked in amazement if it really led to the basement under the floor. Recovering from the sudden explosion, Logan stood calmly in place and stared at the hole in the floor of the room. At that moment, Logan cursed silently, realizing that the wizard had hidden another artifact from him. Without hesitation, Logan began to move from his place and descend into the hole into which the wizard had fallen after the explosion. In a moment, Logan found himself in a room located under the first floor, which was filled with books. This place immediately caught Logan's attention, and he began to look around with interest. Judging by the work table covered with papers and flasks, Logan suspected that it was a laboratory. The wizard spoke to him again from the side and cursed the guest. Crownet himself was hovering above the floor, flying around the room using magic, holding a dowry in his hand. Stopping in his place, Logan calmly watched the wizard move through the air. Smiling eagerly, Crownet called out to the guest to die, waving his staff. In an instant, a flurry of lightning bolts was sent at Logan, one after another, bearing down on the young man. Crownet flew around his laboratory on his cloak and used magic to shoot at Logan. These shots rapidly approached Logan, moving in zigzags in a chaotic motion, destroying everything in their path. Logan was puzzled because he noticed that the wizard was using 2 spells at the same time, and at lightning speed. As the wizard's lightning bolts approached Logan, he wondered if the wizard really had the rank of Strength A. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan realized that his opponent's strength was barely above average. The bright red flames of Logan's power rapidly filled the room around him. Feeling the influence of the energy, Crownet could not understand what kind of energy his opponent possessed. Noticing Logan's sword, he realized that all his magic had been dispelled. At the same time, he had to instantly restrain the flow of energy that Logan had sharply redirected at him in a counterattack. Suffering from a significant flow of energy that he could barely contain, Crownet wondered who his guest was. Logan calmly took up a fighting stance and focused on his enemy, holding his sword ready for battle. A few moments after restraining Logan's energy, Crownet's grip began to weaken, causing the weapon to fall from his hands. A sharp blow flew past his face with the force directed by Logan, but the wizard managed to dodge it. However, this caused significant damage to the wizard, and his hands completely lost their grip on the staff, which began to fall to the ground. In an instant, the wizard began to scream uncontrollably in pain as he looked at his wound. Blood gushed from Crownet's hand, which he began to press with his other hand, while the young guest stood calmly to the side. Watching his opponent's suffering, Logan noted that he had brought this upon himself. Raising his hand, the enraged Crownet began to shout that he would finish Logan off. Without hesitation, he began to gather energy in his hand, which he raised above his head. Swinging the cluster of energy, Crownet shouted at his opponent with a thirst for destruction. Focusing on the movements of his wounded opponent, Logan remained calm and stayed in his position. Having prepared his attack, Crownet instantly began to release his energy, directing it furiously at Logan. In response, Logan calmly began to swing his sword, spreading his flame of power. He abruptly approached the wizard and struck him, shouting that he was too slow to fight him. The remains of the stones that had scattered around at the moment of Logan's final blow to the wizard began to rise around them. Having suffered another injury, Crownet exhaled heavily and blood began to flow from his nose and mouth. With this blow, Logan finally knocked the owner of the house to the ground and calmly froze in his position. Exhaling with relief, he looked with interest at his fallen enemy. Suddenly, the ceiling above him began to collapse and stones began to fall rapidly, attracting the attention of young McLean. Looking back at the laboratory, he realized that the ceiling in this room would collapse very soon. In his own laboratory, Crownet was lying on the ground, with stones from the ceiling rapidly falling on him. Logan thought about his initial desire to study everything in this laboratory, but circumstances were different now. Taking his first steps, the young man planned to quickly examine the possible finds here and leave before the ceiling collapsed. As the ceiling continued to collapse gradually, Logan's attention was focused on the book-filled cabinets. Passing by one of the tables, Logan noticed the papers spread out in front of him. Picking up one of the notebooks, Logan asked if these were the wizard's research notes. Crownet's achievements included research into the possibilities of infusing magic into ordinary metals, which led to the spread of low-level artifacts. Smiling as he looked at the book, Logan hoped that it would describe these features. Holding the books from Crownet's laboratory to his chest one after another, Logan realized that it was worth familiarizing himself with them. Looking back, he wondered if there was anything else here that might be of interest to him. Noticing an object behind him, Logan froze in shock, his mouth agape. Noticing the gloves with a ring and a necklace next to them, Logan asked if these were also artifacts. Picking up these items, Logan mentally noted the absence of any special energy from them. Regretting this, Logan still wanted to take them for himself, grateful for receiving such items. However, touching the gloves that caught his attention, Logan froze in surprise, a look of bewilderment on his face. Reaching for the gloves, Logan felt a strange reaction from his power in combination with them. He recognized this feeling and felt that these gloves were absorbing his power. After all, he had the same feeling with the boots he took from the Duke's treasury, which had a significant impact. Without hesitation, Logan began to put them on his hands, eager to test his newfound discovery. Clenching his fist after putting on the gloves, Logan focused on his feelings about their use. Looking at the gloves with curiosity, Logan stood waiting for their effect. Pulling on the glove, Logan clenched his hand into a fist, waiting for it to interact with the object. He helped himself with his other hand, pulling on the item he had found in the Crownet laboratory. A moment after the glove was fully pulled on, a bright yellow glow began to emanate from Logan's hand. Feeling a strange sensation, Logan stared at the glove on his hand in amazement, wondering what it was. His strength had increased significantly, and he said he did not expect to find something like this in this place. Suddenly, Logan stopped his thoughts, losing the excitement of his discovery. He realized that people would come here and that he should take what he could and leave. Cheering himself up with the thought that he had taken everything he could, Logan picked up the papers and the items he had found and headed for the exit to go home. Given the large number of items he had acquired, Logan hoped that his bag was still upstairs. Looking at the hole to the exit, Logan stopped and remembered his fiefdom, hoping that nothing had happened there in his absence. Meanwhile, in the fief itself, Ranyan asked if the newcomers wanted to join the McLean Knightly Order. One of the men in armor confirmed this and noted that he had heard about Logan's master hiring talented people. Lowering his training sword to the floor, Ranyan expressed his understanding of this. Standing next to Eileen and Victor, he ordered the newcomers to take up swords and fight if they so desired. The bewildered men in armor froze in place, not understanding what this task meant. In response, Mr. Dwayne reported that the young Master McLean was not present. The confused soldiers expressed their dissatisfaction, as they had come after hearing rumors that the Master was recruiting knights. While the newcomers continued to express their dissatisfaction, Dwayne wondered if this was really how people who wanted to get a job behave. Passing by, Heinkel noticed Mr. Dwayne talking to the strangers. He turned to them and asked if they had guests, mentally noting that they were dressed like knights. Turning to Heinkel, Dwayne noted with relief that he had arrived just in time. In response to Dwayne's explanation that these knights had come from the front of the Master, Heinkel said that they had lost their masters in the war. After learning that he was the captain of a knightly order, the enchanted guests began to recall Heinkel's remarkable fame. Expressing their respect, the arriving knights pressed their clenched fists to their hearts. Without delay, one of the knights stepped forward and gave his name and the region from which he had come. With a sharp glance, he noted that many knew him by the name Dylan the Swift Sword. Heinkel remained calm and indifferent while the impressed Mr. Dwayne asked about this sword. The other two knights also decided not to delay and began to give their real names and battle names. Smiling, Heinkel gestured for the men to stop and said that everything was clear to him. Spreading his arms, Heinkel expressed his envy and explained that he had no nicknames. The confused soldiers began to justify themselves, saying that they had received their names in the ruins and could not compare to the captain of the order. Heinkel sighed indifferently and sharply told them to stop talking, and remembered to explain one thing. The arriving knights froze in a stupor, listening attentively to what the famous commander had to say. Heinkel calmly explained that the young master treated people according to their abilities. Looking at the swords hidden behind the knights' belts, Heinkel insisted that they proved they deserved to be treated well. In conclusion, he explained that he wanted the newcomers to prove their words with actions. Listening to the commander's speech, the new knights froze, holding their breath. After Heinkel asked if they could handle this task, the knights looked at each other. However, without worrying, they exhaled with relief and smiles, confident in their abilities. After a while, one of the knights lay on the ground and gazed at the blue sky with one eye. His face was struck, knocking him to the ground before he even realized what had happened. As other knights approached him, he couldn't understand why he was lying on the ground. Then he remembered how the commander had ordered them to defeat their opponents if they wanted to become hired knights. A young man whom everyone called the young master was pitted against the knight who wanted to become a mercenary. The knight enthusiastically prepared for the confrontation, thinking it would be an easy victory. Opposing him was the young master who was intently studying his opponent before the fight. Now he was ordered to get up, which took the fallen fighter by surprise and forced him to raise his head sharply. Trying to sit up straight, the beaten knight cried out in pain from the effort he was putting into these movements. Ranyan stood calmly beside him and watched the fighter's actions after his order to get up. The bewildered knight looked at the young man, who, noting that he had simply swung his sword, asked if he had already surrendered. Ranyan was still intensely focused on the fighter, who instantly obeyed his command. However, he added a question and asked if his opponent would like to say that he had surrendered to the young man. The frightened fighter continued to sit in his place, listening in awe to his young opponent. The fighter was puzzled and asked in surprise what he meant, looking at Ranyan with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, shouts began behind him, addressing the young master, which attracted the attention of the defeated fighter, who turned back. The other two knights fearfully denied the possibility of their master underestimating his strength and pointed out that he usually succumbs. Not understanding what was happening, the fallen knight wondered if his comrades were trying to curry favor with the young man. Clenching his fist, Ranyan rejected the knight's words and asked if he looked like a weakling, once again baffling his fallen opponent. The knights who were standing nearby and watching the confrontation jumped in fear after the master's words. Ranyan noted that this was possible because he was not too strong for the level of these knights. With a burning gaze, he declared that he would be a hindrance to his older brother if he was weak. Drenched in sweat, the frightened knights could not express their thoughts on the young master's words. In a moment, they clutched their heads and cried out that the same situation had happened again, giving them goosebumps. Without hesitation, one of the knights shouted at the newcomer to take up arms. While the fallen fighter did not understand what was happening, another knight approached him, remembering the situation when the young man mentioned his brother. Distracted by the other fighter, the fallen knight did not notice the sword being placed behind him. Focusing on the enemy's sword, the knight listened to the other fighter's words that all of Ranyan's opponents would be turned to dust. In a moment, Ranyan, regardless of the circumstances around him, calmly raised his sword above his head and swung for the blow. Taken by surprise, the knight froze in place, unable to react to the young master's weapon. As the sword approached, the knight began to scream in fear, having no time to quickly resist. Giving the frightened knight a sharp look, Ranyan briefly told him to fight. Tears began to flow from the terrified knight's eyes from the fear he felt from Ranyan's actions. Bright flames rushed around him from the power Ranyan used when he struck. The shocked knights began to shout fearfully at the newcomer, and one of them added that their master would soon reach them. While the fallen knight groaned in pain, Heinkel watched the confrontation from the sidelines. Assessing the young master's fighting skills, he smiled with satisfaction, focusing on him. Watching the confrontation from the sidelines, Eileen noted that this Dylan was at least not bad at moving. These conversations between Eileen and Victor Heinkel turned to them with interest to listen. He asked how the other two knights were doing, to which Eileen replied that they were not bad, but not very promising. In the background were the fallen knights, and Victor agreed with Eileen, noting that at least it was clear that they had trained with swords. Smiling, Heinkel expressed the opinion that they should be accepted into their ranks. Pointing to Victor and Eileen, he smiled and said that he knew who to turn to for testing the newcomers. Suddenly, flashes of light appeared behind them, which caught the attention of their companions. Watching the events unfold, Eileen said with admiration that the young master had been sad lately. At that moment, Ranyan was rapidly advancing through the training ground, swinging his sword and destroying his opponents around him. Puzzled, Victor remarked that his friend was probably worried about his lack of progress. However, Heinkel remained calm and expressed confidence that the problem was much deeper. Remembering that his young master Logan had been absent for 10 days, he asked where he had gone. Looking at the young knights with interest, Heinkel waited for their answer. Eileen replied that she was also curious because she knew nothing and looked at Victor. After these reflections, Eileen noted that she was sure that the young master was doing something incredible. Meanwhile, Logan himself took out the books and notes he had taken from the wizard's laboratory from his bag. He was in Clayton's magic tower and laid out the information he had found on his desk. When the master laid the books out in front of him, Clayton stood in a daze, not understanding what was happening. While Logan was taking the last of his things out of his bag, Clayton asked what it was. Logan just smiled contentedly before answering the wizard's question. Exhaling, he calmly explained that these were items from a wizard's laboratory and expressed his opinion that they might contain research notes. Picking up one of the books, Clayton wondered if the owner wanted him to look through them all. When the wizard asked if he had taken them from the magic tower, Logan immediately began to deny it. After Logan explained that they belonged to someone who had died after fighting him, Clayton curiously picked up the book to examine it. Clayton noted that in that case there would be no problem, to which Logan replied with a smile that he relied on the wizard. The wizard also smiled at the host and, taking the materials he had brought, waited for the young man to leave. However, Logan remained standing in his place while Clayton walked away to take the items to another place. Noticing that the young master had no intention of leaving the room, Clayton looked at him in confusion. Logan froze with a smile when Clayton asked if he had any other business with the wizard. Clutching his neck, he smiled and began to think about how to explain it to the wizard. After the owner asked if he could take a look at it right away, a shocked Clayton placed the pile of books on the table. Looking at the master, Clayton addressed him sharply without any joy. Realizing that he had asked the wizard for more than he could give, Logan stood waiting for his words. With a maniacal smile, Clayton noted that he had too much to do because of his master's orders and that he was working like a madman. In conclusion, the wizard asked if Logan would mind if the deadlines for the bombs were significantly delayed due to reading books. Understanding the wizard's emotions, Logan realized that he had no other choice. A moment later, Logan asked to do this first and see if there was anything useful in those books. Looking at the books, Clayton wondered what was so important that the master was willing to ignore other matters. Putting a pile of books on the table in front of him, the wizard noted that in this case, everything would be different. Logan began to glow with joy when Clayton agreed to examine these books first. Leafing through the first book, Clayton noted that it would take several hours to review the information. After suggesting that the host take a break during this time, he focused intently on the book's entries. Suddenly, Clayton began to look more closely at the information after turning the first page. Logan was puzzled by the wizard's quick reaction and asked what was going on. Clayton did not answer and continued to voice some of his thoughts, which interested Logan, so he asked the wizard about them. Carefully examining the entries in the book, Clayton eagerly turned the pages one after another. After a brief review, he turned to the young master and asked him to answer honestly, to which the puzzled Logan agreed. Looking through the other books, Clayton asked if he had definitely taken them from the magic tower, which Logan confirmed. While the wizard continued to study the material, the puzzled Logan asked what was in it and if there was anything useful. Looking up at the owner with excitement, Clayton asked about the word useful and pointed out that it was not the right word to describe this material. After Clayton's words about research on putting magic into ordinary metals, Logan held his breath with excitement, realizing that this was what he needed. Clayton continued to explain the value of this material while Logan tried to hold back his smile. In conclusion, the wizard noted that when the research was completed, the whole world would be turned upside down. Clayton added that they would be able to create the bombs that the master had described earlier. Enchanted, Logan beamed with joy at his success with these materials and asked if everything would really be easier for them now. The streets of McLeanstown were bustling with the activity of local residents. Merchants from different regions arrived in carriages, urging buyers to purchase their goods. The main goods were silk and iron products, which they praised for their good quality. A man sitting on a stool with a glass watched the merchants and passers-by who stopped to buy goods. He calmly sipped his drink without attracting attention, standing out only because he was missing one leg. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked if he would mind if he sat down next to him. After the man with the missing leg replied that it was his wish, his interlocutor asked if he was drinking in the middle of the day. When told that he had no discipline, the man replied that he would not get very drunk. When told that even if he did get drunk, it would not cause any problems, his interlocutor asked if he was sure. Smiling as he picked up his glass to continue drinking, the man confirmed this and added that there were about 30 knights here. Recalling the number of soldiers with a huge margin of error, the man put down his glass, but his interlocutor banged his fist and told him to be more careful. The angry man asked when what they had discussed earlier would happen. Smiling calmly, the man replied that the event would take place that night at a residence in the north of the city. The puzzled interlocutor asked if it was really so soon, to which the man replied if there were any reasons to delay. However, the man who approached him was not so sure and asked if it would be better to gather more information first. He began to recall rumors about a local young master and his fighting skills. The main concern was the rumors about his destruction of several Befros swordsmen. With a sneer, the man asked if he really believed that, given his young age of 21. But his interlocutor pointed out his high rank. Recalling the young McLean, he mentioned rumors that with each battle he was becoming stronger. Laughing, the man remarked that it sounded as if he were a character in a heroic epic. Sipping his drink, he indifferently began to express his opinion about the development of events if the rumors were true, saying that he would like to fight him. As night fell, the events moved to the central palace where the McLeans resided. Logan studied the papers with information in his room at his desk. On the dresser behind his desk were artifacts, boots, gloves, and his battle sword. Logan pondered as he studied the letters and papers he had been given to review. His attention was drawn away from the papers by a phrase stating that their city had grown significantly in recent times. Rick, who was cleaning the master's room, noted that even a market had appeared, to which Logan asked what had happened. Putting the books away, Rick explained enthusiastically that many interesting things were being delivered to them, which made the choice difficult. When Rick said that he planned to go check out the market next weekend, Logan indifferently remarked that he thought the servant was choosing sleep. Realizing that this was probably the case, Rick turned to his master with confusion. Remembering his girlfriend and his desire to sleep, he explained that he had no choice because in such cases she would be sad. Rick was enchanted and happy as he remembered the incredible girlfriend he had found. Looking indifferently at the servant, Logan coldly said that in that case he should have fun. Despite his statement about his master's warmth, Rick continued cleaning, noting that he could not expect anything from him. Suddenly, Rick was startled and cried out when Logan abruptly threw a bag at him. Mesmerized by the bag, Rick froze when Logan told him to buy Lily some clothes and eat at a nice place. In a moment, Rick jumped to hug his host and shouted how much he adored him, but an angry Logan yelled at him to back off. Putting his hand on his master's shoulder, Rick asked him to at least rest a little, considering his upcoming meeting with Eileen. When Logan asked for his money back, Rick immediately moved from his place and ran out of the room, wishing him sweet dreams and thanking him. Smiling, Logan asked with interest what the word meeting meant. He understood that at such a time he had no time to think about dating a girl and relaxing. Thinking about Eileen, he told himself that he already had too much to do. However, when Logan thought of her, his eyes would light up and he would hold his breath. The young man froze in his place and, straightening up, recalled moments with Eileen without blinking. Suddenly hitting himself on the head, he cursed and said that now was really not the time for that. Besides, he remembered that after the war with Befros, Eileen had taken up her training and was practicing with the knights every day. Reflecting on this issue, Logan realized that the Civil War was reaching a critical point. Looking over the letter, he assessed the situation in which the balance of power between the two forces had been disrupted faster than expected. Logan understood that his forces were now more powerful than during the attack on Tomato Castle. Although this was not enough to confront any Margrave, Logan estimated that it would be sufficient for other purposes. Meanwhile, a man in a cloak appeared on the roof of the building and carefully made his way to the edge. He was heading toward Logan's room in the house, where Logan was at that moment. Suddenly, Logan froze in place, sensing danger approaching, and applied his strength. He reacted instantly, reaching for his sword behind him and grabbing it. Confused, Logan quickly took up a fighting stance and stood looking up. He mentally noted that he felt a thirst for destruction that prevailed not far from him. Calm down. He thought that the sudden threat had passed and began to put the sword down on the table. However, Logan was prepared to fight and, sensing the source of the threat nearby, began to put on his gauntlet, thinking it might be a robber. Lifting his head, he focused on the huge window in front of him, behind which was a bright moon. Putting on his gauntlet, Logan took the sword back in his hands and, gripping it tightly, prepared for sudden movements against him. The young master clearly felt the thirst for destruction approaching his room and waited for the attack. But outside the window, all was calm and only the stars shone alongside the young moon. Despite the calm atmosphere, Logan concentrated on the window from which he expected danger. Moonlight streamed into Logan's room through the window on which he focused all his attention. Feeling the sudden approach of the thirst for destruction, Logan's eyes flashed with his thirst for battle. Suddenly, the white moonlight in the window changed to a red flash of bright energy approaching the window. In an instant, the window was destroyed and a wide sword strike enveloped in flames of power swept through the room. Anticipating this sudden attack, Logan managed to dodge the sword strike, which he had been watching. However, the power and sharpness of the attack stunned Logan, who froze in shock. Holding back another blow from the attacker, Logan realized that he was armed with a blade of power, just like McLean. The attack repelled with the power of the master of the house, confused and threw the attacker back. To prepare for a new attack, he retreated some distance after a heavy attempt to attack. However, he was not concerned and noted that he did not expect his blow to be repelled by the blade of power. The attacker's smile instantly disappeared from his face when Logan shouted that he had been caught in the moment. Seizing the opportunity after his opponent's brief retreat, Logan struck with his sword without hesitation. Thanks to his quick reaction, the attacker also blocked the blow with his sword, albeit with difficulty. After parrying the blow, the attacker began to smile contentedly without straining. Logan thought to himself that he found the attacker's carelessness amusing. Advancing his sword, Logan gathered his thoughts to gather energy and defeat the enemy. But suddenly, his gaze showed a hint of shock as he realized how the confrontation was unfolding. Behind the owner of the house, another enemy jumped out, his face also hidden by fabric. Thanks to his intuition, Logan instantly turned around after the jump and watched another opponent approach. The young man was enraged, noting that there was another enemy in the room who had now taken him by surprise. The first attacker smiled as he watched his companion deliver a powerful blow to the homeowner. After striking the enemy, the second attacker calmly crouched down next to his companion and landed beside him. Looking at Logan, the second attacker remembered how he had been told to take young McLean seriously. With the room filled with smoke after the second blow, the homeowner began to approach the attackers. The attackers were impressed and instantly took up combat positions while Logan noted their characteristics and fighting style. Summing it up, Logan looked sharply at his opponents and asked if they had any honor. The second attacker calmly explained that McLean should not have crossed paths with that particular man. Moving forward sharply to attack, this attacker called on McLean to surrender and die. The first attacker also stood ready to fight McLean again alongside his comrade. Focusing on the attacker's movements, Logan asked about the phrase about the same man who had brought the assassins to him. Without hesitation, Logan concentrated his strength to jump from his place using his artifact boots. Thanks to this jump, Logan instantly found himself high near the ceiling to change his movement in resistance. Due to the lightning speed of the young master of the house, the attackers did not have time to react and continued to rush at him with their attack. Noticing the victim's movement, the confused attackers returned to his new position, and one of them noted that the young man was fast. Seizing the opportunity, Logan immediately began to swing his sword, advancing with his attack. Swinging his sword with extra force from the artifact gauntlet, Logan rapidly advanced on his opponents. The bewildered attackers froze in place, watching the young master's actions. The second attacker's gaze showed only bewilderment at the unexpected speed. However, the first mercenary calmly watched the young knight approach. A torrent of flames from Logan's power gathered in a pile and attacked the attackers after the young man's actions. Despite the sharpness and power of the enemy's blow, the first attacker calmly blocked it with his sword. After parrying the blow, he shouted that Logan's attacks were too weak for a young man of his strength. The attacker opened his eyes for the first time and prepared his counterattack against Logan. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, Logan did not expect such an easy repulsion of the attack by the enemy. While his partner warned him not to jump, Logan began to think aloud about the strength of the attackers, whom he considered to be of high rank. Closing his eyes again, the first partner smiled and noted the development of the confrontation in the absence of any miracles. When the attackers said that they would complete the task as planned, Logan realized that warriors had been sent to destroy him. Gripping his weapon tighter in preparation for another confrontation, Logan thought that there was only one option. Logan believed that the only person who could have ordered this was Jordan Walter with all his influence. He perceived the two high-ranking attackers standing in front of Logan as executors of the Duke's orders. Focusing on his enemies, Logan thought that there were definitely more than two attackers. While Logan was fighting the attackers in his room, fresh blood was spilled in the other room. Drops of thick blood dripped onto the floor from the combat sword used in the fight. Terrified, Marion burst into tears and clutched her face as she turned to her husband. Patrick stood with a sword in one hand and his other hand on his shoulder, preparing to fight the attacker in front of him. Tightly clutching his bleeding shoulder, Patrick glared angrily at his enemy, cursing Valterim for daring to do such a thing. At that moment, behind the broken window in Logan's room, two attackers were also preparing their actions against the owner of the house. One of them, seizing the moment, instantly moved toward Logan for another attack. The attacker jumped up and swung his sword, preparing to strike the young man. With his blow, he unleashed his powerful energy throughout the room in the direction of his opponent. Frozen in place, Logan watched intently as the enemy force advanced toward him, and the force was indeed moving very quickly towards the place where Logan was standing. In an instant, this force was already in front of Logan, who did not have time to resist it in advance. However, with a lightning-fast movement, he lowered his head, which was the target of this force, and thus avoided injury. The force of the blow passed just above Logan's head, grazing his hair slightly. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, the glow of which instantly filled the entire room. In particular, this explosion threw Logan from his place and began to knock him down, causing the young man to scream. Logan landed hard after being knocked off his feet by the blow and focused on his opponent's next moves. Looking at the attacker, he noted his usual skill, but he managed to easily establish distance with his sword of power. In addition, Logan had two opponents, the second of whom was already preparing an attack from above. Sensing danger behind him, Logan turned sharply to react to another attack. Simultaneously, 2 blows and 2 forces were used to finally defeat Logan from different sides. One of the blows was devastating and deeply wounded Logan's shoulder, which immediately began to gush blood. Logan cried out in pain and began to lose his balance, while the attacker, having delivered the blow, retreated and landed opposite him. He began to smile again as he watched the young master of the house suffer from pain. Holding the cut, Logan began to remember the ghost of an assassin from his past life because of the speed of this criminal. Suddenly, the young man froze in shock, feeling another blow that caused another wave of unbearable pain. This time, blood began to gush from one of Logan's legs at the top. Feeling his concentration slipping as he stared at his attacker, Logan mentally noted that now was not the time to lose consciousness. A moment later, Logan was struck by another blow from the sword of the attacker in front of him. Without waiting for his opponent to recover, the attacker delivered a quick sword strike to finish Logan off. However, Logan gathered his strength and blocked the sword with his own. Taking up his sword and suppressing his pain, Logan planned to continue fighting the attackers. He caught himself thinking that regardless of the level of both opponents, he did not feel that he could lose. After inflicting significant wounds on the master of the house, he managed to repel the attack, and the attackers froze in place. The first of them, looking at Logan and his expression, noted his stubbornness. However, despite these traits of the young man, he began to grip his sword more tightly in order to deliver another blow. Without hesitation, he shouted at Logan to die and instantly jumped forward toward the wounded young knight. At that moment, Logan told himself to hold on until the end and began to push off the ground, using the power of his artifact boots. He moved sharply from his place, leaving only a faint trace of movement behind him. Despite Logan's movement, the attackers continued to advance simultaneously to destroy him. Logan himself gripped his sword more tightly and confidently and rapidly moved forward, ignoring his injuries. During this movement, Logan struck the attackers, who did not have time to resist and were now bleeding profusely. Stopping, Logan began to bend over in pain, but mentally decided that he had used all his opportunities to resist his enemy. He looked back at the destroyed attackers and confirmed to himself that this was the right thing to do. Looking at one of the attackers, Logan noticed flames of energy spreading from him. The young man knew that this was overheating, during which its users used their power, exaggerating its capabilities without thinking about the consequences. In an instant, a flurry of sword strikes began, with opponents striking one after another despite the pain. As he advanced on another wounded attacker, Logan realized that they must have been under pressure, given their thirst for destruction. But the desire to oppose their plans to destroy him also motivated Logan to continue fighting. He parried his opponent's blows one after another, looking for opportunities to fight back. Blocking another blow, Logan realized that he would die on the spot if he received a direct hit. Landing on the floor, he prepared to use his legs to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Holding his sword tightly, the young man realized that his body would not be able to withstand such a barrage of blows any longer. At that moment, the attacker himself noticed the tension that the young man was experiencing as he resisted him. Therefore, he once again gripped his sword more tightly in order to deliver the decisive blows. After that, he shouted another call for the young man to die and delivered a powerful blow with his last ounce of strength. Logan did not have time to resist this blow, but he dodged it with a sharp movement. Despite his initial failure, the attacker declared that this was the end for young McLean. The attacker suddenly froze in shock, not expecting his opponent to dodge the blow he was confident of landing. Holding his sword, Logan confidently delivered a powerful blow despite his exhaustion and pain. Raising his sword and looking at his enemy, he began to smile with satisfaction. Laughing, the attacker calmly said that the young master of the house had proven to be resilient. Suddenly, Logan's stomach was struck by another sharp kick, which the young knight did not expect. This blow knocked Logan off balance and forced him to put his hand to the wound, from which blood continued to flow. Rising above his enemy, the second attacker, preparing another attack, said that the games were over. Dripping with sweat and clenching his jaws in pain, Logan glared angrily at the attacker near the ceiling. The attacker smiled again and, remembering the rumors of Logan's destruction of the Knights of Bifrost, thought it was a joke. As he loomed over the young man with another attack, he remembered seeing many newcomers about whom the rumors were too loud to be true. Smiling, he thought that even if this young man resisted him, he would join the ranks of those newcomers. He focused on the exhausted Logan, who did not even raise his head to look at his approach. However, Logan suddenly turned his head and stared sharply at the attacker, with a look full of the fire of power that spread around him. Continuing to approach the young man, the attacker froze in shock and surprise at the development of the confrontation. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan noticed that it was moving independently of its owner. The sword radiated Logan's power, which he assessed as a transition from his own part that he could understand. Focusing on the approaching enemy, he realized that he had begun to move against his will. With a fiery gaze, he watched the attacker approach with an attack and realized that his instincts had awakened. In an instant, Logan delivered a powerful blow with tremendous force, despite his significant injuries. Flying backward, the attacker began to remember those same rumors and realized that they were not false about Logan's fighting skills. He began to be surrounded by the glow of Logan's power, which spread with new force to his enemies. Looking at the young man who, taking up a fighting stance, continued to spread his power, the attacker realized that he was indeed becoming stronger during the battle. Swinging his sword, Logan focused on the enemy and shouted that now it was his turn. Logan's sword, shining and burning with his remarkable power, was once again directed at the enemy attackers. The next day at dawn, the windows of the McLean's house were shattered after the night. At a meeting with the house management, Logan reported the intrusion of 13 people who had now been destroyed. Heinkel began to report on their losses, which amounted to 5 soldiers killed and 12 wounded. Without letting the commander of the order finish his sentence, Logan mentioned his father among the wounded. Patrick had been seriously wounded in the confrontation while trying to protect his wife. Now, a distraught Marion did not leave her husband's bedside, hoping for his speedy recovery. Recalling the strength of the attackers, Heinkel noted that they had been repelled quite easily. Nervously wringing his hands, Logan agreed with this statement by the captain of the Order of Knights and recalled the advanced ranks of the attackers. However, Logan added that they had not been able to recognize any of the mercenaries who had attacked them. After his confrontation with the attackers, he removed their masks, hoping to recognize some of them. When asked by the young master who could have done this, the managers only nervously remained silent, not voicing any suspicions. Standing up, Logan expressed his belief that Jordan Walter himself was behind it. Those present were shocked by this statement, and Mr. Dwayne exclaimed that this was not possible. However, Logan bowed his head and stood silently, thinking intently about his suspicion. Extending his hand, Dwayne explained that he was the Duke and noted that the McLeans would have to fight against the Second Prince's faction in that case. Smiling after these words from the financier, Logan asked why he thought they would attack the Duke. This question stumped Dwayne and made him think about his master's plans. The managers listened silently to their master's explanation that they would die if they attacked the duchy, even if he himself were the Duke. Clenching his fist tightly, Logan said that this was precisely why he had to restrain himself. The master's speech that they had to restrain themselves no matter how events unfolded left those present perplexed. When Dwayne asked why they had to do this, Logan shouted that they were weak. Pressing his hand to his heart, he angrily shouted that they had no strength. The managers froze, holding their breath, while the tense master asked if it was not a disgrace. When the young master asked if he was the only one who felt oppressed, Heinkel clenched his fist tightly, holding back his emotions. A moment later, Logan turned to him and asked how the knight's training was going. Lowering his head, Heinkel replied briefly that they were in excellent condition. Logan smiled and calmly replied that this was good for the development of the army. Gazing out the window, Logan noted that thanks to Heinkel, they had hope and expressed his belief that they would gain enough strength to avenge their humiliation. Finishing his speech, the young lord silently began to bow to those present. Noticing this movement, the shocked administrators rose from their seats, their mouths agape in amazement. Heinkel and Clayton also rose in amazement and began to address the master. However, Logan remained silent, bowing before those present at the table. Breaking the silence, he began to ask those present to work a little harder. The managers were captivated by the host's speech that they would then gain all the glory of the McLeans. Dwayne and Heinkel were moved by the speech of the host, whom they had known for many years from different sides. Clayton and Philip also smiled as they watched the reaction of the others and the young host. After that, they agreed to the master's request and set off to fulfill their duties on a new day. On that day, Logan and his brothers strengthened their resolve regarding the need to develop the city. Returning to work, Mr. Dwayne ordered all documents to be systematized, which shocked and horrified his subjects. Taking the piles of papers in his hands, the administrator hired by Logan mentally noted that they would have to work all night. Heinkel also personally took on the training of the knights and demanded that they give their all to their own development in battle. Watching the knights train, ordinary residents nearby discussed among themselves the difficult level of exhaustion for the military. Asking if his interlocutor had heard the news, the man mentioned the attack that nearly killed the lord and could have started a war. Shocked, his interlocutor exclaimed that it was madness, and asked where else refugees like them would be accepted. However, after calming down, the man looked at the soldiers training nearby, whom his interlocutor was watching. In a moment, the men began to discuss the need for military involvement while watching the knights train nearby. 3 months later, riding on horseback, Logan reported that the Duke had not attempted any further attacks. Riding alongside his father, who had recovered from his injuries, Logan remembered the fighting between the factions, which led him to believe that there was no time for them. Patrick replied that this was logical, and the locals looked puzzled at the lords, not understanding what they were doing in the streets. Stopping in the middle of the street, Patrick began to think about the situation of the Second Prince's faction being pushed back. Logan was surprised by his father's opinion that the Second Prince's faction would be forced to return to the Western territories owned by Valtermim. Watching the children playing nearby on the playground, Logan remembered that one of their twin castles in the royal lands had been taken away. Thinking about memories from his past life, Logan recalled more details about this turn of events. Due to developments on the battlefield, Befros lost his territory and ammunition supplies, which caused dissatisfaction within the faction. However, Befros himself also suffered from the loss of his name's power, as he now had to rely on the faction for support. After thinking about it, Logan began to smile, realizing that everything was going according to his plan to weaken the factions. Looking around, Patrick noted that he should not have said what he was thinking. But it was obvious that the McLean's territory had now grown due to the Civil War, as the host pointed out. As the lords approached, the confused soldiers looked at them. They expressed their respect to the lords, even though they were knights who had come to them from other lords who had been destroyed in the Civil War. Patrick looked at them with respect in return, while Logan pondered the significant increase in the number of knights. The cavalry with crossbows and ordinary soldiers also increased significantly in number. Thanks to the mass capture of castles in 2 cities, the number of recruits in the army reached 10,000. The presence of the lords on the streets of the city surprised the residents, and Patrick replied to the soldiers nearby that they were doing a good job. The Lord's communication with the residents prompted ordinary passersby to think that they should also say hello. After walking around the city, Logan and his father went to the forest, where they left their horses to rest and eat. Finding himself alone with his father, Logan held out his hand, from which a glow began to emanate. Raising his hand, Logan smiled as he demonstrated the flow of power that emanated from him. It was a blade of power, one of the most powerful forces Logan had managed to obtain. His father began to laugh and pointed out that his son had surpassed him, but Logan replied with a smile that he was not at that level yet. In his mind, the young man understood that there was still much he did not understand about the intricacies of the craft. However, at the same time, he understood that everything was happening faster than he had expected, after which he told his father that it was time to begin. Confused, Patrick did not understand what Logan meant and asked him about it. When his father began to talk about his possible suspicions about his son's actions, Logan raised his head, smiled calmly, and said that he would end the war. Meanwhile, in the mountains of the southern region, various monsters, including goblins, were actively developing. After a period of calm, one of the monster groups suddenly began to look around, sensing movement nearby. A small golem was slowly approaching them, carefully holding a glowing blue ball in its hands. Satisfied with their prey, the goblins began to lick their lips and shout with anticipation of the easy prey they were approaching. Suddenly, the golem began to raise his hand, holding the same glowing ball he was carrying. In an instant, he made a sharp throw toward the goblins, who stood frozen in place and stopped moving. They were frightened and waited in horror for the golem to throw the ball at them. However, a small glowing ball, now red in color, simply flew to their feet. The goblins focused on this ball and its pulsation, which had flown from the enemy golem. This ball with which the golem attacked them made the goblins laugh heartily, and they began to point at the ball with derision. But suddenly, a bright blue glow from the same ball began to approach the goblins from the ground. In an instant, there was a powerful explosion that filled a large part of the forest with flames. The golem remained in place and calmly gazed at the crater in the ground from the explosion that had destroyed the goblins without a trace. After that, people began to approach the golem from behind and confirmed that the result was excellent. A satisfied Logan said that the new explosive invention had incredible power. The puzzled golem only looked with curiosity at the sight of the explosion after his ball throw. When Clayton said that they had managed to reduce the activation time of the explosion, the wizard began to ask about it carefully and said that he would take it into account. Kamar addressed the master, noting that they had used all the new inventions and asked if they would now go back. Logan was puzzled by such rapid use of the devices as he wanted more, but Hamar explained that he thought the box would be sufficient. However, the young master was still satisfied because he estimated that the goblin village would be destroyed within an hour. Reflecting on this, he stated that this result was impressive for the newly created devices. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a rumbling sound that was unexpected for both Logan and the wizard with the gnome. Nervously covering his ears from the loud rumbling, Hamar asked if it was sobbing. Covering his ears, Logan exhaled heavily, and Clayton noted that the sound was coming from the forest. Without hesitation, Logan shouted that they needed to run, which they immediately began to do, rushing from their places. A few moments later, they were standing in a safe place in the middle of the forest, panting heavily after their sudden escape. Clayton asked what it was, to which Logan only suggested that the explosions had awakened some kind of beast. Reflecting on this turn of events, Logan began to look around with curiosity. He knew that the thickets of the forest in the southern region were known to everyone as the home of demons. Still puzzled, Clayton and Hamar continued to look around warily. Breathing a sigh of relief, Logan noted that at least today they had done a good job. Noting his confidence that the wizard lacked information, Logan pointed out that he had done better than his master had expected. Mr. Clayton explained that the power of the bombs created was equivalent to that of a wizard with a second circle of power. When the owner pointed out the significant cost of production, Clayton insisted that it was a revolutionary level of efficiency. After Clayton said that this was thanks to the documents brought by the master, Logan stated that it was also thanks to the wizard's outstanding work. Raising his hand, Hamar drew attention to himself and pointed out that his work was also involved in this. Thoughtfully, Logan noted that such a weapon could not have been created without a blueprint. Clayton listened attentively to the master, who noted that the method of creation would be kept strictly confidential. In response to Logan's explanation that only Clayton and Hamar would know about it, the dwarf noted that it would be impossible to create copies without the relevant materials and magic. Logan smiled calmly and agreed with Hamar's remark about mass production. Impressed, Clayton asked his master about his statement regarding the allocation of additional funding for the magic tower by 30%. Hamar was also shocked and touched by the statement that, in gratitude, 3 years would be deducted from their work contract. Noting this, Logan also explained that all conditions would be void if anyone got hold of the materials used to create these bombs. The delighted wizard and dwarf confirmed their agreement and swore that everything would be kept secret. A moment later, Logan was puzzled by the remark that they had brought something prepared for him to see. Reaching into his backpack, Clayton explained that they had tried to make something while they were developing the bomb. Pulling out the device, he noted that it was an artifact version of an automatic crossbow. The phrase that it was an artifact version of an automatic crossbow impressed Logan the most and left him speechless. A few moments later, a newly created golem stood before Logan, frozen in place in front of its master. Logan took up a shooting stance and prepared to test the new device. The seemingly ordinary crossbow with special features was aimed at the golem for testing. A moment later, a sharp shot was fired, instantly sending the arrow to its target. After the shot, powerful explosions began to echo, filling the entire space around the point of impact with flames. Enchanted, Logan watched the flames of the explosions with excitement and asked what other crossbow had so much firepower. Clayton and Hamar calmly remarked to each other that the master was blowing up an ordinary golem. To the owner's delight, the wizard began to explain that they had designed it so that its destructive power would be equal to that of a bomb. In addition, after the improvements, they noticed that the flight range had doubled, although they did not focus on this during their work. However, Clayton noted that the crossbow fires 2 projectiles per shot, which means it cannot be used after 10 shots. Hamar added that they had to work hand in hand with the wizard to create this device. Looking at the weapon, Logan realized that they would only be able to make 365 crossbows if they made 1 per day. After some thought, Logan said he would distribute them to high-ranking knights and asked them to create as many devices as possible in 2 months. Clayton and Hamar stood frozen in their places and listened attentively to their master and his thoughts on the use of weapons. At the master's request to make as many crossbows as possible in 2 months, Clayton agreed and said they would do their best. However, Hamar wanted more details and asked why the deadline was set at exactly 2 months. Considering his next steps and noting Hamar's question, Logan began to look around the forest. A moment later, he smiled and said that after that deadline, they would no longer be needed. In Tomoto Castle on the grounds of McLean, a notice that interested the citizens was posted on the castle walls. When asked what the notice said, one of the men explained that construction had been completed in the second city and that anyone who wished to could move there. But people asked why they should do that if they had settled down here, to which the man read further that the migrants would be given a new house and land. This was already interesting and made the residents of this city think about the prospects of life in the 2 cities. The same message was also delivered to the castle of Sylvana, but most people there still expressed their unwillingness to move. After all, life had become much better in their territories after the change of lord, and the question arose as to why they should face obstacles again. However, there were people in the crowd who confidently expressed their desire to move. A group of men attracted attention with shouts and statements that they were ready to face obstacles in order to move. The men with backpacks explained that their homeland had already been destroyed, and they had the chance to get free houses and land. Local residents said among themselves that these were refugees, which explained a lot about their desire to move. After these explanations, one of the men at the head of the group urged them to go to new lands in another city. In his office, Logan thoughtfully pondered and examined a map of events around him and the development of his possessions. Mr. Duane stood before him, and he mentioned the construction of a second city between the castles of Tomoto and Sylvan. He smiled and asked the financier for his opinion on why the owner had done so in planning the construction site. After thinking for a moment, Duane expressed the opinion that it was because of the great distance between the 2 castles. Logan smiled and confirmed the financier's idea about his decision on the location of the new city. Showing the map, Logan pointed out that the road between the castles takes about 3 days on foot, and noted the significant problems in the event of an invasion. Puzzled, Duane asked about the invasion, to which Logan replied that the inhabitants of the new city would have to undergo combat training. However, Duane did not want details about that, but about who could invade them. Since the new city was located on the Bifrost Plain, Logan calmly explained that the new city would become a wall protecting the McLean Plain. Despite the explanation, Duane still had questions about who might invade them. After a while, Logan, having attracted the attention of those present, announced that they would now take part in a civil war. All the administrators, including Patrick, looked at the young master in shock and asked what he meant. Duane abruptly stood up and rudely asked if the master was serious and why he would do such a thing. He was angry and shouted that everything was fine in their fiefdom, and that even if they did nothing, their prosperity would be guaranteed. Thinking about it, Logan knew that if they only defended their own lands, things would continue, as Duane said. However, clenching his fist tightly, Logan knew that he did not want things to develop in this way because he did not consider it right. When the owner explained that in the event of neutrality, the McLeans would be driven into decline, the financiers froze, unable to comprehend how this could be possible. Duane calmed down and noted that it was too much, and Philip agreed with him and pointed out the advantage of the faction of the first knight with whom they were at odds. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by Patrick's shout for silence, which frightened the financiers. To get everyone's attention, Patrick slammed his hand on the table to emphasize his point. All attention was focused on Patrick after he hit the table and shouted for everyone to be quiet. Looking at his son, Patrick turned to Logan and asked him to explain his decision. Logan looked confidently at his father, mentally thanking him for his willingness to listen and speak out against those who disagreed. Logan had many thoughts, the first of which was whether the first prince's faction would be satisfied after defeating the second. He knew the answer because he knew from his past life that it would not be enough for them. The faction confidently attacked those who remained neutral, the first of whom was the Duke of the Sword. His fiancée Eileen's family was also attacked because of their decision not to join the faction supporting the princes. As Logan prepared his speech, he understood that this explanation would not be effective for those present, and that he needed to mention something that directly concerned them. Beginning his speech, Logan mentioned the presence of 2 families known to them in the faction of the first prince. The first to come to mind were the Kiros, who had failed to come to the McLean's aid when needed. Patrick looked at his wife, Marion, who sadly lowered her head at the mention of her family's betrayal of the McLeans. However, there were also the Wolves, who had unilaterally and disrespectfully broken off their engagement with Logan in order to establish an alliance. Recalling these families, Logan stated that they were the main pillars of the First Prince's faction. Logan's question of whether they would be allowed to remain in power after the war ended gave those present pause for thought. Although Logan himself did not know the answer to this question, as the attitude of those families towards the McLeans was not known until a direct question was asked about it. These reflections led to a logical question posed by Philip, who asked about joining the First Prince's faction. Logan instantly caught the thread of his question and calmly replied that no, even to an unfinished question. He said that they would join the Second Prince's faction despite the logical advantages of joining the First Prince. Everyone present was shocked by this statement, which seemed objectively disadvantageous. The administrators began to shout that Logan was talking nonsense, recalling the presence of Bifrost in the Second faction and its defeat. Reassuring the shocked Logan, he calmly noted that he completely understood them, but asked them to think about it. Standing, everyone listened to Logan's question about how grateful they would be if they helped the losing side win. Noticing the thoughtfulness of the captain of the Knightly Order, Philip wondered if he had any ideas on how to turn this around. Still puzzled, Dwayne expressed his concern that they would be left with a broken cart. Understanding this nuance, Logan confirmed that the wagon already had several holes and was on the verge of destruction. However, decisively changing the course of the story, he asserted that victory was possible. This left the financiers frozen in anticipation of the young master's explanation of the meaning of this idea. Observing his son's reactions and his speech, Patrick thought that this was not possible to implement. A perplexed Heinkel also watched the master closely and noted the young man's remarkable speech. After drawing attention to himself again during his speech, Logan began to smile contentedly. He stood up straight with a smile on his face and asked if they had ever lost under his leadership. Everyone present froze in shock and sadness, realizing that it was true, but their thoughts were negative. At that moment, Logan continued to radiate joy and confidence in his decisions. Dwayne still hoped to change the young master's mind, and he immediately turned to him with a tense expression on his face. Approaching the young man, he whispered about his suspicion of an attack on their house, and the involvement of Duke Walterheim in it. This led Dwayne to question why they were joining his forces. However, Logan had also thought this through in advance and did not change his expression after this question. A moment later, he smiled again and assured the financier that he should not worry about it. After leaving, Dwayne was once again stunned by his host's confidence. Thinking intently, Logan recalled his tense relationship with the Duke and then stated that he would pay for what he had done. After a while, Logan got in touch with Jordan, who asked if he had understood correctly that McLean wanted to join them. He was furious and asked if McLean had lost his mind to express such a desire. The Duke clenched his fist in anger, demonstrating this to Logan through the communication sphere. Logan remained calm and noted that he understood that it might seem like a strange decision. However, he added that given the Duke's reaction, they might as well join the First Prince's faction. After Logan asked if that was really what the Duke wanted, Walter stood there in a rage, frozen in place. Remaining in contact with McLean, Valterum asked again if he was sure he was going to switch sides to the First Prince. His rage knew no bounds, and the table he was clutching during his conversation with Logan began to creak from the tension. Observing the change in their master's reaction, his subjects looked at the Duke in horror. In a moment, Walterum overturned the table and shouted whether McLean dared to play games with him. He clenched his jaw tightly, trying to restrain himself from further excessive actions out of anger. The frightened servant, whose body was shaking from the shock, picked up the communication ball that his master had knocked over along with the table and held it out in front of him. Halterum remained standing in place, waiting for McLean's reaction and further words. Logan exhaled heavily and mentally noted the significant noise coming from the communication line. Assessing the Duke's reaction with thoughts about the situation on the battlefield, Logan asked if he would be rude to him. In addition, Logan smiled as he recalled the gift from the Duke, which was quite frightening for him. The tense Duke froze, realizing what young McLean meant. However, looking at his interlocutor, he remembered the gift and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Continuing his speech, the Duke expressed his confidence that McLean would not simply join them. Based on these thoughts, he asked what McLean wanted from this decision. Smiling calmly, Logan noted that his request was quite simple. Walter stood silently while McLean announced his request to officially recognize his lands and the Count's title that his ancestors had lost. Pointing to the three conditions, Logan explained that he expected a positive response to all three. When McLean asked confidently what the Duke of Waltermem's answer would be, he asked whether he was serious about these conditions. Logan confidently replied that, compared to the dangers that awaited them, these conditions were insignificant in his opinion. Impressed by the young man's audacity, the Duke began to laugh at the fact that he really meant it. After a moment's thought, he declared that McLean was not worthy of negotiation. However, the Duke noted that there was something that interested Logan and gave him hope for success. Walters noted that he would consider McLean worthy of negotiation if he could repeat these conditions to his face. The Duke himself stared intently at the communication sphere held by the servant, waiting for McLean's reaction. Logan calmly looked at the Duke and then asked if he was really proposing a condition that he immediately agreed to. McLean's immediate agreement to this proposal was unexpected for the Duke, who was surprised by this. However, Logan ignored the Duke's surprise and calmly added that he would soon visit Waltermem. After this conversation, active preparations were made at Bifrost's castle to implement Logan's agreement with Duke Walter. One day, the first soldiers began to line up in front of the gates and inquired about the state of preparations. It was reported that supplies were being prepared for a 3-week campaign and that new troops were arriving at the assembly point. Logan personally supervised the process of gathering the army, which attracted attention. His father asked Logan if he considered his conditions excessive and added that they were just cannon fodder for the Duke in battle. Logan calmly replied that it was precisely their cannon fodder that the second prince's faction needed. In addition, Logan mentioned his father's consent after inspecting the newly manufactured bomb, which was truly impressive to Patrick. Noting Logan's subjects, he added that their vassals also recognized the possibility of a change in the course of the war. However, Patrick explained that he was concerned about whether they would really be able to cope with this whole plan. In addition, he asked Logan in confusion if he really wanted to make the second prince king. Looking at his son, Patrick hoped to see his true reaction as he recalled the events of a month ago. He remembered the incident that led to civil war among the aristocrats after the king's funeral. At that time, witnessing the death of the aristocrat Larry Cleet, Patrick noticed his son's strange reaction. In a moment of confusion and panic, Logan smiled contentedly as he watched the events unfold. This made Patrick think about it and wonder if their participation in the Civil War was related to that event. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Logan's statement that complete anarchy now reigned. Patrick was surprised by his son's statement that today's enemy could become tomorrow's ally and vice versa. In conclusion, Logan noted that in such times they could only take home as much loot as possible. This reassured Patrick, who looked at his adult son, confident in his decisions. Smiling, he thought that he was getting old, worrying about things for no reason. When the army lined up to set off, speeches were made about praying for their glory at the end of the journey. After a brief inspection, Patrick shouted the order to open the gates before the army set off. Instantly, the gates of Tomoto Castle, owned by the McLeans, began to open before the army. With the gates open, the soldiers began to leave the castle grounds one by one, including Kaisalon and Victor. The wizards, led by Clayton, also set off on their journey to achieve their goals. Looking at Logan, Patrick silently prayed to God for their journey, which was fraught with obstacles and darkness. His only desire was for his son to be illuminated by the light of glory in the future, after all the events surrounding them. At that moment, Logan was calm and smiled contentedly in anticipation of the journey to raise the status of his family. A few moments after the gates opened, Logan urged everyone to move forward and the city froze as it saw the army off. In Arlen Castle, one of the twin castles, the gate guard surveyed the situation from above. He put a telescope to his eye to zoom in on objects and began to look around carefully. The guard immediately noticed horsemen approaching their lands with raised flags. Immediately realizing and confirming what the flags were, he shouted that the McLeans were approaching. A moment later, the Duke approached the edge of the defensive wall and began to laugh at the news. Approaching the guard and looking down, he noted that they had indeed arrived, as the young McLean had claimed. In addition, he noticed that the McLeans had arrived with a large army, which was unexpected. Looking closely, he noted the presence of cavalry, as well as the special crossbows that were known to be part of the McLeans' arsenal. Along with the regular army, the McLean wizards were heading for the Duke's castle. Suddenly, Bifrost approached the Duke from behind and noted that they were nothing more than a common temptation. Bifrost stated that the McLeans did not have enough time to restore even half of their army, which had been destroyed by the Count's men. However, the Duke's opinion that they had most likely replenished their ranks and Roger's questions about this stumped Bifrost. The Duke's assistant, Roger, assessing the McLeans, noted their good training and excellent armament. After expressing this opinion, Roger turned to Bifrost and asked if his judgments were too biased. Angry Bifrost, dissatisfied with such remarks, angrily turned to Lucien. The Duke listened silently to Bifrost's question about whether they had overestimated the capabilities of a group whose hidden motives they were not even sure of. Waltram also turned to Lucien for an answer to this question and asked for his opinion. Lucien calmly replied that if McLean's statements were true, they would be able to provide them with significant assistance. An angry Bifrost had no choice but to listen silently and unhappily to Liu Chen's opinions, which contradicted his own. Moreover, more important to Lucien was the fact that he asked Count Bifrost whether these people had defeated him. Bifrost stood frozen, not expecting such a sharp question that humiliated him. Looking at Liu Chen, Bifrost began to mentally curse him and realized that he was strengthening his position by speaking negatively about others. Angrily clenching his jaw, Bifrost continued to mentally curse his nephew Valtermim. Agreeing with Lucien's opinion, Valtermim noted that he would pass this information on to the prince. After the Duke's order to accept the approaching army, a shocked Bifrost began to appeal to Waltermim again. In response to the Count's repeated exclamations, Valtermim silently looked at him sharply, waiting for an explanation of his disagreement. This look silenced Bifrost, who then just stared at the Duke in fear. A moment later, Valter turned his full attention to Bifrost and took him by the shoulder. He urged the Count to take a broader view of the situation in which they would use the McLeans to deal with the first prince's faction. Letting go of Bifrost's shoulder, he concluded that this was only part of the plan, which he urged the Count to consider. Lowering his head, Bifrost had nothing to counter Walter's statements and his position. He had to bow his head and briefly reply that he understood, after which Lucien began to smile contentedly as he looked at the Count. Finishing the conversation, Waltermim began to turn away, noting what would happen next. A moment later, the order was given to open the gates, after which the McLean's army, led by Logan and Patrick, appeared before the Duke and his castle. After the gates were opened, Logan stood frozen in front of what stood before him in the castle to which they had arrived. In front of them stood the army of the second prince's faction, led by one of the men. In addition, Valterim stood in front of the army, personally greeting the arriving guests. Surveying the number of troops that greeted them at the entrance, the young McLean froze in place. With the arrival of the McLean's army on their territory, the man and Jordan calmly and attentively watched them. Logan smiled, noting that they were being greeted with genuine prearranged honors. A moment later, an appeal to the McLeans and a remark that they had finally arrived caught the attention of those present. Men appeared from the side, carrying a throne on their shoulders, on which a man shouted about the McLeans' refusal of a friendly offer of cooperation. It was the second prince who angrily asked if they expected a warm welcome now that they had arrived with their army. The prince was carried on a portable throne by men on their shoulders. Seeing the second prince appear, Patrick and Logan froze, thinking that something was wrong with this fool. Focusing on the dissatisfied second prince, Logan thought that he was certainly no better than the first, who, according to his memories, would destroy their land. Bowing in respect to the second prince, Logan realized that now he could at least form an idea of his personality. Addressing McLean disrespectfully, the second prince asked if he had now decided to join the victors. Logan couldn't understand if he really knew nothing about his position, and began to look around. His attention was drawn to the prince's assistants, who did not even feel ashamed of the prince's words. Valterim addressed the prince and stated that he was sure the baron understood everything. After the duke said that he would explain the rest himself, the prince smiled, and, noting that he was tired, said that he would go to rest. Upon hearing this, Prince Logan wondered if the prince had done anything at all to get tired. A moment after the prince's departure, Duke Waltermim returned to Patrick, preparing his speech. Shaking his hand, Walter expressed his gratitude for joining their faction, to which Patrick replied that it was an honor for them. Smiling, the Duke added that Patrick, unlike his son, was a very well-mannered person. Patrick replied that Logan himself was very respectful of others and had good manners. Not trusting these statements, Walter began to look at Logan with interest. He explained that he did not think so, and meanwhile Logan approached Count Bifrost. Extending his hand to Bifrost, Logan greeted him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Demonstrating politeness and friendliness, Logan asked with a smile how he was doing. Shocked, Bifrost stood frozen by this gesture from the young McLean and only laughed in confusion. Pushing Logan's hand away, he showed no respect and shouted that he was shameless. Despite the Count's abrupt movement, Logan smiled and asked if things had improved for the Count. While Logan explained his opinion that the Count had dreamed of uniting the southwestern region, which he had finally managed to do, he could not say anything. His eyes were filled with anger and rage at McLean's words and audacity after their conflict. When the Count asked how he dared to say such things, Logan was pleased with his reaction, which was better than he had expected. Looking at the enraged Bifrost, Logan thought that his attack on the young man in this place would be a good excuse to kill him right there. Thinking that this would be a good reason to explain the incident as self-defense, Logan grabbed his sword from his belt. Suddenly, a knight of the moonlight appeared beside them and, turning to the Count, asked him to restrain himself. At these words, Bifrost, a subject of the knight, stood frozen, realizing the limitations of his ability to respond. Glancing at the young McLean, Franz noted that there was no need to exhale his scent near the mud. Continuing to smile, Logan ignored these words, although he regretted not being able to provoke Bifrost completely. With a nervous laugh, Bifrost agreed with the knight of the moonlight, albeit with clenched jaws. Heading towards Franz, Bifrost looked back at Logan and said that he would not forget this. Logan remained in the castle square and watched as the angry Bifrost walked away from him. The McLeans arrived in the county of Waltermina at one of the two twin castles called Arlun. Legend said that the twin castles were built to protect people from the great army of orcs that had captured the southern plains. However, the twin castles were now being used as a base for a terrible civil war for the throne. Logan was present at the next planning meeting of the second prince's faction after his arrival. Listening to those present, Logan was lost in thought, and understood that it would continue as long as one of the princes remained alive. Recalling the confrontation between the princes, Logan knew that neither of them would give in, even for the sake of peace. Reflecting on this turn of events, Logan realized that at this rate, the entire nation would perish because of the foolish confrontation between the knights. Looking around, he realized that even meetings that were supposed to change something were pointless. Logan set himself the goal of quickly destroying those who were necessary for peace to prevail. A moment later, Logan was torn from his thoughts by Valter's appeal to Lord McLean. Logan froze in shock at the explanation that his army would flank the enemy. Shocked, Logan stared sharply at the Duke across the table between them after this statement. However, the Duke and his entourage looked just as sharply at the young McLean. Lucian looked no less threateningly at the young man who wanted to contradict the Duke's will. Noticing such watchful glances at his puzzled reaction, Logan froze in shock. His particular attention was drawn to Walter's nephew, whose reaction Logan could not figure out. Looking into his eyes, he thought that this reaction was not hostile towards him, but rather interested. Focusing on him, Logan became curious about what had happened to him in his past life. Walter addressed Logan, and noting that he had not responded, asked if he intended to disobey the order. When Walter asked if they should call his father, Logan smiled and began to refuse. In addition, Logan asked if he wanted him to flank the enemies, and the Duke confidently replied that he did. Logan listened attentively to the explanation that they were the only variable that the enemies did not know about. After the Duke asked if the McLeans would open up the possibility of changing the course of the confrontation for them, Logan wondered if that was really what he meant. In his mind, Logan understood that the Duke was now trying to destroy him and his army once and for all. Noticing Bifrost's reaction, Logan cursed because he understood how bad his situation was. Without answering, Logan understood that it was a senseless and foolish decision, but replied that he understood everything and agreed. After young McLean's response, a puzzled Valterum asked him again about his decision. The man next to Walterum also froze in confusion, staring at the young man. In a moment, Bifrost's mood changed from satisfaction to shock after Logan's agreement. The only person who did not look puzzled was Luzin, who instead began to smile as he looked at Logan. Calmly continuing his speech, Logan asked if he could think for himself about how they should act on the battlefield. Looking closely at the young McLean, Duke Walter couldn't figure out what to do next. He had a different scenario in mind, so he clenched his fist tensely as he thought it over. However, he had no choice but to agree to Logan's proposal, after which he refocused on the planning map. Alone with Bifrost, he began to explain his plan in case Logan refused, which was to divide his troops. Otherwise, he planned to send Logan to fight on the front line, but now none of that mattered. Reflecting on this, he expressed confidence that Logan had a plan, nervously staring at the planning map. The Duke's question to Bifrost about what McLean had in mind, in his opinion, took him by surprise and made the Count tense up. Thinking about it more deeply, Bifrost realized that he could not answer immediately, given McLean's constant exceeding of his expectations. Looking at his glass of wine, Lucien intervened in the conversation and addressed the Duke, noting that there was no need to think about it. Passing the Duke a glass, Lucien mentioned people who carried out orders without question when they were told to go and lose their lives. He smiled and remarked that such people were either too stupid or too proud. This made the Duke think, and he noted that even his knights would have problems with what McLean had so easily agreed to. However, everything was clear to Liaotian, and he began to explain that when the Duke appeared on the battlefield, the enemy would throw all its forces into destroying him. His nephew's additional question about whether the enemy would do the same if McLean opposed him made the Duke think again. Raising his hand and smiling, Lucien confidently said that everything was actually quite simple. Clenching his fist, Lucien enthusiastically noted that Logan was either stupid or would cope with the task at hand. A moment later, unclenching his fist, he added that in the first case, McLean would simply die and disappear. He eagerly explained that in any case, they had nothing to lose regardless of McLean's actions. Meanwhile, news of McLean's defection to the second Prince's faction reached the first Prince's faction. Juan Douglas asked if they had lost their minds or if Jordan Walter himself had lost the ability to think rationally. However, his assistant noted that this was of no interest and stated that it was not important in the development of events. Cairo added that it only meant they would have to destroy a significantly larger number of people. Laughing, the Duke asked if Charon was too cold-hearted about destroying people. After all, he recalled that once upon a time their children with McLean were betrothed and were supposed to form an alliance. Focusing on this thought, Charon confidently replied that it was in the distant past. When the right moment came, after preparations, events began to unfold on one sunny day. The gates of the twins' castle began to open before the army set off on its journey. A moment after the gates opened, the military horsemen instantly rushed from their places toward the endless plains. Despite previous agreements on a ceasefire, the forces of the Second Prince's faction set off with calls for an offensive. Although their faction was losing in the confrontation, it was they who resumed the war. The McLean forces, led by Logan, joined this offensive, with additional units under their command. Looking around, Patrick noticed a truly large army of 5,000 men with significant cavalry forces. However, Logan could not be calm, noting that their opponent was in the same situation. After all, he knew about the power of the wizards from the forces of the First Prince's faction, led by Juan Douglas and the Ice Wizard. While Logan continued to look around at his subjects, Patrick focused his gaze intently on his son. Patrick noted that they would have to face such an enemy and began to look around with Logan. He noted the distance kept by the soldiers provided by the Second Prince's faction to their ranks. Noting that any mistake would result in their complete destruction, Patrick stated that this was a fact. Logan noted that the situation had changed, but the faction was still ready to send them first because they did not trust them. Focusing on his thoughts, Logan told himself that it was necessary to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible in order to end the war. Gazing at the flag of his family flying above the army around him, he understood that this was the first step toward achieving his goal. Heading towards the enemies, Duke Walter remained vigilant, but the prince was openly indifferent to the looming confrontation. The opponents had the same situation with regard to the prince, who sat to the side with food in front of him. Likewise, the Duke, representing the first prince, Juan Douglas, waited intently for the confrontation to begin. Facing the enemies and locking eyes with the enemy Duke, Walterum shouted the order to attack. As a signal to all the troops near the Duke, the military blew a trumpet. After the sound signal and the Duke's shout, the horses rushed towards the enemies at the command of their riders. The enemy soldiers did not hesitate either and immediately moved towards the attacking opponents. Noticing the movements of his troops rushing forward after the sound signal, Patrick was puzzled. Understanding the situation, he immediately turned to his soldiers and told them that they should also advance. In a moment, the McLean flag fluttering in the wind was already pointing in the direction of the attack. Raising their master's flags, the soldiers simultaneously launched their attack after the sound signal. Along with the McLeans, the soldiers of the second prince's faction, who were under their command, also joined the attack. Observing the confident actions of the McLeans, the prince remarked to the duke that they were acting without hesitation, despite the impossible task. Focusing his attention on the McLeans after a moment's thought, Valtermim noted the need to keep an eye on them. Looking at Logan, who was confidently moving forward, the Duke noted that they would soon find out if the young McLean was honest. Lucian stood silently beside them, smiling contentedly, while Bifrost looked dissatisfied. Noticing the movement of the First Prince's forces, they asked if the McLeans had gone around. The First Prince's soldiers began to laugh, joking that their opponents thought war was some kind of game, being confident of their victory. A moment later, another flag appeared in the sky, fluttering in the wind. A soldier next to Duke Juan conveyed Count Terran's request to intercept them, but Douglas refused, noting that it was Wolves' business. Smiling, the Duke expressed confidence that they would achieve good results, given the promised reward in case of success. In a few moments, the Wolves' flag was already flying on the field of battle in the path of the McLean's advancing forces. At the head of his army was the master of the house and head of the clan, the Elder Wolves. Remaining calm, he watched intently as the McLeans advanced toward their position. Earlier, the Duke had spoken with Wolves and asked if it was a pity that the alliance had not been concluded, thanks to which the McLeans would have had to take their side. Lord Wolves had no answer to the Duke's suggestion. The first prince had distinctive blue eyes and shining golden hair, which gave him the appearance of royal blood. However, in reality, his mother's non-royal blood prevailed, and he could not ascend to the throne he so desired. In that conversation, Wolves began to justify himself, saying that because of his connection with the McLeans, he would lose his connection with the Duke, which was more important to him. Despite the flattery, the Duke began to laugh and noted that he still considered the loss of connection a loss. Wolves noted that he would take care of the young fool during their next confrontation. Douglas, intrigued, asked if he was sure, remembering how the McLeans had destroyed Bifrost's forces. Recalling this, Wolves stated that it was only possible with the help of a humiliating trick and a secret weapon. In addition, Wolves announced that the McLean's secret weapon was now in their hands. Now, on the battlefield, Wolves held one of the crossbows prepared by their forces. He was distracted from examining the weapon by a sharp cry from a subordinate at his side, whom he looked at. A soldier with a spyglass shouted that the enemies were 800 meters away from them. In a moment, the McLean flag became visible from a distance at which their forces were already rapidly advancing. The army, with enthusiasm and excitement, raised their swords and rushed into the attack together with the leader of the knightly order and Patrick. At the head of the entire army, the young McLean advanced rapidly, focusing on the enemy forces. Tracking the enemy's progress, Wolves thought contemptuously that he would have had a minimal chance if he had been at least a Margrave. Without delay, Lord Wolves abruptly addressed his troops and shouted the order for everyone to advance. He enthusiastically urged his army to defeat the enemy using new weapons. Obeying their lord's command, the soldiers rapidly began to advance on the approaching enemies. Wolves himself was also in the ranks of the army, assessing the battlefield in the distance to begin the attack, advancing from behind. The horses continued to advance, and Wolves also tried to calculate the necessary distance. Pulling out his crossbow, he calculated the exact distance for the crossbow attack. Remembering the young McLean, Wolves wanted to destroy him with the weapon that he himself had created. Smiling and preparing to give the order to begin the attack with the new weapon, Wolves mentally apologized to Patrick. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Logan's shout, who gave a loud order to his soldiers to load their weapons. Wolves stood frozen by this order from the enemy, because the flight distance of the arrows was not yet sufficient. He froze in place, stopping his horses and wondering if the order to load weapons had really been given. Looking ahead, he met Logan's gaze, who had already loaded his weapon from a great distance and was aiming at the enemies. In a moment, the first arrows began to fly from a great distance and at lightning speed from the crossbows. Sharp, sharpened arrows flew from the weapons of McLean's troops and rapidly approached Wolves' enemy forces. After the first arrows landed at the feet of the Wolves' horses, the soldiers were shocked. However, the arrows did not hit them, and they just stared in bewilderment at the space littered with missed arrows. The shocked soldiers said that this was impossible because the enemies were still out of range of their crossbows. A moment later, the glow on the arrowheads began to change from bright blue to red. After that, numerous explosions began to echo, filling the entire space around Wolves' troops with flames. With a single movement, the entire front line of the attack was destroyed, and Wolves watched from behind as it burned. Frightened horses jumped chaotically and threw off soldiers who screamed in fear of the explosions and approaching flames. Moving forward, another frightened soldier looked around nervously and shouted that it was magic. After the explosions, McLean's forces calmly advanced in their further attack on the enemies. While the wounded soldiers around him cried out for help, a shocked Wolf stood frozen, asking what it was. He nervously clenched his jaw and, dripping with sweat, couldn't believe such a turn of events and shouted the question of what McLean had done. Surveying the aftermath of the shots fired, Logan expressed his admiration and confirmed that the enemy formation had been destroyed. After assessing the situation, he turned to Mr. Clayton, who was nearby. For Clayton, this appeal was a signal that the wizard clearly understood, and he looked intently at his master. Without delay, the wizard began to return to his followers, who were already waiting for a signal from their mentor. Clenching his fist, Clayton eagerly shouted for them to start executing the plan right away. Confirming their compliance with the order, the young wizards simultaneously began to use magic and create power. Each was focused on their own object, the execution of which was monitored by their mentor. However, Clayton's attention was particularly drawn to a new enchantress in their ranks, who skillfully performed the task. Victoria was focused on creating her object when her mentor approached her and asked if they would be able to accomplish what they had planned. Looking up, Victoria continued to create the object and confidently replied that she could handle everything. Finally, Victor's sister confidently added that she would show what she was really capable of. After a while, Kaisalon noticed the enemy's automatic crossbows and began to ask about them nervously. Looking closely, Logan noted that it was exactly what he thought it was, shocking Kaisalon with his keen eyesight. Wondering where they could have gotten this technology, Logan thought about his meeting with Rena. Looking back, Logan turned to the soldiers armed with explosive crossbows and urged them to advance. Calling for action, Logan noted that they would destroy the enemy before they could use their crossbows. The wizards continued to use their magic without stopping, and after a while, golems began to appear. Several golems of various sizes were created simultaneously and began to straighten up. Next to them stood boxes of bombs prepared by Hamar and Clayton, which attracted the attention of the golems. On the orders of their patrons, they began to reach out with their hands and grab piles of bombs at once. Turning to his students, Clayton informed them that they had a lot of liberatio, which he urged them to use as much as necessary. The wizards responded with understanding to their mentor's order and focused on controlling the golems with bombs in their hands. Focusing, Victoria prepared herself for success, which would prove to everyone her ability to use magic. With her brother's safety in mind, she shouted to the surrounding wizards to throw. In an instant, the golems with bombs in their hands began to swing their arms to throw. Several golems simultaneously threw powerful bombs that flew rapidly toward the enemy. As they flew toward their target, the bombs began to change color from bright blue to red. Seeing the colorful glowing balls approaching from above, the attacking wolves' soldiers raised their heads and asked what it was. Gaining speed, the balls began to burn in flight, rapidly approaching the enemies. In a moment, the first explosions began, destroying most of the advancing fighters. One after another, the explosions continued to echo, destroying enemy soldiers who screamed in shock and pain. Shocked by this turn of events, Wolves froze in place, watching the devastating events against his army. When a subject claimed that it was magic, Wolves shouted that they were much stronger, and added that magic could not defeat so many soldiers. Finding himself in a difficult position and staring intently at his enemies, Wolves remained dissatisfied. After a moment's thought, he ordered the cavalry to advance and attack. This decision was based on the belief that the wizards would not be able to attack the army if their soldiers mixed with their opponents. Noticing the new attack by Wolves' troops, Kaisalon raised his hand and ordered the soldiers to reload. In an instant, the order to fire was given, and the McLean soldiers immediately began to obey. Thanks to their lightning speed, a stream of arrows was sent to hold back the enemy's advance. Despite the stream of arrows against them, Wolves' troops stubbornly continued to carry out the order to attack. As the arrows approached, they held up their shields, which helped to protect them. Surveying the situation after the shots, Kaisalon realized that the arrows were not very effective against the knights. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and looked at the soldier next to him, who was also looking at him. Victor looked at Kaisalon, realizing that it was his time to act in this battle. Looking around sharply, he turned to the cavalry with crossbows and gave the order to split up. Amidst calls to keep their distance and attack the enemy's broken formation, the cavalry rushed in different directions, shouting their confirmation. Left without a horse, the soldier Vulva held back the numerous stream of arrows with his shield. He cursed, noting that if they had maintained their positions on horseback, the barrage would not have been so devastating. Suddenly, more arrows began to approach the soldier, but from a side where he was not protected by his shield. Noticing this danger, the soldier froze in surprise, not expecting a threat from the other side. In an instant, many soldiers were attacked by arrows from the side, which they did not have time to defend themselves against. Thanks to the element of surprise, the McLean soldiers skillfully fired devastating shots at their enemies. This was made possible by the regrouping ordered by Victor, who was also advancing from the side. He intently observed the results of their actions in bypassing the enemies from the side for successful attacks. Earlier, Logan explained to Victor the task of leading the ordinary soldiers, which the knight confidently agreed to do. Logan and Clayton were puzzled by the young man's confident response, as he had only recently become a knight. Victor was only concerned about protecting his sister, which he asked her mentor to do. Looking sharply at the wizard, he explained that he himself did not know what he would do if something happened to her. For this statement, Victor was immediately punched by Logan, who ordered him to calm down. The master assured him that Mr. S. Clayton would take care of Victoria, and that the young knight had nothing to worry about. Victor was stunned by the master's words that he should take better care of himself. He was touched by the explanation that this was also necessary for his sister's well-being. After the young knight replied that he understood everything, Logan exhaled with relief and smiled. Standing in place, Victor immersed himself in his thoughts, which were filled with worries and plans for the future. Clenching his fist tightly, he understood that these thoughts were only possible thanks to his master. Now, as he advanced with his troops, Victor knew that his sister still needed protection from her master. While Victoria continued to create her golem with magic, Victor thought about her. He also remembered his master, whom he wanted to take care of first and foremost, just like his sister. A moment after these reflections, he shouted the order to advance to the rear and raze the enemies to the ground. Standing in the middle of the road, Logan began to watch the events on the battlefield. His pupils glowed gold as he looked at the battlefield from a considerable distance. Logan informed his father of Victor's movement with the crossbow cavalry to the rear, after which Patrick urged him to advance. Patrick then returned to his knights and urged them to follow him, which the soldiers immediately agreed to. The frightened soldiers of Parative asked what they were doing there when they were addressed and urged to move faster. However, the frightened soldiers who had joined the forces of the First Prince's faction began to flee from the battlefield. Kai Solon noticed the change in the direction of the troops from different sides and began to look closely. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist and ordered the crossbow fire to cease. Suddenly, a new knight appeared on the battlefield, panting heavily after his journey. It was the commander of the wolves, Nick Marcel, who stood among the destroyed army of his master. He looked up and froze, unable to understand what was happening with his opponents. He noted that the enemies had abruptly stopped firing and wondered why this might have happened. However, the thought that the enemies had run out of ammunition quickly disappeared, and he froze in shock, puzzled. After all, the army of McLean knights, led by Logan, was already rapidly approaching him. The captain of the Wolves' knights stood frozen, not understanding whether they had really decided to attack directly, given their strength. Taking up a fighting stance, he confidently prepared for a powerful confrontation with the approaching forces. Gripping his sword more tightly, he was determined to destroy as many enemies as possible. Swinging his sword, he convinced himself that the war was still controlled by knights and wizards. The captain prepared himself to regain the chance of victory by restraining the enemy's order of knights. Therefore, with a thirst for battle, Nick Marcel raised his sword, preparing to confront the rapidly approaching enemy. As he launched his attack swinging his sword, Nick shouted a call to destroy the enemies. Suddenly, after his sharp swing, the blade began to crack and shine in the places where it was cracked. The radius of the strike was very wide, and Nick confidently delivered it to destroy the advancing enemies. Due to the split in his blade, small, sharp pieces began to fly off it, which were supposed to wound the enemies in motion. Focusing on the enemy's movements, Logan wondered if he had deliberately broken his sword to use the power of its elements. After a moment's thought, Logan concentrated his strength in his legs and began to push off. He flew up, swinging his long sword sharply to prepare for further counterattacks. Thanks to his jump from the horse, Logan avoided all the small pieces that attacked him from the destroyed sword. Smiling, Logan said that crossbows were not the only feature he had. In an instant, a flame of power appeared on his raised sword, enveloping the entire weapon before the attack. Without hesitation, Logan lunged downward and delivered a powerful blow that destroyed the ground around him. After this blow, everything was engulfed in flames, and pieces of earth flew in different directions from the impact. Noticing this movement of his opponent, Nick stood frozen, realizing the complexity of his position. In order to continue the fight, Nick firmly grasped his second sword. At that moment, Logan rushed at him and delivered a powerful blow to the disoriented enemy. However, thanks to his timely grasp of his spare sword, Nick was glad that he managed to block the enemy's blow. But suddenly he froze in shock at the force concentrated on his sword. In an instant, the sword with which he had blocked the blow was shattered, and the enemy's devastating force was approaching Nick's face. The sharp sword pierced through the body of the knight, who had no means to resist it anymore. His spare swords also began to break, but Nick no longer had the opportunity to grab them for protection. After delivering the blow, Logan did not give his enemy a chance to recover and immediately launched another attack. Noticing the sudden approach of the young McLean, Nick froze in shock at his inevitable fate. Logan's sword blade swung around, leaving a fiery trail behind it from the young knight's strength. Having approached at a sufficient distance, Logan delivered a powerful circular blow against the wounded enemy knight. Logan was focused and stared intently at Nick, whose face was splattered with blood. A moment after the blow was struck, the night wolves began to fall to the ground, bleeding profusely. The captain of the Wolves' Knights was finally knocked to the ground, and Logan stopped next to him, catching his breath. After that, the young McLean raised his head and, looking around, shouted about the defeat of the enemy knight's commander. Shocked, Wolves could not believe that Nick Marcel had been killed by a young knight, and did not understand what was happening. At young McLean's shout, Wolves held his breath, unable to believe this turn of events. Dripping with sweat and staring in shock at the battlefield, he couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe that in one battle, their losses exceeded the number of deaths in the last 6 months of civil war. Confused, Wolves clenched his jaws angrily, thinking about what to do next. However, their position was extremely disadvantageous, which he understood. So he gave the order to retreat quickly and turn back. Wolves' flag was still flying, but now it was turned in the other direction. The terrified soldiers who obeyed Wolves fled rapidly on their horses without looking back. Wolf was one of the first in the detachment to retreat from the battlefield. The Count justified this decision to himself by his desire not to weaken his own forces in order to contain the enemy. The same crossbow with which he had hoped to easily destroy the McLeans was still attached to his belt. Looking at it, Wolf's blood boiled with rage at his failure to use it. In an instant, the crossbow flew away, flying upward after Wolves threw it. The enraged Count easily threw away the useless weapon that only hindered his rapid movement. After throwing the crossbow away, Wolves once again mentally cursed the course of events in the confrontation. Meanwhile, Logan stood in the middle of a pile of Wolves' destroyed soldiers, watching his frightened retreat. Turning to his soldiers, he noted that pursuit was unnecessary and ordered them to reform their ranks. Smiling, Logan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had not expected such an easy surrender from the enemy after the fall of their commander. Looking around, Logan realized that this commander would not be able to oppose them in the future. Heinkel approached the young lord and reported the losses among the knights, 2 killed and 5 wounded, and insignificant losses among the soldiers. A happy Heinkel, addressing his master, noted that it was a complete victory. Although the captain of the order claimed incredible results in the battle against the Count, Logan tried to calm himself and not rejoice prematurely. Behind them, a movement began that caught the attention of both Logan and Heinkel, and the owner began to stare intently into the distance. Looking at Jordan Walter's army, Logan realized that they could clearly see everything from there, including their struggle. Looking sharply at the army, Logan mentally addressed Walterheim with the thought that he still had a lot to show him. Meanwhile, Walterheim himself, along with Bifrost, stood nearby, mesmerized by the aftermath of the McLean's struggle. The Duke noted to himself that only weak and insignificant nobles had died in this confrontation. The thought that they could only stand by and watch those who had demonstrated loyalty, even though they had turned out to be traitors, stunned the Duke. Changing the subject, he stated that judging by the results, the McLeans were on a par with Marquis Kyle. The Duke's assistants froze in shock, questioning these impressive statements about the results. However, a satisfied Walter returned to his shocked assistants and asked what the problem was, considering that this power would soon be theirs. This explanation was a compelling argument for the assistants, who instantly agreed and calmed down. Walter understood that if the McLeans betrayed them, it would be devastating for them. Reflecting on this confrontation and future events, Walter looked up at the sky. Above, the flags of the Second Prince's faction fluttered, and looking at them, the Duke remembered McLean's desire. He smiled, understanding that the young McLean had not put forward all these conditions for no reason. Gripping the reins, Valterim decided that he would not dwell on it this time, but would one day take revenge for the young man's audacity. In a moment, he turned to his subjects and ordered each unit to be informed of the McLean's imminent attack on the enemy's rear. While remaining in his position, Walter began to look around the battlefield. His attention was drawn to the many flags of the clans participating in the confrontation. In particular, the flags of the enemies who were still not far from the battlefield but were rapidly retreating. Upon learning of the wolves' retreat, the first prince asked if it was a joke or if his army was really that useless. Juan Douglas began to apologize and explained that those fools were hiding a lot of their strength. The enraged prince asked what they were going to do and whether they were just going to stand by and watch. Trying to calm the prince, Juan explained the need to switch to defense. Reflecting on the development of the battle, Juan looked back at the field of confrontation, pondering the next events. He began to explain that due to the McLean's attack from the rear, the main army would attack from the front, and asked not to be left behind. This was not an argument for the prince, who continued to curse and ask what it meant. Without responding to the prince's accusations and questions, Juan mentally cursed the McLeans, whom he compared to rats. Clenching his fist tightly and angrily, wanting revenge, he thought about his actions during the McLean's attack. Meanwhile, the McLeans themselves, who wanted to destroy Douglas, attacked their enemies under Logan's leadership. Douglas remained in the prince's chambers, tensely contemplating the further development of the battle. On the other side, Valterim was also preparing for the confrontation, awaiting the McLeans' actions. At that very moment, the remnants of Wolves' army, led by him, fled the battlefield in fear. Bifrost also intently assessed the positions on the battlefield, while Luchen smiled and calmly awaited the outcome. With the same satisfied smile, he looked around and expressed his impression. He was impressed by the actions of the McLeans, who were not interested in the battlefield in front of them during the attack. Given the insignificance of this family, Luchen asked who this war was really being fought for. Under the leadership of the young master, the McLeans' army confidently advanced on the rear. However, Logan's actions suddenly became too unpredictable for Douglas, who froze in shock. At the same time, the McLeans' actions were unexpected for the allied Duke of Walterheim, who asked what they were doing. He asked if they were really moving further away from the rear, which was not planned at all in their joint actions. Despite deviating from the route planned with the Duke, Logan confidently advanced, leading his army. His father approached him and asked if he was sure about his decision, considering the consequences it would have after their return. Logan looked at his father and explained that their allies were not expecting their victory, but the destruction of the McLean's forces. However, Logan's plan was to do something interesting instead of dying, saying that he had picked up a piece of paper. He handed the piece of paper to Patrick, who was puzzled and asked what it was. Without answering at first, Logan just looked calmly at his father with a smile and explained that they would destroy the houses that were now empty. A week after the end of the confrontation, Juan Douglas was at a meeting with the prince, discussing the situation of the war. Indifferently sipping his drink, the prince asked for news about the McLeans, wondering if they had vanished. Suddenly, a subject began to rapidly approach the office where the prince and the Duke were meeting. Without hesitation, he abruptly opened the door and shouted that there was bad news, attracting the attention of the prince and the Duke. Dissatisfied with the subject's actions, the Duke asked how he dared to behave this way in front of the prince. Apologizing, the soldier said that he had urgent business to report to the Duke. As the soldier spoke, Juan's expression changed from calm to shock at the news. Noticing the Count's reaction, the prince asked what had happened, albeit without undue enthusiasm. Juan hesitantly began to list the castles that stretched from Alston to Florence. From the very beginning of the explanation of this news, the prince held his breath in shock, staring at the count. Sweating profusely, Juan reported that all their supply bases had been burned down. The prince could not fully comprehend this news and stood in a daze, his mouth agape. In shock, he suddenly dropped the glass of drink from his hands, and it crashed to the floor. Meanwhile, flames burned brightly in the castle grounds that served as storage facilities for the first prince's faction. The flames completely engulfed the entire castle, from the protective walls to the stone building itself. Logan watched the spread of the flames closely, keeping his distance and remaining on the hill. Looking at the results of the arson, he confirmed that their target was burning well. Smiling and looking at the piece of paper in his hand, he expressed his joy at having listened to these recordings. Logan learned about the Kiros trade route from a young man he met during the naming ceremony for his mentor's child. Breathing a sigh of relief with a smile, Logan became curious about how the first prince's faction was feeling now, after losing 3 castles in a week. Letting go of his note, Logan voiced his suspicion that the first prince's faction had become too complacent. Watching the rapid spread of the flames and periodic explosions, Logan shouted that it was time to retreat. The same piece of paper with the note that Logan had listened to in making this tactical decision was also engulfed in flames. Before retreating, he looked at the burning castle one last time, lost in thought. Gazing at the flames with longing, he remembered his uncle and said that he had lived well at his expense. The following events took place in Arlen Castle, where various personalities had gathered. Influential people gathered in a luxuriously decorated hall to discuss the war in the front. One of the men remarked on the lavish reception for the return of the McLeans, to which his interlocutor replied that there were rumors that it was the prince's order. However, the weapons that could not be removed and the ban on excessive drinking remained a reminder of the war. Looking around, the man noted the presence of the most important forces of their faction at the meeting. Above him, Luther was also smiling as he talked to Duke Walter. The question arose as to where Bifrost was among the guests, to which the answer was his desire to leave early to rest without the festivities. But still, the guests' minds were filled with thoughts about the development of the confrontation. Looking at Patrick McLean, with whom the prince had spoken personally, the man noted that their main forces had been reinforced. At that moment, Duke Walterham himself also approached to talk to the young McLean. Upon meeting him, Logan began his speech with apologies for violating the agreement and not attacking the enemy's rear. The Duke interrupted Logan and said that asking for such a thing would be too much. In addition, Duke Walterham noted that Logan differed from the rest and that the young man listened silently with a smile. Logan mentally noted that the longer he talked with the Duke, the more two-faced he seemed. Focusing on Walter's face, Logan wondered if it was possible to penetrate it in any way. For his part, Logan thanked him for his understanding, and Walterham laughed and replied that it could not be otherwise. In conclusion, he added that great achievements should be rewarded accordingly, which is what he has adhered to throughout his life. Realizing that this was an opportunity, Logan asked if the Duke's statement led to a conclusion. Young McLean asked if he could assume that the Duke had accepted the conditions he had announced earlier. McLean's phrase caught the attention of everyone present, who looked at him and the Duke with interest. The mention of McLean's conditions made the Duke think, as he had not expected such a sudden reference to them. But the Duke smiled sincerely and confirmed that the young man could count on it, and that he would gladly take them into account. Although the Duke wanted to continue his speech mentioning the nuances of Logan, he interrupted him and began to ask about the development of events in such a case. The first aspect he mentioned was the recognition of the Bifrost territories, which immediately attracted the attention of those around him. The man also focused on the speech of young McLean, who, as his second point, mentioned the recognition of half of the Kale lands. Giving the Duke a sharp look, Logan also mentioned the agreed title of Count for his family. A moment after the demands were announced, Logan smiled childishly and asked if all this would become his property. After such a sharp speech by the young knight, Walter stood in a daze, searching for thoughts to respond. He explained that he had mentioned these conditions because he could not make such decisions unilaterally. Having said this, the Duke approached the young McLean and placed his hand on his shoulder. This gesture was very telling for Logan, who instantly focused on the development of events. Looking at the Duke's hand on his shoulder, Logan was surprised by the strange feeling that enveloped him with this touch. Smiling, the Duke expressed his admiration for Logan's youthful energy, but noted that he should take into account the circumstances of people of higher status in the future. Without responding, Logan just stared at the Duke's expression in confusion. Squeezing Logan's shoulder harder, Walter asked if he agreed with this. At that moment, Logan realized that Walter was limiting his victim's strength, thereby creating moral pressure. Agreeing with the Duke, Logan obediently replied that he had been too hasty and apologized. Releasing his grip on the young man's shoulder, Walter replied that nothing had happened, and added that young men like Logan were always like that. Logan exhaled and told himself that it didn't matter because he had already achieved his goal. Everyone present continued to watch the dialogue between the Duke and young McLean closely. Smiling, the Duke remembered another aspect and noted that the weapon McLean used was amazing. But the Duke's question about whether he would be willing to share it came as a surprise to Logan, who froze in shock. When the young man explained that he had no supplies left to fulfill the Duke's request, he smiled and looked at Logan. Gripping the young man's shoulder more firmly, he asked if that was really the case. Although Logan kept smiling and replied that he was very sorry, he was mentally cursing the Duke's greed. Walterham himself, looking at the young man and expecting success, smiled calmly. Relaxing his grip, he smiled and noted that he seemed to be putting too much pressure on the young knight. Releasing Logan, Walter called on him to have fun and relax as much as possible. Looking back at Logan one last time, he expressed his confidence that the next battle would not be long in coming. Holding his shoulder after the Duke's squeeze, Logan once again cursed him in his mind. But at the same time, he was glad that the core of his strength had protected his psyche. Otherwise, the young man would have been completely under the Duke's control. As he walked away, Logan couldn't understand whether it was really necessary to do such a stupid thing to the man. However, Logan was not left in peace, and behind him, he was asked about the depletion of supplies. It was Lucien who asked if in that case the McLeans could at least share examples or diagrams. Turning to Count Lucien Talos, a puzzled Logan wondered if the faction members would take turns picking on him. Logan said he would provide the diagrams without any problems, but added that production was not worth the time spent on it at the moment. Having his own opinion, Lucien enthusiastically noted that if they applied all their talents to this matter, they would cope in a short time. Smiling, Logan replied briefly that with such confidence from the Duke's nephew, he would not interfere. Shaking hands and saying that they were now in the same boat, Logan thought about falsifying these diagrams. In just a few days, the very confrontation that Walter had told Logan about came to pass. Dripping with sweat, the enraged soldier addressed his enemies without holding back his emotions. The enemy's insults and threats of devastating reprisals were unexpected and stunned Logan, who was at the head of the army. The prince asked Valterim if there was such a knightly order among the enemy forces, which was also of interest to the Duke himself. Such a detachment from the opponents made the Duke wonder what the senior command was thinking when it sent such fools against them. A moment later, the commander of the Kyros knightly order, Alan, called on his detachment to move forward. The confused soldiers of the Second Prince's faction asked about the family name and information about the mercenaries in the ranks of the order. This gave rise to thoughts of an easy victory over the attacking order, which the faction's soldiers did not consider difficult to fight. Suddenly, one of the soldiers on his own initiative rushed forward, shouting that he would personally destroy the commander of the enemy order. Rapidly approaching, the tense Alan clenched his jaws, preparing for the start of the confrontation. Earlier, his master had informed him of the need to enter the field of confrontation in order to prove his innocence. The tense master pointed out Douglas's and the prince's suspicions about the disclosure of supply routes to the front by the McLeans and the Kyros. This news left Alan stunned, unable to comprehend how such suspicions could be real. Jumping up from his seat, the Lord said that this was the only chance for the Kyros to avoid suspicion. The tense host abruptly pushed a map toward his subject, one that was unknown to the captain of the order. Finally, the master urged the captain to risk his life without any regrets. The map was pushed towards Alan in the hands of the master, which were shaking with horror and tension from the situation. Closing his eyes and leaning forward, Alan exhaled tensely, remembering these events. However, as he thrust his sword forward, he was confident that he had made his decision. The soldiers from the Second Prince's faction were already approaching him with a sneer, eager to destroy him. Using his strength and smiling, the soldier enthusiastically called for his death. Without hesitation, the soldier struck Alan with a powerful and accurate blow. However, under Alan's beard, when he received the blow, was the very map given to him by his master, which began to glow. Noticing this glow, the soldier froze in confusion, watching the development of the confrontation. Suddenly, Alan began to transform into an ice monster that spread a bright glow around him. In a moment, the entire area around him began to fill with ice that gathered around Alan, who continued to glow after using the map. In addition, soldiers from both sides who were near Alan at the moment of activation were frozen by the ice. Noticing this turn of events, Logan and his father froze with their mouths open in shock. The prince and the duke were also shocked, as they had not anticipated such complications during the confrontation. Everything around the soldiers was covered in ice, and the air became heavy, making it difficult for them to breathe. Suddenly, some of the soldiers began to feel signs of frostbite on their bodies. After one of the soldiers said that it was a freezing ingot, he was turned into ice along with the horse he was riding. Around him, his comrades were destroyed in the same way, their bodies decomposing from the ice. The Duke, his subjects, and the knight stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do next. He was filled with rage because, in this case, it was extremely difficult to resist without similar capabilities. While the area of ice continued to grow in the center of the confrontation, Duke Walter shouted an appeal to Juan, cursing him. The shocked soldiers began to shout questions about what was happening and whether the explosions would continue. Everyone was confused, but Logan remained calm amid all the chaos. Just as he expected, an ice golem began to appear, gradually forming from small pieces around him. Looking at the monster, Logan remembered that one of the means of destroying the Second Prince's faction in his past life was an ice ingot. Thinking about this monster, Logan suspected that it was created by Juan Douglas, who had the sixth circle of a wizard. After all, few were capable of doing something like this, and the materials had been carefully selected. Looking around, the young McLean noted mentally that one explosion had destroyed 3 of the Viscount's knights at once. Noticing the shocked reaction of Valterim and Prince Logan, he concluded that this ingot had been used by Douglas for the first time. An angry Valterim asked his subjects what they were doing and gave the order to move forward. At that moment, Patrick told his son that they should also attack, which Logan confirmed. The McLean lords wanted to move forward, but suddenly an incredible sound began and the earth began to shake. It was footsteps that shook the ground and everyone froze in shock. Turning back to the source of these sounds and the earthquake, the frightened soldiers froze in place. Assessing the situation, one of the soldiers began to say fearfully that a half-giant was approaching. Shouting for the soldiers to move aside, Luther Kyle set off on the attack. Concentrating, one of the soldiers ordered them to step aside at the risk of death if they did not. The soldiers froze, not knowing what to do after the calls to retreat. In addition, the assault blade Viscon Cayley stepped forward and, taking up his sword, confidently advanced. He was focused and determined to destroy his enemies with confidence and ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he moved sharply from his place to confront the enemy half-giant. Thanks to their lightning speed, they both rushed at each other at the start of the confrontation. Swinging his hammer, the enraged Luther shouted that today he would destroy his main enemy, whom he had been cursing. Viscon refused to let him do so and declared that he would be the one to put an end to the stupid musclehead. As he advanced, Luther immediately swung his hammer to strike first. But Viscon did not hesitate either and instantly began to thrust his sword to inflict damage on the giant. Watching this extraordinary battle, the ordinary soldiers held their breath and watched in awe. After all, it was a remarkable event when two aura users clashed in confrontation. Logan instantly turned to his subjects and urged the warriors with weak skills to turn away, as the clash of auras would be dangerous for them. Logan himself just watched in awe, unable to believe the incredible nature of this confrontation, which even he felt the impact of. Assessing the confrontation, Logan noted that it was a duel between the superhuman Luther, who specialized in extreme physical enhancements. He was opposed by Visk, whose fighting style focused on controlling the elements. The young man was impressed by the opportunity to learn something useful from his observations, but at the same time, his father spoke to him sharply. Focusing on his actions, Logan instantly turned to Victor, who looked intently at his master. In a moment, Victor gave the order to all the cavalry with crossbows to move forward, among whom he himself was. At the same time, enemy troops on horseback also began to advance against the McLean's forces. At the head of Count Jahid's detachment was Commander Rommel, who noted that if they faced crossbows, they would destroy the McLeans. After giving the order to raise their shields, he began to smile because he was satisfied that they were prepared to counter the enemy's weapons. Approaching the enemies, Victor shouted the order to surround the enemy forces. This order from the young leader of the detachment was unexpected for Commander Rommel, who watched the enemy's actions in bewilderment. After giving the order, Victor calmly advanced at the head of his squad without engaging in direct confrontation. Rommel was puzzled by these actions of the enemy, as he believed that this was the beginning of a direct battle. Looking back at the enemies, he cursed silently, not understanding what was happening. Focusing on the leader of the detachment, he could not believe that they had simply passed by them. For a moment, Captain Rommel froze and angrily began pointing his sword in the direction of the enemies passing by. Despite this incident, he called on his knights to destroy the McLean archers, when suddenly his attention was drawn to events ahead. Lifting his head to the sky, Rommel witnessed hundreds of shiny balls falling toward them. Not understanding what was happening, Captain Rommel stood frozen, waiting for events to unfold. Arrows with glowing tips rapidly advanced toward the enemy forces. The stream of arrows filled the sky and was directed exclusively against the troops led by Captain Rommel. Raising his prepared sword above his head, Captain Rommel began to ward off the onslaught of many arrows. While holding back the onslaught of these arrows, Rommel began to realize that these enemies were not just one detachment that had come out against them. At that moment, controlling the situation of confrontation, Kaisalon gave the order to fire again. Looking around, Captain Rommel witnessed the devastating arrows hitting his subjects. Realizing the danger of being senselessly destroyed, Rommel called on his men to block the enemies and use their shields as they had been trained to do. Kaisalon also did not just give orders, but urged his subjects to remember the confrontation at Tomoto Castle. While the soldiers were taking aim, Kaisalon urged them not to panic because of the enemy's use of force. After the captain's words that they were knights capable of taking an enemy's head with a single shot, the soldiers focused intently on their shots. Moments after taking aim, the soldiers pulled the triggers to destroy their enemies. Another volley of arrows puzzled Rommel, who wondered what kind of arrows had such high power. Suddenly, explosions began to echo around them after the bombs on the arrows flying towards the enemies were activated. Hearing these explosions, Captain Rommel froze in shock, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Clayton actively used magic with the help of a golem to launch a multitude of their special glowing bombs. In addition, the mentor addressed the students who were intensely using their magic skills, urging them to continue launching bombs. After another shout from his soldiers, Rommel cursed and turned back, asking what else there was. At that moment, crossbows bearing the McLean family crest also began to rise from the other side. Going around the side, Victor gave the order to his subjects to finish off the surviving enemies. Without delay, the McLean soldiers mercilessly finished off Rommel's surviving soldiers with blows from the side. The shocked captain could not believe that the enemies were destroying them without a chance, only with arrows and bombs. He wondered what the McLean knights were doing at that moment when suddenly a sword was raised behind him. In an instant, Captain Rommel was struck a blow that became his final point in this confrontation. Behind Rommel was Heinkel, who with a light blow destroyed the enemy captain, who had remained on the sidelines of the confrontation the entire time. Heinkel turned to his soldiers and shouted that they had destroyed the weakened enemy knights, and asked if everyone had completed the simple task. Observing the development of the confrontation, Logan told his father that thanks to this, they had minimized their own losses. Although Logan wanted to mention the possible feeling of fear, Patrick pointed out that there were no such fools in their squad who would think that way. Regardless of this question, Patrick began to look around and explain what was much more important. His father explained that as a result of this confrontation, one side of the first prince's front had been destroyed, so they would begin to change positions. Focusing, Logan realized that they no longer needed to use force given their significant advantage. Looking at his family flag, Logan remembered that in any case, this was not their war. Noticing the raised flag, Kaisalon immediately shouted that it was a sign to retreat, which he urged Victor to be informed of. This was done immediately and caught the attention of Victor, who was advancing from the side. Focusing on his brothers with the raised flag, Victor finally destroyed the last surviving enemy. Looking closely, Logan noticed that Victor's squad was already returning, and the first prince's army was changing positions as they had expected. Returning to his father, Logan wanted to suggest a course of action after all the squads had gathered together, but suddenly events began to unfold that instantly caught Logan's attention and shocked him. On the battlefield, the same explosions that had previously destroyed the McLean's forces began to echo once again. Puzzled, Logan couldn't believe how this was possible, and wondered if they had several such ingots. A moment later, Heinkel approached the master, and Logan immediately asked him if the front units were intact. Heinkel reported that fortunately, even Victor from the front line had not been harmed, thanks to the order to retreat. With this news, Logan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he looked at the captain. Meanwhile, an angry Valterim turned to Juan and asked if he had fled using such dirty tactics. Unable to contain his emotions, the Duke called on his subjects to pursue the fugitives. Although the Duke gave the order to pursue, the soldiers fled from the explosions, refusing to carry out this foolish order. Recalling his past life, Logan noted that the second prince's faction remained as strong, but disorganized. However, Logan's smile suddenly disappeared and he froze in shock from the feeling that overwhelmed him. While Victor and his squad were retreating, Logan noticed the appearance of a special energy. Looking back in shock, Victor also sensed the approaching danger. A huge, glowing blue ball was approaching the McLean detachment from the sky. Victor froze in shock and could only watch as this super powerful energy approached him. Confused, Heinkel asked what the hell was going on, while Logan stood in shock, waiting. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he directed his energy into his legs and began to get off his horse. In a moment, Logan was already high in the air, pushing off from the horse to quickly move forward. Impressed, Heinkel looked up and addressed the young master in bewilderment. Pushing off rapidly and moving forward, Logan noted the terrible pressure that came from this energy. Logan tried to move forward as quickly as possible, understanding that ignoring it would lead to tragedy. Approaching the huge ball from the sky, he understood that it had to be stopped somehow. Gripping his sword tighter, Logan began to activate all his abilities in the use of force. In an instant, the flames of power he had activated began to spread rapidly from the young McLean's sword. Approaching the huge ball of energy, Logan swung his sword with maximum force. Focusing on his target, Logan shouted uncontrollably, using all his abilities. When he got close enough, he delivered a circular strike that pierced the area around him. Swinging his sword uncontrollably, Logan delivered a powerful blow aimed at destroying the dangerous ball of energy. This blow hit its target precisely and began to break the ball into small particles that scattered around. After delivering a blow that created a huge crack in the sphere, Logan began to fly back. In an instant, a hole began to form in the crack, from which a shining energy of power emanated. Watching this, Logan stood puzzled, stunned by the outcome he had provoked with his blow. Suddenly, the sphere disappeared and only a huge force of energy came out of it, which exploded after Logan's blow. Heinkel watched this explosion in bewilderment, covering his face from the small pieces with his hand. Ordinary soldiers nearby watched, covering their faces with their hands, as the debris fell after the impressive explosion in the sky. After the explosion from which Heinkel covered his face with his hand, he noted the incredible cold and shouted an appeal to the young master. However, a moment later, the young master began to walk out of the center of the explosion, steaming from the cold. Logan's body was shaking and he was covered with small ice fragments on his armor. Heinkel immediately began to run towards him, asking if the young master was unharmed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Logan noted the significant cold and, looking at the captain of the order, noted that it was Juan Douglas. Looking at his sword, frozen stiff from the cold, he voiced his suspicion that the ice wizard was offended. The remnants of Logan's flame power were visible on the frozen sword, and the knight noted that he could not even melt that energy with his own. Recalling the wizard's use of power with the help of unique ingots, Logan wondered if it was because he was above human. Suddenly, Logan's attention was drawn to his sword, which was gaining power from the flames of his power. The young man noticed that the ice on which he was using his power began to crack into pieces. Mesmerized by his sword, Logan began to understand what was happening. After the confrontation ended, the soldiers lit a fire near which they rested. One of the soldiers laughed, noting that the first prince's army had simply fled. He also noted that things had improved since the McLeans had joined them, and his comrade agreed. The soldiers continued to speak highly of the McLeans, who listened to Bifrost standing nearby. In addition, the soldiers noted that everything was over with Bifrost, which was the final straw for the Count. Clenching his fists in anger, he began to ponder all these conversations about him and say that everything was not so. Clenching his jaw, he hissed that the Civil War could not end this way. Meanwhile, life and production continued to thrive in the captured McLean castle. The manufacture of crossbows was actively developing with the labor of the newly arrived gnomes under Hamar's leadership. Each dwarf made his own parts according to the structure established by Hamar and the young master. Throwing another finished element, the dwarf said that he was tired of dying. Noticing a moment of rest, Hamar immediately began to run towards him, ordering him to work. When asked if he could rest for at least a minute, Hamar sharply replied that the same thing could happen at any moment. While Hamar was arguing that the master was stubborn and came every day to check on the gnomes, they began to approach from behind. Hamar jumped up in surprise, turning around in shock. Ranyan smiled and said that he had come to greet the gnomes, and the shocked Hamar turned to the young master. Smiling, Ranyan expressed the opinion that perhaps the gnomes were uncomfortable but asked for understanding of the situation. While the master was praising the efforts of the workers, another, looking at the bomb supplies, asked if that was all. Taking Tamar by the arm and smiling, Hamar said that there could be no question of discomfort when it came to their desire for freedom. Ranyan laughed and said sincerely that he was glad to hear this from the gnomes about their work. In the same way, the happy and smiling young master and the gnomes froze, looking at each other. After this scene, the gnomes turned away and, exhausted, breathed heavily as they continued on their way. Ranyan, however, continued to smile as he watched his gnome subject. Suddenly, impressed by their master's words about the possibility of rest, the gnomes cheered up and shouted the word rest. After Ranyan's suggestion that the gnomes go to the market, he added that he was sure they would have a wonderful time. After making the suggestion and watching the gnomes' happiness, Ranyan froze with a smile on his face. Earlier, his older brother had asked Ranyan to stay at home because he did not want to involve the whole family in the civil war. Ranyan understood this himself and said sadly that in the worst-case scenario, someone would have to continue running the household. Logan replied that he did not think it would come to that, but the risk was always there, and he explained the need to protect the castles. However, Logan suddenly froze at his younger brother's words that he was no longer a child. Ranyan confidently asked his brother to return unharmed while he protected their possessions. Logan was confused and did not know how to respond to his brother's confident statement, but after a moment he smiled and agreed with his brother, saying that he was counting on him. His brother's remark that he should pay special attention to Hamar was unexpected for Ranyan, but Logan explained its significance. Remembering his brother's order to protect the gnome at all costs, Ranyan followed Hamar to the city to rest. Looking around at the large number of people, Ranyan suggested that Hamar finish exploring the market and return to their estate. However, Hamar noted that it was only the 4th day of fun and, noticing meat on the counter, suggested buying it for the owner. Realizing that the gnome would not accept his offer, Ranyan sighed, understanding that there was nothing he could do. Suddenly he froze, focusing on a strange feeling near them. Looking around at the people around him, Ranyan felt a force emanating from some of those around him. Feeling this with his core of power, Ranyan understood that the bearers of power were trying to hide it, which he was trying to track down. Turning once again to Hamar, Ranyan suggested stopping there, but suddenly a man with hay appeared in front of him and shouted for him to move away. Because of the hay cart, Hamar became invisible to Ranyan in a matter of seconds in the square. As it turned out, this cart was aimed at Hamar, who turned around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The hay carrier looked sharply at the gnome, expecting to knock him down and destroy him. In addition, a knife that he had been hiding appeared unexpectedly in his hand. Ranyan noticed this, ordered him to stop, and swung his arm, striking the attacker on the dwarf. The hay carrier lost his hat from the young master's blow and began to fall to the ground. Having dropped his sword, the attacker became an easy target for Ranyan, who now held him above the ground. Holding the attacker, Ranyan smiled and noted that he seemed to have overworked himself. Turning to the guard nearby, Ranyan ordered him to take the young man to a safe place. Looking at Hamar, Ranyan wondered if he was one of the assassins Logan had warned about, thinking about the need to catch as many as possible. A moment later, the kebab seller approached Hamar and informed him that his meal was ready, which pleased the dwarf. While Hamar was admiring the kebab, Ranyan approached him again and asked him to return. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in front of Ranyan, blocking the host's path to the dwarf. The man stood directly in front of Ranyan, blocking his path with his tall stature. Stepping aside, Ranyan, unable to see the gnome, realized that something was wrong. Looking out, he noticed that Hamar was standing next to the meat seller who was handing him skewers. Suddenly, the vendor grabbed the skewers and pointed them at the dwarf, who stood calmly nearby, oblivious to the danger. Hamar counted out the money needed to pay for the kebabs for himself and his young master. At that moment, the meat seller was already rapidly thrusting the sharp skewers toward the gnome's master. Pulling out his sword and lunging forward, Ranyan wondered if all these men were working together. In an instant, he delivered a devastating iron blow that instantly damaged the giant who stood in front of him and blocked his path. At the same time, with this blow, Ranyan reached the meat seller's hand with the skewers that was attacking Hamar. After that, the butcher's grip weakened, and he no longer aimed the sharp skewers at the dwarf. Clutching his bleeding hand, the shocked vendor screamed in pain. Next to the young master lay a tall man who had been knocked down by the blow and was blocking his way. Shouts began to echo around that it was an assassin, and Ranyan smiled with joy that no one had died. Confused, Hamar turned to the owner and asked what had happened, while the salesman behind him grabbed a knife. Noticing the movement of the butcher behind Hamar, Ranyan reacted instantly and moved from his place. Leaning forward quickly, he began to swing his arm to prevent the attacker from harming the gnome. Approaching, the young master did not hesitate, and struck the attacker's face with his elbow. With a skillful blow of his hand, he knocked the knife out of the attacker's hands before he had time to react. In a moment, Ranyan turned to the knights who were rapidly approaching him, and ordered them to tie up the attackers and look around. Suddenly, behind Ranyan, there were loud cries of fear, which instantly caught his attention and made him turn around. There was a powerful explosion that shook the situation and shocked Ranyan and those around him. Clenching his jaw in despair, Ranyan realized that this was the location of the workshop. In his warning to his brother, Logan had said that the automatic crossbow would appear in the hands of others. However, he added that the unique Libertario bomb would never appear in the hands of others. Now, in the middle of the city of McLean's, the warehouse and workshop were on fire, causing frightened people to flee in shock. Ranyan and Hammer froze in place, not knowing what to do next with the fire in the workshop. Turning back and addressing Hamar, Ranyan noted that they urgently needed to go there. Suddenly, one of the soldiers whom Ranyan had told to postpone the conversation began to run towards the young master and address him. But the soldier ignored the master's remark and shouted that an urgent message had arrived at the military headquarters. Considering the news about the headquarters, Ranyan asked if it was from the senior officer, and the soldier leaned over to secretly inform the master. Ranyan froze at the news that the forces of the First Prince's faction were now advancing on McLean Castle. The army of the First Prince's faction was very close and rapidly approaching the defensive walls of McLean Castle. Confused, Ranyan asked in horror about the involvement of the First Prince's forces. While the flames continued to rage in the workshop, the young lord gave orders for the knights and the Avengers to prepare. After that, Ranyan once again turned to Hamar and urged him to go with him to the workshop. Preparing his sword, Ranyan wondered if the enemies were planning to attack them from both outside and inside. However, Ranyan did not lose faith in their strength and was confident that he would personally make every effort to destroy them all. Before heading to the workshop, Ranyan prepared his sword for a possible unexpected battle. During Logan's stay at the castle, the focus was on the communication sphere through which McLean maintained contact with his lands. Logan was tense and paced back and forth, waiting for news from home from his younger brother. Pacing around the table, he tried to calm himself and not think about bad scenarios. His fingers moved rapidly, demonstrating his anxiety and tension. Suddenly, Ranyan came online and immediately addressed his brother, which caught Logan's attention after a long wait. Logan noted that he had not been in contact for a long time and asked how the feud was going, to which Ranyan reported the destruction of the First Prince's forces. Upon hearing this news, Logan breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his heart and letting go of his nerves. Continuing with the news, Ranyan noted that, fortunately, the enemy turned out to be Vicomte's army. Because of this, the Avengers squad, equipped with automatic crossbows and Liberatio, destroyed the enemies with a small number of knights. Ranyan also personally fought the enemies and skillfully destroyed them, one by one. Calmed down, Logan took his place and smiled as he praised his younger brother. However, lowering his gaze, Ranyan reported that the workshop had been directly attacked. The news that 3 gnomes had been robbed was unexpected and shocking to Logan. In response to his brother's apology and assertion that it was his fault, Logan calmly replied that everything was fine. Logan explained that the problem would have been if Hamar or Mr. Clayton had been kidnapped, as they were very important. But ordinary hired gnomes did not know how Liberatio were made, which was the most important thing. According to his brother, he was able to capture several attackers, which would help them figure out who organized the attack. Ranyan remained silent. With a bitter look, Ranyan reported that all the detainees had committed suicide. Despite the news that none of the attackers had survived, Logan continued to smile calmly. Thoughtfully, Ranyan noted that the words of the knights who had detained them were important in this case. Ranyan spoke with interest to the soldiers who had participated in the detention of the attackers and asked for details. The soldier claimed that the fugitive's face was familiar to him, even though he had only seen him briefly. Hiding under hoods and closed cloaks, the attackers concealed themselves to keep their identities unknown. This information was important, and Logan asked about the familiar appearance of the gnome kidnapper. The younger brother confirmed this and noted that the kidnapper was not tall and very agile, which suggested that he was highly skilled. The information about a short night of advanced skill made Logan think, remembering such people. When his brother began to apologize again for the lack of information, Logan mentally noted how upset he was. Reassuring his brother, Logan advised him to focus on training the Avengers to prepare for the worst-case scenario in the future. Ranyan was puzzled and frightened by his brother's predictions, which he asked him to elaborate on. Logan calmly replied that he meant that nothing could be ruled out in the enemy's plans. Looking out the window, Logan thought for a moment and realized that leaving Ranyan at home was the right decision. After finishing his conversation with his brother and reflecting on recent events, Logan concluded that perhaps this was all part of Juan Douglas's plan. However, Logan understood that this war was taking too much time and causing constant losses. Logan believed that the reason for this was the stability of the First Prince's faction, which had simply shut itself behind the castle walls and gone into hiding. After all, after the McLeans burned down all their supply depots, they had to return to Haroon Castle. Now the situation for the First Prince was critical, and he could only wait fearfully for the decisions of his faction's leaders. Juan Douglas was in charge of all processes and now focused his attention on defending their castle. Rising from his seat, Logan thought about how events would unfold if no one dared to risk their lives to attack their castle. Gazing out the window, Logan concentrated on his thoughts, realizing that no one would dare to take this step, even though it would put an end to the war. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the Second Prince's faction, the question arose of providing the McLeans with the correct bomb-making instructions. The command gathered together and looked with interest at the Duke, to whom they reported this news. Bifrost did not hold back and shouted about the McLean's obligation to reveal the method of production and supply weapons to the entire faction. Noting their statement that they had tried all variations, Logan asked if they had really done so, given the situation. In addition, Logan asked where they got the necessary materials to create explosive devices, given the lack of suppliers. Bifrost replied angrily that he had personally collected the materials for these tests and that nothing had come of it. Skeptical of the Count, Logan asked if he was sure he hadn't made any mistakes. Enraged by the young McLean's audacity, the Count looked at him, barely restraining himself. In a moment, he jumped up from his seat and, pointing at Logan, shouted that he should watch his words. Logan sat calmly in his seat while Bifrost shouted that he was a wizard with a fifth circle of magic. However, Bifrost's confidence was shaken by the Duke's intervention in the conversation. Valterim turned to the Count and asked him to maintain at least a minimum of etiquette, given the formality of the gathering. After the Count apologized, the Duke turned his attention to Logan, noting that the Count never made unfounded accusations. When asked if he could prove that the production method he had shared was correct, Logan asked, puzzled, what was meant. Smiling, the Duke recalled that production had not stopped, so the McLeans had enough material to prove that the scheme would not be difficult. Logan fell silent and did not respond to the Duke's statements, which put him in a difficult position. Turning back to McLean, Bifrost asked why he was not responding and whether he had really deceived the entire faction and the Duke. However, the Duke shouted at him again and told him to stop shouting, adhering to etiquette, which stunned the Count. After that, Bifrost silently took his seat without looking around unnecessarily after the Duke's remark. Looking at Logan, he did not understand why he behaved so confidently, given his initial low rank. Suddenly, Logan froze with a look of shock on his face from a thought that had occurred to him during the meeting. He remembered his younger brother's words about the attacker and kidnapper of their gnomes from the workshop. Logan began to evaluate these memories of the attacker's features in the familiar face and short stature of the advanced knight. Calmed down and focusing on these thoughts, Logan came to a decision. Looking at Bifrost, he realized that he was the one behind these kidnappings and attacks. Young McLean understood that his knights had recognized the attacker if it was indeed Aslan whom he had encountered in the confrontation. Clenching his fist in anger, Logan noted that this event was undoubtedly unforgivable, even considering the factions concerned. Realizing that he could benefit from this, Logan stood up and said that proving it would not require much effort. McLean's statement that he would prepare the place as soon as possible came as a surprise to the Duke and Bifrost, who froze in shock. However, Logan also asked whether it would be better to first resolve the situation they found themselves in instead of testing weapons. Young McLean's speech attracted the attention of those present at the meeting. Lucian listened with interest and a smile to Logan, who had intrigued him from the very beginning of their meeting. Standing up, Logan recalled the recent attack by the First Prince's faction on his fiefdom. Noting that this did not cause any problems, Logan remarked that, in the future, they would not be the only ones to suffer from such attacks. Reflecting on this, Valterim said that it would be difficult to attack the First Prince's faction after they had fortified themselves in the castle. Logan smiled, realizing that everyone already knew this but did not want to take on the burden. Therefore, he announced that the McLeans would attack Haroun Castle, thinking that they would take on this burden. Bifrost and Walterim were stunned by McLean's unexpected and confident statement. Lucian continued to smile at Logan's statement, while Luther froze in shock at this turn of events. Keeping his cool, Logan smiled, realizing that this would end the war immediately.